When George walked into the Jang family's house nonchalantly, he knew that this moment was full of uncertainty. The Jang family was wary of his every move, but fate always plays tricks on people. When Jang Yuyu suddenly drank the medicine he had prepared, the allergic reaction on her body disappeared instantly, and everyone was shocked. During this meal, he saved the granddaughter of the Jang family with a bowl of medicine and a few words. And at the same time, the bad news of the car accident came true as he had predicted. Was it just a coincidence, or was there another plan? The Jang family stared at him and asked, "Who are you?" "Dad." "Wait a minute, let him try." Jang Yuyu spoke with a smile, her tone relaxed, yet with a strange firmness. Jang Thailand frowned. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. "Aren't you going to the south? Your classmates are waiting for you." "I'll take a plane instead. They prefer to drive, so I'll go a few days later." Her tone sounded as if she was touched by something, but George's face inexplicably appeared in her mind. "Mr. Jiang, this kid doesn't look like a troublemaker, so give him a chance." Old Xia, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Mr. Jiang was stunned for a moment and stared at him suspiciously. "Are you on his side too?" Alarm bells were ringing in his heart. This young man, named George, his origins were unknown, his motives were unclear, but he knew too much about their family. How could an outsider know about my granddaughter's allergies and even know her itinerary clearly? There were more and more dangerous clues. He made a conclusion in his mind. This person was very likely to have other intentions. "Grandpa, just give it a try." Jiang Yuyu acted coquettishly, as soft and sweet as ever, but irresistible. "Okay, let him try." Mr. Jiang glanced at George coldly and told the servant to boil the medicine. "Remember to boil 3 bowls of water into 1 bowl. The effect will be seen in 3 days." George said calmly. Mr. Jiang rolled his eyes. Who doesn't know this kind of basic rhetoric? You know it without me saying it. While the medicine was being boiled, he began to inquire about George's background, asking sharp questions and speaking in a sophisticated manner. George, however, remained completely silent and only responded with pleasantries, like a fox in human skin. Mr. Jiang became more alert. This kid is not simple. After the medicine was boiled, Jiang Yuyu took it and drank it without hesitation. "You don't even smell it." Mr. Jiang was shocked. "Even if the herbs are non-toxic, aren't you too credulous to trust this kid?" However, after a few minutes, the redness and swelling on her body quickly subsided and her skin returned to normal. "Is it really okay?" She looked at her arm in surprise. Everyone was stunned. George's medicine really works. "Not bad, George." Mr. Jiang finally smiled with satisfaction. The atmosphere had just relaxed when the phone suddenly rang. Jiang Yuyu's face changed. Something happened. Xiaolin and her friends had a car accident and hit a truck. They were trying to rescue them. In an instant, the air froze. "What?" Jiang Tialin's face turned pale, and he turned to stare at George. He suddenly remembered that if his daughter had insisted on leaving, she would be in that car now. Fate can be changed in a single thought. And George had already mentioned that the situation has been uneasy recently. Could this warning have some other meaning? For ordinary people, this was a surprise, but it was different for their Jiang family. Those in high positions have enemies everywhere. This kind of coincidence may not really be a coincidence. "Dad, I'll go check it out." Jiang Thailand dialed the phone quickly. 10 minutes later, he said with a heavy face, 5 people were in an accident, 3 died, and 2 were seriously injured. Death was forcibly twisted in the moment of passing by. Mr. Jiang took a deep breath, and his gaze towards George changed. Deep and complex, mixed with vigilance and suspicion. "Let's eat." Jiang Thailand stood up and spoke in a calm voice, but his heart was actually surging. He signaled with his eyes that his father, George, was worthy of further questioning. "Come on, George, let's go upstairs together." Being invited to dine on the 2nd floor is a symbol of status and a test of trust. George's heart was slightly shaken. He knew that the critical moment had come. In her previous life, Sister Yuyu had an accident on her way back. In this life, it happened before she set out. The butterfly has begun to flap its wings, and the future will not repeat itself. The 2nd floor is heavily guarded, with weak echoes and special wall features that are clearly designed to prevent signal monitoring. There is a long table in the middle with a hot pot steaming. "Sit down. Come on, George, try some tripe." Mr. Jiang greeted him with a smile, but it seemed like he was trying to answer in a rhetorical way. Sitting next to them were several old men with extraordinary temperaments. "Would you like to drink?" Old Master Jiang smiled again and poured him a glass. "Tell me, how did you know that a car accident would happen?" This question, hidden under the smell of alcohol, carries a bayonet-like temptation. I can't really explain it. Maybe. I know a little bit about numerology. George smiled and spread his hands vaguely. Nonsense. Jiang Tielin's face darkened, and his military character was revealed. Okay, Tai Lin, this is not a military camp. Mr. Jiang smiled faintly, but his gaze was like that of a hawk. George was introduced by the Quansheng group, right? George nodded. Quansheng has helped us a lot, but they are foreign-funded and we shouldn't get too close to them. This is a reminder and also a hint. Then do you know what our Jiang family is? The old man's tone suddenly changed, and his eyes became sharp. George looked at him and was silent for a second. I can guess that you have a background, but I don't know the details. This is the truth. He has been reborn and has some impressions, but he dare not speak nonsense. Mr. Jiang did not ask any further questions, but just nodded. The atmosphere loosened subtly and then quietly condensed. The meal was very cautious. It seemed peaceful on the surface, but was actually filled with traps. You kid, you don't even know who we are, and you dare to come and ask for help? Mr. Jiang glared, his tone filled with disbelief. I just have a movie that I want to get into theaters. George downplayed it, as if it was a very small matter. The air suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at each other, as if they had heard an illusion. Are you sure? Just for the movie? Jiang Tielin's voice rose, unable to suppress his surprise. Others are trying their best to build connections in order to obtain national defense secrets and core technologies. But you, just to get a few movies released? If your grandfather were here, I would definitely help you. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Mr. Jiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't like asking for favors, and I don't abuse favors. George's voice was calm, but it held a strange edge. Everyone was speechless. They were clearly here to ask for help, but they had to take a detour and let them ask for it. And now they still owed him a favor. Besides, you were in no mood to listen at that time. He spoke naturally, not caring at all about the surprised looks of the crowd. Are you really arrogant? Or are you deliberately trying to piss us off? Old Xia couldn't help but speak out. This kid is clearly playing psychological warfare. You really don't know our identities? George again, a cold light flashing in his eyes. I only know that the people in Quansheng said that you are capable, and I know nothing else. George's eyes were fearless, and his expression was clean, almost innocent. Mr. Jiang was silent for a moment, then suddenly sighed. Okay, then I'll tell you. I'm Jiang Jinhua, the leader of Huaxia Semiconductor. Mr. Xia is a great contributor to the nuclear industry. Mr. Liu is a veteran in UHV technology, and the dean is a leader in the initial design of the high-speed rail. If we were to show up at a meeting, some countries would get a fever. These words were not exaggerated at all, but they hit George's heart like a hammer. He was stunned, his facial expression changed several times, and finally blurted out, "Fuck, you are living history." The atmosphere suddenly relaxed, and even the most silent Mr. Liu laughed out loud. Jang Yuyu laughed so hard that she fell on the table. Jiang Tailin also shook his head. You are funny. Tailin, stop laughing. Mr. Jiang restrained his smile and said, George saved our granddaughter. You should quickly finish the movie. Don't delay. Okay, I'll make a call. Jiang Tailin dialed the phone on the spot. Brother, who is in charge of the theater line? Master Han. Okay, let him know. Don't let Tianjin Entertainment hold up a few films during review. Give them better ones from the theater chain. They were stunned, obviously not understanding how such a small matter could alarm the top military officials. However, military orders were as firm as mountains, so he still agreed. George breathed a sigh of relief. Once this was done, the status of Tianjin Entertainment would be turned upside down. He stood up and clasped his fists. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your help. You saved us. This is repayment. Mr. Jiang waved his hand and said, We in the Jiang family don't owe favors to anyone. Anything else? He stared at George as if he were looking at a mysterious creature that had not been fully dissected. George shook his head. One is enough. Greed makes people look down on you. Mr. Jiang laughed. Interesting. Everyone was getting drunker, and even the stored wine was brought out, creating a lively atmosphere. Jiang Tailin, however, remained on guard and quietly ordered an investigation into George's background. However, the report came back quickly. No criminal record, no spy connections, and not even a criminal record. But one thing stands out: business genius. Before graduating from university, he had already founded 2 companies and had excellent vision and skills. You're about to graduate from college, right? Are you interested in joining the military? Jiang Thailand picked up the wine glass, still smiling. I don't plan to join the military, and I don't plan to go into politics. George refused flatly. The military and political career, with the support of the Jiang family, has a bright future. Jiang Thailand was a little anxious. If these seedlings are poached by other countries, the loss will be more than just a little. I know. George looked at the steam boiling in the hot pot and said, but my goal is not just this. Joining politics or the military can indeed lead you to high positions, but there are too many restrictions. And in business, I can build an empire. Money is not an end, but a means. I want to devote myself to science and technology, attract funding for research, and build an enterprise that is truly useful to the country. The future has changed. Only those who master technology and the economy will have the leading position. Several old men stopped at the same time. The young man is right. Mr. Liu nodded rarely. We have been engaged in scientific research for a lifetime, and what we fear most is a lack of resources and support. If there's a company that is willing to invest money and do real things, then there will be hope. Mr. Zhang looked at George quietly and suddenly said, George, don't be afraid of having big ambitions. Just be afraid of not having the vision. George raised his glass. I will let you see it in less than 10 years. After 3 rounds of drinks, it was already late at night. Mr. Jiang arranged for someone to take George downstairs. The moment he walked out of the safety passage, George let out a long sigh. Chapter 292. Have you done research in this area as well? The old man smiled and said, George is right. Only by doing business can he display his talents. That's right. Do business, create a business empire, invest resources in scientific research, and change the bottleneck problems. George with satisfaction. I didn't expect George to have such great ambitions. Great. Seeing the future generation so ambitious, we, the older generation, can rest assured. Jiang Thailand is not very familiar with business, but he also supports George's choice. When doing business, it is good to not forget the basics. Some businessmen only know how to make money and take from the people, but they don't pay the corresponding social responsibilities. George is very good. He devotes himself to technology and gives back to society. George also drank a few glasses and talked freely. Technology changes the country, changes everyone, and even wars are changed by technology. Oh, you have also done research in this area. Jiang Thailand was a little curious. George nodded. It's not really research, I just have my own opinions. Future wars have changed a lot. Information warfare, small-scale operations, unmanned mechanization, etc. will become the mainstream. Tell me about it. Jiang Thailand seemed to be listening attentively. George smiled. He actually had no knowledge of military affairs, but he came from his previous life and knew some things. Let me just tell you about the changes that happened in the late period of my previous life. The so-called information warfare is also a command and control war. Controlling information means controlling the opponent's movements. For example, you can detect enemy aircraft thousands of kilometers away, detect the enemy's missile intentions tens of thousands of kilometers away, and understand the enemy's troop deployment and interfere with the enemy's signals, etc. As for the small-scale combat, the firepower of various countries is getting stronger and stronger, so all countries are reducing their armies, and it is difficult to have large-scale combat. Division-level units are reduced to brigade level, regiment level, and so on. When Jiang Thailand heard this, he touched his chin and nodded. At present, countries are indeed reducing their military forces, and China is no exception. Of course, he is more interested in information warfare. The military is currently researching it, and the higher-ups seem to be talking about focusing on development in this area. Of course, Jiang Thailand also understood what information warfare was. The so-called information was actually about observing the overall situation. In the future battlefield, many of the previous tactics would be useless. After all, both sides had already revealed their cards in front of each other, and all tactics could be seen clearly. At that time, what was being competed was information technology. Whoever could block and interfere with the opponent would be able to control the overall situation. I never knew George had so many unprecedented ideas. The leaders also listened attentively and couldn't help but praise. George continued, as for unmanned mechanization, such as drones and robot dogs, they can replace soldiers in combat, reduce casualties, and be more flexible. Just think about it, when thousands or even hundreds of millions of drones drop bombs, it is itself a huge, heavy weapon. At that time, even aircraft carriers couldn't stop it. In the future, we will no longer just focus on defense. but will start to go abroad. Aircraft carriers will go out to sea like dumplings, and combined with the rocket force, we cannot be underestimated, because by then we will have the world's #1 shipyard. We will even produce the 6th-generation aircraft. When everyone heard this, their blood boiled and they gasped. The world's #1 shipyard? The more they listened, the more excited they became, because in terms of shipbuilding, they had indeed reached the top of the world, but had not been officially announced yet. As for the 6th-generation aircraft, is this really possible? Let's talk about it later. The leader took the initiative to pour wine for George, fearing that George would feel dry in the mouth from talking. Jang Yuyu was not interested in these, but when she saw George talking about everything and several senior colleagues listening attentively, she was immediately surprised. This shows that what George said may really be realized in the future, otherwise Grandpa and others would think it was a joke. George continued talking. When Jiang Thailand heard this, he got goosebumps all over his body. Even he didn't know this news. Keep going, don't stop. Jiang Tianlin's face turned red with excitement. George is like a bystander of history, vaguely reminding people of the major events that happened in the previous life. Of course, he is vague and dare not guarantee anything, nor speak too clearly, otherwise he will be caught as a guinea pig for research. In the future, in order to alleviate the energy crisis and other reasons, new energy vehicles will be supported by the country. In terms of chips, we will be stuck, so we need to prepare for a rainy day and develop our own lithography machines now. Speaking of chip research and development, the leader said excitedly, it's difficult. Our semiconductor development is too slow, plus there are problems with the mechanism and system. Oh, there are too many difficulties. It's still a funding issue. George said, the production of chips cannot be completed by one country, but if we look at the world, we are the most likely to form an industrial chain. Someone once said that the biggest reason why our chips are stuck is that we invest too much in research and development, but we don't make money and the payback period is long, so no one wants to develop them, but buy them from abroad. So, whether it is high-end lithography machines or electronic design automation software, we have to spend money to find a way, and this road cannot be completed in 1 or 2 years. And I am willing to be the first person to invest, no matter how much money it costs. When the leader heard this, he was shaking with excitement. George said is exactly the current situation, but not many people know about it. In addition, scientific instruments and medical equipment are also our shortcomings, and we need to invest in these areas. George continued, this is also why I don't want to join the military or politics, because only by doing business can I help domestic technology. Okay, well said. The leader stood up and said, if George is willing to develop it independently, I will help you. George looked at Mr. Jiang in shock. He already knew Mr. Jiang's identity. If the other party was willing to help, it would not only be twice as easy to achieve, but he also had the support of a group of veteran bosses. The old man named Xia Lao seemed to be very familiar with George and said with a smile, Mr. Jiang, George is already doing independent research and development. His Tianwei technology is not only doing OEM, but also producing its own brand of mobile phones. If the Academy of Sciences cooperates with private enterprises, absorbs the advantages of both sides, eliminates cumbersome application procedures, and improves market competitiveness, it will be of greater help to research and development. George nodded. Well, the mobile phones produced by our Tianwei technology had to import mobile phone parts from abroad at the beginning, but as the industrial chain gradually improved, parts and components began to replace foreign parts one by one, until the chips were self-sufficient. Of course, as I said, this road will take a long time, and we are also researching 5G and other technologies. Once we have made a breakthrough, we will apply for patents to the world. Chapter 293. This is a talented and capable young man. 5G? Apply for a patent? Great. I will go to the Academy of Sciences tomorrow to propose your idea. I think the Academy will most likely agree. When the time comes, we will provide you with talent and technology and fully support you. Mr. Jiang shouted with his face flushed. George also laughed and said, I will provide the funds. No matter what the future holds, this technology will always belong to the country. Good. Ha ha. At the dinner table, several elderly people were laughing constantly. George, who was chatting happily with the old man, and her beautiful eyes became more curious. This young man seems to be still in college. Why does he have so many advanced ideas? His IQ is really very high. She didn't say anything, but just obediently poured wine for everyone, served food, etc. Mr. Jiang and his friends like George more and more because they are leaders in various fields, and their cognition is beyond that of ordinary people. They can tell whether George is bragging or has logical ideas as soon as they listen. Obviously, what George just said was not nonsense. It was all systematically thought out. In short, this is a very talented and capable young man. George, you are still in college. Mr. Jiang took a sip of wine and asked meaningfully. Graduation is coming soon. George said, "Oh, at your age, are you planning on finding a girlfriend?" When Mr. Jiang saw Jang Yuyu pouring wine for everyone, he looked over with a smile. George frowned. "Mr. Jiang, just say whatever you want to say." "Ha ha, you're really smart. Look at our Xiaoyu. Is she interested in a relationship?" Mr. Jiang got straight to the point. "Actually, I just want to ask you, George, do you want a wife?" Jang Yuyu stopped pouring the wine, and a blush quietly appeared on her pretty face. Normally, she would be against this kind of thing. She graduated from a prestigious foreign university, and what she hates most are arranged marriages and blind dates. However, she had a good impression of George, so she was not opposed to having some contact with him. "Sister Yuyu?" George looked surprised. In his previous life, he had a very good impression of Jang Yuyu, and it was the same in this life, but there was no question of any love between men and women. "Mr. Jiang, this is wrong. We are just having a meal, but you're trying to arrange a marriage? You're forcing a sale. What era is this? You are still trying to do this?" The old scholar, named Mr. Xia, suddenly became dissatisfied and spoke in a very cold tone. Old Master Jiang didn't understand why the other party was so excited and said with a smile, "What marriage? Does our Jiang family still need a marriage? That's something that only small families do." This is indeed the case. Like the Jiang family and the Liang family, they're only fourth-tier families, but the Jiang family is already between the second and third tier. In addition, with Mr. Jiang's status in the semiconductor industry, he does not need marriage to consolidate his social status. "I recommended my Xiaoyu because I thought they were suitable." Mr. Jiang said again, "What do you mean by suitable? This is the first time they have met. How can you expect the younger generation to answer you when you say these things to their faces?" Old Xia slammed the wine glass hard on the table. "Old Xia, why are you so drunk? I was just talking, but you got so angry." Mr. Jiang was immediately unhappy. "We were talking nicely, but you just recruited people and didn't follow the rules. You want to take all the benefits for yourself." Mr. Xia didn't give any face at all. He looked like a scholar, but he also quarreled with a redneck. "What are you saying? Do you think I, Jiang Jinhua, am a bandit? Besides, I'm just asking George, not forcing him. Why are you so anxious?" Old Master Jiang also slammed the table and stood up. Then the two elderly men in their 70s and 80s started arguing fiercely. Their faces turned red, and they looked like they were about to fight. George was stunned and couldn't get a word in. He looked at Jiang Yuyu and Jiang Tailan again and found that they seemed used to it. George looking at her, Jiang Yuyu was not embarrassed and smiled. "They're like this. They get angry easily after drinking. They always quarrel. Last time, they quarreled with Mr. Liu, and this time, they quarreled with Mr. Xia. Don't bother with them." George was at a loss for words. It turned out this wasn't the first time. Jiang Tailan also said they had been quarreling for a lifetime. The more they quarrel, the better their relationship becomes. They were all sent to the countryside together, so they know when to stop, no matter how much they quarrel. After a pause, he continued, "George, what do you think of my daughter Xiaoyu? You can consider what the old man said. This is not a marriage arrangement. It's just that the children of the Jiang family are all excellent, so they have high requirements for their other half. And you are also excellent, so we both think it's suitable." George immediately looked at Jiang Yuyu, only to see that Jiang Yuyu's face was red, but she did not avoid the question. She looked at George with her beautiful eyes. "Sister Yuyu is really nice. This is what I really think. But I already have a fiancée. She's the girl I grew up with, and she's also my high school classmate." George did have a good impression of Jiang Yuyu, because Jiang Yuyu was born in the Jiang family, but she was not willful. She was a girl with dreams and abilities, and she was also very beautiful. It's just that in the previous life, George called her Sister Yuyu, and in his heart, he also treated her as a sister. So that's how it is. Jiang Tailan couldn't help feeling regretful. Jiang Yuyu just smiled. She was not angry. She was not like other girls who cared about face and got angry and embarrassed when being rejected. She also knew that although she had a good impression of George, it was only the first time they met. Besides, George already has a girlfriend. If George hides this relationship and stays with her, She will be angry and feel that he disrespects her. We can be brother and sister. When you called me Sister Yuyu, I felt very familiar, as if I had heard it somewhere before, and it was very intimate. Jang Yuyu sat down next to George, poured a glass for George, and poured another for herself. Don't take what Grandpa and Dad said, just not a heart. She gives people a sense of heroism and refreshment. George nodded happily. He was most afraid that Sister Yuyu would be angry, so he quickly clinked glasses with Jang Yuyu. At this time, the quarrel between Mr. Jiang and Mr. Xia also ended, mainly because Mr. Xia suddenly didn't want to quarrel anymore and sat down with a smile. He seemed to have overheard what George had just said. Come on, today is a happy day, why are you arguing? Let's drink. Mr. Xia even raised his glass on his own initiative. Look at him, he's grinning like a dog. One moment he's baring his teeth as if he wants to bite someone, and the next moment he's wagging his tail. Mr. Jiang mocked Mr. Xia, but also picked up the wine glass on the table. The other old friends were already accustomed to this kind of situation where they would quarrel one moment and cry and call each other brothers the next, so they also raised their glasses. Laughter was heard again at the dinner table. Chapter 294. Mr. Ge, you are so polite. That night, George and Yi Liju were arranged to rest at the Jiang family. Yi Liju was of course terrified, thinking she was being monitored. She wanted to call George for information, but she was afraid that George's phone was being tapped. She had no choice but to call Guffong to inquire about the situation. After hearing what Yi Liju said, Guffong was so scared that he couldn't hold the phone firmly. Early the next morning, Mr. Jiang found George and said that he had called last night to explain that the higher-ups had agreed to jointly open a research institute and would provide policy support in this regard. George didn't expect that the matter would be resolved so quickly, so he was naturally very happy. He took Yi Liju away at noon. George, what happened? On the way out of the manor, Yi Liju asked in a low voice. George also told what happened last night. Yi Liju was shocked after hearing this. The issue of the movie being released in theaters had been resolved, and they were even going to cooperate with Mr. Jiang and the others. Isn't this just hugging another thick thigh? Yi Liju also learned that Mr. Jiang wanted to bring George and Jang Yuyu together, but George refused. Cousin, how can you refuse? I've also seen Jang Yuyu. She's so beautiful, and she has a good personality. She's gentle and generous. Most importantly, she's the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. How could you refuse her? Yi Liju was shaking with heartache, hating herself for not being a man, otherwise she would have married Jang Yuyu. She was fine at Zhang's house last night, and she also checked on Jang Yuyu. She didn't know anything until she checked, and she was shocked. Jang Yuyu graduated from a prestigious foreign university and has top-notch attainments in finance, physics, mathematics, music, and other fields. Not only in the South, but also in Jiangnan. She is the top goddess. George smiled and didn't say much. The two of them booked tickets to go back. On the way, Guffong also called and asked about the situation. After learning that George had left the Jiang family and nothing happened, he immediately drove over and said he would give George and the other two a ride. George and Yi Liju only waited for 5 minutes before Guffong arrived in a hurry and was very polite to George. Obviously, he noticed something too. In fact, he was thinking about this last night. If George was taken away early in the morning, it would mean that the Jiang family was angry. If he could come out safely, it would mean that he had become a friend of the Jiang family. You know, it is very difficult for ordinary people to stay overnight at the Jiang family. For those who can stay overnight, it 100% proves the relationship between the two parties. Guffong had to re-examine George and regretted it so much. He no longer regarded George as a nouveau riche, but as a golden thigh. If he can take his relationship with George a step further, it means that he will be connected to the Jiang family, and his business in Jiangnan will surely be smooth sailing and prosperous in the future. George, this is a specialty of Jiangnan. I airlifted it to you. Guffong was so enthusiastic towards George that he directly called him brother. Mr. Ge, you are so polite. George also guessed the reason for Guffeng's change of attitude, but of course he didn't care. As the landlord, I must treat you well when you come to Jiangnan for a visit, otherwise it would be a slap in my face. Guffong said with a smile that if George had not booked the plane ticket, he would at least keep George and treat him well for a few days. After separating from Guffong, George and Yi Liju boarded a plane and landed at the provincial capital airport a few hours later. Now that the issue of the film being released in theaters has been resolved, all that remains is college graduation and real estate development. As for the cooperation between Tianwei Technology and Mr. Jiang, it can be left to you Gong, and all George can do is invest money and make as much profit as possible in other business projects. I just walked out of the airport and met Leong Wea, who was returning from a business trip. Oh, what a narrow road the enemy meets. Isn't this my cousin George? Leong Wea was followed by bodyguards and secretaries. When he saw George, he sneered, "Where have you been? Have you gone to ask for help or find someone?" You were starting to feel the pressure in the south. He knew that Jiang Tianin had already taken action against George. Of course, the Liang family would not let George go either. The two sides were already fighting to the death. It is said that this time, Uncle Liang Yong will come back to deal with these matters. And because of George, the Liang family had internal strife. Some people wanted to negotiate peace with George, while some people continued to fight. In short, the Liang family was not as peaceful as before. Boss Liang really has some free time. He's even concerned about the lives of the capitalists. You're just a worker in the Liang family. George's sarcasm is like a smile. Liang Weye's face darkened. George, I'm an employee, but I'm better than you in every way. You think you have a big business? Humph, that's just not the time yet. Otherwise, you'll cry. Oh, yes, I heard that your big budget movie was stuck, right? You lost money, hundreds of millions just gone. It's a loss. There's nothing we can do about it. I'm just a fool with lots of money. George shrugged. George still had hundreds of billions abroad. He suddenly felt uncomfortable and wanted to make a few sarcastic remarks. But at this time, George's phone rang. George took a look and saw it was an unfamiliar number, so he picked up the phone immediately. Hello, is this Mr. George? I'm Xiao Zhou, the reviewer of the Film Association. Several of your films have passed the review. When do you plan to release them online? For this kind of thing, call the department head of Tianjin Entertainment, and they will tell you. I see. I'm just saying hello to you. Thank you. The other party politely hung up the phone. George put away his phone, too lazy to argue with Liang Weye, and left with Yi Liju. Liang Weye stood there stupidly. Just when George answered the phone, he heard a very familiar voice. It was Mr. Zhou's voice, because he had just returned from the capital and had dinner with Mr. Zhou, so he was 100% sure. How is that possible? Mr. Zhou actually took the initiative to call George and pass the film review of Tianjin Entertainment. You know, Liang Weye had already informed everyone that all the movies and TV series of Tianjin Entertainment were blocked. Especially Mr. Zhou. He tried his best to flatter him, invited him to dinner, and gave him gifts, before the other party agreed in person. Thinking of this, he wanted to call Mr. Zhou, but he didn't dare to, so he had to ask his secretary to test the waters. The secretary immediately made a phone call and said 10 minutes later, Mr. Liang, I pretended to ask, but the other side was very tight-lipped and refused to say anything, as if there was something taboo. I didn't dare to ask more, so I changed the subject. Liang Weye's face was gloomy. The other party did not make a promise, which meant that something must have changed. He continued, let's see if Tianjin Entertainment's movie has passed the review. The secretary hurried to check, and then his face changed drastically. Boss Liang, this is bad. All 6 films of Tianjin Entertainment have passed the review and are in theaters. They have been scheduled many times, and some have participated in the May Day holiday. Cinemas such as Wanda, China Film, Times, and Genie are all rushing to release them. How so? After Liang Weye confirmed his guess, he was so angry that his teeth were chattering. George have connections in the entertainment industry? He thought of his second uncle's reminder that there were forces behind George, so he guessed that it was those forces that took action. George had just come back from outside, and he must have gone to visit those forces. You son of a bitch, George, you got away with it this time, but it won't be so easy next time. Liang Weye left in anger. Chapter 295, Fight for the Last Rehearsal. Recently, Ella has been preparing for a concert and has been rehearsing continuously. Because I've been busy, I have lost a lot of weight, but I am in better spirits than before. Although Jiang Tanin felt very distressed, he was happy for Ella when he saw that she was in a good mood. That's right. After I devoted myself to work, my days became much more fulfilling. I fall asleep as soon as I'm tired every day. I don't have time to think about negative emotions. Increase the amount of funds for publicity and don't leave out all the major websites, including publicity in every city. Don't be stingy with the money, as long as Ella is happy. Jiang Tianin was also instructing his secretary. The secretary nodded and suggested in a low voice, some of the publicity on the internet cannot avoid Tianjin Group. They have many large websites, forums, etc. on the internet. Take a look. Jiang Tiannan's face instantly turned ugly. His family was in the real economy and had not invested much in the new internet economy. Find a way to contact them. If they agree, that's fine. If they don't agree, we don't need them as a publicity channel. Yes. The secretary then made a phone call to negotiate with Tianshan Group, but Tianshan Group actually agreed, but the price was quite high. In response, Jiang Tian nodded and agreed. He guessed that George didn't know about this, otherwise he would definitely refuse to cooperate. George finds out about this in the future. He will probably be furious. After all, he also contributed to the promotion of his sister's concert. Tiannan, Ella's concert has made the headlines online. At this time, Leong Wea also called and said, I guess Ella will become popular again. Jiang Tiannan felt relieved after hearing this and said with a smile, That's for sure. By the way, how is the Tianjin Entertainment film going? Don't mention it. George found some people to help. Now the movie is ready to be released in theaters, and the release date is very good. Leong Wei said depressedly. After this incident, Tianjin Entertainment has gained a firm foothold in the entertainment industry. There will be more companies cooperating with them in the future. As for banning stars like Zhao Lili, I think it is even more impossible. In short, it is difficult for the official side to deal with him. They can only rely on some unspoken rules to deal with him. Grass. Jiang Tiannan cursed angrily and looked back, only to see Ella standing behind him drinking water. It seemed that she had just finished rehearsing, but Ella seemed to have heard everything he said to Leong Wei. Forget it, it's over. Now he has his thing to do, and we have ours to do. I just hope he doesn't come and mess up my concert. Even though Ella was a little unhappy, the concert was more important right now, and she didn't bother to care about it. She really takes this concert very seriously. It is her chance to return to the entertainment industry, and she believes it will be a success. In the beginning, George spread rumors about me and used the power of capital to suppress me. Now, I'm also using the power of capital to turn things around. When George finds out about this, he will definitely be very angry. I just want to see him angry. Besides, George didn't know I was going to hold a concert yet. I took advantage of his distraction to hold the concert successfully. Ella thought secretly, and then continued to devote herself to rehearsal. In the following days, David and Maria came to visit her. They were very happy to see Ella devoted to her work. And they also brought a big news, that is, Lily was released from prison. Of course, Ella had to rehearse for the concert, so no one went to pick her up. It was Lucas and David who went to pick her up. The day after Lily was released from prison, she didn't look for Maria, but just came to visit Ella. Ella gave her some money and wanted to chat for a few more words, but Lily left. After Lily took drugs, she became a completely different person. She became crazy. Alas, such a good person has been ruined. It's all George's fault. If George had kept an eye on Lily, she wouldn't be like this. Ella felt very sorry and distressed about what happened to Lily, but it had already happened and she couldn't change it. She could only try not to think about it. Ella, the concert will start in 3 days. After the concert in the provincial capital is over, you will have to go on a nationwide tour without stopping. Jiang Tiannan approached Ella again, and judging from the votes and trends in various cities, everyone is looking forward to this concert. You will definitely become a big hit. Ella nodded excitedly. I'm looking forward to it too, and I must not let George know. When he finds out, he can only watch me glowing on TV and in videos, and then be angry and helpless. Then he will understand that he can't ban me. Jiang Tiannan immediately smiled and said, Don't worry. Even if he knows now, it's okay. He can't do anything about it. I've already taken care of every aspect of the concert. Then come on, come on. Ella's confidence was boosted, and she clenched her fist excitedly. Let's finish the last rehearsal. Her concert will be held in 3 days, so she will start to take care of her health and voice so that she can be on stage in the best condition. On the other hand, George had just finished dealing with graduation and other matters, and then supervised the development of real estate and selected several suitable sites for development. George, Dajiang Industry is hoarding land like crazy. They bought a lot of land in Huadu District and Zhengqing District and spent a lot of money. In Tiana District, they even spent a lot of money to buy Zhongshui Plaza. At this time, Johnson walked into the office and said to George, Zhongshui Plaza? George couldn't help laughing. This square has been under construction for more than 10 years. Initially, it was built as a joint venture of 3 parties, one of which was Hong Kong capital. However, the Asian financial crisis hit at that time, and the capital chain broke, resulting in the interruption of the construction of the square. Later, it was sealed off and auctioned many times, but all failed. If Dajiang Industrial buys it now, it will definitely lose money, because in the previous life, this square was still in the unfinished stage and the later stage because the investment cost was too high. Jiang Tanin is good at math, but doing business is not like doing math problems. He is suitable to be a manager, not to be in charge of the overall situation. George shook his head in disdain, knowing that Jiang Tianin was fighting him for Ella, but it was a pity that Jiang Tianin was not yet mature enough. And the properties he bought in Huadu District and Zhengqing District, are unlikely to appreciate in value. Apart from the money spent on the land, construction, materials, bank loans, etc., he will still lose money in the end. George remembered that in his previous life, the properties in these two districts were the cheapest in the provincial capital. Jiang Tianin obviously had no clear idea about the future plan of the provincial capital, but he was determined to build a top-notch luxury house. But in the end, the investment was not worth the return. Most importantly, George knew that it would not be long before the provincial capital would issue a purchase restriction order, and the booming real estate market would be suppressed. Jiang Tianin frantically hoarded land and sold buildings, but the purchase restriction order prolonged the time it took to get the money back. At that time, the loan from the bank alone was enough to give Jiang Tianin a headache, and he could only rely on the Jiang family to cover the bottom. Chapter 296. Lily. She wants to talk to you. Brother George, Lily is out of prison, and she wants to talk to you. At this time, Olivia also walked in and said to George. George was immediately surprised. He didn't expect that Lily would come to him after she was released from prison. Of course, George didn't care. The last time he visited Lily, he told himself that the feud with Lily was over at that time. Lily wants to take revenge on him after she is released from prison. George will continue to target Lily. Let's meet him at the coffee shop next to the group. George thought for a moment and said. Olivia immediately told Chidan, send more bodyguards and keep an eye on the surroundings. George stopped her. It's okay. I think Lily just wants to say something to me. That's all. But Olivia still didn't trust anyone in the Yi family. After all, George had been away from the Yi family for such a long time, and everyone in the Yi family said that they admitted their mistakes and regretted their actions, but their actions were the opposite. They even dealt with George many times. Now the Yi group is in danger, and the most feared thing is that the Yi family will take risks to deal with George. Don't worry, I believe her. George smiled and didn't bring too many bodyguards, only Chi Dan. Soon, George met Lily in the cafe. Lily is not as thin as imagined, but a little fat. She is dressed very casually and does not look as glamorous as before. Brother. Seeing George, Lily lowered her head slightly and looked at George's shoes, seeming a little inferior. Sit down. George asked Lily to sit down, ordered 2 more cups of coffee, and asked, Did you just get out of jail? Yeah, it came out yesterday. Lily nodded. What are your plans for the future? George asked with interest, crossing his arms across his chest. I feel like there's nothing left in China that I'd like to miss, so I'm going to travel abroad. I've long wanted to travel around the world, and that's how life will have meaning. Lily seems to be much more mature than before. It's good to see the world. George nodded. I'll give you some money so that you can have food and clothing for the rest of your life. Lily immediately looked up at George. She also knew about the Yi group. They were very short of money on the books, all supported by the Liang family, and the rest of the money was controlled by Lucas and Angela, leaving her with not much. Even David and the others didn't give her money. She didn't expect George to give her money instead. Ella, you gave me millions yesterday. Lily hesitated and said, but after thinking about it, I don't want to take her money. I'll just put it in her room. She'll find out later because Ella seems easy to talk to, but she's actually very stingy. If you take something from her, she'll be very fussy about it later and think she's at a disadvantage. Anyway, it's best not to take it. What about mine? George asked with a smile. Lily didn't say anything, just looked at George. George felt that Lily seemed to trust him more than anyone else in the Yi family. He didn't know if it was an illusion. He continued, in fact, this money I gave you can be considered as one of the inheritances left to you by Grandpa. Although you were not nice to Grandpa back then, in the end, you didn't have the intention to harm Grandpa. You are the only one in the family who doesn't have that intention. He hadn't said anything else yet. Among all the family members, Lily was the only one who didn't harm him. Lily did hit George back then, but it was just bullying, not like Ella, Yuki, and the others who had any ulterior motives. For example, Ella, who seems gentle and kind, has actually been inquiring about her grandfather's inheritance. In the previous life, after George got the inheritance, She was the first one to take away a portion of the inheritance. For example, Yuki, she condoned Lucas to secretly change the medicine for Grandpa, etc. Not to mention Angela. From the moment George returned to the Yi family, she has been on guard against George dividing the assets of the Yi group. Of course, it's not that Lily is a good person. It's just that Lily was young at that time and didn't think that much. Good. After hearing what George said, Lily nodded and agreed. She seemed to feel at ease taking the money. The two fell silent afterwards, as if they hadn't seen each other for a while and became strangers. Of course, there are no quarrels like before. Are you still planning on touching that kind of thing? George took a sip of coffee and asked again. Lily remained silent, but also agreed. Otherwise, why would she want to go abroad? Can't you quit? George found it hard to understand. After all, Lily had been sitting there for 2 years and had never been exposed to those things. If you can't get rid of your addiction, sometimes it's better to die. Lily lowered her head and played with the corner of her clothes. George wanted to persuade her, but he finally held back because he couldn't persuade her about this kind of thing. He even wanted to take back the money and stop Lily from going abroad because she wouldn't be able to access those things in the country. But he could see that Lily seemed to have seen through many things, including life and death. So forcing yourself to stay may not be useful. I'll try my best. As if sensing what George wanted to say, Lily added, when I find something worth staying in life for, I will have the confidence to give it up. By the way, I talked to Ellie yesterday. She's secretly holding a concert to scare you. Because you banned her career, she wants to secretly return to the top. Then you will see your angry face. Ella thought about what happened yesterday again, but I think she's gone too far because you don't care about these things at all. Your vision and pattern are much greater than hers. After a pause, she continued, and then, I don't think she will succeed. This is how the entertainment industry is. Expired stars will never be popular again, no matter how hard they try. It's very cruel. George smiled after hearing this. He really didn't care about this matter. His focus now was the Leong family and Jiang Tiannan. George didn't answer Lily. After Lily finished speaking, the two of them fell into silence again. George thought about it and broke the silence again. Do you hate me, or do you hate the Yi family? Hate the Yi family, Lily said without thinking. I've been thinking about it for the past 2 years, thinking about our past, thinking about what you did, and thinking about what the Yi family did. Later I found out that it was not you who was wrong. They are unwilling to give up everything they have, so they will never admit their mistakes or lose. Of course, the most important thing is Maria and Lucas. Maria is the reason why the Yi family is targeting you, and Lucas is the source. Sometimes I feel that none of us are like Maria as children, only Lucas is. The purpose of our existence is actually to serve Lucas. George heard this. He looked at Lily in surprise, because what Lily said actually coincides with the final fate of Angela and others in the previous life. In the previous life, Angela, Yuki, Ella, and the others were all badly harmed by Lucas. It seemed as if they were born to serve Lucas and sacrifice for Lucas. Unexpectedly, although Lily looks the youngest, she actually sees the most clearly. Chapter 297. The concert was a failure, well received, but not popular. In fact, if it weren't for Maria, you would have continued to supervise me. Lily added, looking somewhat unwilling. As long as you supervise me, those things that happened later wouldn't have happened. George suddenly interrupted. But if I supervise you, you can't be with Xia Haoran, and you will lose your love. In the future, you will still vent your anger on me. This also happened in his previous life. George still remembers what Lily said to him at the bedside before she died. George, you ruined my love. I hate you. Lily fell silent after hearing this. When talking about Xia Haonan, she seemed a little painful. It can be seen that she still loves Xia Haonan and still can't let him go. After 5 minutes, she whispered, yes, if you supervise me, I can't be with Xia Haonan, but Xia Haonan won't die. George's pupils condensed, and he shook his head secretly. There was something he didn't say in his heart. In fact, in the previous life, Lily was not with Xia Haonan, but Xia Haonan was still hit and killed by a car. No one can change this fate. I checked how Xia Haonan died. He was deliberately hit to death. Don't ask me how I found out, but I have some clues. Lily interrupted again. I don't know who ordered the murder, but I can roughly guess who it was. But I can be sure that it was not you. George was shocked again. When he first knew that Xia Haonan was hit and killed, he did not continue to investigate because there was no need. Unexpectedly, Lily found a way to investigate. If everything is as Lily said, then who killed Xia Haonan? Maria and Angela are both highly suspicious. They are strong-willed and like to be in charge of everything. Moreover, Angela had not yet lost her power in the Yi family at that time, so she had the ability to do so. As for Lucas, Yuki, and Ella, the possibility is not high. They will not think about it at that time. David cannot be ruled out. David was on his honeymoon with Lin Huashan at the time and seemed to be away from Yuhai City. However, if David knew that Xie Haonan caused his daughter to take drugs, as a father he would definitely go crazy and ask someone to kill Xie Haonan. Moreover, in this life, Xie Haonan was hit and killed by someone, but what about the previous life? Maybe so. Are you surprised? You didn't expect this, right? This is a wealthy family. Killing someone is as easy as having a meal. Lily suddenly sneered. Because I take drugs, they all blame Xie Haonan. Just like the Yi family is in a miserable situation now, they also blame you. They will never look for the reasons in themselves, and the fault is always someone else. George looked at Lily deeply. You want to avenge Xie Haonan? Lily was stunned and didn't answer. She stared at the coffee cup on the table in a daze. 5 minutes later, she smiled miserably and said, After Xie Haonan died, I actually died too. I'm dead now. I'm a woman sentenced to death. It's just a matter of when I die. Brother, you don't have to worry about me. This is my destiny. She played with the spoon in the coffee cup and spoke intriguing words. George didn't understand what Lily meant, but he could see that Lily didn't care much about life and death. I'll go abroad after Ella's concert is over. Lily continued to play with the spoon. In the future, we may rarely see each other. Of course, I will still come back to see you, but you have to be careful of Ella. She has changed a lot. She is just like me. In order to avenge the person she loved the most, she will do whatever it takes and at any cost. After saying that, he stood up and left, but he stopped after taking a step. Brother, actually I don't hate you at all. I thought a lot and found that since you left the Yi family, our Yi family has changed. Everyone has changed, like a devil. Then I realized that you are not a demon who came to the Yi family to collect debts. You are the patron saint of the Yi family. If you leave, the Yi family will be in trouble, suffer, split, and suffer internal strife. If you were still here, you would be the one who was sacrificed to save the Yi family. The irony is that they don't know this yet and think you are a demon. They even drove the protector out of the Yi family with their own hands. They really deserve it. Lily didn't know when she left the cafe, but her voice was still lingering around. George was a little dazed. At one point, he thought Lily was also reborn. Otherwise, why would she know so much? That's right. He did not leave the Yi family. He was the one who sacrificed himself. And it was the Yi family that was saved. Wasn't it the same in the previous life? He contributed everything, pursuing the elusive family affection like a moth to a flame. In the end, he was burned out and saved the Yi family. In this life, he was gone, and the Yi family began to slowly burn down. After I left the Yi family, everyone in the Yi family changed and had their own stories. If I hadn't left, they would have been just like they were in their previous life. George also left the cafe. 3 days later, Ella's concert was officially held in the provincial capital. Jiang Tiannan, Maria, Yuki, and others came and bought tickets closest to the stage. Lily also came, but did not sit with them. She just watched silently in the corner. The music atmosphere at the scene was very exciting, but apart from the music, the rest of the atmosphere was very calm. When the show was about to start, there were still very few people coming to the scene. The scalpers are already crying over the sales and have hoarded a bunch of tickets, but in the end, no one is buying them. After all, the ticket prices are not cheap. A regular ticket costs $5,000. Looking at the ticket booking platforms, etc., there are also a lot of complaints. Fuck, a former celebrity is trying to make money too. Damn, a regular ticket costs $5,000. It's a money grab. Do you still think you are an international star? Her songs are actually not that good. People listen to them just for the sentimentality. A typical example of a business that is well received, but not popular. Before the concert, all kinds of reviews were very enthusiastic, and it even made the headlines. But once the concert started, there was hardly any sign of the concert. In the end, the security guards at the scene had to pretend to be fans, and free seats appeared. Jiang Tiannan and Maria looked back at the scene from time to time. They felt very embarrassed and angry. They didn't expect it to be like this. The entertainment industry is really cruel. The Times abandoned a person without even saying hello. Angela couldn't help but sigh. There is no doubt that the concert that Jiang Tiannan invested in suffered a huge loss, conservatively estimated at 100 million. Of course, money is a small matter. For Jiang Tiannan, making Ella sad is the most important thing. In fact, although Ella was singing and dancing on the stage, one could also see the deserted atmosphere below the stage. It would be a lie for her to say she wasn't sad. She was simply heartbroken. She prepared for this concert for a very long time, putting in all her efforts. Her feet were peeling and bruised from dancing. She lost 10 pounds, and she even hired a professional concert team from abroad to design various segments. In the end, no one came. Absolutely no one came. In the past, she would be watched by thousands of people even when she walked through the streets. Now, she is like a plucked phoenix, and no one comes to her even if she pays money. Moreover, this is her comeback battle. As long as her concert becomes a hit, all major entertainment companies will rush to work with her. But the facts proved that she was indeed eliminated, and it was useless even with capital support. Chapter 298. Mr. Yi, Lily went abroad. Ella continued to sing and dance until she sang the song later. Vaguely, Ella seemed to see a familiar figure leaving from an audience corridor. She didn't know if it was an illusion or because her eyes were wet with tears, causing her to see it wrongly, because there was no way that man could come. Just like the last party in Yuhai City, she was also singing later, but that man also left. Some people, once missed, will never come back. When the last sentence of the song floated on the scene, Lily also left silently. There is no doubt that this concert will be difficult to hold, not to mention the subsequent national tour, even the second and third shows. Except for Jiang Tiannan, other investors were full of resentment and wanted to forcibly interrupt their investment. In the end, they stopped the next few concerts due to Ella's poor health. In the entertainment industry, Ella has become a laughing stock among celebrities. I guess Ella can only take on some commercial performances or perform in some villages in small towns. Haha, she really overestimates her popularity. The entertainment industry is like the tide. One wave after another, one wave sinks, another wave rises. As long as she disappears for a while, who will remember her? She's not that miserable. She's married into a wealthy family. She could just be a good young lady. The audience watching on the internet also have different opinions. It's really sad to see her singing and dancing so hard with only a few hundred people at the scene. Why feel sad? They are rich. It's your turn to feel sad. Have you paid for this month's medical insurance? Is your 3,000 yuan salary enough? Anyway, I don't like her. I heard her ex-boyfriend is a hater of the country and worships a little bit of a life. Ella returned home. Her face was full of fatigue, but she still had to keep smiling to avoid being laughed at. Jiang Yi and Luo Jia were also there. They naturally knew about the failure of the concert, but seeing how hard Ella had worked during this period, they still felt quite sympathetic towards Ella. Ella, just think of it as a wish fulfillment. Don't take it to heart. Luo Jia held Ella's hand and comforted her. Thank you, Mom. I understand. I'm Fine. Ella forced a smile. Luo Jia treated Ella like her own daughter. You are such a sensible child. You're so sensible that it makes me feel distressed. In a few days, I want to go on a trip. You can go with me. Ella nodded immediately. At this time, Maria, Liang Caijia, and others also came to comfort Ella. Ella still faced everyone with a forced smile, appearing very strong and not caring at all. But deep down in her heart, the comfort and sympathy of these people were more like a mockery that pierced her soul. She felt like a clown, dancing and singing on the stage, but no one came to listen, no one applauded, and everyone was laughing at her from afar. She is no longer as noble as an angel as before, but instead looks very lowly. After entertaining everyone, she returned to the room and finally started crying while hugging her pillow. George, it must be you, I won't let you go. The next day, George was still at work when a phone call came in. Mr. Yi, Lily has gone abroad. After George hung up the phone, he suddenly felt a little strange. He put down his work, went to the window, and looked into the distance. Go. The further the better. There's a new world and a new life out there for you. I wish you all the best. He smiled, then thought of something and made another call. Wow, my dear Mr. Yi, you are really amazing. You have managed to get on the big leg of the Jiang family. You can rest easy in the south. The person who answered the phone was Wei Mingfei. She obviously also knew about George's stay in Jiangnan. Miss Wei, I have something to ask of you. I don't have many connections abroad, so I want you to take care of someone for me. Her name is Lily, and she just left the country, and her destination is Antarctica. George ignored concubine Wei Ming's sarcastic remarks and went straight to the point. Lily, right? Your sister. You want me to keep an eye on her for you? No, it's care. Oh, you have always been so heartless to your sisters. But why are you an exception to Lily? Don't tell me you still have some family affection left in your heart. Can you help me? Just one word. George didn't want to talk too much with concubine Wei Ming. The main reason is that he thinks concubine Wei Ming is a very mysterious person. So far, George has also looked up concubine Wei Ming, but found nothing. In addition, Mr. Jiang has reminded us that Wei Mingfei's Quanxing Group is a foreign-funded enterprise, and who knows what purpose it may have. George doesn't want to be used by others, so he must keep a distance from concubine Wei Ming. Of course, I'll send someone to secretly protect her. Don't worry about this. As for favors, no need this time. You've completed the Jiang family's business. Let me re-examine you. Your ability is worth my investment. Well, thank you. By the way, what do you think about the dinner I mentioned last time? Maybe something wonderful will happen after dinner. But I think you might not agree, because you can refuse a princess like Jang Yuyu. Thank you, Miss Wei. Okay, I have something to do now. Let's talk later. George was too lazy to listen to Wei Mingfei's nonsense and hung up the phone. On the other side, Wei Mingfei also hung up the phone. A smile appeared on her rosy little mouth, and she became more and more curious about George. She had already checked many things about George, even stripping him naked and scanning him several times, but she still felt that she couldn't see through George. For example, regarding the Jiang family issue this time, she really didn't expect George to be able to solve it. His ability is indeed very strong. Besides that, she also found out some things about George, which seemed to be related to her. This is quite interesting. This man is always able to do things that are predictable. What secrets does he hide? However, he is very loyal. For Olivia, he can reject Jiang Yuyu. Wei Mingfei turned on the computer again and played a few photos, which were the photos of George when he was a child in the orphanage. Lily left silently, and it was 3 days later before the Yi family found out. Maria, David, and others were very angry. They couldn't understand why Lily left without notifying them, and they couldn't get in touch with her by phone. Yuki knew about this. She even called Ella. Ella knew about this in advance, but she was in a bad mood and didn't care about Lilius' life or death. She's taking drugs, and her brain is damaged. If she wants to die, she'll go abroad. Ella had been forcing herself to laugh in front of everyone, but she no longer hid anything from Yuki and was venting her dissatisfaction. Yuki felt horrified after hearing this. She never thought that Ella was not worried about Lily, and even cursed Lily. Chapter 299, Graduation Ceremony, Speech by Student Representative. If I'm not mistaken, the only person Lily looked for before she left was George. She's gone crazy. She was hurt so badly by George, but she's still looking for enemies. By the way, my concert was also ruined by George. Lily must have told George about the concert, and then George sabotaged it. Ella is still roaring into the phone. Yuki didn't dare to say anything. She could see that this concert had a huge impact on Ella, no less than Fong Yiming's death. That's right, this is Ella's future, Ella's dream. Just like Yuki, being a teacher was her dream. Well, her dream was shattered. The pain was difficult for outsiders to understand. It was like a bone-cutting pain. May Day is coming quietly. During the May Day holiday, several movies released by Tianjin Entertainment in theaters became blockbusters, achieved very good box office, became well-known, and made several stars famous. In addition, Tianjin Group's real estate and mobile phone businesses are also developing smoothly. As for the Yi Group, due to the ban, its performance is still not good, and it can only cling to the Leong family. Fortunately, Lucas made some investments, and the current returns are pretty good. Otherwise, the Leong family members would have cursed him long ago. David and Maria were naturally very happy about Lucas's achievements. They made several phone calls to encourage him, and felt that Lucas had become much more mature and stable. Even Leong Yi and Leong Saijia praised Lucas in front of his grandparents. Lucas's status also improved all of a sudden. Angela was naturally jealous when she saw this scene, but she didn't dare to show it openly. She could only try to achieve results quickly to prevent the Yi Group from being controlled by Lucas. After May Day, June comes, which is when university graduation ceremonies are held. Early in the morning, the weather was very nice and warm. The big playground was crowded with people. Students wearing graduation gowns and hats were chatting in groups of 3 or 4. Everyone is very happy. They are about to leave the campus and enter the society, and are full of anticipation for the future. On both sides of the playground, parents of the students also came to watch their children's graduation ceremony. George and Olivia also arrived slowly, chatting as they walked, and they were in a very good mood. In his previous life, George did not go to college because he had to take Lucas' emotions into consideration. In this life, he finally got to experience it again, and it can be said that he has walked a necessary path in life. Of course, compared to other classmates, George doesn't have to worry about his future after graduating from university. Moreover, many classmates have already greeted George and hope to work for Tianjin Group after graduation. As they were walking towards a playground, George also saw David, Maria, and others who were watching Lucas' college graduation ceremony. Of course, they also saw George, so they naturally didn't give him a good look, especially Maria, who raised her chin high, as if waiting for George to come over and admit his mistake. After Lucas talked with Maria and the others for a few words, he walked towards the playground with Lu Ruyan and saw George. He met George's gaze. His expression was full of provocation. This look no longer had the pitiful look it once had, but now had more ambition and viciousness. George could sense that Lucas had changed a little bit. He even saw Lucas curl his lips in a provocative smile. In response, George just shook his head in disdain. He was too lazy to waste time with Lucas and enter the playground. One day, I will surpass you. Lucas looked at George's back, his eyes like a poisonous snake. In the past few months, apart from work, he has been accompanying Leong Wea and learning a lot from him. Moreover, the two of them have been summarizing the reasons for the failure of the Yi family and the Leong family, and analyzing the reasons for George's success, etc. Overall, Lucas benefited a lot. At this time, a voice came from the loudspeaker. Students from each class lined up according to the positions they had rehearsed in advance, and the graduation ceremony officially began. Raise the national flag and play the national anthem. Then the school leader gave a speech congratulating the students on their achievements in college, and wishing and encouraging the students to go further after entering society. The class leaders also began to issue certificates, had brief exchanges with students, and shared some of their experiences and insights during college. When the teacher handed George's diploma, he smiled and said, "George, you have been very successful. I won't say much to you. What I want to say is that your future is not only about pursuing your ideals, but also about your obligation and responsibility to help the country and more people. I hope you will learn from the people and give back to the people." "Thank you, teacher. I understand." George held his graduation certificate in both hands, which marked a perfect end to his college career and even a node in his life. Next, a student representative will give a speech. The school leader then took the microphone and said, "Students, which student representative do you want to hear give a speech?" "George, George, George." Suddenly, there was a sound like waves on the playground. The school leaders and teachers immediately laughed. They were not surprised by the student's choice. You should know that George is not only a celebrity in the university, but also a celebrity in the South. He has created countless miracles, including the shared bicycles in the past and Kandaduo now. These deeds have always inspired the younger generation. Now, George has become the signature of the Polytechnic University, and many students are admitted to this university because of George. This brat. Maria's face turned ugly when she saw how popular George was. Angela and Leong Wea also had dark faces and cursed sourly. A graduation ceremony also wants to show off. Nouveau riche is nouveau riche. There's no rich family background at all. David's face was also livid. Actually, he was very happy that George was so successful. But after Ye's group was banned by George, the situation became worse and worse, which caused him to be under a lot of pressure, and he hated George to death. At this moment, George did not expect that he would be invited at this time. Although, he didn't want to go on stage and say anything. But after all, it was his alma mater's request, so he had to go there reluctantly. After getting on the podium, the principal politely handed the microphone to George. George took the microphone, his mind quickly brewed, thinking about what to say. "Wow, my idol's so handsome." "What do you mean your idol? He's obviously mine." "That's too much, Xiaonan, you're a man." "Who told you that men can't like George?" "Stop arguing. Let's talk about George's deeds. I know he is a celebrity, but I don't know much about him. Can any senior tell me?" "George is amazing. He was the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination before entering university. It is said that he made his first fortune by selling clothes and then invested in real estate with a unique vision, making another fortune. He used this money to create Tianjin Network. Remember what he said about the value of emotions, and that whoever has the traffic will rule the world. These are golden words. Whoever can understand them will be worth tens of millions, not hundreds of millions. Later, we created the sharing business, opened up the domestic market and expanded into many sharing industries. Then we moved to Canada, which divided the online shopping market with Taobao and JD.com, and finally listed it in China. In general, George's life is like a cheat. No matter what he invests in or does business, he is successful. Chapter 300. Classmate George. Can you let me say a few words? George even more. They were George's age. They only knew how to play games, go to bars, and play basketball. But George has already started his own business and has a net worth of hundreds of billions right after graduating from college. It's too exaggerated. This is simply a big winner in life. Lucas was also in the crowd, listening to the admiring voices of his classmates around him, his teeth clenched tightly, his eyes full of unwillingness. At this time, George's voice finally came on the radio. I think everyone is already very clear about my entrepreneurial achievements, so I won't talk about them. Nor will I say anything to encourage everyone, because after all, everyone should have heard a lot of them. I just want to say that the reason I can achieve what I have today is not because of my vision, my brain, luck, or capital support. It's because of one reason: cognition. I may know a little more than many people, and I can see things a little further. Then, with this advantage, I can expand my business little by little and move towards success step by step. George finished speaking. The entire playground fell silent. No one expected George to say this. They thought George would say something encouraging or something like that. But if we think about it carefully, we all feel that George is right. To put it bluntly, cognition is like an information gap. Whoever can get the information gap can be one step ahead. Of course, cognition determines my upper limit, while some entrepreneurial qualities determine the lower limit. Perhaps everyone thinks that I must have had a good childhood because I look so successful. In fact, my living environment was not as good as everyone imagines. On the contrary, it was worse than everyone can imagine. Most people in my situation would have given up long ago. Of course, this situation also cultivated my character, strength, tenacity, perseverance, patience, etc. These are all necessary for starting a business and also determine a person's bottom line. This world is very unfair. Some people are born in Rome, while others are born to be cattle and horses. But do people born in ordinary families have to give up their lives and be cattle and horses for the rest of their lives? No. So I knew from a young age that if I wanted to change my destiny, I had to change myself first. Instead of complaining about society and everything around me, I should use my own advantages to change myself and move towards my dream. So what I want to tell everyone is that the environment is dead, but people are alive. No matter how cruel the environment is, you can change it as long as you are willing. As soon as George finished speaking, there was warm applause from the playground, and the teachers and principals also clapped with satisfaction. I have to say that George's speech was quite unique and inspired the students from another perspective. After all, these students are about to enter society and will experience a different kind of cruelty than that of university. At that time, some students will go with the flow, some will complain about the world, but there will definitely be students who will learn to change themselves, adapt to society and the environment, and carve out a path for themselves. What he said was so good, so sensational, so exciting, it really aroused my emotions. He is a successful person. His knowledge and experience are beyond our reach. Although I think what he said is right, I also think it is just chicken soup. When students enter society, they will understand that chicken soup is just chicken soup, and it doesn't represent anything. Fisk, that's what losers say. Have you ever worked hard? Have you ever been serious? You go to bars and flirt with girls after work. You don't do anything. In the end, you fail at nothing. Then you blame the heavens and the earth, thinking that God is unfair and that society is unfair. Oh, you believe what people brainwash you about. Even successful people's farts smell good. The speech was also posted on the internet, causing quite a stir. Some people agreed with it, while others were dismissive. Of course, everyone has a different life and situation, so naturally their views are different. However, for college students who are about to enter the society, George's words still give them great encouragement and motivation. David looked at the high spirits around him and subconsciously glared at Maria. George said just now reminded him of George's childhood. Indeed, although George was from a wealthy family, his life was worse than that of the poor people. He still remembers what the director of the orphanage said. George was found by Maria, but was not taken home unless he learned not to cry. At that time, George learned to be strong and learned how to adapt to unfamiliar environments. Maria should have half the credit for George's success today. Look at what I am doing. Maria saw that David seemed unhappy, and she didn't speak in a good tone as soon as she spoke. Her relationship with David, it's getting worse and worse, like they are enemies. I'm laughing at you. See? You cultivated him. Ha ha. You cultivated an enemy, and an excellent enemy at that. Then he came back to torture you. Do you think it's funny? David replied with a sneer. I don't want to quarrel with you in a place like this. Maria's eyes were like a knife. What a useless man. He always blames women for everything that goes wrong, and always asks women to solve all the problems. He is also so stingy. David heard this. Veins instantly popped out on his forehead, and he almost wanted to hit someone because Maria was mocking him for being stingy, meaning that Yi Jindong was dead, but David, was still holding on to this matter. What if it was your father who died? Would you dare to pretend that nothing happened? Damn bitch. He didn't want to make a big noise in such an occasion, so he could only curse in his heart. Brother, that's very well said. At this moment, a laugh was heard from the side of the podium, and it was quite loud, attracting a lot of attention. I saw Lucas, wearing a graduation cap, walking up to the podium from the side. Looking at his expression, it was obvious that he couldn't swallow that humiliation and came here intentionally to cause trouble. Lucas, get out. The principal and the teacher immediately shouted a few times at the podium. In fact, they also knew about the conflict between Lucas and George, but they did not want to interfere in these matters. They just hoped that there would be no unnecessary trouble at the graduation ceremony, so as not to bring negative impact to the school. The most important thing is that in order to build momentum for the school, many more reporters have been invited. But George stopped them with his hand, wanting to see what tricks Lucas was playing. Of course, George was still very surprised that Lucas suddenly came out. After all, in his impression, Lucas liked to hide behind others and use others to deal with himself. This time he actually took the initiative, and it didn't seem like he was acting on impulse, which shows he has grown a lot. Lucas, why did he go up there all of a sudden? I heard that Lucas and George have always had a bad relationship. I feel like there's going to be a story. Whispering sounds began to be heard in the playground. Lucas walked up to the podium, smiled at George, and said, Brother, can you let me say a few words? George looked at him calmly, shook his head, and said, It's okay to say a few words, but you called the wrong person. Lucas still smiled and changed the topic. Then call me classmate, George. Can you let me say a few words? George looked nonchalant and handed the microphone to Lucas. Chapter 301. Know how to take advantage of the situation and deliver a fatal blow. Thanks. Lucas thanked George, then took the microphone and looked at everyone. George said just now, but there are some things I don't agree with. Some people are born in Rome. Some are born to be cattle and horses. Yes, it is cruel, but in fact, the ending has already been determined. If you want to change it, it is just a fairy tale. Look, classmate George said that his childhood was miserable. He developed strength, perseverance, and so on in this environment, and eventually made great achievements. But was his childhood really miserable? He is the son of the Yi family, the former richest family in Yuhai City. He was born in Rome. Of course, in order to show off his success and fool everyone, he would say something nice and weave a beautiful fairy tale to satisfy the fragile hearts of our classmates. I think most of the students believe it, are full of motivation, and are not afraid of unknown social challenges. Unfortunately, reality is cruel. When you enter society in the future, you will find that fairy tales are just fairy tales, and cattle and horses are still cattle and horses. Lucas finished speaking. The playground became lively like boiling water. This Lucas, I really want to beat him to death. The principal, teachers, and others almost fainted from anger. Although what Lucas said does make sense to some extent, it is enough for you to keep it to yourself and never say it out loud in public. Who says such discouraging words at a graduation ceremony? Brother, will you be unhappy when I say these words? Lucas turned and looked at George again, with a cold and complacent light in his eyes. George had a blank expression on his face and didn't say anything. Lucas continued, I just can't bear to see you get to where you are today, thanks to your family. But now you turn your back on us. Not only that, but you deceived your classmates and treated everyone like fools. His words came out of the microphone, and the discussions in the square became even louder. I told you, chicken soup is chicken soup. It's specially made to brainwash Xiao Bai. Think about it. Ma from the Tongue group also started from scratch, but no one told you that his family was well off. And Li, the richest man in Hong Kong, no one told you that his father-in-law was from a very important family, right? So, they were able to succeed because they were born in Rome. Those words that people can conquer nature are just deceiving ordinary people. That's impossible, George. I've always listened to his stories. He's my idol. Didn't you hear Lucas say that he's the son of the former richest man in Yuhai City? Although many people knew that George had severed ties with the Yi family, what about before the severance? Who could guarantee that George would not borrow the Yi family's resources? Lucas, you mean that George's first pot of gold for starting his own business was actually given by his family? Is that what you mean? At this time, someone shouted from under the podium. Lucas sighed in a helpless manner. He made his first fortune by selling clothes, then made a fortune by purchasing demolished houses and land, then started an internet company, invested in shared bicycles, and started Trip. Everything went smoothly without any setbacks. Do you think this is possible? Failure is the mother of success. Before success, you must experience 999 failures. Who will cover you for these failures? He did not directly respond to the questioner's question, but his words have already given people endless room for speculation. At this moment, the seeds of jealousy are also sprouting in people's hearts. It turns out that there are no such things as myths or miracles. Everything is just a matter of family background. I was wondering how he could be so awesome. Turns out he relies on his family. Many people began to question and change their views on George, and many people no longer admired George. George did not explain from beginning to end, just watched this scene with a smile. It must be said that Lucas is indeed much better than before. He actually knows how to take advantage of the situation and deliver a fatal blow like a killer. Again, the reason I say this is because I can't stand it. Lucas was still looking at George with anger and resentment. Since he was little, he has been the most spoiled child by his parents. He eats the best food and wears the best clothes. When he was in junior high school, his pocket money was 50,000 yuan. The birthday cake he got was as high as a 2-story building. His sisters love him very much and spoil him. But after he made his fortune with the Yi family's resources, how did he treat the Yi family? He was afraid that his parents and sister would take his property, so he took the initiative to announce that he had severed ties with his family. Moreover, because of some trivial matters, he held a grudge against his family and continued to suppress the Yi group, causing the group to be on the verge of bankruptcy. Are the kindness of your parents in giving birth to you, raising you, and the love between you and your siblings not worth mentioning in your heart? George, do you dare to answer me directly? Do you dare to call me mom and dad in front of everyone? Lucas questioned George righteously, as if he were a judge. He knew George would definitely not shout, which confirmed what he had just said. Sure enough, George did not call them mom and dad. He would never call Maria and David mom and dad again in his life. It seems that what Lucas said is true. This guy is such an ungrateful person. Filial piety comes first among all virtues. He eats and uses things from home, but turns his back on people after he gets rich. Even if he is the richest man in the world, I will not admire him. Scum. A lot of cursing was heard. Although some people have heard that George severed ties with the Yi family, George never talked about what happened to him in the Yi family, so everyone believed Lucas' words more. Brother, I actually envy you. Everything you have had since childhood is what many people dream of. You have a 2-story birthday cake, and your birthday presents are bicycles and shoes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. But I have never had a birthday since I was a child. I'm the youngest in the family, so I'm also the most bullied. I have to cook for you after school every day, and I never have pocket money. I have to work part-time after school. You succeeded. I'm happy for you, but I can't approve of you being disrespectful to your parents and bullying your sister. Now, I just hope you can turn back, apologize to your parents, and come home. Lucas seized the opportunity again and looked at George pleadingly. These few words of his also establish himself as a vulnerable victim, portraying George as overbearing, strong, and cold-blooded. I didn't expect Lucas had such a miserable childhood. That's right. The youngest child in a family is always the most miserable. He has to wear clothes and pants left by his older brothers, and there are many such things. George is really shameless. He has such a good living environment, but he pretends to be a victim and deceives us that he made his fortune through perseverance and tenacity. Ugh, no, I can't stand it anymore. I have to seek justice for Lucas. There are more and more voices of dissatisfaction. Chapter 302 sees George's weakness and strike hard. Among all the people, only Olivia and a few others knew the truth, and they were all very anxious. Especially Olivia. She wanted to rush to the podium and beat Lucas up. Damn it, Weren't those experiences that Lucas described exactly what George experienced when he was a kid? How dare he say they were his own? Xiao Yun was also watching Olivia's graduation ceremony, and his eyes turned cold when he heard Lucas' words. However, when he saw that George looked indifferent and even interested, he finally did not show up. Brother, my parents are right there. Do you dare to call them mom and dad? Do you dare to speak in front of them? Lucas added another piece of firewood. George's parents are there. Let's go interview him. After being reminded of this, the reporters all ran to Maria and the others. Hello, I am a reporter from Southern Times. May I ask if George is really bad to his family as the rumors say? As George as parents, what do you want to say to him? From childhood to adulthood, have you always been very good to George? A series of questions were thrown at Maria and the others. Maria snorted coldly and said with a cold face, "He is not my son. I don't have such a son." This sentence also shows that the relationship between George and the Yi family is very tense and full of resentment, but also indirectly shows that George has turned his back on the Yi family, confirming his image as an ungrateful person. George, who once defied the powerful and reported corruption, is actually an unfilial son. He is not even filial to his parents. All the charity he does is fake. He is a dishonest businessman. That's right. If he doesn't even know how to behave, how can we expect him to do anything? The angry sounds at the scene were like waves. Lucas didn't expect the effect to be so good. He just came up with the idea on a whim. Of course, he's been chatting with Leong Wea recently and analyzing George's advantages, one of which is the power of online public opinion. Now we can treat them in their own way. Okay, now let's invite the next student to give a speech. Please welcome Olivia. Seeing that the situation was out of control, the principal quickly ran to the podium, snatched the microphone from Lucas' hand, and glared at Lucas. You know, George is the image of the Polytechnic University. What Lucas did is like destroying the Polytechnic University. If there weren't so many people at the scene, he would have beaten Lucas up. After George walked down from the podium, a large number of reporters surrounded him. Mr. George, don't you have anything to say to your parents? Mr. George, Lucas is your brother. What do you think about the unfair treatment he has received since childhood? Do you think you were born Roman? In response to the reporter's follow-up questions, George smiled and said, "There is nothing to say. The truth will eventually come out." After saying that, he looked through the crowd and towards Maria and the others. Maria, Angela, and the others looked very proud and were not afraid at all of what George had just said. After all, they are witnesses, and unless they take the initiative to clarify, no one can wash away the stain on George. George can't wash clean. At this time, Angela was still talking to the reporters, exaggerating how bad George was and how good his family was to him when he was a child. In short, she lied without blinking an eye and spoke against her conscience. She attributed to George how well Lucas was treated at home, and vice versa, she attributed to Lucas how abused George was at home. For a time, Lucas also attracted more sympathy, and some people even suggested donating money to help the Yi group. As time passed, the graduation ceremony officially ended, and George took Olivia and others away. On the way, bodyguards stopped them and prevented reporters from approaching. Look at this, what a big shot. Even a college student has a bodyguard. You must have done a lot of bad things, otherwise why would you need a bodyguard? This situation has also caused dissatisfaction among more people, and the hatred against the rich hidden in their hearts is also burning. Lucas also followed Maria and the others away. After getting in the car, everyone tore off the victim's mask and couldn't help laughing. Xiaosu, you are amazing. You took advantage of George's most glorious moment and pulled him down from the highest platform. He is finished. He will be tarnished. Unfilial, cold-blooded, and heartless. These insults will accompany him for the rest of his life, and everyone will scold him. Angela danced with excitement. And you have also established your image, which is very beneficial to the E group. This is called a tooth for a tooth. My second uncle taught me that. Lucas nodded modestly. Maria said with admiration, Xiaosu, you have really grown up a lot. We have been bullied by George for a long time, and you finally fought back. You made us feel relieved. However, George will definitely not give up. In this regard, we must keep our mouths shut. Later, I will also tell the Leong family to be careful with their words. And David, Angela, Xiaoxiu, you have to keep an eye on him. He's the one who's most likely to be soft-hearted, so he won't let anything slip. Lucas heard this. He smiled and said, Don't worry, Mom. Although Dad is often bewitched by George, he still supports the Yi group. As long as the Yi group can be saved, He will definitely help. That's good. If you don't scold that idiot for a day, he won't wake up. Maria nodded in a good mood and told the Leong family what happened after returning. Everyone in the Leong family immediately went online to check public opinion, only to see that it was not only online, but also in newspapers and local radio stations, where it was being broadcast. For a moment, George was like a stinky rat in a sewer, and some people even scolded him, saying that he should not be too George. Leong E and the others all felt very comfortable watching this, as they finally saw George feeling uncomfortable. Afterwards, everyone praised Lucas. No one thought that at this time, Lucas could still fight back and fight a beautiful battle. Of course, Leong E did not dare to underestimate George, and seriously reminded his family to keep their mouths shut. He also knew that as long as they didn't come forward to clarify, George would have no way to save himself. Without any evidence or proof, he would be completely ruined. This incident will definitely have an impact on Tiancheng Group. It just depends on how big the impact will be. Perhaps the Yi Group will be unblocked because of this, and Lucas has established an image of a victim, which is beneficial to the company. However, George will definitely mobilize the power of his public opinion to save himself. At this time, we must race against time and stir up the storm before he does. By then, it will be difficult for him to suppress the incident. Wei Yi, use the power of your entertainment company to discredit George as much as possible. Let Tiannan lend a helping hand and amplify public opinion. Liang Yi's well-organized arrangements. That we have finally found George's weakness, we must strike hard. At this time, George was driving to Johnson S. University, and Johnson was also attending the graduation ceremony. Brother George, Lucas is so shameless. He actually said that your childhood experience was his own. And Maria and David, they actually admitted it in public. This family is hopeless. They beg for mercy and regret, but they find opportunities to frame you against their conscience. No wonder you never let them go. They are really bad. Olivia was very angry at this time. She watched them slander George and talk nonsense. She was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. Chapter 303. I'm waiting. Liang Yon behind the scenes. It's okay, let them jump. George still didn't care. Lucas has grown up and knows how to use public opinion as a weapon. However, public opinion has always been a double-edged sword. It can hurt me, but it can also kill him. It's just that Maria and the others have shamelessly admitted it. How can we fight back? Olivia said helplessly. People will definitely believe what our parents say, not us. George smiled and said, don't worry, when Lucas was creating public opinion, I'd already thought of a countermeasure, so xia, you don't have to worry too much. Soon, the car stopped at Johnson S. University. After entering, I saw that the atmosphere inside was the same as that of the Polytechnic University. The graduating students raised the national flag and played the national anthem, followed by speeches from school leaders, student representatives, and so on. And Johnson is also one of the student representatives. However, Johnson has followed George and has seen many big scenes, so he was very calm at this time. George and Olivia also met a few acquaintances, namely Shi Xiaoqi and Shi Mingqi. They have now opened their hearts to Johnson, clarified their relationship, and become a family. After Johnson finished his speech at the podium, he trotted over to George and said with a smile, George, you are here too. Yes, I will definitely attend your graduation ceremony. George looked at Johnson with satisfaction. When we were young, we all had our own dreams, but none of these dreams were to graduate from college because they were too far away from us at the time. Unexpectedly, we all graduated from college in the end, and our life journey came to an end. We began to enter society and start a new life. Yes, the future is full of changes and hope. Johnson thought about his childhood. He felt like he was dreaming because he never expected that he would become a successful person in this life. Dad, congratulations on your graduation. At this time, Shi Mingqi also gave Johnson a small gift she made herself, a small lantern made of orange. Thank you, Mingqi. Johnson happily picked up Shi Mingqi and then held Shi Xiaoqi's hand. George looked at the happy family and said with a smile, Come, let me take a photo of you. After saying that, take a photo with your phone. Johnson and Shi Xiaoqi's faces turned red, but they didn't refuse and leaned together to take the photo. And Olivia even suggested that Johnson kiss Shi Xiaoqi on the face and then take the picture. Johnson was clumsy. He still did it. The whole family is laughing and very happy. On the other side of the playground, a pair of cold eyes were staring at Johnson, filled with anger, madness, and murderous intent. I won't let you have it easy. I definitely won't. Destroy both you and your adulterers. This person left the campus quietly. Johnson's graduation ceremony. Many classmates gathered around him and greeted him enthusiastically, expressing their hope to work in Tianchun Group after graduation. During his time on campus, Johnson noticed a lot of talented people and naturally extended an olive branch to them. Wow, that's George. He was just on the news and caused a big sensation. Yes, I heard that he bullied his parents who raised him and beat his mother several times. The Yi family has revealed that George's current success is all thanks to the help of the Yi family. We met George. Many classmates were whispering. Johnson heard this. He gasped and felt something was wrong. He was afraid that George would be unhappy. So he quickly found an excuse and took George and the others away. After getting in the car, Johnson quickly went online to read the news and was also shocked. George, there are a lot of news about you on the internet, saying that you beat and scolded your parents, bullied your younger brother, and framed your sister to go to jail. And Maria was beaten by you. Maria even came out for an interview and admitted it all. They said that you were able to get to your current position thanks to the help of the Yi family, but you turned against them in the end. Johnson said to George excitedly, his face flushed with anger. He was about to lose his temper. He has been following George and starting his business until now. George's success has nothing to do with the Yi family. On the contrary, the Yi family often puts obstacles in his way. George touched his chin and said with a smile, "It spread all over the internet so quickly, that's good. They're starting to learn how to magnify negative news. It's getting bigger and bigger." George, you're still laughing. This will be bad for you. Johnson is so anxious. It's okay. The truth will eventually come out. Let's go. We graduate today. Let's have a good meal. George asked the driver to book a high-end restaurant and then called Lin Dong and his wife, Yi Liju, and others to come for dinner. The whole restaurant was booked. It was extremely lively. Even Xiaoling Yun came. After dinner, everyone chatted in groups of 3 or 4. George also received a few calls, including one from Teacher Hu and others. Apparently, public opinion continued to ferment like a snowball, and even Mr. Hu, who was attending a meeting in Beijing, got wind of it. Teacher Hu reminded George that if this scandal is not stopped, it will bring irreversible consequences. George thanked Teacher Hu for his concern and said he would solve the problem. Then both parties hung up the phone. Brother-in-law, things are not going well for you. Canduaduo's stock has plummeted. Xiaoling Yun came over holding a wine glass and said pointedly, "The headlines of various websites have been bought by someone, and they are all targeting you. The Leong family is launching a media attack." George leaned back in his chair and said calmly, They can't beat me in a business clash, and they still lost in a power clash. Now they use this method. Yes, public opinion attacks can ruin a person's reputation and leave him with nothing. You can still laugh, and you still don't want to find a way to suppress public opinion. I remember your group is very good at this. Xiaoling Yun stared. In fact, he looked worried, but he was still very relaxed inside, because he knew that his brother-in-law was not an ordinary person, and now he could have a meal with him calmly. He must have a plan to deal with it. Tianchun Group's business is not limited to Canduaduo, and my group is not listed. The sharp drop in Canduaduo's stock price has little impact on Tianchun Group. George said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I've experienced cyberbullying before, and I have the experience to deal with it." Xiaoling Yun's eyes lit up. "You mean the last time Tianchun Group was banned by Jiang Hongqi, you were planning to make a big reversal now, right? But I'm curious, your parents have come out to prove it. How can you still reverse it? Or are you preparing for another big move? Trying to lure out bigger fish?" Besides Liang Quan, the only one left in the Liang family is Liang Yi. Liang Yi's current ability is equal to yours. He can't do anything to you. Oh, there's another one. It's Liang Yong. Xiaoling Yun finished his speech, staring at George. "You are preparing for Liang Yong's attack." George chuckled and said, "Otherwise, why would I wait for them to make their move instead of making my move first? Because I was waiting for Liang Yong behind the scenes. This person is the most difficult to deal with, much more powerful than Liang Yi and Liang Quan." In his previous life, George had come into contact with Liang Yong. Liang Yong was a man of few words and seemed calm and pragmatic. In fact, he was a big boss hiding behind the scenes with strong ability and IQ. Moreover, Liang Yong dotes on Maria, even more than Liang Yi. He will definitely protect Maria at all costs. Therefore, if you want to deal with Maria, you must face Liang Yong. Moreover, in the previous life, Maria and Liang Yong seemed to be hiding a secret that only the two of them knew. Chapter 304. Cannibalize business and seize market share. That's right. Liang Yong seemed to be secretly trying to find out something during this period. He asked my parents to meet and talk about the situation in the South and the developments in the capital, etc. Xiaoling Yun added, "Of course, he also talked about you. I think he wanted to find out the relationship between the Xia family and you. So I guess he is checking your background now." George looked at Xiaoling Yun in surprise. "What did your parents say?" Xiaoling Yun looked around and whispered, "Of course I didn't say anything. You are our family. We will definitely help you. At least for now, my parents don't want to disclose your identity. They want to see what Liang Yong will do first." George was a little touched after hearing this. Although he and Olivia would get married sooner or later, he hadn't even met Olivia as parents yet. Looking at the Xia family, they have completely accepted him, treated him as a family member, and supported him George behind the scenes. Of course, with the Xia family as his backing, George is indeed more confident. In addition, the Jiangnan Jiang family is also one of his trump cards. And when Liang Yong was investigating him, he was actually also investigating Liang Yong, trying to find out Liang Yong's background. George is not so repulsive to Xiaoling Yun now. They are all in the same boat. He reminded, "Apart from Liang Yong, we have to be on guard against the Jiang family. Jiang Tiannan will also take the opportunity to cause trouble for me. Do you need my help?" Xiaoling Yun sneered when he thought of Jiang Tiannan. This guy thinks he hasn't been beaten enough. That's not necessary. I'll play with him for a while first and wait for Liang Yong to come out from behind the scenes. George smiled and shook his head and thought of something else. Xiaoling Yun, if Liang Yi falls, do you think Liang Yong will come back? What? Xiaoling Yun was so shocked that he almost couldn't hold the wine glass. Liang Yi, the second in command of the Liang family, is a powerful figure in the South. His status is equal to that of Teacher Hu. Moreover, if he had not had a scandal that led to the end of his career, Liang Yi's status would definitely be higher than that of Teacher Hu. George actually wanted to pull him down. Even the Xia family can't do such a thing. Remember the explosion during the groundbreaking ceremony for the Asian Games project? George knew that Xiaoling Yun was very surprised and explained, "Later, I compromised with Liang Yi and gave up part of the project share. I remember that I was very confused at the time. With your personality, it's impossible for you to bow down to the Liang family." Xiaoling Yun recalled and suddenly thought of something. "You mean the explosion at the groundbreaking ceremony is related to Liang Yi? How is this possible? Liang Yi is not a novice. How can he be so stupid as to show up in person for such a thing?" George nodded. "Yes, I was also very curious at the time, and then I took the opportunity to check when I bowed my head to Liang Yi and found that it was indeed related to him. At present, I have found some clues. Once exposed, it will definitely cause Liang Yi a lot of trouble." Xiaoling Yun was so scared that he got goosebumps. For a big project like the Asian Games, there were countless eyes watching from above. Once it was revealed that Liang Yi was violently fighting for the project, even Liang Yong would not be able to protect him. Of course, Xiaoling Yun was still curious about why Liang Yi did this. With Liang Yi's experience and official career, he should not make such a mistake. George guessed what he was thinking. "I guess, after my grandfather's inheritance was announced, he failed and was under great pressure from the Liang family, so he lost his mind and acted. Of course, this situation is very rare. After he calmed down, he would never dare to do it a second time. Unfortunately, I caught him in the sore spot after just one time." Xiaoling Yun gasped. "What are you going to do?" Once his affairs are exposed, the situation in the provincial capital will change drastically, and the Liang family may be broken into pieces. George has also considered this aspect, so let's wait and see the situation for now. At this time, the Liang family, except for Liang Haoran, who had a gloomy face and no one knew what he was thinking, everyone else was very happy. Some relatives who had once wavered in their support for George now stood on Maria's side, which led to Maria finally getting over her worries. No one complained to her, and she was happier than anyone else. She now understood that if she wanted to live a good life, George had to be unlucky, or even better, dead. Is becoming increasingly unfavorable to George. The strange thing is that Tianqin Group has no reaction at all. This is not like George's character. He just had a phone call with Liang Yong, and Liang Yong also knew about George's scandal, but Liang Yong was very cautious and reminded Liang Yi to be more careful. Because the calmer George is, the more likely things are change. Liang Yi had been bullied by George several times, especially in the Jiang Hongqi incident, where George was also cyberbullied, but eventually he turned defeat into victory. Naturally, he did not dare to underestimate his nephew. After he hung up the phone with Liang Yong, he asked Liang Saijie to swallow up as much of Tianqin Group's business as possible. Currently, Tianqin Group's 100 billion project has been affected because of George. The higher-ups are holding a meeting and seem to be considering depriving Tianqin Group of its business. If they succeed in the end, these businesses will be shared by them, and even the Yi Group will have a chance to be unblocked. At the same time, tell Jiang Tianan to seize the market in the provincial capital's real estate business as soon as possible. Liang Yi's idea was to keep an eye on George while taking advantage of his illness to kill him. At worst, we can force George to take action and see clearly what George's final intention is. Lucas said at this time, "Uncle, some time ago, George successfully acquired a piece of land on Linjiang Avenue in Tianhe district of the provincial capital under the banner of a 100 billion project. At that time, he bought the land for more than 10 billion yuan, creating the price of the first land king in the provincial capital. George should want to build the most expensive real estate in the provincial capital. I heard that he will go to acquire land again tomorrow." Ella said that Tiannan intends to snipe George and bid with all his strength. When Liang Yi heard this, he looked at Liang Saijie and asked, "Saijie, what do you think?" Liang Saijie pondered for a moment and said, "I have checked George South real estate. His current layout is luxury villas, and he is targeting the highest end market. I have also talked with Tiannan. He said that after the Asian Games, the provincial capital will become an international metropolis, and countless people will flock to the provincial capital for development. So he wants to build a property that focuses on light luxury, high-end, ordinary, and improved housing, which means replacing quality with quantity. I have analyzed the population growth and economy of the provincial capital and found that Tiannan has indeed done his homework, and everything he said is right. People who come to the provincial capital to develop their careers will like the city after working there for a long time and will want to stay to develop and buy a house. There are many middle-class people like this, and the market is huge. Tiannan's approach of replacing quality with quantity is indeed good. So the Liang family plans to allocate some funds to invest in Tiannan's real estate layout. Liang Yi knew that Liang Saijie was in charge of the Liang family's business. She had analyzed it, and there must be no problem. He smiled and said, "George S. Can Duo is based on affordable prices. Quantity replaces quality. I didn't expect that he would do the opposite in the real estate route. He priced the house so high that it would be finished if he couldn't sell it. George S. high in line and our small profits, but quick turnover. I am more optimistic about small profits, but quick turnover." Lucas and Wea follow up on the real estate matter. Angela found out that she was not qualified to participate. She felt very unhappy. After the family meeting, everyone left in a good mood. Chapter 305. A fierce bidding war between dragons and tigers. Jiang Tiannan makes a strong move. "Brother, I need to talk to you about something." Just when Liang Yi was about to return to his room, Maria suddenly grabbed him. Liang Yi was stunned for a moment, and then the two of them went into the room together. Liang Yi made a cup of tea for Maria and said with a smile, "Maria, what's the matter?" Both of them looked rosy-cheeked, as if they were in high spirits on good fortune. That's right, they have been suppressed by George S. matter, and now it's finally their turn to step forward. "Didn't you ask me to set up a secret investigation team last time? Lucas and I did it, spent a lot of money, and found out some things about George." Maria happily took out a USB drive and said, "This is George S. illegal evidence. There are violations of the additive production rules of yes seasonings, factory production violations, etc. There are also safety hazards in the building, the catering group, the clothing industry, etc. There are also problems with the mobile phones he produced." Liang Yi looked at the USB drive and frowned slightly. These are all small matters. They only cause minor troubles to George. His legal department and public relations department can handle them. Besides, this will only alert the enemy. Maria smiled and said, "I know, but one of the violations is the most serious. It's from some data stored abroad by Duo. Inadvertently, Duo leaked the data of domestic customers abroad. This is no small matter." Liang Yi thought about it. His eyes narrowed. George has indeed done a lot abroad. If the domestic customer information is leaked out, he can be charged with espionage. This is a big deal. If he spreads the information of domestic customers abroad, he will be sentenced to decades in prison. If he does something else, he may even be sentenced to death. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Maria was very excited. These data are all from Conduitwa's customers. The number is astonishing. Among them are corporate executives, technology technicians, etc. They have all been exposed abroad and will definitely be used by others. Who else knows about this? Liang Yi's hands were shaking as he held the cigarette. Lucas, Angela, and David. Actually, it was David who reminded Lucas about the hacking of the data loophole. George for espionage and information security violations. Liang Yi paced back and forth in the room. Given George's current status, the domestic violations are just minor, but the crime of espionage is no small matter. Coupled with his current negative news, it is enough to crush him. I called my eldest brother right away and told him to hurry up and make it a quick decision, so that George wouldn't find out. Hurry up. Maria heard this. She showed a sinister smile. She finally found the opportunity. George, you're not going to die this time. Early in the morning, Land Transaction Center. A large number of luxury cars are parked at the gate. All of them are here to bid for the land. George's car also stopped. Uncle Chen opened the door for George, and George and Olivia got out of the car together. For today's land auction, Tianjin Group originally had a client bidding, but there was a piece of land that was very important. So George came in person. He is currently lacking this piece of land to complete his real estate layout in the provincial capital. Relying on his memories from his previous life, he planned to acquire all the most expensive properties in the provincial capital. He has already obtained 5 of the most expensive plots of land, and the next one is the 6th. Of course, George doesn't plan to monopolize all the most expensive properties. He will share some with others, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble. Because of this, George could have cleared himself of the cyber violence a few days ago, but it was delayed. Of course, he doesn't really care about these stains. And he knew that Olivia and Johnson were already making an effort to whitewash George on the internet. Not only did it not receive much response, but it also attracted more criticism, because the Liang family had already made some arrangements and warned netizens on major websites to be careful about the chairman of Tianjin Group hiring internet trolls to whitewash their posts. So everyone knows that Olivia and the others' clarification was just an attempt by the internet trolls to whitewash the issue. Unless George can come up with real evidence, there is no way he can clear himself of the charges. Bossy, when the bosses and clients who came to bid saw George, they all greeted him politely. Even though George is in trouble now, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, so they still don't dare to offend him face to face. George nodded slightly. He could sense their strange looks, but he didn't care. He entered the trading center and waited for the auction to begin. 10 minutes later, several more groups of people came in one after another. Among them were Jiang Tianan, Lucas, and Leong Wea. The 3 of them looked like rich young men, full of style. Everyone who saw them stood up and greeted them. Jiang Tianan and others looked towards George and sneered, especially Lucas, who no longer had the fear he had before and looked at George as if he was a dead man. George looked at the 3 people in surprise. He didn't expect Jiang Tianan and his companions to come in person. Generally speaking, this kind of auction is pushed to the client, unless they are coming from me. After the official auction, when the price of the 3rd plot of land appeared, George also let Olivia raise her hand. His goal today is exactly this piece of land, Lieta Avenue. In the previous life, this piece of land was developed into Pearl River Villa, which is the 2nd most expensive real estate in the provincial capital. Moreover, the location is indeed good, located in the core hinterland of the new city. George had studied urban planning with teacher who knew how much this land would appreciate in value in the future. Apocalypse Real Estate Group, 6 billion. Everyone looked towards George. But this time, Leong Wea also raised a sign. He not only represented the Liang family's brilliant group, but also Jiang Tiannan's Dajiang Industry. Dajiang Industry, 7 billion. It's like an auction. The highest bidder wins. George glanced at Leong Wea coldly and continued to let Olivia hold the sign. Round 2, Apocalypse Real Estate, 8 billion. Dajiang Industry, 9 billion. Leong Wea followed closely. At this point, everyone could see that Leong Wea was determined to continue fighting with George. George is a wealthy man in the provincial capital, but the real estate business jointly developed by the Liang family and the Jiang family should not be underestimated. It is a fight between 2 dragons and tigers, and no one knows who will win in the end. Apocalypse Real Estate, 10 billion. Olivia raised the sign again. The whole hall was in an uproar. Currently, the highest bid for land in the provincial capital is over 10 billion yuan, and the land on Lieta Avenue is almost catching up. Everyone was surprised and curious at the same time. What should be developed on the land that was bought for 10 billion yuan? Otherwise, it would be a huge loss. Don't even think about getting a piece of land. Wei Yi, kill him. Jiang Tiannan was extremely strong and continued to let Leong Wea bid. Dajiang Industry, 11 billion. The whole audience finally burst into an uproar. Chapter 306. I'll give you a word of advice. Those who do evil will eventually perish. Olivia's pretty face was icy, and she wanted to continue holding up the sign. After all, she had more money than anyone else, so she was not afraid of anyone. Moreover, my brother has assets overseas, and with the Xia family as his backing, what's the problem with him taking on the two powerful families alone? Let's fight. However, when Olivia was about to raise the sign, George stopped her with a cold face and shook his head at her. When doing business, don't be vindictive. If they want it, just give it to them. But Olivia knew that among all the lands in the provincial capital, George had his eyes on the land on Lieta Avenue, which meant that it would definitely appreciate greatly in value in the future, and it would be a loss if she gave it to them. Let them keep it for now. They have to return it. George looked at Leong Wea with cold eyes. When Jiang Tiannan and Leong Wea saw that George stopped bidding, they immediately raised their middle fingers towards him, looking arrogant and complacent. Lucas was also deliberately provoking George. Instead of raising his middle finger, he raised his little finger, mocking George for being the youngest. It was a rare opportunity for them to suppress George, so they were all very excited. Moreover, Lucas deliberately turned on the video and broadcast it live for Maria and the others to watch. There is no doubt that Maria and the others looked at George's face, which looked constipated, and they all laughed happily. George, we are such losers. Olivia saw the looks on Jiang Tiannan and the others' faces. She couldn't swallow the anger in her heart. George was actually very angry, but he was able to remain calm after all, knowing that if he continued to fight, even if he got Lieta Avenue, he would lose money in the end. When doing business, you cannot fight over personal feelings. If you can't swallow that, then continue bidding. George smiled and comforted. But you only have your eyes on the piece of land on Lieta Avenue. The other plots of land are not bad, but they don't make much money. Olivia frowned. George whispered, bidding doesn't mean we will buy it. We can disrupt the market and bid at random. In the end, they're the ones who pay the bill anyway. Olivia heard this. She understood what he meant, and she directly bid for the fourth piece of land. Although she didn't want to, she knew that Dajiang Industry would definitely intercept them and cause trouble for them. Sure enough, Jiang Tiannan bid again. Olivia deliberately fought with him to drive up the price of the land. Olivia's intention at first. His goal was to make George return empty-handed. In addition, both the Liang family and the Jiang family had invested money in real estate, and the bank's loans were also very loose, so he now had sufficient funds. So, land number 4 was bought at a price 1 billion higher than expected. When it came time to bid for the 5th piece of land, Olivia didn't say anything, but Leong Wea had already set his eyes on this piece of land and started bidding. At this time, Olivia raised the sign again and offered a price of 500 million. Jiang Tiannan's face looked a little ugly. Naturally, he couldn't let George get his wish, so he had to increase the price by another 500 million. In the subsequent land bidding, Olivia intervened many times, causing Jiang Tiannan to spend a total of 5 billion more on the bidding. Moreover, he and Leong Wea also saw George's intention. He had no intention of bidding at all, but just wanted to disrupt the market and make them spend more money. This bastard has raised the market price by at least 5 billion. Leong Wea was shaking with heartache. Jiang Tiannan looked unhappy and consoled him. Don't stare at this little money in front of you. I've already estimated that this will only be a small amount when real estate makes big money in the future. Anyway, George returned empty-handed today, so we have achieved our goal. Leong Wea felt a little better, squinting his eyes and sneering. Not only today, but also in the next land auction, we will keep a close eye on him and not let him get a single piece of land. The real estate pie in this provincial capital will belong to our two families. George triumphantly and left chatting and laughing. George and Olivia also left the trading center. They were extremely surprised to return empty-handed, and of course they were very unhappy. When they arrived at the gate of the land transaction center, George was about to get in the car, but he saw a familiar figure walking towards him. It was David. David seemed to have been waiting under a tree for a long time. There were several cigarette butts on the ground. He looked much thinner and more haggard. He had a physical examination recently, and his blood lipids were high. Some old age diseases also gradually emerged. But when he saw George looking at him, he looked very happy. His face was beaming. George, the shot failed. He walked over with a cigarette in his hand, and his voice sounded a bit gloating. Of course, he also somersaulted like an old father mocking his rebellious son. Although he had quarreled with Maria and hated her, he also had a lot of opinions about George. The main issue is that George didn't help Ella when she was dying. I'll give you a word of advice. If you do too much evil, you will eventually perish. Coming in front of George, David said with a sneer. George had just lost the bid, and when he saw David, he looked disgusted and said coldly, "Doing too much evil? Who is it that defamed me in front of the media and slandered me, saying that when I was a child, I had a 2-story cake for my birthday, and I had 50,000 yuan in pocket money a month, and my parents spoiled me, and my sister loved me? Ha! Who is lying with open eyes? Do you dare to say that those who do too much evil will eventually perish?" David was choked by George's words. He couldn't smoke smoothly and kept coughing. Lucas said in front of the media, "But I did it for the Yi group and my family. If you don't deal with them, I will never deal with you." David, you speak better than you sing. George looked at David sarcastically. The person who killed your father is your wife. Why don't you deal with her? You don't dare to pretend to be righteous. Let me tell you, in my heart, the Yi group has long been dead in name only. It's better for such a parasite enterprise to go bankrupt and rot than to leave it to the Leong family. You dare. David was furious. You are so arrogant even when your death is imminent. I tell you, you will go to jail, and your business empire will be completely eaten up. You may seem prosperous now, but in fact, there are countless people who want to swallow up your property behind your back. Also, your reputation is already tarnished. There's no way to wash it off, and I will not show mercy to you anymore. I will never help you, absolutely not. At the end of his speech, he was extremely emotional and had the urge to beat up his son. Of course, he also had the feeling of being proud and exercising his father's authority. He dared to scold George today because he was actually very confident, because not only was George's reputation ruined, he also knew that Liang Yong was also processing the formalities, and once the documents came down, George would definitely be arrested. At that time, no one can save George, including Teacher, who himself. In front of the state apparatus, a wealthy tycoon can never cover the sky with one hand. No matter how rich he is, he will fall. The reason why he hated Maria, but didn't dare to quarrel with the Liang family, was because he was worried about Liang Yong, the boss behind the Liang family. This is a huge figure from the capital. He can't afford to offend anyone. According to Lucas, this big guy is very dissatisfied with George now. Chapter 307. Just wait. It won't be long. Are you so proud of such a small matter? George, have faced such a situation before. Jiang Hongqi also ruined my reputation, but in the end, he was ruined by me. George saw David was emotional. He wanted to laugh. This time is different. Without your parents' approval, you can't clear yourself. David said fiercely. George shook his head and sneered. Not wanting to talk anymore. I just don't have time to deal with it for now, but I didn't take pictures today, so I'm in a bad mood. Let's go back and take a look. The situation is about to change, and you're all going to be in trouble. Also, you said everything is for the Yi group? Stop dreaming. Everything that everyone in the Yi family has done is for Maria and Lucas. They are the core. Apart from them, everyone else can be sacrificed, including your father Yi Zhendong, your daughters, and, of course, you. Haha, maybe in the future, you will suddenly find out that Lucas may not be your son. That would be fun. Haha, the one you protect and pamper with everything turns out to be someone else's child in the end. After saying that, he glanced at the bodyguard, who immediately opened the door, and George got into the car in style. George, you're talking nonsense. I won't be fooled. You will definitely go to jail. When the time comes, don't blame Dad for not visiting you. Dad will sacrifice his own family for the sake of justice. Dad wants to see you, a rebellious son, repent your whole life in prison. Don't leave, don't leave. We haven't finished talking yet. David was irritated by George's words. He rushed over and kept banging on the car window, but in the end he could only watch the car drive away. With red eyes and heavy breathing, he looked at the direction where the car was leaving. He will get his comeuppance. It will definitely happen. When he disregards his family affection, God will take him away. Just wait, it won't be long. At this moment, JD.com. Ella was traveling with Jiang Tiannan's mother Luo Jia. They bought a lot of things and seemed to be in a good mood. Of course, Ella was only happy on the surface. She was still in a bad mood deep down. It wasn't until Jiang Tianin called her and told her about George being cyberbullied that her mood finally improved. She quickly took out her phone to check, and sure enough, she saw overwhelming public opinion about George. Seeing these posts and comments, Ella not only felt better, but also became very interested. She read them word by word, just like appreciating the most beautiful poetry. It feels so comfortable, and the curse is so appropriate. Words like worse than pigs and dogs, beast, rebellious son, unfilial son really touched Ella's heart. This was the first time she had been so happy since Fong Yiming's death. George cyberbullied me back then. Now let him have a taste of what it's like to be cyberbullied. And he's even worse off than me. There's no way he can wash himself clean. Just wait to fall into the abyss. Ella hummed happily in her heart. And Jiang Tianin also talked about the fight with George for the land. George returned empty-handed. The future of real estate in the provincial capital belongs to them. We have started the counterattack. Tianin and the Liang family. Of course, Xiaoxiu is also making efforts. George is finished. When he falls, I want him to kneel in front of Fong Yiming's grave. And then I will kill him with my own hands. Ella whispered to herself, her eyes full of resentment. Unable to contain her excitement, she let Luo Jie and the others go shopping first while she found a Japanese-style internet cafe and sat down in a private room. After opening domestic websites and forums and thinking for a while, she started to name herself Xiaoying and began to post. Moral decline, loss of humanity, the downfall of George, chairman of Tianjin Group. She tapped on the keyboard, typing out her thoughts and feelings, the things she encountered, and so on. She has good literary talent, so her words are sharp and merciless in her criticism of George, and her writing is very extreme. It immediately attracted a great response after it was published. The main thing is that she knows more inside information, so netizens are naturally very interested. Wow, George really framed his sister. He banned Ella because she said a few words about him. After checking, it was found that Ella was indeed banned. She held a concert some time ago, singing and dancing, but no one watched it. It's really sad. And Yuki, George got drunk in the bar, and Yuki went to pick him up. George rushed to drive and killed someone. In the end, George let Yuki take the blame. He robbed his parents and forced his brother to go to jail. He is so moody and has no bottom line. There were a lot of curses left under the post, and the number of clicks on the post skyrocketed, and it was even reposted. After tomorrow, maybe the number of hits on this post will reach 1 million. Hee George, this is my gift to you. Ella looked at it a few more times as if she was looking at her most proud masterpiece, and only then did she reluctantly pick up her bag and leave. After walking out of the internet cafe, she found that Luo Jie and the others were gone. She was left alone on the street in Jingdong and couldn't find any acquaintances for a while. Oh, Mom, why are you walking so fast? Ella hurried to look for him, but due to the language barrier, it caused some trouble. Hello, are you from China? At this time, a beautiful woman in her 50s saw Ella looking for someone and immediately asked in Chinese. Yes, you are from China too? Ella saw that the beautiful woman had a good temperament and was dressed elegantly, so she should not be a bad person. Yes, I've been abroad for many years. Tell me, who are you looking for? I will ask for you. The beautiful woman was very enthusiastic, but she was afraid that Ella would not believe her, so she introduced herself. My name is Xiao Yuyu. You can just call me Aunt Xiao. Actually, I have a property here, and I come back twice a year. I haven't seen people from China for a long time, and I miss them a little. Seeing you is like seeing relatives from my hometown. Hello, my name is Ella. The person I'm looking for is about the same height as Annie, wearing a white down jacket and accompanied by 2 tall and strong bodyguards. Ella said immediately, Okay, I'll ask for you. The beautiful woman took Ella to ask passersby. After hearing the beautiful woman's description, a passerby seemed to have some impression of Luo Jie and the others and pointed in a direction ahead. The beautiful woman immediately took Ella to find it, and the two chatted on the way. Your name is Ella? Your last name is Yi? I once had an acquaintance in China whose last name was also Yi, huh? The beautiful woman said casually, but with a nostalgic look on her face. I haven't been home for more than 20 years. As she was talking, she happened to see Luo Jie and a few others who were also looking for Ella. Ella immediately ran over happily, chatted with Luo Jie for a few words, then came back to thank the beautiful woman and invited her to dinner. No, I just happen to be busy. See you again sometime next time. The beautiful woman refused with a smile and waved goodbye to Ella. Ella was still grateful for the other party's enthusiastic help. After thanking him repeatedly, she followed Luo Jiaowei. My last name is Yi. The world is so big. I can actually meet someone with the last name Yi. After the beautiful woman walked forward alone, she said to herself, his last name was also Yi. I wonder how he is doing now. If George were here at this moment, he would surely discover that this beautiful woman is the Xiao Yi wearer he has been looking for. Chapter 3. Oh wait now, let's start this storm. George had just returned to Tianjin Group when many department leaders came to him. Boss Yi, the criticism of you is getting louder and louder. We need to think of a solution. Boss Yi is such a good person, we don't believe what people say. Someone must be deliberately trying to stir up trouble. That's right. Mr. Yi treats his employees the best among all the companies. He is also the most serious about charity. He does it sincerely and not for personal gain. These leaders and employees felt sorry for George and were also worried about him, especially some employees who have followed George for a long time. They all know George's temperament well. Although he seems dignified and majestic on the surface, he is actually kind and easy to talk to. George smiled and reassured the employee, saying he would take care of it. After returning to the office, Johnson, Wang Wei, and others also walked in. George, because of the online violence, our Tianjin Entertainment's movies, TV series, etc. have been affected, and many people refuse to consume our works. Food, clothing, and yes, seasonings have also been affected to a certain extent. Not to mention cutting more. Only projects worth hundreds of billions of yuan and real estate have not been affected. George, if this rumor is not stopped, it will be very disadvantageous to us if it continues. Johnson and others were also very worried. Although this incident was not as serious as Jiang Hongqi's, it was George's personal reputation that was tarnished. George looked at the anxious crowd and nodded slightly. He was also in a very bad mood. The only piece of land left in the real estate layout was taken away by Jiang Tianan and his gang, and David came here to get angry, and there were scandals on the internet. Just when George wanted to end the cyberbullying, good news finally came. Chidan called. During the explosion at the last memorial ceremony, George deliberately bowed to Liang Yi and secretly asked Chidan to track down the murderer. Now, he has finally found the person and found out his origins. George was very satisfied. After giving Chidan some instructions, he asked Wang Wei to deal with the online public opinion. And not only does he want to clear his name, he also wants to take action against Lucas and David. During this period, George seemed to be keeping his troops inactive, but he had been secretly monitoring the Yi family. Because of the crisis of the Yi group, Lucas and David would definitely take risks and do something adventurous. This resulted in George finding the weak spot. He originally wanted to wait for the right time to expose it, but he didn't expect Lucas to be so ignorant of the consequences and take action against him first. Now start this storm. Release a few news items a day and throw them all out within 3 days. I want them to experience the feeling of falling into hell again and again. George instructed Wang Wei. Okay. Wang Wei took Huang Xiaobing away happily. Johnson and Olivia looked at George in surprise. They didn't expect George to be prepared. But how can George clarify himself? After all, no one will believe it unless Maria and others come out to clarify. Moreover, netizens feel that any clarification posts are from the internet trolls hired by Tianjin Group. Early the next morning, there were still a lot of curses on the official website of Tianjin Group. At this time, the website began to release many videos. These videos are the conversations between Maria, David, Lucas, and others after George took away his grandfather's relics from the Yi family, including when George was targeted by Wu Yuanliang and almost killed in a bomb, and the various expressions on the faces of the Yi family members after they learned the bad news. There's so many videos. By Lin Jiao, George's spy planted in the Yi family. Lin Jiao would secretly take photos of every family meeting of the Yi family and then send them to George. George has been keeping these videos for future use, and now he is posting them all at once, even noting the time. Wow, what's going on? Is this what a parent would say? Don't George's sisters and brothers love him very much? They're all talking about dealing with him. Oh my God. George was almost killed in a bombing in the provincial capital, and his mother and sisters were sad for 3 minutes before they started dividing the inheritance. What a reversal! At one time, the number of views on the official website reached tens of millions, and the video was allowed to be reprinted and downloaded. Big reversal. George's injustice was vindicated. There's a video that proves that the Yi family members were lying, They're the ones who have lost all conscience. Immoral parents who don't even let their children sit down to eat and ask them to cook for the family. What do you mean by 50,000 yuan of pocket money a month? George didn't have a penny of pocket money in the Yi family. His mother admitted it herself. The direction of major websites, headlines, and short videos has changed dramatically. At first, people didn't believe it and thought that Tianjin Group had mobilized its navy. However, after watching the video, people were speechless. Because the people speaking in the video were Maria and the others, as if they had admitted it themselves. This Lucas is so shameless that he actually claimed George's childhood experiences as his own. Damn it, it's him who has a 2-story high birthday cake. These videos prove that George has never celebrated his birthday since he was a child. The anger of netizens was like boiling water. They felt that they were deceived and began to cyberbully Lucas and the Yi family. The Yi group had just been unblocked due to George's cyberbullying incident, but now it has fallen to the bottom, and the situation is even more difficult than when it was banned before. At this time, both the Yi family and the Leong family saw a big reversal in public opinion. David, Maria, Leong, Yi, and others were all shocked. Then they went to watch the video online and even visited the official website of Tianjin Group. What I ended up seeing was a video of their family chatting in the living room. There are more than one of these videos, and they were shot very realistically, showing all of their faces and cold words. Watching these videos, Maria and others got goosebumps. How come there are these videos? There must be a traitor. David was the first to notice something. Originally, according to his guess, as long as he and Maria didn't come out to clarify, George would never be able to clear himself and would have to bear the infamy for the rest of his life. Who would have known that George actually prepared a video? And it wasn't a recent one, but a very long one. The main person who filmed these videos was obviously from the Yi family. Whether it's Aunt Wong or Uncle Fu or whoever, everyone get out here. Maria looked angry and humiliated and checked the servants of the Yi family one by one. In fact, as early as when they were dealing with George, they had already warned Wang Ma and others that anyone who dared to speak nonsense would be careful to spend the next life in the hospital. So Wang Ma and others didn't dare to say anything, and they didn't even dare to speak when they met reporters. "Ma'am, it wasn't us, we didn't say anything." Wang Ma and others knelt on the ground, trembling, and dared not raise their heads. "If not you, then who is it?" Maria was furious. She grabbed the ruler she had used to punish George and looked like she was going to kill someone. George, who had already become smelly, could still turn things around. Not only did he turn over, he also stepped on them hard. How is this possible? How is this possible? Chapter 309. After he escapes, he will take revenge crazily. David also had a very unhappy expression on his face, gritting his teeth, and suddenly realized something. Where is Lin Jiao? Where is Lin Jiao? Why isn't he here? Dad, a week ago, Lin Jiao said his uncle was seriously ill, and he went to visit him in the ugly country. Angela said anxiously. David thought about it carefully and finally figured out who the traitor was. A week ago, when George was being bullied online, Lin Jiao was planning to run away. It must be Lin Jiao. Maria, Angela, and the others all changed their expressions. After thinking carefully, it was possible that Lin Jiao had not left earlier or later, but at this moment, it was possible that he was the one. When did Lin Jiao come to our house? David suddenly thought of a question and asked seriously. Angela thought for a moment and said, I remember that after George left home, he came back once and took away grandfather's belongings. Since then, Lin Jiao has come to work at home. David finally remembered that it was the first time George had beaten him and his wife, and the relationship between their family members broke down and could never be repaired. It started so early. David was immediately very angry, very angry. George has been on guard against us and plotting against us from the beginning. This beast is a devil. The whole family felt a chill both physically and mentally. They felt very uncomfortable when they thought that George was staring at their every move for a long time. At this time, Ella, Jiang Tianan, Liang Yi, Liang Haoran, and others also came, and they also heard the conversation between David and others. Ella originally wanted to come back to see George in trouble, so she returned home quickly. But who knew that after returning home, she would meet George and be cleared? Now, after hearing what David and Angela said, she finally understood why George didn't forgive them. It turned out that George saw everything they said and did behind their backs. You guys are so stupid. You actually made these mistakes at a time like this. Leong, he started cursing as soon as he came in and was extremely emotional. With George's current power and status, do you think it's easy to catch his loopholes? Our two families, no, plus Jiang Tiannan's three families, have been preparing for so long to trap George in the net. We were about to kill him, but because of your negligence, he escaped again. Look, he will definitely take crazy revenge after he escapes. After saying this, he was so angry that he paced back and forth, fuming from all 7 orifices. He just couldn't swallow that anger. The most important thing is that he knew he couldn't nail George to death this time. George would definitely be on guard, and there would never be such an opportunity again. Uncle, what should we do now? Lucas then asked. Being angry won't solve the problem. George has those videos. He has completely cleared himself. Now we are in trouble. The situation of the Yi group is more difficult than before. Moreover, our family members have been exposed. Many people are scolding us, especially me. Liang Yi sat down, took out his mobile phone, and entered the official website of Tianjin Group. Now, all the news comes from the official website of Tianjin Group, which also shows that George is fighting back against them, a fair and open counterattack. There are more and more news that are unfavorable to you. The matter between David and Lin Huaxin some time ago, and the matter between Maria and Tang Feng have been released again. Moreover, the fact that Ella was saved by George, the fact that Yuki was protected by George at school, and the fact that Angela asked George to wash her feet, all of these have been exposed. George's actions have not stopped yet. He wants to kill you. He counterattacks madly. The more Liang Yi watched, the more excited he became, and his voice was trembling. Maria and David also took out their cell phones and looked at them. They didn't believe that George was so crazy that he would take revenge on them at any cost. George has never exposed what happened to the Yi family. George doesn't seem to want to threaten them with this, nor does he bother to do so. But this time, Lucas seemed to have irritated George. It's over. Now everyone is scolding us for being worse than pigs and dogs, and saying we are unworthy of being parents. Also, George even revealed the news that he was abandoned when he was 3 years old. What a bastard. Why did he let our family's secrets get out? Family disgrace should not be made public. There's also an interview video with the director of the orphanage, in which he said that George was found by his family when he was 6 years old, but was not taken home because his family wanted to train him to be strong and not cry. Maria and the others looked at the videos, texts, etc. that were constantly being exposed on the official website, and everyone was furious. All these old stories were actually dug up by George, which made them so angry. Even David is not much better off. His repeated, wrongful accusations against George have also been exposed. Although the official website did not release much evidence in this regard, only text descriptions. But at this time, people have already believed the news released by the official website 100%. After all, there's already too much evidence and videos to prove it. Therefore, this family of theirs is completely disgraced. Not only Maria and David were scolded for being inhumane, such as why they had a child if they were not going to raise it, etc., but even Lucas was scolded harshly, distorting right and wrong, and pretending to be a victim to deceive the people. Now if they go walking around in a mall and get recognized, they might get beaten to death. I knew this beast was petty. He still holds a grudge against me from childhood, and even dares to make it public for others to laugh at. He doesn't know any rules at all. Maria kept cursing and looked at Liang Yi hysterically. Brother, find a way to block these news immediately. Liang Yi was still looking at the news on his phone with a very ugly expression. In fact, there were some things that even he didn't know. He just knew that Maria was not good to George, but he didn't expect her to be so bad. It could be called abuse. It's impossible to ban him. Just like we are smearing George, it's difficult to ban him. Liang, he shook his head, looking depressed. George's counterattack is really desperate. He exposed everything just to destroy you. Lucas again, wondering whether Lucas's original action was right or wrong. If Lucas hadn't angered George, why would George bring up the past? What worries me most is that these news reports are not over yet, and there may be more tomorrow. Liang Yi looked at everyone and said, at that time, not only the Yi family, but also the Liang family will be affected. Especially yesterday, I saw a post with a lot of hits, which exposed George for framing his sister. This post caused a great response. George might fight back against this post. Ella suddenly exclaimed, Uncle, I wrote that post. Ella in shock. He had read the post and thought it was indeed well-written and very sensational, portraying George as a very, very bad guy. But what if this post also flips? No matter how big the response was initially, the negative effects after the reversal will definitely be 10 times, or even 100 times. Chapter 3:10. One attack at a time. Hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. You said in your post that George killed someone with his car, and Yuki took the blame for George in order to save him. If this post is reversed, George will also expose that Yuki took the blame for Liang Jingjing, and it was Liang Jingjing who actually killed the person. If this gets out, I'll be in trouble too. Liang Yirimindit rikteusli. Ella heard this. Her pretty face was filled with anger, discomfort, and unwillingness. She didn't think so much at the time, and she didn't think George could be cleared of his name. So she just said as much as she could. What a sin. How could this beast be so cruel? He put an entire family to death. Why didn't God take him away? Maria's emotions were about to get out of control at this time, and she punched and kicked Wang Ma and the others who were kneeling on the ground. Then he smashed many things in the living room, including vases, televisions, etc. But at this time, no one persuaded her, pulled her, or comforted her. Because everyone is in a bad mood and wants to vent, they know that they are being put on the pillar of shame. David looked at the mess in his home and felt extremely upset. He cursed with all his might. It stinks, so let it stinks. Break everything and throw it away. Anyway, our family has lost its good reputation. Let's see what kind of waves George can make. Ella was desperate after hearing this and said angrily, he is making a last-ditch effort. When the documents from my uncle arrive, he won't be able to stand up. Dad is right. We need to destroy before we can rebuild. We don't want anything anymore, and we will continue to fight with George. Lucas, Angela, and the others are still worried and don't want to go out and be pointed at and scolded, but there is really no other way, and this is the only way. They now hope that the uncle's order will be issued quickly to arrest George. You guys, seeing that everyone was not afraid of boiling water, Liang Yi finally didn't say anything. However, he had a hunch that George's shockwave had not yet ended, and the young man had always been patient and refrained from taking action. So once he took action, he would hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. For the rest of the day, no one left, but sat in the living room watching the news on their phones and keeping an eye on what was going on. After venting her anger, Maria finally calmed down a little and sat on the sofa with her eyes closed to rest. At night, everyone saw that the Yi family's affairs had become the headlines in the South, and countless people were watching. They were so angry that they couldn't eat and went back to their rooms to rest early. Late at night, Liang Yi and David were still sitting in the living room, smoking one cigarette after another, without chatting with each other. Neither of them likes each other now. They're just sitting together because they have the same enemy. Liang Yi leaned on the sofa, looking up at the ceiling, thinking that he had been living a very comfortable life. But after interfering in the affairs of the Yi family, he was trapped in the Yi family. Oh, what bad luck. Early the next morning, people were waiting on Tianjin Group's official website. They all felt that there would be more news to come out today. Moreover, George was completely cleared yesterday, and his identity changed from perpetrator to victim, which has long caused guilt among the majority of netizens. Many people felt relieved and thought it was justified for what George did to the Yi family. I just want to say, how could the young entrepreneur George be a person worse than pigs and dogs? We have wronged him. You can't blame us. It's the Yi family who are too despicable. They deceived us. TSK, they have done so many bad things, and they still have the nerve to pretend to be victims. This time, we must not let Lucas and the ruthless people of the Yi family go. I'm sorry, we misunderstood Mr. George. While waiting for the Tianjin Group to reveal the news, many people left messages on the website, and many more apologized. The employees of Tianjin Group also saw this situation, and they all smiled happily and felt relieved. Then they also left messages on the official website and talked about the charity work done by Tianjin Group over the years, how many orphans in mountain villages it has helped, how many schools it has built, and so on. Lucas, Angela, and others are still watching on the official website and choose to ignore those comments. They didn't sleep all night, staring at the official website nervously, hoping that George's offensive would end. Maria was also watching. Unlike Lucas and the others, she went to read the comments instead. Seeing that everyone was scolding them, she was so angry that she almost had a heart attack. But she couldn't help but look at it. It was like a torture going back and forth. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the whole family came to the living room tacitly. No one spoke, and they sat on the sofa. At this time, new news came out again. This time it is not aimed at the Yi family, but at Lucas and David. The first thing that appeared was David's video. In the video, David accompanied a female college student shopping, watching movies, eating, etc., and finally entered the hotel. Fuck, isn't this George's dad? He's keeping a college student? That's awesome. He's almost 60 years old, and he still has this ability. Oh, once the video was released, the entire official website caused a sensation. Everyone in the Yi family was also watching the news, and for a moment they thought they were dazzled. David Yu, Leong E, Maria, Leong Howren, and others looked at George with anger on their faces. This guy actually has a girlfriend who is a college student, and it looks like it happened recently. David, you are going to die. Maria was afraid that she had seen something wrong, so after carefully looking at David in the video, she finally lost her temper, grabbed a chair, and rushed towards David. David also had goosebumps all over his body at this moment. He was the one who said he would risk it yesterday. Anyway, his reputation was already ruined, so he was not afraid of what George might do next. Who knew that George sent someone to monitor him and secretly took a video of him? You should know that after Tang Feng proposed to him in public, David went back to Yuhai City by himself. He was in a bad mood at the time. He accidentally met a female college student who looked very much like his first love. He used money to open her heart, and they finally got together. That period was also his happiest time. Bang! While he was looking at his phone, a chair hit his forehead and he fell to the ground. When he looked up, he saw Maria holding the chair with both hands and trying to smash it down. Leong, E, and others also gathered around. Everyone's eyes were red with anger, and they were cursing. You are so disrespectful to your elders. You are old enough to be her father, yet you are supporting her. No wonder you think it doesn't matter if you have a bad reputation. It turns out you have done worse things. David, you are an old cow eating young grass. Do you want to see people in the future? Hearing these ugly insults, David did not feel as embarrassed as he had imagined. He stood up indifferently, without caring about the bleeding on his forehead, and even pushed Maria away. Yes, I kept her, but what does it have to do with you? Maria, with disdain. Are you qualified to say that about me? Where's your Tang phone? Where's your love letters? Where are your romantic affairs? You're not clean yourself, so how can you say that about me? You have a point. Maria was so angry that she was about to have a heart attack. Chapter 3:11 this time. We're here for Lucas. Maria, don't forget, we are divorced. It is my freedom to do what I want. You have no right to control me. David is not afraid of Maria at all. He and Maria are like enemies now. If it weren't for George, he wouldn't want to have any contact with Maria at all. Leong E, Leong Howren, and others were stunned for a moment. Although they were very angry, they really had no right to control David. David was divorced, not to mention supporting a college student. Even marrying a college student was not illegal. So after thinking about it, they had to hold Maria back. And they also knew that Maria herself was not clean either. Maria finally calmed down after hearing what David said, but she still couldn't swallow that anger, no matter what. Keeping a female college student is like mocking her for being old and ugly. Even when David was with Lin Huashen, she wasn't that disgusted. Dad, Mom, stop arguing. George is still making trouble. At this time, Angela looked at the official website on her phone and shouted, "Besides, this time I'm here for Lucas." Plop. Lucas was so scared that he sat down on the ground, shaking uncontrollably, because George's counterattacks were always very fierce. I didn't do anything. I'm not afraid of him. His tone seemed tough, but it was full of guilt. The Ye Group's shipping group is cooperating with the overseas Sunflower Group. This was exposed by George. Angela was still watching the news, her voice trembling. Didn't the Sunflower Group get investigated? They're an overseas casino and have violated many regulations. Lucas, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Lucas with fear in her eyes. Although the official website of Tianjin Group did not release too much evidence, it only revealed through videos and news footage that Lucas had dinner and held hands with a senior executive of the Sunflower Group. However, the Sunflower Group is a very sensitive enterprise. They are overseas casinos and have opened many online gambling sites. Lucas, is this true? Leong didn't know about Lucas' cooperation with the Sunflower Group. He just knew that Lucas had made some achievements recently. At that time, he even praised Lucas. It's not true. George is slandering me and defaming me. He has no evidence at all. Lucas was shaking with fear and then looked at David because David was the only one in the family who knew about this. When Quanxing Group introduced a certain executive to him, he also asked David about it. David looked grim and said coldly, Lucas, We are all in the same boat now. There's no need to hide anything. Just speak out. Then he looked at everyone and said, yes, Xiaoxiu has cooperated with the executives of the Sunflower Group and shipped some things for them by sea. The profit is very high. David, you are confused. The Sunflower Group is a large overseas casino. You're shipping things for them, which is actually laundering money for them. Leong, he guessed it right away. David's face changed drastically. No, that's impossible. Then he looked at Lucas because he didn't know much about the details of shipping goods for the Sunflower Group, as Lucas took care of it all. Well, I don't know much about their products. They asked me to ship the goods to many countries and gave me a very high profit. Then they asked us to buy some goods back, and then the order was completed. Lucas said hesitantly, this is money laundering. Lucas, you are in big trouble. The higher-ups are keeping a close eye on the Sunflower Group. Their chairman and others are wanted. At this critical moment, you actually dare to do these things. Leong, he stamped his feet in anger and kept cursing. Uncle, I have no choice. The Yi Group's shipping business has been banned. I must make achievements, so I took this risk. Lucas said helplessly. They really paid a lot of money, and I plan to cooperate with them a few times and then stop. He also knew that things were getting complicated and looked at Leong pleadingly and said, Uncle, what should I do now? What should I do? Leong, he gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that George knew more than their Leong family, or even more than anyone else. This means that George is secretly monitoring everyone. I don't know what means George used, why he knows everything about overseas. There's no doubt that this exposure is really to hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. It is not just as simple as making them discredited, but also to make them violate the criminal law. He did not answer Lucas's question, but was browsing the messages on Tianshan Group's official website. The information reported by Tianshan Group, although not substantial evidence, is very intriguing. Some people have already guessed something and started leaving comments on the official website, which has attracted the approval of many people. Money laundering is something that is hidden very deeply, going through a lot of channels, including stocks, antiques, gold, etc. Anyone who has studied this area will understand it. Therefore, if people in this field explain it, it will be clear to the majority of netizens. I can't hide it anymore. I can't hide it anymore. Someone has exposed it. Leong, he flipped through the comments and finally sighed. Although George did not provide substantial evidence, this matter will definitely attract the attention of the Commercial Investigation Department. They will start investigating the Yi Group and everyone in the Yi family. Lucas, if you really did it, you will probably not be able to escape. After saying that, he called Leong Saija and asked her to try her best to distance the Leong family's business from the Yi Group to avoid any trouble. Escape? There's no escape. Lucas heard this. Water started flowing out from under his, but while he was sitting on the ground, and he actually peed his pants out of fright. I am innocent. I was unaware. I didn't even know they were laundering money. Uncle, please help me, help me. He knelt down in front of Leong and kowtowed continuously, with tears and snot streaming down his face. You know, when it comes to drug trafficking, the drivers who help transport drugs, even if they don't know they are transporting drugs, as long as the freight exceeds the market price, they have to bear the corresponding responsibility. So even if the Yi Group really didn't know, but the profit exceeded the market price, they have to bear the corresponding responsibility. The amount of money involved in the Sunflower Group is very high, and your responsibility is certainly not small. Leong sighed and said, Uncle also understands this matter. You wanted to prove yourself and bring the Yi Group back on track, but you took a risk and got fooled by others. What you can do now is not to destroy the transaction data in the group, which is useless. You must separate the Yi Group and the shipping group as much as possible, preserve the remaining assets, and before the higher-ups find evidence, find a way to prove that you were unaware and strive for a lighter sentence. Besides that, what I fear most is that George has evidence of your crime, proving that you knew about it. At that time, your prison sentence may be at least 10 years, and all your property will be confiscated. Lucas almost fainted after hearing this. He felt like the sky was falling. 10 years. Is he going to spend 10 years of his wonderful life in prison? No, he doesn't want to go to jail. He is most afraid of going to jail. Chapter 312. Have a calm conversation, talk about profits, talk about benefits. David, Maria, and the others were all feeling dizzy and terrified to the extreme. Lucas just graduated. He is too young to go to jail. And many people in the family have been in jail. Lily, Yuki, and now Lucas. Brother, if Xiaoxiu goes to jail, his life will be ruined. Maria rushed over like crazy, grabbed Liang Yi's hand, tears streaming down her face. Now she no longer has the madness and arrogance of yesterday. She's like a mother watching her child about to drown and begging passersby for help. Maria, I know, of course I know, but the matter has been exposed, and it is difficult to save it. Anyway, there is no escape, so I can only strive for a lighter sentence. Among them, George is also very important. He can expose these things, which means he already knows a lot of things. Liang Yi kept sighing, looking at Lucas with empty eyes and pale face, thinking to himself, why did you mess with George? Now, George is fighting back. Can you stop him? You can't stop him at all. George, it's George again. Does he want all of us to go to jail? I'm going to kill him, kill him. Maria changed from her pitiful look to crazy and violent. Liang, he held her back. Maria, calm down. Even if you kill George, Xiaoxu will not be able to escape. What you need to do now is to help Xiaoxu. What I am most afraid of is that George's counterattack is not over yet. He will continue to expose information tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. He shuddered when he said this. Everyone in the Liang family has many stains. If George finds those evidences, they will not only have to worry about Lucas, but also about themselves. Of course, he didn't believe that George was really that powerful and had such omnipotent abilities. Call George and have a chat. Liang, he made up his mind again. We have lost this war of public opinion, and we have lost miserably. Let's just surrender and admit our mistakes. Let George stop, and then show mercy to Lucas. Let me fight. David also knew that they had indeed lost. Now it's not just because the Yi group was banned, but also because of the lawsuit. So, he doesn't care about grudges, father-son relationship, etc. He just wants George to stop and let him off. Dingling. The phone is ringing. The whole family was watching, feeling suffocated with tension. This is a moment of life and death for their family. On the other side, George was standing in front of the window, looking at everything outside the window. He was also thinking about the reactions of the Yi family and the Liang family. At this moment, the phone rang. Sure enough, they called after all. George sneered and did not answer the phone immediately, leaving those people to worry first. 10 minutes later, the phone was still ringing, and George slowly picked up the phone. Why didn't you tell us about Lucas's matter in person? Why did you have to expose it? Aren't you leaving us with no way out? We could discuss our family affairs in private. Exposing it is too despicable. Okay, I admit defeat. Our whole family admits defeat. Your mom, me, your sister, and the rest of them all kneel down and admit defeat. I just hope you can show mercy and let us go. The Yi group cannot fall, and Xiaoxu cannot go to jail. David's voice was filled with anxiety, and he spoke it all in one breath. George listened calmly without saying anything. Although they were just a phone call away, he seemed to be able to see the dire situation the Yi family was in. David, when you came to scold me that day, didn't you say I was going to go to jail? Another 10 minutes later, George spoke lightly. I was wrong, please, Dad. I'm kneeling down for you. David's voice was filled with crying and pleading. George said calmly, you just said I was mean, but when you were smearing me, why didn't you look mean? The funny thing is, you were smearing me, but what I exposed was indeed the truth, so a righteous man is not afraid of his own shadow, and those who do evil will eventually perish. Okay, you can say whatever you want, just don't mess with us, as long as you are happy. David didn't dare to go against George's wishes. David, what you said makes it sound like I am deliberately harming you. I find it weird. Did I force you to cooperate with the Sunflower Group? Did I trick you into having a mistress? Every bad thing you do seems to have nothing to do with me. Why do you always blame it on me, saying that I am the one who framed you? George said in a light tone. David was unable to answer for a moment, and there was silence on the phone. Another 5 minutes later, David finally spoke. Then how can you stop exposing it? And do you have the evidence from Yi Group? Let's put aside our past grudges. You don't have to treat me as your father, and you don't have to target the Yi family. Let's talk calmly like we're doing business, talking about profits and benefits. Is that okay? Sure. George nodded. In fact, I still have a lot of things to expose that will make you feel even worse than you are now, but I can stop exposing them. But the premise is that Lucas must apologize to me online and kneel down to admit his fault for defaming me. This is the punishment. As for the fact that the Yi Group violated the criminal law, you can't wash it off in this regard. Someone must take responsibility, which means that one of the two remaining businesses of the Yi Group must go bankrupt. David immediately agreed. Sure, as long as you don't continue to expose it, we can bear the remaining losses. Thank you. Wait. George suddenly interrupted David. You just said to calmly discuss profits and benefits. It seems that you haven't given any bargaining chips yet. Let me get straight to the point. I want to land on Leota Avenue. I want to see the land transfer contract before noon. Otherwise, this conversation will be considered a failure. After saying that, he hung up the phone. David's pupils concentrated, and he looked at everyone. Because the speakerphone was on, everyone could hear it. Let Lucas kneel down and apologize to George. Given Lucas' current condition, this is not difficult. He has become so stinky that he is naturally not afraid of more people laughing at him. It happened to be the piece of land on Leota Avenue. This land was not only owned by the Leong family, but also by the Jiang family, and they had jointly invested 10 billion. So, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Jiang Tianan. Jiang Tianan's face looked very ugly. After the last bidding, he guessed that George's target was only Leota Avenue, and he was not interested in other plots of land. Later, he asked the department to investigate and found that Leota Avenue is located in the core area of the new city and may become the king of land in the future. He was happy to snatch food from George, and even happier that George reminded him of the importance of this land. In the end, I had to hand it over before I even had time to touch it. Chapter 3:13. A powerful family is on the decline. Tianan, this matter is indeed unfair to you, but you see, the Yi family has no way out. Liang Yi also knew that Jiang Tianan was reluctant. In fact, even he was reluctant. If we let George continue to expose his wrongdoings, we will be in even greater trouble. Moreover, if George provides some evidence, we are most afraid that more than one person will bear criminal responsibility. Okay, I'll hand it over, but it can't be for free. George has to pay. Jiang Tianan agreed. Liang Yi thought for a moment and explained, George is not so stupid as to leave us a handle. He will give the money. He is not short of the 10 billion. Of course, he will not buy the land at the auction price. The price will definitely be much lower. You should be mentally prepared for this. Jiang Tianan sighed unhappily, then looked at Ella and finally nodded. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Liang Yi looked at Lucas and said, just because George didn't provide evidence doesn't mean you're fine. Someone has to take responsibility for money laundering, but there's a hierarchy. You two should discuss who will take the blame. The investigation team will be here soon, so you should hurry up. After saying that, he looked at David, and his meaning was very clear. David immediately understood. What this meant was that he should take it. He immediately looked at Lucas, Angela, Ella, and even Maria. To his horror, everyone was looking at him. Although no one said it explicitly, everyone must be thinking the same thing. Obviously, when someone has to take responsibility, the most suitable person is his father. David couldn't help laughing. His laugh was somewhat miserable and somewhat intriguing. What are you laughing at? It's all caused by your poor supervision. Maria would definitely not let Lucas go to jail, and scolded. As the head of the family, if you don't take responsibility, will your daughter and son take it? You should know that it is you who wants to save the Yi group, and you're also aware of the cooperation with the Sunflower group, so you are the most suitable. Of course, you have already been infamous for sponsoring college students, so it's nothing to go to jail. Okay, I'll carry it. David didn't argue anything. Perhaps he had this plan from the beginning. Lucas deeply and said, Xiao Su, I'll take it on. This is a father's responsibility. Recently, you have been working hard to protect the Yi group. Dad has seen it all. Dad, thank you. Lucas subconsciously shed tears and walked over to hug David. Of course, the heavy stone in his heart was finally put down. The future belongs to the young, and it is appropriate for the older generation to shoulder the responsibility. Liang, he was also relieved, but he was still surprised that David took the blame so readily. He could see that David really loved Lucas. Perhaps this is the awareness of being a father, to be able to protect his children from all the ups and downs. David couldn't do the same for his other child, George. Of course, although the matter has come to an end for the time being, Liang, he still feels very terrified, because in these short 2 days, he feels as if he has fought for a year. George's counterattack is so horrible that they all fell to the ground, unable to fight back. And George seemed to have known many of their secrets for a long time, but he had been keeping them hidden and waiting for the perfect opportunity. Just these secrets. How much more does George know? Brother, please get the documents as soon as possible. Now Yang, he can only wait for good news from Liang Yang. If Liang Yang's procedures have not been approved, and Liang, he can no longer stop George, then he can only use the last resort. But this method is very dangerous. If he is not careful, Liang Yi will die together with him. Everyone, have a good rest tonight. Liang Yi looked at the people who looked haggard and tired and said. Then he did not go home, but stayed at Ye's house to rest for a night. At noon, Jiang Tianan's secretary came and handed over the land transfer contract. George didn't want the land for nothing. He bought it at the market price, not wanting to leave it to Jiang Tianan to worry about. After all, it's only about 10 billion yuan, and he doesn't lack this little money. In fact, the reason why he agreed to stop exposing the information was not only for the sake of the land, but also because he didn't want to expose some things too quickly and cause Liang Yi and others to get away. If we have to deal with Liang Yi and the others, we have to beat them so hard that they have no hope of turning things around. The next day, Lucas apologized in public and admitted his mistake, saying that he had slandered George. This incident also caused a huge response, and countless people scolded Lucas for being shameless. George also got the news that the Commercial Investigation Division and other departments went to the Yi group and took away Lucas, David, and Angela. Moreover, Ella, Maria, and others were also taken away for questioning. Even Yuki and the Liang family were also investigated. Later, George learned that David took it all. When George received the news, he couldn't help laughing, and it was a very ironic laugh. What good father! It is conservatively estimated that he has been sitting there for 10 years. Many people in the Yi family have been in jail, and only Maria, Angela, and Ella are left. Moreover, after this incident, the Yi group, which originally had a market value of 50 billion, only has the furniture market business left to survive, with a market value estimated to be around 4 billion. A wealthy family is now on the decline. In the next few days, George arranged for Johnson to follow up on the real estate on Lieta Avenue. Now the real estate layout is complete, and we just have to wait for the net to be closed. Later, George also went to see Tianwei Technology. Mr. Jiang called many professional and technical personnel, including Jang Yuyu, to work together in the Research Institute to study chips, 5G technology, etc., especially in 5G, where they have made the fastest progress and have already started preliminary patent applications. When he had time, George also called Xia Lingyun and Wei Mingfei to find out about Liang Yang's movements. With so many big things happening right now, Liang Yang doesn't seem to have surfaced yet, which puts a little pressure on George. He had a hunch that Liang Yang would not ignore Maria. He seemed to be investigating something. Unfortunately, Xia Lingyun and Wei Mingfei had no news about Liang Yang. George, our group's profit growth this month is still good. The total assets have been conservatively estimated to have reached 150 billion, and part of the funds have been invested. Otherwise, the overall asset estimate would be higher. We still invested 10% in Tianwei Technology, 8.1% in short videos, and 5% in charity. Olivia took the financial statement and reported the situation to George. George's eyes lit up. We have been doing charity work and have not been there to take a look. Now that we have some time, let's go and inspect it. Okay. Olivia immediately called Johnson and the others to set off together. It just so happened that Yi Yaoxiang came to visit George. He also saw that the Yi family had encountered this turmoil and was very happy. After asking some questions, he immediately wanted to go with them. George looked at the funding form that Olivia brought and randomly clicked on a location to support. He did not choose the south, but some remote rural areas in the northwest. In these rural areas, George sponsored millions to see if there would be any changes, and this trip will definitely take several days. So, just treat it as a trip to relax. Chapter 314. You are unique businessmen. The group took a plane to some cities in the northwest, chartered a few cars, and set off for the designated rural areas. It's good to do charity. As long as you become famous, it's like having a golden body to protect you. Once someone above you wants to target you, this golden body can save your life. Many wealthy people like to do charity, whether at home or abroad. Besides, charity can help you avoid taxes. Yi Yaoxiang was talking all the way and seemed very talkative. Of course, he was very respectful to George. Although he was George's uncle, he did not dare to act as an elder in front of George. Olivia smiled and said, Uncle Yi, we do charity, not for fame. Whether it is funding or donations, we never use the name of Tianxin Group or an individual's name. You guys are like this? Yi Yaoxiang stared. What's the point of doing charity like this? Olivia glanced at George and smiled. Because we are all orphans, we know how difficult it is for orphans, so we really want to help those in need. not come here with any particular purpose. Oh, you idiots, you are really unique businessmen. Yi Yaoxiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Yi family made their fortune from the coal mining business. They have always been ruthless and heartless in doing business and will never do anything that doesn't make money. So it is difficult to understand the actions of George and others. According to his guests, the Tianjin group had donated hundreds of millions of dollars to charity over the years, and all of it was wasted. Of course, he felt relieved when he thought of the legacy left by Yi Zhendong. Having a lot of money doesn't matter. The car drove into the mountain road, and it was bumpy all the way. George looked out the window and frowned slightly. Why is there no access yet? I don't know. Logically speaking, this village received funding 2 years ago, so the road should have been repaired. Olivia was also puzzled. The car drove along the Luss Road and passed by the cliff several times. It was extremely dangerous. At this time, Johnson saw a young woman standing on the edge of a cliff by the road. She looked down at the cliff and seemed to want to commit suicide. Parking. George also saw it and immediately shouted, "Uncle Chun, go check it out." After the car stopped, Uncle Chun immediately rushed over with a nimble body and took a few steps to the young woman and grabbed her. "Who are you?" The woman was about 18 or 19 years old. Her clothes were very worn, but also very clean. At this time, George and the others also got out of the car and walked over. Yi Yaoxiang walked at the end. He didn't understand George's behavior. He was so rich, but he still had the time to care about these trivial matters. "Little girl, what's your name? What are you doing here?" Olivia asked immediately when she saw that the other person was a little younger than her. I'm here to see if there's any firewood." The girl replied a little timidly. She could see that George and his group were all well-dressed and must be from a big city. "Look at the cliff. What kind of firewood can you find? Do you want to jump down?" Johnson frowned and asked. The girl was obviously inexperienced, and after hearing this, she immediately squatted down and cried, crying very sadly. "Don't cry. Tell us what happened." Olivia asked the bodyguard to bring mineral water and bread and handed them to the girl. "It's my fault that everyone's money has been scammed away." The girl did not take the water and bread, but cried and told the whole story. It turned out that she was the first person in the village to be admitted to university. She didn't actually want to go because of the tuition fees, but the villagers disagreed and pooled together several thousand yuan for her schooling and even bought her a cell phone and other things. It was just her first time using a cell phone, and she didn't quite understand what it was. So she received a message saying it was from the university, asking her to pay tuition. She had no choice but to click on the link in the message, and after transferring the money, she found out that the other party was a scammer and all her money was gone. This money was collected by the villagers, and she couldn't explain it to the villagers. In a fit of impulse, she wanted to commit suicide by jumping off a cliff. Olivia quickly asked, "How much is the total amount?" "Over 6,000 yuan. Over 6,000 yuan. Uncle Nyo and Grandma, Ahua, saved money to lend it to me." The girl cried. When everyone heard this, they felt very complicated. It's only 6,000 yuan. In a big city, it's just 1 or 2 months' salary, but here it can save a life. Olivia's eyes were red as well, and she consoled him. "Don't worry, we will help you. No matter which university you go to, we will sponsor you until you graduate. We will give you the 6,000 yuan. No, Dad said we can't just take other people's money." Although the girl is poor, she has received a very good family education. Olivia immediately looked at George, and George also said, "Just think of it as you borrowed it from us, and you can pay it back after you graduate from college." The girl hesitated for a moment, then looked at George and others. Finally, she didn't want to disappoint the villagers, so she nodded. "Come on, take us to your village." Olivia pulled the girl into the car again, but the girl refused and insisted on walking in front to lead the way. George and his friends had no choice but to agree and ask the driver to follow the girl. However, they found that the whole road was Luss Road and they had to follow the girl for more than an hour. This shows how far this rural area is from the big city. After arriving at the village, I found that the village was still made up of mud houses, there was no electricity, and there was no modernization at all. George also looked unhappy when he saw this scene and asked Olivia, "It seems that our donations have not arrived here at all." Yi Yaoxiang came from the northwest and knew the local customs. "Well, how can I put it? The emperor is far away, and the money is transferred layer by layer. When it reaches here, its destination is unknown. In fact, the bosses who do charity don't care about the whereabouts of the money at all. They only care about the status gained by charity. Even if it's unclear, we must investigate it thoroughly. George said angrily. He didn't want his money to go to some people cheaply. Afterwards, George chatted with the villagers for a long time, dealt with the girls' affairs, gave away some of the supplies he brought with him, and finally left with Olivia and the others. 2 hours later, George came to the town and directly called the person in charge to question him face to face. As for the funding, I heard they're still processing the formalities. Please come back in a few days. The person in charge was trying to shirk responsibility, and seeing that George was young, he didn't take it seriously and just left on the pretext of having to leave work. George was furious, and he wasn't going to leave until he found out where the money ended up. However, in the evening, a group of people came to the town, looking ferocious, and went straight to George and others. Don't mind your own business, or you may end up getting stuck in this mountain. Not only did they threaten George and his men, they also arranged a car and asked George and his men to leave overnight. Otherwise, if they stayed here overnight, no one could guarantee what would happen tonight. This time, Yi Yaoxiang couldn't stand it anymore. It wasn't because of the money, but because he didn't expect someone would dare to threaten his coal boss, especially in the Northwest. Do you want to die? Have you figured out his identity? George, don't underestimate him. Even though he's young, killing you is easy. I tell you, whoever swallowed this money will have to spit it out. You're playing this game with me. While I'm playing tricks, you're still playing with mud balls. When Yi Yaoxiang became fierce, he really shocked this group of people. Although the information here is blocked, it is still a town after all, and people can still access the internet. One of them had seen news about George on the internet. Chapter 315, the pillar of this family, has collapsed. It's him, the CEO of Duo, a wealthy man from the south. The man exclaimed, knowing that such a big shot was not someone they could mess with. So, he immediately asked the leader to make a phone call. Not long after, the person in charge of the town arrived again. This time, he didn't dare to neglect George and his friends anymore. He bowed his head and was servile like a pug. Most importantly, Yi Yaoxiang also called the person in charge in the city, and the other party also called the town. Despite layers of pressure, the final destination of the money was finally found, and the other party promised to distribute it to each village as soon as possible. The matter has finally come to an end. On the way back, George also realized that the road of charity is still very long and the water is deep, and it must be watched by special people. His grandfather had been doing charity when he was still alive. George will inherit this tradition and keep doing it, not for any fame, but just to tell himself that what he takes from the people should be given back to the people. After returning to the south, George also visited several orphanages. The atmosphere here is much better. Whether it is living or eating, the children are all very happy. The orphanage also held a welcome event, allowing the children to play games with George and his friends. In the orphanage, bursts of laughter could be heard. However, when George and his friends were playing with their children, a pair of cold eyes were secretly watching them from a distance. Especially when he saw Johnson and Shi Xiaoqi's continuous laughter, he was so angry that his teeth were about to break. Adulterer and whore. He is Liang Haoran. He really wants to kill someone now. The Yi family has been very unlucky recently. Because the whole family has a bad reputation, they're like rats crossing the street. Even if Maria goes shopping occasionally, she will meet people scolding her on the street. Look, that's Maria. She threw away a 3-year-old child. She has a black heart. How many people want a child but can't have one? She got one, but threw it away. She will get her comeuppance. I really want to beat her to death. There was another time when Maria and Wang Ma went shopping, and suddenly someone rushed over and sprayed pepper water on Maria's face. Maria was so spicy that she cried. Fortunately, it was pepper spray. If it was sulfuric acid, she would have been even more miserable. Although this man was finally caught, he was only detained for a dozen days. He even said that he would do the same thing again in the future and was very angry with Maria. Later we found out that this person was infertile and had spent more than 800,000 yuan to have a child, so he was very envious of others who had children. Maria had a child but threw it away, which undoubtedly angered him. And although the police seemed to be scolding the other party, they did not have a good face towards Maria because they all knew the sinister things Maria had done. Maria was criticized by everyone and felt extremely upset. In the end, she did not pursue the matter further. Apart from Maria, Lucas and Angela also suffer a lot. Lucas was beaten by someone with his head covered in broad daylight. He couldn't see clearly who was beating him. The other person was scolding him for being shameless and pretending to be pitiful. Angela's sports car was thrown with rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs in broad daylight. Only Ella is relatively okay, but the voices scolding her on the internet are like waves, especially when they knew that she was rescued by her younger brother, but she turned around and abused her younger brother. Many netizens scolded her for being a bad person. Even her fans who still supported her after she was banned turned into haters this time and scolded her more harshly than anyone else. These situations were beyond Maria and the others' imagination. Maria even thought that George was asking someone to teach them a lesson. She couldn't believe that so many people would criticize them. They were not wrong at all. It was George who was too rebellious. In the end, Maria could only strengthen the security of the villa and required people to wear masks, sunglasses, etc. when going out, and try to go out as little as possible. In the case of the Sunflower Group, the Yi Group's shipping business was seized, and they were fined a large amount of money. The Leong family's Brilliant Group was also almost implicated. In the end, they spent some money and used some connections to resolve the issue. David's lawsuit is still going on, and his lawyer is trying hard to get David's sentence reduced. This day is also the day of the final verdict. Maria's family also came. Looking at David in the court, they could find that David had aged a lot, his eyes were dull, and he looked confused and at a loss. This court has pronounced a verdict that David has committed money laundering, is guilty, and is sentenced to 18 years in prison. When the judge's voice fell, there was a lot of applause from the audience. Maria stared with her eyes wide open, and the next moment she felt dizzy and fainted on the spot. Dad, Lucas, Angela, and the others were also screaming in pain. Ella clenched her fists even tighter and shouted unwillingly, "We want to appeal, we want to appeal." In fact, they also know that all the evidence is complete, and even if they appeal, the final result will be to uphold the original verdict. David heard the judge's verdict. His lifeless eyes suddenly lit up and focused intently. The events of his life seemed to pass by in his eyes like a passing show. 18 years. At his current age, he might die of old age in prison. Although he had let it go in his heart when he agreed to take the blame for Lucas, he still couldn't accept the verdict after it was announced. Then he was taken away. After being excited, Maria and the others also returned to the Yi family. Leong, he had been waiting at the Yi family for a long time. When he saw that Maria looked very bad, he did not dare to say anything to Maria. Instead, he said to Lucas and the others, "I will try to reduce David's sentence. Don't worry too much. As for Yuki, she has already made some connections there, so she will be able to come out in a year." In fact, he also has intuition. At present, he still has some ability, but it may not be the case in a few years, so he should try to help others when he is able to. It has already happened. There is no point in being too sad. Your dad will be fine in there, don't worry. Liang Yi patted Lucas on the shoulder again, meaning that there are no more men in the Yi family, and you are the only man, so you must protect your family. I won't let my father down. I will make a comeback. In fact, this blow was also very big to Lucas. He finally found George's weak spot and attacked him in anger, but was slapped by George. Not only did his family become disgraced, but the Yi group also declined and his father went to jail. That night, Maria's spirits finally improved a little, but she kept crying very sadly. Although she and David had no feelings for each other, they had been husband and wife for decades after all. She really didn't expect that her ex-husband would die of old age in prison. The pillar of this family has collapsed. I was wrong, okay? God, please have mercy on us and stop torturing us. She knelt in front of the Buddha statue and kowtowed continuously. She hadn't worshipped Buddha for a long time because she felt that she had not been blessed many times, but this time, she worshipped Buddha again. You guys, should I admit my mistake and apologize to George? I'm really tired. Maria seemed to be talking to the Buddha statue in a nervous manner, but she was actually asking her children behind her. She has always been strong and tough, and has never admitted to defeating George, let alone abusing George. However, the series of blows made her collapse. She wanted to give in, she regretted it, and she was even more scared. Chapter 3:16. If I had been nicer to the fifth young master back then. Mom, what's the point of apologizing? George won't let us go. If you apologize and admit your mistakes in front of him, it will only make him more proud. He has been waiting for this day, just to see you in pain and regret, not to forgive you. Don't go, it's useless. We can still hold on. Have you forgotten your uncle? As long as the documents come down, we can win. Besides, we have already lost so much. We are not afraid of losing more. No, we are not afraid. Ella and Lucas took turns comforting Maria. Angela didn't say anything. She was shocked by Maria's attitude. It was the first time she saw her strong and domineering mother begging George for mercy. Of course, she also knew that her mother didn't regret it at all. She was just afraid of George. Can we lose again? Yuki, Lily, your dad, and my parents' family. If we continue to lose, even more people will die. Maria turned and looked at Lucas and Ella, as if questioning them. Lucas and Ella couldn't answer. They couldn't guarantee who would be the next one. They were only sure that George would not stop, and he would take revenge. I was the one who killed Yijindo. I will turn myself in. I will turn myself in. Maria suddenly stood up and wanted to rush out of the house. Leong, he had been watching from the side. When he saw Maria was about to turn herself in, he immediately stopped her. Maria, turning yourself in is useless. George still won't stop. Wake up. I know David fell down. You started to panic. You were afraid that you couldn't hold on to the Yi family. But you still have your second brother and eldest brother. Maria had no choice but to hug Leong Yi and cry. Crying nonstop, just like when she was bullied as a child. George at all costs. Aunt Wong, Uncle Fu, and the others were hiding in their rooms, always waiting for their master's orders to do housework or something. When they heard what Maria said, they could only sigh. They saw clearly the grievances and conflicts in the Yi family, and they couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong. They just looked at the once prosperous family and saw its current state, and felt mixed emotions. If Madame had been nicer to the fifth young master back then, everything would be different now. Aunt Wong lay on the bed, muttering to herself. George also saw David's sentencing, but he was not too surprised. Nor was he very happy. He was very calm, as peaceful as water. He actually wanted to be happy, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it. If there is, there will be only a little ridicule. It's like not listening to the advice of elders and suffering the consequences right in front of you. Of course, there was still one thing that needed to be resolved regarding David's matter. So he told Uncle Chun and made an appointment to meet the female college student at a restaurant. At noon, George arrived as scheduled. Just as he entered, a girl with simple clothes and pure looks also came. The girl obviously knew George and smiled at him politely. George looked at her carefully. No wonder David was fascinated by her. She was indeed very beautiful, with that kind of pure and innocent temperament. Even though George had seen many beautiful women, he couldn't help but look at the girl a few more times. Shouting, right? Sit down. George asked the girl to sit down. The girl was a little restrained. After sitting down, she started playing with the corner of her clothes. Looking closely, there was a bruise under the corner of her eye, which must have meant that she had been beaten some time ago. George guessed that it must be Maria who hit Xiaoying, and maybe Maria took Angela and others to teach Xiaoying a lesson. Are you still in college? George asked. Xiaoying shook her head. George thought about it and guessed that Maria and the others went to the university to complain, causing the girl to drop out. You also know about David's matter. George got straight to the point and said, how about this? I'll give you some money, and you take your family away from Yuhai City, go north to develop, and avoid the Yi family. If you continue to stay here, you will be bullied, and Maria will not let you go. What? George in disbelief. I heard David talk about you. He said you were his son, and you are very cruel to him. So why are you helping me? Don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. I am different from Maria and the others. I have some principles in doing things. I only deal with the Yi family and don't want to implicate other people. This is the reason, George said calmly. Anyway, when I exposed David, it also affected your reputation. This money is an apology to you, about 10 million. Xiaoying gasped. Although she got some money from David, it was definitely not as much as what George gave her. Moreover, David had mentioned George to Xiaoying many times, so Xiaoying knew a lot about the Yi family. She hesitated and said, actually, your father still loves you. He loves and hates you. George's eyes suddenly turned cold. Seeing this, Xiaoying knew that George didn't like to hear this, so she quickly apologized. I've already arranged the plane tickets. You don't need to bring anything. Just bring your family. I'll have someone by the house. You can leave tonight. George continued. David has been sentenced now. Angela and the others are still angry. Maybe they will deal with you tonight. Well, thank you. Xiaoying quickly bowed to George to thank him, then left. But after taking a step, she thought of something and turned back and said, Mr. Yi, if possible, I hope you can go see him on my behalf and tell him that I'm doing well and he doesn't need to worry, okay? George was a little surprised. You followed him? Not for money? Not entirely, there's love in it too. Xiaoying shook her head. However, this may be one of the romances in my life, so just treat it as my first love. Anyway, thank you. George could see that Xiaoying had come out of this dark period. After he paid the bill, he wanted to go back, but after thinking about it, he decided to go to the prison to see David. At this time, David had just entered the prison. He was not used to everything and felt lost and depressed. Only after entering here can he feel the preciousness of freedom. Fortunately, the Leong family gave him a heads up, so at least he won't have to suffer in jail. David, someone is here to visit you. The prison guard came in and took David away. David felt a little strange. Not long ago, Lucas, Angela, and others came to visit him one after another, including Maria and Liang Yi. Who would come to visit him now? As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes it. Ever since the Yi family fell into decline, all their former relatives and friends have long since run away. When he came to the window, he immediately saw George sitting with his legs crossed and his eyes half closed. At this moment, David's eyes turned red and he clenched his teeth tightly. He hasn't slept for a long time since he was investigated, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he would think of all the things about the Yi family. He couldn't accept that the richest man who was once so powerful and influential in Yuhai City ended up in jail. All this is because of George. Chapter 317. She left, leaving this place of trouble. During the few days in jail, David thought a lot, thinking about George being abandoned as a child, George being brought back to the Yi family, and all the ways he tried to please his family. I also thought about beating George with a belt and the disgust I felt when I first met George, and so on. I also thought about what George did to the Yi family after he left home. George this time, he had a lot to say, to scold, to confide in. But after meeting George, for some reason, I couldn't say the many words that were brewing in my heart. And when David saw George's calm demeanor and his laughter, as if he didn't care, he swallowed back his complaints. George, you are here to laugh at me. Don't be happy too soon. Even though I will die of old age in prison, I will also watch you fall. I will wait for you in the cell. Haha. I went to jail for Lucas because he's my son. I will never go to jail for you. You are just jealous. David sat in the chair, sneering with a seemingly stable expression. George lifted his ear, not affected at all, and said with a smile, I thought you would be like Maria, eager to rush out and hit me, or look at me to kill me, or scold me nonstop, but I was wrong. Men are men. There is no such nonsense. David, actually, after learning that you were sentenced, I wasn't very happy. I felt very calm. Perhaps I had guessed your fate a long time ago. If I have to describe my mood, it's a kind of ridicule. It's fun when you give all this and suddenly find out in the future that he might not be your son. George finished speaking. He straightened his suit, turned around, and left. David sneered. Of course, he didn't believe George's nonsense. George would never let him off easily. He said those words just to torture him. He wouldn't be fooled. But at this time, George's voice came again. She has left Yuhai City. She will forget you and start her own life again. Of course, she can't wait, because after you get out of prison, she will definitely get married and have children. This sentence made David's pupils tremble continuously. The next moment, he lowered his head, inserted his 10 fingers into his hair, and there was a look of pain on his face. It was not until the prison guard reminded him to return to his cell that he finally reacted. Looking at the empty outside the gate, the expression on his face kept changing. She's gone. Maybe George gave her some money and asked her to leave this place of trouble. If she doesn't leave, Maria and Angela will kill her. Perhaps this is the only thing George can do for David, his son. It's early July. Summer is gradually approaching, and the temperature has started to get very hot. It was late at night. On the rooftop of a high-end residential building, a man wearing a baseball cap stood there, gazing into the distance. I won't let you have an easy life, adulterer and whore. You all should die. The man spat out a word with cold resentment, then picked up a few gasoline barrels that he had prepared and walked down the stairs. He's been waiting here for 2 days, just for this moment. The stairs were very long, and the man was carrying several gasoline barrels, so it took him a full half an hour to walk there. However, he also avoided the community security by walking up the stairs. After arriving at the door of room 1701, he madly sprinkled gasoline on the door, corridor, and other places. Sure, Xiaoqi Johnson, go to hell. He threw off the baseball cap on his head, revealing a crazy and ferocious face. He is Liang Howren. Because of the incident between Sir Xiaoqi and Johnson, he is now disgraced. The jewelry design circle can no longer accommodate him, and neither can the country. He can only go abroad. However, every time he thought of the adulterous couple together and making love in bed, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Before going abroad, adulterers must pay the price. Bang! The Zippo lighter lit up, burning with a scarlet flame, and was thrown to the ground by Leong Howren. Boom! The fire burned quickly, and a lot of gasoline flowed into the house through the cracks in the door, and the fire quickly spread inside. Haha, no one else can have these worn-out shoes that I, Leong Howren, don't want. Sure, Xiaoqi, do you want to be happy? If I don't agree, you can forget about it in this life. Leong Howren looked at the rapidly burning fire with a crazy smile on his face, as if he had resolved a matter that had been suppressed for a long time. Then take the elevator and leave quickly. At this time, in the room, Johnson had coaxed Shi Mingqi and was about to go accompany Shi Xiaoqi. They have been living together for a long time and have also agreed on a date to get a marriage certificate. When the time comes, he will give Shi Xiaoqi a grand wedding. Before this, he also planned to propose to Shi Xiaoqi. He took out the engagement ring box he had prepared for a long time and was thinking about when to give it to Shi Xiaoqi. But at this moment, a burning smell came. He rushed out of the living room and then saw a crazy fire. Fire! Johnson's face changed drastically, and he looked at the raging fire in shock. Knowing that the fire could not be put out, he rushed into the room and picked up the sleeping Shi Mingqi. Shi Xiaoqi had just come out of the bathroom and saw this scene. She was shocked on the spot. Johnson pulled her back to the room, rushed into the bathroom with a towel and quilt, wet them with water, and stuffed them into the gap of the door. Dad, Shi Mingqi kept crying. It's on fire. Will we die? No, no. Johnson comforted Shi Mingqi and said that he was also trying to find a way to escape from the scene, but they lived on a high floor, and there was no way out at all. Shi Xiaoqi nervously held Johnson's hand and kept talking to him. She was afraid that if she didn't say it, she would never have another chance. At this time, the fire on the 17th floor was also noticed by the property management. Quick, call the police. The property security is also taking emergency measures. Johnson and the property. Their faces changed drastically, and they immediately called Tianqin Group and rushed into the building to save people. But the fire burned very quickly. The entire corridor was filled with billowing black smoke, and the bodyguards couldn't get up at all. It's over. If something happens to Mr. Lee, what will we do? The bodyguards were also very anxious. In fact, during this period, they followed George's orders and stayed by the Johnson couple's side to ensure their safety. When they left tonight, they went to check it out, but didn't find any problems. At this time, George had fallen asleep, but suddenly, an emergency call woke him up. Bossy, something bad has happened. Boss Lee's house is on fire. The fire department has arrived, but the fire is too big to be put out in a short time. George suddenly woke up from his daze, put on his clothes, and left quickly. His palms were full of sweat due to nervousness. Johnson is his friend, and even more so his relative. Please don't let anything happen to him. 15 minutes later, the car arrived at Johnson's high-end residential area and saw that the community garden was full of people. Those who lived here were all elites from the South, all very rich and influential. They were looking at the Johnson building and were shouting. The fire brigade has come in and is pouring water and rescuing people on the upper floors. Johnson, Shi Xiaoqi, Shi Mingqi. George pushed through the crowd, grabbed a man who looked like a leader, and asked angrily. Chapter 318. Stay away from here, otherwise you will surely die. Stop making noise. Can't you see I'm busy? Get out of here. The leader yelled at George. George was very nervous and kicked him out in anger. He wanted to rush to the fire scene to save people, but was stopped by Uncle Chun. The leader who was kicked away also got up, rushed towards George, and wanted to beat George up, but was pinned to the ground by several bodyguards. The leader gradually calmed down, knowing that the young man must be someone important, and he no longer dared to put on airs. He shouted to George, "The fire is too big. We can't get in at all. We can only try to put out the flames as quickly as possible. Quick, quick, send more cars." George roared at the leader. "If anything happens to my friend, I want all of you to be buried with him." The last sentence shocked everyone around. Of course, some people took out their mobile phones to film it. After all, letting everyone be buried with him was too outrageous. As time passed, 3 more fire trucks drove in and continuously sprayed water at the burning building. Gradually, the flames in the building went out, and one firefighter after another rushed in to save people. Xiaofang, Xiaofang. Dad, Mom. Many people were looking at the gate and shouting in pain. Their loved ones were in the building, and they didn't know what was happening to them. George was one of them and witnessed the Johnson family being carried down and sent to the ambulance for emergency treatment. He followed over and asked his bodyguards to clear the way for the ambulance. After arriving at the hospital, he waited quietly in the corridor, very nervous. Olivia also rushed back from Xia's house at this time and almost fainted after learning about the situation. Boss Yi, the fire department has sent a message saying that the source of the fire is on the 17th floor, which is exactly where Boss Lee lives. At this time, Chi-Dan answered a phone call and said to George. George was upset at first, but after hearing this, his pupils condensed. It must have been man-made. Find out who it was. Such an upscale residential complex must have very good fire prevention measures, unless someone is deliberately targeting it. At this time, the Leong family. Leong Howren had just returned home. After setting the fire, he did not leave, but watched from a distance, witnessing the fire destroying everything. This is a pleasure for him, just like fishing and watching the moment the fish takes the bait. Howren, where have you been? Why are you back so late? Leong Saijia just walked out of the living room, and when she saw Leong Hao, she suddenly frowned and said, "Why do you smell like gasoline?" Haha, I started a little fire and burned away some bad memories. Leong Howren smiled and said, "Sister, you should go to bed early. I'll go back to my room, take a shower, and go to bed." Well, go to bed early. Although Leong Saijia felt a little strange, she didn't think much about it. The next day, the family was having breakfast in the living room. Leong Saijia was reading the newspaper as usual. When she saw the fire at Rongjuan Garden, her face changed slightly. Rongjuan Garden is one of the most high-end residential areas in the provincial capital. It's full of well-known people. This fire killed more than 20 people, and there are still more than a dozen people trying to rescue them. Liang Kaiyan said nonchalantly, "When the weather is hot, it's easy for fires to happen." That's not right. A house in Rongjuan Garden costs at least 50 million yuan, and the more expensive ones are over 100 million yuan. Such a high-end mansion must have excellent fire protection, unless it was set on fire by someone. Leong Saijia frowned and suddenly remembered the smell of gasoline on Leong Howren last night. Of course, she didn't think much about it. After all, the two parties couldn't be connected. Mom, George's friend Johnson lives in Rongjuan Garden. I hope he gets burned to death, Leong Wea suddenly interrupted with a word, which shocked Leong Saijia. She turned around and stared at Leong Howren. Recently, Leong Howren's mood has been very strange. He has been nervous and occasionally scolds Shi Xiaoqi. In addition, there was the smell of gasoline last night. Howren, tell me honestly where you went last night. Leong Saijia stood up and looked at Leong Howren excitedly. The whole family looked at Leong Saijia in confusion, thinking that Leong Saijia seemed too excited. Leong Quan complained to Leong Saijia, but Leong Saijia ignored him and stared at Leong Howren. There are no outsiders here. We are all family. Tell me where you went last night. Don't act on impulse and cause a disaster. Sister, let me be frank. Yes, I was the one who set the fire in Rongjuan Garden. I poured 3 barrels of gasoline in Shi Xiaoqi's house and burned them to death. Leong Howren didn't hide anything and smiled sinisterly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The whole family is enjoying the air conditioning. Leong Quan was so shocked that he felt like he had a heart attack and pointed at his son. Su Mingxia's face turned pale, and she quickly took a heart pill. You're crazy, Leong Saiji yelled. You actually set fire to people. Do you know how serious this is? More than 20 people died, and the people living in this community are all elites and have important backgrounds. You, how could you be so impulsive? I'm not impulsive. Sure, Xiaoqi made me a cuckold, so I'll burn her to death. As long as she's alive, I won't be able to eat or sleep well. And Johnson, the adulterer, actually seduced my wife. He must die too. Instead of being afraid, Leong Howren was very excited and proud. Howren! Leong Quan was furious and grabbed the chopsticks on the table and threw them at Leong Howren. Forget about Shi Xiaoqi. Meng Qi is here too. She is my granddaughter, and you actually want to burn her to death too. You. Leong Howren said as a matter of course. She recognizes Johnson as her father and not me. What's the point of having such a daughter? All right, stop arguing. Now is not the time to find out the cause. Leong Saiji interrupted at this time. The matter has become serious. Howren will definitely be found out. We must find a way immediately. I will call my second brother and eldest brother. The family finally didn't dare to blame Leong Howren, but Leong Howren still looked indifferent. Don't worry. Even if it is found out that it is me, who dares to arrest me? At this time, Leong Yi was still living in the Yi family. He had been inspecting some projects in Yuhai City recently, and he had not returned to the Leong family because he was trying to appease Maria. After answering Leong Saijia's call, he was also scared and then hurried to watch the news, and then his whole body was shaking and his teeth were chattering. Saijia, let Howard go abroad immediately, immediately. I will ask my secretary to help him go abroad as quickly as possible. Quick, quick. After saying that, Leong Yi hung up the phone and left quickly. Maria learned the news. She also followed Leong Yi. She didn't expect that just after she received the news that David was in jail, something happened to the Leong family again. Maria, this is not a small matter. Too many people died. I was right. The higher-ups will conduct a strict investigation into this case. Howard must leave the country immediately and go far away. Otherwise, he will surely die. Even your eldest brother may not be able to save him. In the car, Leong Yi said very nervously. Maria's heart was pounding, and then she clasped her hands together, hoping that her beloved brother could leave the country as soon as possible. Chapter 319, Race Against Time and Death. At this time in the hospital, the doctor and the nurse came out and told the situation of Shi Xiaoqi and Shi Mingqi. They were not in any danger, just some burns and skin injuries and emphysema because they were wearing gas masks. Later, Shi Xiaoqi also rushed out of the ward and started crying when she saw George. It was Fa who saved us. He remembered there were gas masks in the living room and rushed to the room to get them. There were only two, so he left them for me and Meng Qi. George, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. After she finished shouting, she collapsed to the ground. The doctor and the nurse rushed to check on her and found that she was just fainting from the shock. They wanted to send her back to the ward, but Shi Xiaoqi refused and insisted on waiting for Johnson to wake up. Not long after, the lights in Johnson's operating room dimmed, and the doctor came out. Chapter 319, Race Against Time and Death. At this time in the hospital, the doctor and the nurse came out and told the situation of Shi Xiaoqi and Shi Mingqi. They were not in any danger, just some burns and skin injuries and emphysema because they were wearing gas masks. Later, Shi Xiaoqi also rushed out of the ward and started crying when she saw George. It was Fa who saved us. He remembered there were gas masks in the living room and rushed to the room to get them. There were only two, so he left them for me and Meng Qi. George, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. After she finished shouting, she collapsed to the ground. The doctor and the nurse rushed to check on her and found that she was just fainting from the shock. They wanted to send her back to the ward, but Shi Xiaoqi refused and insisted on waiting for Johnson to wake up. Not long after, the lights in Johnson's operating room dimmed, and the doctor came out. This gentleman's condition is quite serious. He has severe burns covering 50% of his body, and he has inhaled too much toxic gas. Of course, the most serious problem is severe brain hypoxia. He may be in a coma for a long time. We are currently taking emergency measures to rescue him. After the doctor finished speaking, Shi Xiaoqi fainted on the spot with a diamond ring in her hand. When the fire happened, Johnson was afraid he would never have another chance. So he proposed to her. Shi Xiaoqi agreed, and agreed firmly, saying that she would definitely walk down the aisle with Johnson. Unfortunately, the ring is still there, but the person can't wake up. What did you say? At this time, George's eyes turned red, and he grabbed the doctor's collar angrily. Mr. George, calm down. Wang Wei and the others quickly grabbed George. Sorry, we will try our best. The doctor could also understand the feelings of the patient's family, and with the help of Wang Wei and others, he left quickly. George stood there as if he had lost his soul. His body felt very cold. He looked at Wang Wei and the others and said, "Find all the famous doctors at home and abroad, whether they're Chinese or Western medicine, no matter how much it costs. Invite them to come to me, even if you have to kidnap them." After he left the Yi family, Johnson was the only one who stayed with him. Later, they started a business together and overcame all kinds of difficulties together. Johnson is not only his friend, but also his brother. At this time, Chi Dan received a call and looked at George seriously and said, "Mr. George, there is news from the police station that the murderer has been found. It's Leong Howard." Leong Howard. George looked over suddenly, his eyes like a tiger's pupil, which made Chi Dan shudder. The police found out through surveillance that Leong Howard bribed the renovation workers 3 days ago, sneaked into the community with a gasoline barrel, and hid on the rooftop of the community for 3 days. During this period, He evaded the security patrols many times and also evaded our bodyguards. On the night of the 17th, he walked down from the rooftop and finally ignited the fire. Chidan didn't dare to look George in the eyes and looked very guilty. I have reminded you many times to protect Johnson and the others. What are you doing? George was furious, pointing at Chidan and cursing, then punched the wall, blaming himself. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for not protecting him well. It's all my fault for not being cruel enough. Olivia knew why George blamed himself and quickly comforted him. Brother Chun, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. She knew that George had wanted to deal with Leong Howren a long time ago, but was stopped by Johnson. Johnson wanted to deal with Leong Howren himself at that time, which eventually led to this disaster. At this time, George looked at Chidan again and said in a cold voice, "Where is Leong Howren?" Chidan said, "We are still at the Leong family. The wanted document has been issued, but we were stopped by various excuses when we were taking action. We found out that Leong, he was stalling for time and wanted to protect Leong Howren from leaving the country. He still wants to escape?" George roared murderously. "Stop all the main roads in the provincial capital. I want him to be unable to fly. If the higher-ups don't take action against him, I, George, will do it myself." Yes. At this time, the Leong family. Leong Howren didn't know that a disaster was about to happen. He was lying on the bed, crossing his legs and humming a song. Leong Tsaijia, Leong Quan, Su Mingxia and others took turns to persuade him, but he still refused to leave. "Dad, Mom, what are you afraid of? Big brother will take care of it." Leong Howren even took out his cell phone to check the news, hoping to see news of Shi Xiaoqi and the other's death. Su Mingxia knew why Leong Howren didn't leave. On the one hand, he was very confident in the power of the Leong family. On the other hand, he wanted to know the final fate of Shi Xiaoqi and Johnson. She had no choice but to threaten him with death. Leong Howren still felt sorry for Su Mingxia and was completely at his wit's end. He finally nodded and agreed. After getting in the car, he drove quickly towards the airport. 15 minutes after he left, people from the police station arrived, but Leong Quan and his men kept delaying time to distract the police. Leong, he was also rushing back. He kept calling the Leong family. When he learned that Leong Howren had finally left, he was temporarily relieved, but he knew that his younger brother, who had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth and had lived abroad for a long time, did not understand the domestic environment and must not be very worried. So he also called Leong Howren and reminded him of the seriousness of the matter many times. Among those burned to death, there were 6 children. One was a great writer, one was a famous star, and several had very powerful backgrounds. The whole Yinjing area was alarmed. "Howren, second brother is not kidding you this time. Not to mention second brother. Even your eldest brother can't protect you." When Leong Howren heard these words and looked at the police car whizzing outside the window, he finally realized that things were in trouble. He started to get a little nervous, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Especially when he saw that there were so few cars on the road, he felt like he was surrounded by enemies and wanted to leave the country immediately. "Don't think about anything now. Hurry to the airport. Someone will pick you up. The fake passport and other things have been prepared. Go to Hong Kong Island first, and then go abroad from Hong Kong Island. Judging from the time, you have 15 minutes, so you should still make it. But you can't waste time on the way. Race against time and death. Do you hear me?" Leong, he continued to instruct. Leong Howren finally felt a little relieved and asked the driver to drive faster. But at this time, the car began to slow down. "Oh no, someone is blocking the road ahead." After the driver finished speaking, Leong Howren saw that a large number of Mercedes-Benz luxury cars blocked the entire road on the airport highway, making it impossible to crash into them. In front of the car, there were a dozen people standing, one of whom looked very familiar to him. It was George. "Brother, George stopped me." Leong Howren yelled into the phone. His voice became stuttering, and his panic was growing. "What?" On the phone, Leong, he was silent for 3 seconds before speaking. "I'm very close to you. I'll rush over right away. Don't hang up. Report to me at any time." Maria, beside him, and gritted his teeth and said, "George pounced like a mad dog and stopped Leong Howren." Maria shuddered all over, with fear in her eyes, but when she thought of what would happen to her brother if he was caught, the fear turned into anger and madness. He has already killed David, and he still refuses to stop. Is he going to target my brother too? "George, if you dare to deal with my brother, I, Maria, will kill you." Chapter 3:20 Leong Howren, he can't escape. 10 minutes later, Liang Yi's car arrived at the airport highway. He saw a large number of Mercedes-Benz in the distance, like a sea of cars. The car in the center must be Leong Howren's car, which is ambushed from all sides. Leong he looked at the time and knew that he didn't have much time left. He roared with bloodshot eyes. "You bastard, George, if my brother is caught, I want you to be buried with him." He quickly got out of the car and ran over angrily with Maria. At this time, George had already grabbed Leong Howren from the car and beat him to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. With one punch and one kick, Leong Howren's teeth were knocked out and his nose was crooked. Leong Howren also screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "George, why are you stopping me? My business has nothing to do with you." Leong Howren cursed angrily. George didn't talk to him at all, but just beat him hard, threw Leong Howren over his shoulder to the ground, and then stepped on Leong Howren's left hand and broke it. Snap! The sound of broken bones came. Leong Howren grimaced in pain and roared, "George, you and I have nothing to do with each other. What on earth are you going to do?" George grabbed the phone, threw himself on Leong Howren, and kept hitting Leong Howren's face with the phone. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if he was holding a brick, hitting Leong Howren's face until it was covered in blood. And George still didn't say anything. His face was full of hostility and anger, just like an enraged beast. Chidan and Uncle Chun saw that George was acting out of character, no longer elegant and dignified, but as ferocious as a wolf. They were also very worried. They were afraid that if the fight continued, George beat Leong Howren to death. If it were any other time, death would be death, and they would have plenty of ways to deal with a dead person. But Leong Howren is not an ordinary person now. He is a murderer and is the focus of attention. It will be difficult to explain if he dies. "George, I know why you are angry. Go ahead and hit me. Kill me if you can." Seeing that George had no intention of letting him go, Leong Howren also gave it a go and laughed like crazy. "That's right, Sure Xiaoqi, Johnson, and the others were burned to death by me, as well as Xiaominqi. This is what happens when you betray me. Ha ha, they were all burned to charcoal. Leong Howren will be fine. As a member of the Leong family, it doesn't matter if I burn a few people to death. It's not a big deal." He laughed so arrogantly and wildly. George's eyes widened as he said coldly, "I'm telling you, Aunt Sure Xiaoqi is not dead, Johnson is not dead, and Xiaomingqi is even less dead. Do you think you can escape? You can't escape. You will definitely die. You lied to me. I watched the fire burn the whole building. How could they not die?" Leong Howren stopped laughing and started to get angry. They had taken fire emergency courses, hid in the room, and avoided the thick smoke, so they didn't die at all. George finished speaking. He continued to beat Leong Howren. No, they're dead. You lied to me." Leong Howren was so angry that he yelled hysterically. This time, it was difficult for him to remain calm and composed. But George beat him even harder until he was almost dying. "Get out of here. Do you know who I am? Get out of here." At this time, Leong Yi had already rushed over with Maria. Leong Yi exuded the aura of a superior, shocking the bodyguards. Then he saw George beating Leong Howren violently. He was so angry that he was shaking. He pointed at George and cursed. "George, this is none of your business. Get out of here right now. Let them come over." George didn't expect Leong Yi and Maria to come, but he didn't stop them. Just let them watch their brother get beaten. Second brother, sister. Leong Howren also saw Leong Yi and shouted weakly. But after shouting, George's cell phone hit his mouth, and he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The hit was so strong that George's phone was smashed into pieces. Leong immediately felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, and he yelled, "George, let my brother go immediately. I order you to let my brother go. Do you hear me?" The unparalleled aura of a superior burst out, and even the bodyguards who were close to him were shocked. But George was not afraid at all and looked into Leong Yi's eyes. The auras of the two superiors were like an invisible collision. Although Leong Yi is in a high position of power, he has been stirring up bloody storms in the provincial capital for many years. But George is no longer the teenager he was back then. He is worth hundreds of billions and has seen all kinds of big scenes. He is not inferior to Leong Yi at all. They were like two fierce tigers. Neither of them took a step back. "George, you hurt your dad. Do you want to hurt your uncle? How can you be so cruel? How can you be so heartless? When did your uncle offend you?" At this moment, Maria roared angrily and tears flowed wildly. George was too lazy to waste time talking to her. He had heard this kind of victim-playing talk countless times. Seeing that Liang Haoran had fainted, he immediately stood up and asked the bodyguard to bring him a tissue to wipe his hands. His hands were covered in blood. Liang is becoming more and more anxious. Every second of delay means his brother is one step closer to the death penalty. But George remained calm and refused to let go. What do you want? What do you need? Money, power, or something else? Just ask. Liang Yihong yelled. What's the problem between you and your dad and mom? What are you hiding from each other? Just ask. After saying that, he looked at Maria and said, Maria, no matter what he asks, you just answer him. Saving Haoran is more important now. Maria hated George. She knew that time was running out. So she shouted, Okay, George, tell me what you want. George looked at them coldly and suddenly thought of something and asked, Maria, do you know Wei Quansheng and Xiao Yuer? Maria had been willing to answer all the questions she knew for the sake of her brother. But after hearing this, her pupils suddenly narrowed. Answer me. George knew what Maria must know. There was a secret between them. I have no idea. Maria seemed to be stimulated by something. She yelled with red eyes, George, release him immediately. Don't make any excuses. Release him quickly. After a pause, he said angrily, Don't think I don't know your tricks. Johnson and Shi Xiaoqi were burned to death. You just want my brother to be buried with them. George, I tell you, the Liang family is not like the Yi family. No one can die. No one can die. If you continue to make mistakes, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Beep, beep, beep. In the distance, the sound of police cars can be heard. George. Liang Yi's face was filled with panic, and he kept stamping his feet anxiously. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Let him go, let him go. But the more anxious he got, the calmer George became. He appreciated Liang Yi's anxiety and fear and said with a smile, Threaten me? Do you think I'm on my first day out here? Liang Haoran can't escape. He must die. George with resentment. He finally understood that George was not only going to deal with the Yi family, but also the Liang family. He wanted to make sure that everyone in the Liang family would be doomed. Chapter 321. George predicted our actions. At the same time, Huang Zhongwan arrived with his team and took control of the scene. He looked deeply at George and Liang Yi, knowing the feud between them, and then asked his men to arrest Liang Haoran and said to George, Mr. George, thank you for calling the police. No, this man committed arson and murder. He has no conscience. This is what I should do. George kept looking at Liang Yi. This time, he wanted to see how the Liang family could wash themselves. After saying this, he took the chitons and left. Mr. Liang. Huang Zhongwan also greeted Liang Yi. He knew the relationship between Liang Haoran and Liang Yi, so he guessed Liang Yi's purpose. However, Liang Yi's status was higher than his, so it was inconvenient for him to ask many things. Then he ordered the team to pack up. The police cars and George's car left one after another, and gradually, Liang Yi and Maria were the only ones left on the highway. They witnessed their brother being taken away, and then watched George leave with the police car. It was as if they were in a storm, shivering all over, but unable to do anything. The hatred in my heart reaches the sky. If it weren't for George, Haoran would have escaped long ago. I swear to God, I will kill George. Maria spoke with resentment. Liang Yi didn't say anything, but there was coldness and murderous intent in his eyes. Of course he wanted to kill George. Moreover, he regretted that he had been hesitating and missed opportunities again and again. George had been killed earlier. Nothing would have happened to his brother. Haoran was taken away. It was George who was behind it, that bastard. Liang Yi called Liang Yong again and left quickly. He had a lot of things to deal with now. Not long after, the news that Liang Haoran was taken away reached the Liang family. Haoran! After hearing this, Su Mingxia fainted on the spot. The whole family was terrified and quickly sent Su Mingxia to the hospital for emergency treatment. Liang Quan was still able to stay conscious, but his face was as pale as paper. My son, my son. He obviously knew that this matter was beyond the Liang family's authority, and his son would be in great danger if he went there. What made him most angry was that the person who took his son away was none other than his grandson. If his grandson hadn't stopped him, his son would have escaped long ago. This is like killing someone. George, you are my grandson, and Haoran is your uncle. How long are you going to harm the Liang family? After cursing, he touched his heart, shaking with pain, and was sent for emergency treatment. The Liang family was in dire straits for a while. Maria came back. She learned that her parents had been sent for emergency treatment. She felt dizzy. Liang Yi had comforted her, and she didn't feel so guilty towards the Liang family. But now the guilt rose again. She really wants to kill this son now. I hated myself even more for not killing George with my own hands. This is a sinful debt. Liang Yi did not come back and use his connections to help Liang Haoren, but when he knew what happened at home, he burst into tears on the spot. In the end, he had to muster up the energy to find help from his connections. Lao Yang, this is a very troublesome matter. Too many people have died, and they're all from important backgrounds. How can I help you? Lao Yang, we are both from military. I will definitely help you. Come back to me in a few days. We live in a society ruled by law, not in the old days. You still want to commit arson and murder? Lao Yang, forget it. Calls were made one after another, but colleagues who had flattered Liang Yi in the past were all trying to shirk responsibility. Some who smelled something was wrong even distanced themselves from the matter directly. Liang Yi is no longer the powerful figure he once was in the provincial capital. The news of Liang Haoren's arrest was broadcast on the news that evening, causing great public outrage. On TV, on the internet, and in real life, a lot of curses were heard. After Liang Haoren received treatment, he was also interviewed by reporters. Although he was beaten black and blue by George, and one of his arms was broken, his attitude was still arrogant and domineering. This attitude angered people even more. In particular, reporters reported that Liang Haoren committed arson because he was jealous of his ex-wife's marriage, which caused countless people to curse him to death. This case not only fermented in the South, but also spread throughout the country. George returned to Tianjin Group. He immediately called Wang Wei and others for an emergency meeting. The Liang family will definitely try every means to save Liang Haoren. Mobilize the power of the media to expand the influence of this case through short videos, Weibo, social media, and other channels. If you continue to expose the relationship between Liang Haoren and the Liang family and spread rumors, the Liang family will try to clear Liang Haoren's name. For example, there is a high possibility that a new murderer may appear in this case, and it is the painter who is the real murderer. Also, after being imprisoned, Liang Haoren will apply for a patent to reduce his sentence. In addition, we found someone with the same name and surname to take the blame. George said and started to mobilize public opinion on the spot. George finished the meeting. Uncle Chen also came over and whispered, "Master, after this incident, the Liang family is definitely not the same as before. Your security needs to be strengthened. They definitely want to kill you as soon as possible, especially Liang Yi." George nodded indifferently. "I will wait for him to make a move and drag him to be buried with his brother." Liang Haoren's incident also sounded a wake-up call for him. When dealing with some people, you should take the initiative because some people are no longer human. The warning bell from the previous life and the warning bell from this life. Both lives are reminding George. Next, George ordered the legal department, publicity department, internet department, and other departments to focus on this case. No matter what the Liang family does, they must try their best to stop them. On the other side, Liang Yong was calling Liang Yi to discuss response strategies. "Brother, I have thought of several ways, such as bribing the painter who smuggled the gasoline barrels for Haoren and letting him be the murderer and take the blame for the crime. This method is very good, and I have already asked my men to handle it." "Don't go. Haven't you read the media? The relationship between the Liang family and Haoren has been exposed. People on the internet are already predicting our actions. What you said has already been predicted by someone. Once we do it, everyone will know that it is the Liang family who is clearing Haoren's name. When we're in jail, we'll bribe some people and apply for patents or something. It's useless. Even the choice of someone to take the blame was predicted by someone. Someone is deliberately targeting us, predicting our every move, and stirring up a storm of public opinion. It's George." After Liang Yi guessed it, he was angry and frightened. George was determined to kill his brother without any mercy and to destroy all their hopes. "Brother, are you going to just watch Haoren get sentenced? Liang Yi is now helpless. We can only delay it. We have hired the best lawyer to delay the case. The longer it is delayed, the more hope Haoren has to survive. I have already made arrangements. We will delay the solving of the case as much as possible. I also told Haoren not to say anything and never plead guilty." Liang Yong said seriously, "Now is the most urgent moment for the Liang family. We must not panic. You have to give good guidance to my parents." After hearing this, Liang Yi had no choice but to nod. In the days that followed, The case was indeed dragging on, and the level of attention was constantly decreasing. Of course, George had predicted the Leong family's actions and continued to mobilize the media to prevent the case from sinking to the bottom. He also made appointments with the victim's family, hung banners in the court from time to time, and conducted interviews on the internet from time to time. This means that the case will be difficult to cool down in the short term. Chapter 322. Things take a turn for the better, but the situation is not optimistic. Leong Howard had been locked up all this time. From being indifferent and arrogant at the beginning, he gradually felt panic and despair, especially when Leong Yi came to visit him and hinted to him that things were very troublesome and that if he made a mistake, he would die with hatred in his heart. Leong Howard finally panicked and regretted his impulsiveness even more. Of course, he knew that he could not fall down, and he must not confess his guilt. Otherwise, even the Lord could not save him. Lucas and a few others also came to visit the prison, and although David and Yuki were in prison, they also received the news. They were all shocked, and even more unbelievable, because they heard that Leong Howard was not arrested by the police, but by George. They didn't expect that George would dare to attack the Leong family, and even kill Leong Howard. You have to know that although there are frictions between George and the Leong family, they are just ordinary quarrels and have not yet degenerated into a life-and-death struggle. George has already caused me to go to jail. I thought he would stop, but I didn't expect him to be even more cruel. If he continues like this, isn't he afraid that the Leong family will kill him? David was a little worried. He knew if he angered the Leong family, they will be capable of doing anything. This family is ruthless and will do anything to achieve their goals. Otherwise, they would not have been able to rise from an ordinary family to the ranks of the wealthy. On the other hand, Yuki knew that after Leong Howard was imprisoned, George was still mobilizing his energy and continued to target Leong Howard. She wanted to beg George to stop, to deal with the Yi family, but not to harm the Leong family anymore. If he continued like this, George would really have no way back. A month has passed quietly. Although the case is still under trial and the attention has decreased a lot, there are still many people paying attention to it. This has caused Leong Howard to be under increasing pressure. He often goes crazy in the detention center, swears, and even threatens the guards. There were even times when he was about to confess his guilt, but Leong Yi and the people from the Leong family took turns persuading him. George also had good news. During this month, Shi Xiaoqi and her daughter kept calling for Johnson, and Johnson finally woke up. Through the doctor's emergency rescue, Johnson's vital signs were stabilized, and he finally recovered. George was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. After Johnson recovered his spirit, he went to chat with Johnson. As they talked, tears welled up in his eyes. Of course, Johnson also knew about Leong Howard's affairs and was unwilling to let Leong Howard go. George swore to him that Leong Howard must die. After leaving the hospital, George even had someone take the video of Johnson and Shi Xiaoqi to the prison to give to Leong Howard. There is no doubt that when Leong Howard saw the video showing that the two were not dead and were showing their love, he fainted on the spot. He committed arson and murder and took the lives of dozens of people. But in the end, the people who deserved to die did not die. This is unjust. Leong Howard was already under a lot of pressure and was on the verge of collapse. This video broke him down even more. Later, Leong Yi arrived and learned about the situation. He was so angry that he cursed George for being vicious and had to continue to appease Leong Howard. "Brother, how long do we have to wait? Do you know how it feels like to be in here? I wish I could just eat peanuts." After seeing Leong Yi, Leong Howard broke down and cried. "Howard, you have to be strong. Think about your parents. If they knew you confessed, they would be even more overwhelmed." Leong Yi's eyes were red and tearful, and Shi Xiaoqi and Johnson are still alive. Do you want to watch them live happily forever? So you can't die. After hearing these words, Leong Howard finally agreed to let Leong Yi stick with it. "Your eldest brother has found some people, and the case is finally getting some progress. You will be released within 3 months, don't worry." Leong Yi continued to comfort him. "Those people are from powerful backgrounds. There will be absolutely no problem." In fact, he did not deceive Leong Howard. It was Liang Yong who gave him the news. It seemed that Liang Yong had exhausted all his energy in Yanjing, helping Leong Howard to escape punishment, finding some mysterious dignitaries, and constantly building relationships. Some people at the top had already given in. Leong Yi also didn't know the purpose and identity of these mysterious dignitaries. He only knew that they were related to the second-tier families in the Beijing circle. Another month has passed, and the attention on the case has not diminished. George received word that someone up there seemed to be helping Leong Howren, and the situation was a bit grim, which also surprised George. The Leong family is very powerful in the South, but it is impossible for them to have such a great influence in the Beijing circle. Even Leong Yong has only established a foothold in the Beijing circle. George had no choice but to ask for help from his connections, and eventually he got a clue from concubine Wei Mingfei, who implicitly reminded George that it was a second-tier family that stepped forward. Of course, concubine Wei Ming only found out these things. She didn't know the purpose of the second-tier families, let alone how deep their relationship with the Liang family was. Concubine Wei Ming has been dealing with the Liang family, so when this happened, she was also very anxious. Of course, Wei Mingfei reminded George that many things were still uncertain. Maybe Liang Yong had exchanged them for some bargaining chips, so George didn't need to worry too much. George had no choice but to wait and see for the time being. In short, no matter what happened in the end, Liang Howren would still die. George had sworn that. Tianjin Group's business is getting better and better. After the stock market crash, Kinuado's stock price has skyrocketed. The real estate and mobile phone businesses are also developing smoothly, especially the short video business, which has begun to threaten the Tung Group. At the same time, the summer vacation is coming. Tianjin Entertainment has shot 6 movies recently. I thought that with the company's current reputation, they would definitely sell well. Who knew it would encounter a setback just after going online? The reason for this is mainly due to the comments of many film critics. It's another money-making work. The plot is old-fashioned. You know the ending after watching the beginning. It uses big stars to attract traffic. Don't put shadow lines on such shoddy works. Haha, I watched a romance movie, and the whole movie was just whining for no reason. I had no idea what was going on. I watched that fantasy movie the same way. Not only is the plot old-fashioned, but the special effects are so fake. They say it cost hundreds of millions to make. What a lie. They just want to make money. Haha, I thought Tianjin Entertainment would continue the popularity of the May Day period, but the result is disappointing. Of course, this is my opinion. If you're rich and stupid, you can go and have a look. I won't stop you. These movie commentary bloggers have many fans. After hearing their venomous comments, many people are no longer interested in Tianjin Entertainment's movies and are even full of negative opinions. And that's not all. Many entertainment companies are jealous of Tianjin Entertainment and took the opportunity to discredit these movies. Although some movie fans have watched these movies and found them to be different from what is said on the internet, and they're very exciting and good to watch. But after all, there were too few people. Even if they commented on Tianjin Entertainment, they were quickly drowned out. In this situation, more and more people are guided by public opinion and follow the trend to judge. Chapter 323 is gold. It shines everywhere. The movie box office plummeted, and the leadership of Tianjin Entertainment held an emergency meeting because of this. Olivia presided over the meeting personally, because Johnson had just been discharged from the hospital not long ago. The workload couldn't be too heavy, so it was left to her. The company invested a lot of money in these movies. How come a box office is so bad? Olivia looked at General Manager Lin Yaohong and said, "Hasn't our company handled the relationship well in terms of public relations? What went wrong?" Boss Xia, the reason is not the PR, but some film critics are colluding to stir up trouble. Lin Yaohong said helplessly. In the industry, film critics are also one of the channels for publicity. In this regard, we at Tianjin Entertainment have never been able to establish a relationship with them, so they tacitly discredit our films. This is not a solution, Mr. Xia. I think we should follow the rules of the trade and secretly give them some money. A person in charge stood up and proposed. Olivia wanted to say something, but George came in and said, "No need for that. Maybe someone is targeting us on purpose." Mr. Yi, everyone stood up and greeted them. If I'm not mistaken, the person behind this is the Liang family's brilliant group. George waved his hand and asked everyone to sit down. In fact, with his wealth and status, he was not interested in such matters. Even if these movies made a profit, they would only make around tens of billions. But he guessed that this matter might be related to the Liang family, and he suddenly became interested. He knew that the Liang family's goal was to distract him by causing him all kinds of trouble and gradually make him forget about targeting Liang Howren. George looked at the leader's panic and said with a smile, "I won't hold you responsible for the box office failure. As for the film critics, we don't have to care about them either. But if we let this situation continue, Our movie will be taken offline due to poor box office performance. Lin Yaohong suddenly became a little anxious. You know, the theater chain has arranged the most and best lines for our convenience. Another person also said, Mr. Yi, there are rules in the industry. Let's just stick to the unspoken rules. Other companies are giving, so let's give too. The overall budget is only about 20 million. Yes, these movies have consumed the hard work of many directors, actors, etc. They can't be wasted like this. No matter how good our movies are, good wine will always be in the dark. Everyone is opposing it. However, after seeing George's cold face, no one dared to speak, and they lowered their heads in silence. George glanced at everyone and said, I understand how you feel, but have you ever thought about this? These film critics must have been paid to do this. If we give them money, we will fall into someone else's trap and continue to burn money to attract film critics. Besides, these film critics are spoiled. They haven't even watched the movie, but they just gossip and talk nonsense. We at Tianjin Entertainment won't spoil them. In a word, let the work speak for itself. If you are confident in your work, why do you need them to promote it? As soon as these words were spoken, many people were moved. Yes, if you are confident in your work, why do you need others to promote it? Mr. Yi, that's what you say. But let's be honest, every industry has its own unspoken rules. If you don't follow the unspoken rules, you will be kicked out and you will be strangled. Lin Yaohong was still worried and said anxiously, Our 5 films cost 520 million yuan. Are we going to lose all of them just for 20 million yuan in publicity fees? This is not in line with business rules. Everyone looked at Lin Yaohong. They didn't expect Lin Yaohong to be so bold that she dared to refute the boss. George looked at her calmly. It's only 500 million. We at Tianjin Group can afford the loss. Starting today, these 5 movies will be broadcast online at the same time and for free. I still believe that good wine needs no bush. Gold will shine everywhere. Even if the reviews of 4 movies are bad, there's still a lot of people watching them. This is the brand effect. So we have to make our own movies and build our own brand, instead of following the trend and being strangled by others. These 5 movies were personally selected by George. They were the movies that made the annual list in the previous life, and one of them even won the annual box office champion. So George has this confidence. Wow, there was an uproar in the conference room. Lin Yaohong's eyes widened even more, thinking she had heard wrongly. It cost 500 million yuan, and this movie shot by so many directors and actors is actually broadcast for free. At one point, she even thought George was targeting her on purpose. Mr. Yi, Lin Yaohong wanted to say something, but the secretary beside her quickly pulled her back. It is a big taboo to continuously question the boss in the workplace. Besides, the boss is rich and can do whatever he wants. Why do you care so much? Of course, Lin Yaohong didn't sit back, but just stopped talking, with a look of unwillingness on her face. George glanced at her and called Olivia to leave together. This glance also frightened the leaders present, thinking that Lin Yaohong must be in trouble. After George left, Lin Yaohong said unwillingly, If we broadcast it for free on the internet, will anyone still watch it in theaters? All 5 movies will be gone. I'm not heartbroken about the money, but I am heartbroken about everyone's hard work. Also, as the general manager, I have the responsibility and obligation to ensure the company's profitability. She also knew that she had committed a big taboo in the workplace, but she really couldn't help it. On that day, Tianjin Entertainment followed George's order and put the movie online for free. Wow, a crappy movie is free? I have to go watch it anyway. If it costs money, I won't go. If it doesn't cost money, I'll go and take a look. Because of the sharp tongues of previous film critics, many people are very interested in these 5 bad movies, and most importantly, they are free. You won't know the result until you see it. You'll be shocked. Whoever said it was a bad movie, please stand up, and I promise I won't beat you to death. I didn't guess the ending of this movie until the very end. The plot is like a roller coaster. It's a 100% fine movie with excellent quality. The special effects of the movie I watched were amazing. I thought it was a Hollywood blockbuster. Go watch some other movies. Real reviews began to spread. Many people watched it once, then watched it a second time, and even watched all the other films. In the end, they were convinced that Tianjin Entertainment is dedicated to making movies. For a time, the scores of these movies on Dubon reached more than 9 points. More than a dozen venomous film critics were scolded, and many people stopped being fans. I think these film reviews are a planned smear campaign. They must have been paid. Many people also guessed the truth and then cursed at the film critics on forums and videos. Those venomous film critics were so scared that they dared not show their heads and pretended not to see it. The movies produced by Tianjin Entertainment are the best I have seen in recent years. They have depth plot, are funny and touching. Yes, Tianjin Entertainment was defamed by the capitalists, and they were so angry that they made it free online. Just based on this kind of backbone, I feel like I owe them a movie ticket. Yes. I also owe Tianjin Entertainment a movie ticket. Out of guilt, many people went to the cinema to buy tickets, especially those who cursed loudly at the beginning, and they even helped promote the film. When the theater saw that several movies produced by Tianjin Entertainment were being broadcast for free on the internet, they originally wanted to take these movies offline. However, the box office of these movies suddenly skyrocketed, so they simply moved up the release date. There is one film in particular. The theater has scheduled it for consecutive screenings, and the box office has gradually reached 1 billion. Chapter 324. When you're in a position, you should do your job and fulfill your responsibilities. George completely forgot about Tianjin Entertainment and was preparing for the pre-sale of the property. After all, although movies make money, they are obviously not as profitable as real estate. On this day, George had just finished a meeting and walked out when he saw Lin Yaohong. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Lin Yao looked at George with a red face. "The total box office of our company's 5 movies is 4.6 billion, and the highest box office has reached 1.2 billion. It is very likely to reach 1.5 billion in the end. That day, I contradicted you. I was wrong. This is my resignation letter." George was also a little surprised about the box office. Although he was very confident in Tianjin Entertainment's work, he did not expect the box office to soar. But after a little thought, he understood. Because of the constant smear campaigns by film critics, these 5 movies have become a joke among recent movies, attracting a lot of attention. After they became free, naturally more people watched them, and many people also bought purchase tickets in the end. Speaking of which, we have to thank those film critics for promoting them for free. Why resign? George laughed. Lin Yaohong was a little surprised. Logically speaking, Mr. Yi made the right move by offering free services, and he would definitely punish her. She said ashamedly, "Last time, I questioned your decision and contradicted you in public, violating the rules of the workplace." George shook his head and smiled. "So that's the reason. Actually, I can see that you're not targeting me, but you are in a position where you should do your job and fulfill your responsibilities. My last decision was indeed very unusual in the business world. No one else dared to oppose me, except you. It shows that you really care about the company. So you don't have to resign, and I won't fire you. On the contrary, from now on, you will be fully responsible for Tianjin Entertainment." When Lin Yaohong heard this, her eyes almost fell out. Before, she thought George was too young and didn't understand the laws of business, and that those miraculous rumors outside were all exaggerations. But after the movie became a big hit, coupled with what George said now, she finally understood why George was successful. George's style of doing things, business philosophy, and vision are all ahead of others by a generation. "Why, you don't want to?" George saw that she didn't say anything. "Yes, of course I am willing. For the company, I am willing to run myself to pieces." Lin Yaohong finally reacted and nodded excitedly. George looked at her again. She was wearing a purple office suit, black stockings, brown high heels, and a nice figure. He immediately smiled and said, "Do a good job." When we arrived at another conference room hall, we saw Olivia, Johnson, and others were there, waiting for George to arrive. Subsequently, the pre-sale of Lieta Avenue real estate was officially announced. In the previous life, the price of this property was the second highest in the provincial capital. Sure enough, after the pre-sale started, people rushed into the sales office like crazy, buying the units as if they were free. The opening price of this property is 100,000 renminbi per square meter, and it is only the first phase. The price will increase in the future, but even so, people are still rushing to buy it. George remembered that in his previous life, the average price of Lieta villas was as high as 250,000 per square meter. "Brother Chun, it's booming. Our luxury villas are sold out." Johnson answered the call from the sales manager and ran over excitedly. So far, several properties developed by George have been selling well, and the prices are very high. It can still surge a few more times. Wait, the purchase restriction order is about to start. George was also very happy, but of course not surprised. At this time, on the Liang family side, Liang Yi, Liang Saija, and the others are still running around for Liang Howard's affairs, spending money to build relationships, and so on. At present, a lot of money has been spent on reconciliation with the victim's family in Beijing. As for the reconciliation, all the people who can live in the same building as Johnson are rich, so it is difficult to spend money to reconcile. Even if the other party finally agrees, the price is sky high. So far, a lot of money has been spent just to get two families to sign a letter of understanding. Most importantly, they discovered that George was still following the incident, launching public opinion storms on the internet from time to time, chasing and biting them like a mad dog. Many times, the storm over the case was almost settled, but it was ignited again by George, making them very angry. The Leong family's assets are currently being managed by their descendants. Leong Wea was one of them. He just received a call from the entertainment industry, which was related to several movies of Tianjin Entertainment. In fact, those film reviews targeting Tianjin Entertainment were also written by someone he paid to do so. George handled the relationships well in terms of public relations, but the entertainment industry is not just about public relations. There are also many tricks in other aspects. This is also called every industry has its own rules. Who knew that George's movie not only didn't lose money, but actually made a ton of money? Leong Wea was stunned when he saw the box office data sent by his secretary. Total box office, over 4 billion, damn it. Leong Wea knew that these movies had completely made Tianjin Entertainment famous. From now on, people only needed to know that anything produced by Tianjin must be a masterpiece. What puzzled Leong Wea the most was that George, in the face of a smear campaign, actually provided free internet access, and he didn't know whether it was an accident or a premeditated plan, but he eventually became extremely popular. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Leong Wea could only keep cursing, and film critics also called him and kept complaining. In order to help him, these film critics lost a lot of fans. Finally, I told them that the reason why George's movie became so popular was also due to the contribution of film critics. By smearing George's movie, they promoted George's movie for free. Fuck, fuck, fuck. After hearing this, Leong Wea started cursing again. Although he also knew that even if these movies lost money, it would not have much impact on George. His purpose was to interfere with George so that George would not have time to deal with his uncle and discuss George at the same time. As a result, he was disgusted. Mr. Leong, come out for dinner. At this time, Jiang Tianin called. Leong Wea had no choice but to set off with his bodyguards and driver and sat down in a private room of a 5-star hotel. There are Ella, Lucas, and Angela. Currently, Lucas and Angela are helping the Leong family run their business. As for the E Group, there is only a furniture market left, and it has been losing money. It is basically dead in name only and has gone bankrupt. Cousin, didn't you say you wanted to discuss George? How about those movies? Lucas poured a glass of wine for Leong Wea and asked expectantly. Don't even mention it. That bastard actually made the movie free and then revived it, miraculously earning over 4 billion at the box office. The most popular movie alone took in 1.2 billion at the box office, #1 in the summer season. Leong Wea drank a sip of wine in frustration and then cursed angrily. When everyone heard this, those who were picking up food stopped, those who were drinking stopped, and they all felt as disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Lucas's face was cold and his eyes were gloomy. This bastard, a movie with a 500 million investment, is free. How could he think of that? Angela also said coldly, Grandpa's inheritance is all in his hands. He has money, so of course it doesn't matter. And I guess he must know that it was my cousin who did it, so he deliberately gave it away for free to piss off my cousin to death. I'm going to chop off his legs one day. Leong Wea was so angry that he smashed the wine glass. The Leong family now hates George to the core and regards him as an enemy. Jiang Tianin also took a big sip of wine. He considered himself a math genius who could calculate everything clearly. However, George's movies were free, which was beyond his mathematical logic and cognition. After all, no matter how he calculated, the final result would be 0. But George made a fortune. This completely overwhelmed his brain. Chapter 325. Jiang Tianin refused to accept the result. He was a top student and a math genius. Angela looked gloomy and extremely dissatisfied. I am confused. We are all from wealthy families and have been influenced by them since childhood. We should be better at business than George, but we are not as good as him. Big sister, there's another piece of news you don't know. This morning, George's Lieta Villa went on sale. The average price is 100,000 per square meter. Jiang Tianin interrupted, his words full of jealousy. I heard that you need to verify your capital to enter the market, and you are not allowed to participate if you don't have 50 million. During the pre-sale, a group of people rushed into the sales office, and the sales office's phone was blown up as if they were robbing someone. Are the houses in that damn place so valuable? What makes me the most angry is that the land on Lieta Avenue originally belonged to me. He became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and he picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Leong Wea, Lucas, and the others were so envious that their intestines turned red. Angela said unwillingly, Lieta Villa is located in the core of the new city. The price must be high, but I didn't expect George to sell it for 100,000 per square meter. He is really bold. Isn't he afraid that he can't sell it? She looked at Jiang Tianan again. Tianan, you also pre-sold a few properties. How are the results? In fact, Jiang Tianan hoarded more land than George, and he took the quantity route. These properties in Panyu District and Zhengqing District are all losing money. The pre-sale price is 20,000 yuan per square meter, but not many people buy them. Jiang Tianan didn't want to say it at first, mainly because it was too embarrassing. After hesitating for a while, he finally spoke. That area is too far from the city center. What makes me most depressed is that according to the city planning, those real estate projects are actually far away from the subway. Angela fell silent after hearing this. Lucas opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he held back in order not to upset Jiang Tianan. But it's okay. We have a lot of land, and these are just a few of the properties. The others will definitely sell well. Jiang Tianan felt very embarrassed and had to give himself some confidence. Yes. I remember my brother-in-law bought a unit in the Zhongshui building in the Newtown area. The location is great, and he bought it early, so he should have made a lot of money. Lucas also helped Jiang Tianan speak. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tianan's face became even uglier, and he glared at Lucas. The location of Zhongshui building is very good, but the previous owners left a mess for me, resulting in a huge investment amount. Money has to be invested in all aspects, and it can only be temporarily shelved and unfinished. Unfinished. Lucas, Angela, Leong Wea, and others gasped again. According to Jiang Tianan, the three of them jointly entered the real estate industry, but have not made a penny so far. If Liang Saijia and other elders knew about this, they would definitely be extremely disappointed. Leong Wei couldn't help but remind him, Tianan, don't let our real estate funding chain break. If we can't pay back the new bank loan, we'll be in trouble. Jiang Tianan was playing with his lighter, feeling irritable. In fact, a few days ago, his father Jiang Yi had talked to him for an entire night. Jiang Yi was very clear about the affairs of Dajiang industrial real estate and knew that it was currently in a loss-making stage and it would be difficult to recover the funds. Although the sales of several properties on sale are not bad, they do not meet expectations. In addition, the expenses for land acquisition and construction are very high, which means losses if they cannot sell well. Of course, Jiang Tianan guessed what his father meant and told him not to invest too much money, not to develop real estate on the remaining land, but to keep in his hands, and not to get too close to the Liang family. At present, the Liang family is still in trouble. Although the Jiang family is their relative, there will definitely be trouble if they get too close. This shows that the Liang family is no longer what it used to be. Of course, there is another important person among them, George. Jiang Yi meant that he didn't want to have any conflicts with George, and didn't want to get involved in the fight between George and the Liang family. Moreover, Jiang Yi also said that his brother Jiang Yunzhong had made achievements in the real estate layout in Shanghai City. In comparison, Jiang Tianan felt a little ashamed. And now, Jiang Tianan has invested in two huge projects, mobile phone research and development and real estate. The mobile phone research and development is pretty good, with a high market share and good brand effect. Real estate means losing money. But Jiang Tianan refused to accept the defeat. He was a top student at Tsinghua University and a math genius. He could not lose to George and Jiang Yunzhong. He must make achievements and regain the right to speak in the Jiang family. Otherwise, even Ella will be disliked in the Jiang family. So Jiang Tianan agreed to Jiang Yi's reminder on the surface, but he didn't really take it to heart. In just 1 month, all our properties will be pre-sold. Jiang Tianan held his breath and said, replacing quality with quantity, the provincial capital is flourishing. I have calculated that some of these real estate projects will sell well, some will sell mediocrely, and some will sell poorly. But overall, if we balance them out, as long as 4 of them sell well, we can turn losses into profits. These are all mathematical probability issues. I don't believe I will lose. Brother-in-law, it has to be you. Lucas' math is not as good as Jiang Tiannan's, but seeing that Jiang Tiannan is very confident, he naturally became confident too. According to his understanding, it is just like gambling. You may lose money after betting several times, but as long as the probability of a red comes out, you will make a lot of money. Tiannan, you have the highest IQ among us. Since you are so sure, I can't think of any way for us to lose. I wish us a successful start. Leong Wea raised his glass, and everyone drank happily. In the following month, George developed another real estate project, which was also selling well. Currently, the real estate layout of the provincial capital has been completed. When the second and third phases are developed, George's assets will reach the level of 200 billion. This is still in China, not including the inheritance left by his grandfather abroad. At that time, George could dominate the position of the richest man in the South. After the real estate business came to an end, George invested in the mobile phone project. Currently, the production, sales, and industrial chain of mobile phones are in the charge of Yao Sihai in Yugong, and Yugong also connects with a research institute, including communication with Mr. Jiang and others. During this period, George had dinner with Mr. Jiang and his family several times. Jang Yuyu was there every time, but in order to avoid suspicion, George also brought Olivia with him a few times. And on several occasions, Mr. Xia also came and brought a few friends, a middle-aged couple. They were very polite to George and kept asking questions during the meal. That look made George feel very strange, a bit like the Lin Dong couple. Of course, George didn't think much about it and just responded politely. Later, George learned that Dajiang Industrial's real estate had also begun pre-sales, and this time more than a dozen properties were on sale at the same time, causing an unprecedented sensation. The houses of Dajiang Industrial are of lower grade, but there are enough of them, and they're spread all over the provincial capital on the basis of small profits but quick turnover. George knew that Jiang Tiannan was fighting with him and rapidly encroaching on the real estate market. His purpose was not only to surpass him, but also to distract George so that he would have no time to care about Liang Howard's affairs. They're going to hit a wall soon. In response, George just sneered. In fact, after the pre-sale of Dajiang Industrial's real estate projects, several of them were indeed sold out. Jiang Tiannan and Ella are all very happy. Moreover, Jiang Tiannan took the initiative to invite his father to dinner and showed the results to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi smiled with relief after seeing them. It seems that it was not the right choice when he advised Jiang Tiannan to hoard land. Jiang Tiannan naturally took the opportunity to propose marriage to Ella. Jiang Yi nodded and agreed. Ella, my parents have set a date. We will be getting married in a few months. I plan to give you a wedding of the century that you will never forget. After Jiang Tiannan returned home, he happily hugged Ella. Chapter 326. The winner takes it all. The business world is like a battlefield. Ella also feels very happy. She wants to have the most grand wedding to wash away the bad luck during this period and tell George that she, Ella, is still alive and she will make a comeback. Now, my mobile phone business is doing very well and developing smoothly. The real estate market is also going to stabilize. Next month, our real estate projects will increase prices across the board, and the real estate market will continue to rise in the future. We have so many real estate projects, and we will make more money by then. Jiang Tiannan was also telling Ella about his grand plan. It won't be long before we become the richest man in the provincial capital with mobile phones and real estate. I will invest in other fields, and I will definitely make a lot of money with my brain. If you want to deal with George, it's easy. When my money exceeds his, dealing with him will be like playing. Tiannan, you are awesome. Ella kissed Jiang Tiannan hard. Jiang Tiannan laughed happily. Looking at the current situation, I can't find any reason to lose money. By the way, Ella, when we get married, you must invite George well. Definitely invite him. Let him watch us shine and make him mad to death. Ella was held in Jiang Tiannan's arms and spun around. She was so happy that it made people jealous. But the good times didn't last long. 3 days later, a document came down from above, issuing a purchase restriction order for the provincial capital. A family can only purchase one house. If outsiders want to buy a house, they must meet the social security requirements, and so on. There is no doubt that once the purchase restriction order was issued, many real estate speculation groups were suppressed, and the skyrocketing prices in the real estate market had to be slowed down. Most importantly, The purchase restriction order is a fatal blow to real estate development companies like Jiang Tianan that win by quantity. Tianan, it's bad. A purchase restriction order has been issued. Damn it. Originally, anyone with money could buy our house, but now many conditions are required. Leong Wea called Jiang Tianan anxiously. Lucas and Angela were also very anxious. Why did they issue a purchase restriction order? 7 out of 10 potential buyers were blocked from buying houses, leaving only 3 eligible to buy houses. How can we make money? It's not even enough for us to pay back the bank loan. Think of a solution quickly. Jiang Tianan answered the phone calls one after another, and his face looked extremely ugly. He went on a rampage in the office, knocking over desks, expensive vases, and everything else. How could this happen? How could this happen? Fuck, fuck, fuck. He had figured everything out and was aware of all the circumstances. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he would become a real estate tycoon in the provincial capital. However, something unexpected happened in the policies, like a natural disaster or man-made calamity. Boss Jiang, do we need to invest more money in the second phase of Nanfeng Ziyuan? Boss Jiang, it's difficult for Fenglin Yuan to recover its funds. The company's funds are already running out of money. At the same time, the company's finance department also came in to report the situation. I get it. All of you get out. Jiang Tianan cursed angrily. This strategy of exchanging quantity for space is based on rapid expansion, rapid sales, and rapid capital recovery, all about speed. Once they slow down, they will inevitably lose money. The purchase restriction order is a ban that forces them to slow down. At this time, Jiang Yi and Jiang Yunzhong pushed the door and walked in. Jiang Yi had a gloomy face and didn't say anything. He just sat down. Jiang Tianan looked at his silent father, and his already bad mood became even worse. Tianan, Dad also knows about the purchase restriction order. Well, it's not your fault. It's the policy from above. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yi finally spoke, giving Jiang Tianan a way out. After all, he knew that his son was very proud, and he couldn't just scold or beat him. Besides, if it weren't for the purchase restriction order, his son would still be very successful. Of course, as a businessman, you can't just rely on God to make a living. Jiang Yi changed his tone and said calmly, when you plan to win by numbers, you should study the policies and assess the risks in advance. This is due to your lack of experience. In this regard, you have to learn from your elder brother. Your extravagance is developing too fast, and you can't control it. From what I understand, you want to compete with George, but George is a high-end luxury home buyer. Although he has fewer homes, he sells them at high prices, so the purchase restriction has little impact on him. In this real estate competition, you lost to George. You have to admit it. Even your brother does better than you in this regard. After Jiang, he gave his son the candied dates. He also gave him a big stick to beat him. Dad me. Jiang Tianan was very unconvinced and wanted to explain, but in the end he shut up. The winner takes it all. The business world is like a battlefield. No one wants to hear your explanation. They just want to see the results. It is so cruel. Dad, my brother's just unlucky. You can't blame him. Jiang Yunzhong spoke up for Jiang Tianan at this time. You can't blame it all on luck. He lacked experience and was too eager for success. That's why he failed. Jiang, he didn't give Jiang Tianan face. Now that the purchase restriction order has been issued, rapid expansion is no longer feasible. We must immediately sell assets and land, etc., and try to minimize the losses. Dad, we invested so much money. We'll lose even more if we sell it. Jiang Tianan couldn't bear to leave. Jiang Yi glared at him fiercely. At this point, you still refuse to admit defeat? If you continue to insist, you will lose more. You may even have to use your mobile phone business to cover the bottom. Sell it immediately. It doesn't matter how much money you lose. Just listen to Dad, that's right. After a pause, he continued, let alone the bank's debt, this is enough to crush you. When Jiang Tianan heard this, he felt like an eggplant hit by frost. He clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with resentment. If this purchase restriction policy had come into effect 1 year later, it would have been enough for him to make a fortune. It's just a little bit short. Why doesn't God help him? What made him most angry was that he lost to George again. It was a shame. As soon as Jiang Yi left, Jiang Tianan punched the desk angrily, breaking his hand. Then, regardless of the severe pain, he called his secretary and asked him to sell the building under construction. By selling this, he not only had to lose all the money he had earned before, but also all the money he invested. It's like working for someone else for free. The most terrifying thing is that not many people dare to take over at this juncture. And even if there are, they will hold down the price tightly. Soon, Ella also came. She could only continue to comfort Jiang Tianan, but of course she was also very angry. George's high-end route and their affordable route, she knew they lost again. Dad, this is Tianan's first time doing business, so it's normal to pay some tuition fees. Don't take it to heart. On the way back, Jiang Yunzhong said to Jiang Yi, I see. Jiang Yi nodded. If it's just experience, I can still rest assured, because with Tianan's IQ, he will learn his lesson next time. What I'm afraid of is that Tianan is obsessed with fighting with George. Who is George? The business miracle of the South, an investment genius. No matter how Tianan fights, no matter his vision, pattern, ideas, or experience, he is no match for George. Chapter 327. Play a big game and turn the situation around. Besides, George's wealth is almost comparable to the Jiang family. Does Tianan intend to use the entire Jiang family to fight? Just for Ella? Jiang Yi has already figured out the feud between the Yi family, the Liang family, and George. If this happened in the past, he wouldn't care at all, but now it's different. George is a capital tycoon in the South, a wealthy tycoon with connections everywhere. The Jiang family actually has no hatred or grudge against George. It will be a big loss to fight George for Ella. Tianan really likes Ella. I don't think there's anything we can do about it. Jiang Yunzhong sighed. Perhaps at this critical moment, I should deprive Tianan of his authority in the Jiang family and let him calm down. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes and thought. Although he was very satisfied with Ella, but for the future of the Jiang family, he had to make a choice. Jiang Yunzhong continued to sigh, but there was a cold light in his eyes. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Liang Caijie and the others also knew that Dajiang Industrial's capital chain was broken and that it was selling off its real estate. The Liang family also invested a lot of money in Dajiang industry, but now it has all been lost. Of course, the Liang family is in a lot of trouble right now, and it's a mess, so Liang Caijie didn't bother with it for the time being. She just knew that Jiang Tianan, as the future head of the Jiang family, was defeated in the real estate industry for the first time, which would definitely change Jiang Yi's opinion. If Jiang Tianan's mobile phone business fails again, he might even be stripped of his status as the future leader and become a substitute. Unless the Liang family returns to its heyday and supports Jiang Tianan, it will be difficult for Jiang Tianan to make a breakthrough. Is George a god? He's also involved in real estate. So why is he making so much money? Liang Kaiyan said with a complaint. George has participated in the construction of a 100 billion yuan project and is very familiar with urban planning. He sensed the policy trends in advance and avoided the storm. Liang Caijie said helplessly. But no one believed this. After all, the rumor about the purchase restriction order has been circulating for a long time. When and whether it will be implemented actually depends on the opinion of Beijing. Even the Liang family and the Jiang family have not received any news. So how could George know? So rather than saying that George sensed the policy in advance, it would be better to say that George had foresight. That bastard just got lucky. Maria cursed resentfully. Let him fly high. Let him climb high, so that he will fall more painfully. Every time she mentioned George, her tone sounded murderous. Liang Caijie didn't like such talk of good luck, and couldn't help but remind her, Maria, George, it was luck once, it was luck twice, but so many times is not luck. You should pay attention to your opponent instead of just cursing. It's useless. In short, George has gone from being a small character that the Liang family looked down upon to surpassing the Yi family, and even the Liang family. Considering George's life-and-death struggle with the Liang family, he will definitely not let us go. We all have to be careful. Maria heard this. She roared. Come on. Who's afraid of who? I can't kill him. Liang Caijie shook her head helplessly, too lazy to persuade Maria anymore, and reminded, Speak softly. Don't let your parents hear it. They still need to rest. At present, Su Mingxia and Liang Quan have both survived the crisis and are recuperating at home. They are in good condition. However, the Liang family must not let any more bad news spread. Otherwise, the old man will definitely not be able to bear it. Put aside all the business and George matters. Liang Caijie added. Second brother went to Beijing to discuss with eldest brother. He called back last night and told me that there's good news. Howren will be released in a month at most. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they looked at Liang Caijie happily. Although I don't know what my eldest and second brothers did, they promised that there must be a follow-up to the matter. What my eldest brother meant was that after Howard is released, he will be sent abroad immediately. Leong Saijia continued. In fact, Leong Howard's incident had caused such a big stir that the whole country knew about it. She didn't know how Leong Yong and Leong Yi would deal with it. If he could save Leong Howard in this situation, he would be extremely powerful. Okay. After Howard is okay, my parents' spirits will also improve, and then the Leong family will slowly get better. Maria felt as if the sky was clearing up after the rain, and smiled. Slowly, we will return to the old days. Recently, when she saw the mess in the Leong family, she immediately thought of what happened to the Yi family. She felt very self-blaming and guilty, and even dared not stay in the Leong family. If her eldest and second brothers hadn't called her frequently to comfort her, she would have really left. Back to the old days? I hope so. Leong Saijia also smiled, knowing in her heart that it was very difficult. Unless George dies, or her sister dies. Or maybe, George had a heart-to-heart talk with her sister, and her sister took the initiative to admit her mistakes to George and told him everything George wanted to know. Otherwise, it would be impossible. And the last time Leong Howard was arrested, Leong Yi later told her that George asked a question about Wei Quansheng and Xiao Yuer, but Maria did not answer. So Leong Yi guessed at that time that George's real concern was about these two people. Leong Saijia added, Big Brother has also dealt with Yuki's case. She will be released from prison the day after tomorrow. Big Brother also wants Maria's family to appear on TV and invite George to participate in a family search program so that your family can talk about peace. Maria almost jumped up with excitement when she heard this. Sis, after so many things happened, you still want to negotiate peace? You're dreaming. I can't wait to kill him when I see him. Why are you so excited? Just listen to me, Leong Saijia said helplessly. First of all, this is what Big Brother wants. Secondly, George has been targeting Howard on the internet. Although Howard should be able to come out, it will cause unnecessary trouble. George still needs to be dealt with. The power of that kid to mobilize public opinion is not to be underestimated. Secondly, your reputation has already been ruined. This is a good opportunity to change everyone's view of you, from being the perpetrator to being the victim, and force George to negotiate. If George doesn't agree, he will no longer be in the right. He will be the one being cyberbullied, and he will have to deal with the cyberbullying, and he won't have time to deal with Howard. The last one is the most important. Howard almost killed Johnson and Shi Xiaoqi. George is likely to seek revenge. So Howard will not be safe just by being released from prison. We also need to try to get George's forgiveness. So if George agrees to negotiate, Howard will be safe. In short, it's beneficial to negotiate peace on this family search column. Just listen to your eldest brother. This concerns your brother's life. Leong Saijia advised earnestly, and seeing Maria was unwilling to give up, she reminded her implicitly. Give it to Big Brother, the evidence about George's violation of the law. Big Brother has been following up and has some clues. He now has many cards to play, and asking you to find your relatives is the first card. In short, you can rest assured that Big Brother will do the work. George's Tianwei technology is getting closer and closer to launching a mobile phone. At present, many patents have been developed for 5G technology and are being applied to the world. Of course, George has been following up on Leong Howard's case, fermenting public opinion and preventing the case from being buried. In addition, Leong Yong of the Leong family has never come forward, so George has to be cautious. He always feels that this man is playing a big game and is turning the disadvantage around. Chapter 328. Ask them this question. Early in the morning, Johnson ran in and said in surprise, Brother Chun, there's a column in Shanghai called Life Xiaoman, which is a column for finding relatives and mediating conflicts between fathers, family members, friends, etc. They invite you to be the guest of the next episode, and the time is the day after tomorrow. This program is very popular right now. The host is Hui Xiao, who came from CCTV and has helped many families with emotional disputes. Currently, the next episode is very popular and has attracted a lot of attention on the internet. The person in charge of the Life Xiaoman column also said that if Brother Chen doesn't come, they will come to interview in person. George heard this. He frowned and asked, Maria and the others are attending? It is said that Maria, Lucas, Angela, and Ella will all attend, and Yuki has been released from prison, but due to her sensitive identity, she will not attend for the time being. Johnson nodded. George smelled something wrong. Given the feud between him and Maria, neither of them wanted to reconcile, and mediation was impossible. Both of them understand this very clearly. But why did Maria agree to participate? Is this just for mediation? Or is there another purpose? Where does the attention on the internet come from? George asked again. We don't have many short videos, but there are a lot of social media, and WeChat moments and other places are advertising. Johnson said seriously. I guess it should be the Tongue group. George couldn't help but guess something. The Leong family is likely to have cooperated with the Tongue group. They know the shortcomings of public opinion, so they found a strong partner. Johnson gasped. The Tongue group is the largest social media in the country and is also moving into short videos. It's a big threat to us. If the Leong family cooperates with them, our power in the field of online public opinion will be reduced by half. Don't worry, they're only powerful temporarily. George sneered. The Tongue group has not invested much in short videos. Even if they have developed short videos, it is just an additional module. Our short video is an independent app, and the investment is 10 times theirs. In the future, when the Tongue group finds that short videos are popular, it will be difficult for them to catch up. Now I'm still thinking about the Life Xiaoman matter. They came prepared. If that's the case, then let's participate. He guessed that Liang Yong was behind all this. At present, Wei Mingfei has explained that a second-tier family has come forward to help. And George also wants to find out what Liang Yong's cards are. Notify Wang Wei, Huang Xiaobing, and the others to find the loopholes in Run Xiaoman as soon as possible. And of course, that Master Hui. Before going on the show, I need to know everything there is to know. George never fights a battle without preparation. Another 2 days passed at the gate of Moda TV station. Maria, Lucas, Angela, Ella, and others got out of the car, followed by Yuki. Mom, are you sure you want to join? It's useless and will only anger George again. Yuki was released from prison the day before yesterday. It was supposed to be a happy thing, but so many things have happened recently that no one can be happy. Maria said unhappily. Am I afraid of offending him? Lucas also said, Second sister, our family's reputation is already bad, so we're not afraid of getting even worse. Of course, it would be great if we could drag George into this so that we can all get bad together. He stared at Yuki again and said, the ratings of this show, Little Man of Life, are very high, and the exclusive title sponsor is Tongue Group, which is a social media with more powerful network power than George. With their support, George, don't even think about launching public opinion to discredit us again. Angela also spoke up. Mom means that if George agrees to negotiate, that would be the best. If he doesn't agree, then we'll cause trouble for George. Ella didn't say anything the whole time, and it was obvious that she was very resistant to this and had to participate because she had no choice. But, Yuki want to say, Maria reprimanded coldly. Yuki, we have no other choice. For your uncle, we have to do everything. It's right to listen to your uncle. After saying that, he took Lucas and the others in. Yuki didn't go in, but stood outside with her bag, feeling very anxious. She wanted to visit David and learn more from him. Currently, George and the Leong family are at the point of a life-and-death struggle. But Leong Howard's matter is very important, so the Leong family plans to bow to George on the surface and deal with George after Leong Howard is completely safe. In short, the emotional disputes within their family are getting bigger and out of control. George, you better not participate. Yuki thought about it and decided to persuade George. Half an hour later, a luxury car drove up and George got out of the car wearing a brown suit, followed by 2 bodyguards. The director of the TV station went to greet him in person, but George didn't give him a good look and just said, Roll. The director of the TV station did not dare to get angry and kept smiling. After all, he knew that if they could invite a big shot like George, the TV station's ratings would skyrocket. So what if he was scolded a few times? Yuki looked at George as if in a dream. After not seeing him for 2 years, George looked even more manly. His every move, every look, every expression showed the dignity of a superior. George, it's me, my second sister. Yuki quickly ran over and said, You'd better not participate in Life Xiaoman. Just go. George glanced at her, not bothering to ask when Yuki would be released from prison, and said coldly, Get lost. George, the conflict between you and Mom is impossible to mediate. Why did you participate and intensify the conflict? Yuki said with red eyes. George stopped and looked at her coldly. Aren't they the ones who are going to make trouble on TV? If I don't come, the TV station will go to my house, so you know better than me what they're going to do. Don't be hypocritical in front of me, Be a good person when you get out of prison. Don't hang out with them anymore. Get out of here. Yuki finally cried. George, during the 2 years I was in prison, I witnessed the growing rift between you and my family and the Leong family. Couldn't you just let my uncle go, bow your head to my parents, and make peace? Why did you have to fight to the point of life and death? Ask them this question. George was too lazy to talk nonsense and walked away. Yuki chased after him and tried to persuade him again, but George scolded her, idiot. Bow your head and ask for peace. Both sides are in this situation, and it is impossible for them to make peace. Besides, George valued peace in his previous life, but what was the result? He died faster and more miserably. At this time, the Life Xiaoman program is on site. The venue was packed with guests, and beautiful and sentimental music was playing. Xiaoman in Life is about a happy family. Once the program was broadcast, it attracted the attention of many aunts and grandmas. Later, it became bigger and bigger, and young people also like to watch it. Chapter 329. Life is a little full. I wish everyone a happy and fulfilling life. This time, George and the Yi family were invited to this episode, and the ratings soared tenfold. George is the president of Kandoaduo and has long been famous across the country. The Yi family had once been involved in a scandal, and the whole family had a bad reputation, so naturally everyone wanted to see how they would reconcile in the end. Perhaps the feuds and emotional entanglements among wealthy families will always be more exciting than the stories of ordinary people. At this time, the host Wei Xiao was wearing a well-fitting suit and glasses, sitting on the sofa. Of course, he was very happy about the liveliness on the scene and the ratings of the program. Today, he has to give his best. If he can reconcile this family, his show will become even more popular in China. Moreover, a mysterious boss has already told him that he must make the mediation successful. In addition, he had worked with Ella many times before and knew Ella's current situation. As a friend, he also wanted to help Ella. Life is little full. I wish everyone a happy and fulfilling life. Mr. Hui said his usual opening remarks. As you can see, our program team received help from Ms. Liang and organized this program. We also hope that Ms. Liang and her family will be happy. There was a wave of applause from the audience. Mr. Hui looked at Maria and the others again and said with emotion, Ms. Liang, Miss Liang, Mr. Liang, they are all successful people in various industries. On the surface, they seem to be very glorious, but in fact, they also have worries that others don't know about. So let's see if we can help them. As far as I know, they have a bad relationship with Mr. George, Ms. Liang's son, and have been arguing for several years. Ms. Liang, can you tell me the specific reason? The camera begins to focus on Maria's family. Lucas and Angela all lowered their heads, looking very ashamed and self-blaming. Maria wiped her tears, feeling bitter and lost. She didn't look like a wealthy wife, but more like an ordinary mother. Hello, host. Hello, everyone. Maria held the microphone and said, in fact, in our story with him, we were wrong. When we were young, we treated him very badly. Although we later realized that we were wrong, it was too late. This made us very painful. Indeed, I was very strict with him, stricter than other children, but I just wanted him to succeed. I didn't expect that this strictness would intensify his resistance. It's my fault. I have tried various methods over the years, but he still won't forgive us. So I hope the program team can help us and save me as a mother. At the same time, sentimental music floated out, stirring up everyone's emotions. In fact, many people know about the Yi family scandal. They treated George very badly, even to the point of abuse. So Maria did not hide it and admitted her mistake at the beginning, slowly changing everyone's opinion of her. How pitiful are the parents in the world, Mr. Hui said affectionately. The grace of raising a child is priceless. We also see Ms. Liang's self-blame and guilt. In this society, whether it is parents or people, they will always make some mistakes. However, the world is beautiful. We should not hold on to mistakes, but should yearn for a better and happier life. At the same time, there are also a large number of messages on the TV station and in the live broadcast room. Their family is indeed bad, but they are also repenting. Yeah, there's no such thing as overnight grudges among family members. Maybe Mr. George has been waiting for them to apologize. I didn't expect that rich people also have family conflicts and emotional entanglements like us. I don't know why, but seeing how miserable this family is, I actually hope that they can be happy and complete as a family. There is no doubt that Maria's family's confession of guilt and remorse moved many viewers. Mr. Hui continued, Ms. Liang, I heard that Mr. George is very successful. Do you want to restore your family relationship because of his success? Maria shook her head. No, he hadn't succeeded when he left home. He was just an ordinary person, but we already knew we were wrong and were making amends. We could find out about that, but by then, he had already refused to forgive us. Now that we are older, we have let go of many things and realized our mistakes. So we hope he can come back. His father also hopes, very, very much, that if he can forgive us, we are willing to do anything and give him back the motherly love and family affection that he has lost. Master Hui, you don't understand a mother's feelings, but I really hope you can help us. I beg you. Maria finished speaking, tears streamed down her face, and she even knelt down in public. Mom, Lucas, Angela, and others quickly helped Maria up. Hui Xiao also walked over anxiously and sighed. A mother can kneel down for her child. She really regrets it. What do you think? Should we give her a chance? Give, give, give. Excited voices were heard at the scene. Many aunties and uncles had tears in their eyes, moved by Maria's emotional words and actions. They were also parents once, and they could relate to Maria's words. Well, next, we would like to invite Mr. George. Hui Xiao saw that the atmosphere was almost right, so he moved the camera to the entrance. At this time, George walked in with a grim face. He had just seen everything outside and was of course very surprised. Maria, who is known as strong, stubborn, and domineering, actually has such a weak side and even knelt down in public to admit her mistake. This is like a miracle. If it were in the previous life, George would definitely forgive Maria. He would have rushed in excitedly and hugged Maria and cried. However, the second half of his previous life allowed George to see their faces clearly. These are just crocodile tears. Moreover, the fact that Maria put aside her dignity and face and knelt down further shows the importance of this program behind the scenes. Liang Yong or Liang Yi, they must be playing some cards. Everyone's eyes fell on George, who was wearing a brown suit, looking handsome, and sitting on the sofa. This is our little Mr. George, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in the whole province of Nanfang, the CEO of Canaduo, the founder of Shared Bicycles, an absolute business rising star, a leader, and an investment genius. Everyone, welcome him with applause. Mr. Hui introduced himself with a microphone, and the applause from the audience was like waves. Although our little Mr. George is a successful person, he also has emotional problems in his family, like everyone else. Today, let us listen to what little Mr. George has to say. Mr. Hui added, the program team will listen to their ideas from the most impartial perspective and use this as a means of mediation. After saying that, he looked at George and said, Mr. George, your mother and sister have admitted their mistakes and hope to restore this family relationship. What do you think? George slowly crossed his legs, without even looking at Hui Xiao, and greeted the audience with a microphone. Iabuna im George. Chapter 330. Do you think you can make peace with more than 10 years of suffering with just a few words? As soon as this voice fell, applause broke out from the audience. Hui Xiao was secretly dissatisfied. After his speech, George should have responded to him. But George greeted the audience instead and didn't give him any face at all. Of course, face is a small matter. The most important thing is that it ruined his hosting rhythm. He wanted to continue speaking, but George was quicker than him and didn't give him any face at all. Mr. Hui, I am the chairman of Conduo Duo after all. It's really rude of you to call me Mr. George. This sentence is like a warning. Mr. Hui was secretly surprised because the TV station was nationwide, and with his reputation as a host, everyone who went on stage would be respectful and polite to him. It seems that our Mr. George is a little nervous. That's right. He's about to pour out his years of dissatisfaction to his mother. He must have a lot of things to say. Mr. Hui is worthy of being a gold medal host. He eased the embarrassment with just a few words. Mr. George, are you very excited now? Do you have anything to say to your mother? No. George still didn't look at him and said lazily, there's an old saying that it is difficult for an honest official to settle family disputes. Your program team has repeatedly helped people mediate under the name of mediating family disputes. You are even more honest than an honest official. The scene gradually became quiet. Master Hui felt even more dissatisfied, thinking that George not only did not give him face, but was simply here to cause trouble. Haha. Our Mr. George is still a little nervous and a little resentful towards his mother. Mr. Hui remained calm. I wonder, Mr. George, what are you dissatisfied with your mother for? Your mother just confessed, admitted her mistakes, and even knelt down. As a son, don't you have any idea of forgiving her at all? I am not dissatisfied with her at all. She's not my mother, but just a stranger. No, an enemy, George said calmly. Forgive? I will never forgive you in this life. Oh, Mr. George, how could you do this? Mr. Huey's tone finally changed, with a hint of reprimand. She is your mother. She carried you for 10 months and gave you life. No matter how wrong she is her blood flowing in your body. You are so tough now because you are young. When you are older, you will know that when a child wants to take care of his parents, they are no longer around. Mr. George, everyone knows that your mother and family were wrong, but why not give them a chance? Do I have to wait until you are old to cherish you? Among all parents in the world, filial piety is the most respected. After that, the camera turned to Maria's family. They all lowered their heads, like children who had done something wrong. Maria, in particular, is more like a gray-haired, rural-looking old mother who wants to see her child. George, on the other hand, wants to make a name for himself in the city, but he is an unfilial son who disdains to pay any attention to his mother. With the help of the camera and the atmosphere, the angles of both parties are very clear. How can this be? Only when a person has a filial heart can he or she embody his or her dignity and value. Although his family was wrong, they really apologized, but Mr. George still refused to forgive them. I'm beginning to doubt his character. No, George's family has done a lot of wrong things before, so it's not Mr. George's fault. At the scene, in front of the TV, and on the internet, public opinion began to change. Originally, everyone was 100% on George's side, but some people started to side with Maria and the others. Because Maria and the others gradually changed from being abusers to being victims, and George changed from being a victim to being a ruthless and heartless person. Moreover, these negative news spread on social media, and public opinion also expanded for a while. Faced with these voices, George ignored them, crossed his legs, and looked at his mobile phone. This attitude once again angered many people, especially Hui Xiao. He has hosted many programs, and even the former richest man Jack Ma and the Kung Fu Emperor have been interviewed by him, which makes him very proud. But after George came up, he didn't give him any face at all and treated the program as nothing, playing with his mobile phone in public. Too arrogant and disrespectful. Mr. George, our virtue is... Mr. Hui wanted to continue speaking, but George had put away his phone and interrupted him. Host, do we have to be forced to forgive family disputes? I want to ask, what law have I violated by not forgiving my family members? Master Hui was suddenly speechless. George was just looking at his phone. Actually, he was also checking the online comments. When he saw the negative news getting bigger and bigger, he confirmed his thoughts. Liang Yong has indeed cooperated with the Tung Group and is launching a public opinion attack on him. Was the intention of inviting him to the show to cyberbully him? What is the ultimate purpose of doing this? George continued. As soon as I came in, Mr. Hui asked me to forgive them. They apologized, knelt down, and admitted their mistakes, and then the fault became mine. As a mediator, you seem to speak and act with rhythm. Is this the quality that a host should have? Mr. Hui did not expect that George was targeting him. He forced a smile and said, Mr. George, I know you must have a lot to say. Just speak from the bottom of your heart and express your dissatisfaction and so on. What I'm going to say has already spread on the internet, and it is all true. George said calmly. I think Mr. Hui should have understood it clearly. If so, why do you want me to forgive them? Or did you intend to force me to forgive them from the beginning and have always been on their side? Mr. Huey's main purpose, of course, is to reconcile his family, so he couldn't answer it for the time being. You're not the person involved. You have not endured my pain and grievances. What I have endured has accumulated over more than 10 years. Do you think I can let it go just by apologizing and admitting my mistakes for a few minutes? After more than 10 years of hardship, you want to make up for it with just a few minutes of talking. Do you want that? George's words were very strong and pointed. His feud with the Yi family had already been clearly exposed on the internet. So George had no intention of opening his heart and just talked about his grievances over and over again. There's no need and there is no time. Of course, George's words caused quite a stir, and the public opinion against him was restrained a lot. You are not involved in the incident and have not suffered my pain and grievances. Yes, in the eyes of others, forgiveness is just a matter of words, but who knows what the person involved has endured. The most important thing is that the pain and grievances have accumulated over more than 10 years. George, I know you hate us, and we understand, but this is our family's business. Why do you involve the Yi group? At this time, Lucas saw that something was wrong and immediately stood up and said, tens of thousands of people in the Yi group have lost their jobs because of our family's affairs. This is definitely not right. Chapter 331. This situation cannot be broken. The host, Hui Xiao, had been under pressure from George for a long time. He finally found an excuse and said excitedly, Mr. George, your forgiveness can save the livelihoods of tens of thousands of people. Don't you think you are selfish? You are a well-known entrepreneur and a successful person. You should shoulder your social responsibilities. He has gradually evolved from mediation to attacking George. Xiao Xian, I was sorry to you back then. You don't forgive me, but I don't blame you. I can understand you. Maria also stood up affectionately, tears dripping down her face. But Mom feels very sorry for you. If I don't apologize today, Mom won't be able to rest in peace even if she dies. With a plop, she fell to her knees. Apologized to George in front of the TV station. This was also the first time Maria took the initiative to kneel down to George after he severed his relationship with the Yi family. Of course, she didn't mean it sincerely, but she did it all for the Liang family and to save her brother Liang Haoren. Wow, the mother kneels down to her son personally. Besides, the mother doesn't want her son to forgive her. She just wants to apologize sincerely. Since ancient times, only sons have knelt down to thank their mothers for their upbringing. How could a mother kneel down to her son? This George is so cruel. Was reignited because of Hui Xiao's words and Maria's kneeling. There was a lot of scolding on the internet, of course, mostly from the older generation. They couldn't bear to see this scene, and with tears in their eyes, they scolded George for being ignorant. Some people from the younger generation also started to criticize George, thinking that it was too much that he caused tens of thousands of people in the Yi group to lose their jobs for his own selfish reasons. Even if you have money, you can't do whatever you want. Ms. Liang, you are an elder, you cannot kneel. Alas, I cannot bear to see such a touching scene. At this time, Hui Xiao rushed to Maria and helped Maria up together with Lucas and others. Then he looked at George and saw that George continued to play with his mobile phone. He was also very angry. The mother has already knelt down, but the son still has the mood to play with his mobile phone. It seems that Mr. George is very obsessed, but I believe that everyone has a conscience, and Mr. George will sooner or later discover the suffering of his parents. Let's see what the live audience thinks. Hui Xiao took the microphone and walked towards the audience and started the interview. I think that there's nothing a family can't get over, so why not try to forgive? Hating someone is very painful. An old lady wiped her tears and said, the mother is in her 50s or 60s. Life is unpredictable. She might die in an accident. When that happens, the child will definitely be in pain. Young Master Hui nodded. Yes, yes. Life is unpredictable. To hate someone is actually to hate yourself. He interviewed the next uncle. Asshole, unfilial son. He doesn't even recognize his parents. What's the point of such a person living? Does he have to wait for his mother to die in front of him before he will forgive her? If it were my son, I would have beaten him to death long ago. The old man was very emotional, as if he had just seen his own unfilial son, and he felt very much like this. In my opinion, the country should make a law that people who are unfilial to their parents should go to jail. Oh, our grandfather hates his unfilial son very much. Of course, as an old man, everyone can understand. Let's see the next one. Mr. Hui smiled and continued the interview. Filial piety is a Chinese virtue, and it is related to a person's character. I think Mr. George has no character. This is a middle-aged woman. She seems to be very polite when speaking, but her words are very targeted and can be described as insulting. George to dwell on the past for so long. It's not just that he's wrong. He's such a chicken-hearted person. He's not a man at all. While taking revenge on his family, he also made tens of thousands of people unemployed. He's taking revenge on society. If he doesn't forgive his mother today, everyone in the country will see his vicious heart tomorrow. Everyone, you say something, I say something. For a while, the news that George was petty and refused to forgive his parents spread all over the internet and was showing signs of becoming a headline. After the interview, Hui Xiao walked back. Under his seemingly friendly face, there was coldness and complacency. Now, The situation is very unfavorable to Mr. George. Although Mr. George is a celebrity in the South, he has to bow his head, compromise, and forgive his parents at this time. By then, Hui Xiao, will become famous again for mediating the family dispute of the celebrity George. Mr. George, what do you want to say? After sitting back on the sofa, Hui Xiao smiled at George, who was playing with his phone, and said, "Do you want to forgive your mother, or continue to be stubborn, or explain it properly?" Lucas, Angela, and the others also guessed the change of the situation, and they secretly admired Maria as kneeling on TV, which was simply a stroke of genius. Now, there's only one way left for George. Forgive Maria. If George continues to choose not to forgive, he will become the headlines of tomorrow's news and be scolded by the people. This situation cannot be broken. At this moment, George seemed to be playing with his mobile phone, but he was actually watching the changes on the internet. Seeing that the public opinion was getting bigger and bigger, he couldn't help but sigh at the media power of the Tongue Group. Liang Yong has indeed found a good helper by cooperating with Tongue Group. As for Liang Yong's purpose, George finally got some clarity. Putting away his phone, George looked at Master Hui with a half smile. Then let me say a few words. I think many people know the real reason why the Yi Group went bankrupt, but they were blinded by the program crew and led the rhythm. Not long ago, it is common knowledge that David, the chairman of the Ye Group, collaborated with the Sunflower Group to launder money, which led to the bankruptcy of the group. They went bankrupt because of breaking the law, and they blame me for it? They blame me for their own mistakes. In my opinion, facing the unemployment of tens of thousands of people, is their family that should bear the real responsibility. As soon as these words were spoken, the abusive public opinion suddenly stopped. Nonsense! Master Hui was a little anxious and said righteously, "As far as I know, you were targeting the Yi Group before they broke the law. You once called on all walks of life to ban them." George couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Our host, Mr. Hui, knows a lot. If you know all this, why are you still trying to stir up trouble? As expected, you were sitting on their side from the beginning. If that's the case, what's the point of being a host or a mediator? Me. It was difficult for Hui Xiao to answer this question. He suddenly stood up and said righteously, "The program team not only has the responsibility to mediate, but also has the responsibility to guide the social orientation and supervise social trends. Mr. George, you are a successful businessman. I hope you can set a good example in front of the audience. And I am just speaking for everyone from a righteous perspective. If everyone is afraid of you being rich and dare not speak out, this is the sadness of being a media person." Bang, bang, bang. His righteous words aroused a lot of applause. People know that George is rich and dare not offend him, but Hui Xiao dares to challenge the powerful and is a righteous host. Chapter 332 Decryption. I will be the host. Seeing that Hui Xiao was not bent by the wind and snow, George also clapped along with the audience. What a righteous perspective. I am moved by what you said. In this case, I will expose the scandal of your production team. How about that? Mr. Hui was stunned. He didn't expect that George actually wanted to deal with him and the program crew. Subconsciously, he felt a little guilty, but thinking of the background of the TV station, he suddenly became tough again. Nonsense. Since our program team was founded, we have helped 159 families, couples, friends, etc. to successfully resolve emotional entanglements. What scandal do we have? Let's wait and see. George didn't bother to argue with him, so he snapped his fingers and let those who were ready come in. Chidan and other bodyguards walked in with a group of people. When the people from the program crew saw them, they wanted to stop them, but they were pushed away by the bodyguards and could not stop them at all. Mr. Hui was suddenly a little panicked. There was no such segment in the show. George sneered. "Mr. Hui, are you scared? Or do you want to stop the filming? Didn't you say that there would be no scandals in the show?" The audience looked at those people, and some of them reacted. Isn't that the guest from episode 16? It seems like he was raised by adoptive parents, and then his biological parents found the program team. After some mediation, the child finally returned to his biological parents' home. And that one, I was there as well. As a guest in the first episode, her father asked the program team for help, and she eventually forgave her father and provided for him in his old age. I have also seen the last girl. When she was young, she married and moved to the countryside. Later, she escaped. After the program team mediated, she finally returned to the countryside. Seeing that the audience had recognized him, the production crew had no choice but to stop filming. Moreover, even the audience at the scene recognized it, not to mention the audience in front of the TV. They are loyal fans of Life is Little Full, and follow every episode. In fact, George asked Wang Wei and others to investigate these people and prepare for the counterattack in advance. They walked onto the stage with their heads slightly lowered, as if they were very afraid of the camera. In fact, if Wang Wei had not found them and given them some money, they would definitely not have come for fear of offending others. And even if they came, they would still be very scared. George crossed his legs, looking like a host. He took the microphone and said, "The next program is called Decryption, and I am the host, George." He looked at the group of people again and said, "Dear guests, if you have anything to say, speak out boldly. Tianjin Group will support you. If anyone dares to retaliate against you afterwards, let alone the program group, even if it is a TV station, I will bring you down. Just speak your mind." As soon as these words were spoken, the dozen or so people standing on the stage slowly raised their heads, feeling a little more courageous. Before coming, they already knew George's identity. He was Kondwidwa's owner and a big boss with a net worth of hundreds of billions. If such a person backed them up, they really had nothing to fear. "George, stop messing around." Maria also felt a little uneasy when she saw George turned into the host. Based on her understanding of George, as long as George changes his normal behavior, things will definitely change. "You guys are the ones who want to make trouble. I'm just playing along with you." George looked at Maria coldly. "Don't worry, just wait and see. It will be your turn soon." Hui Xiao also felt something was wrong and wanted to speak, but one of the girls had already taken a microphone and spoke in a timid tone. "Hello everyone, my name is Lu Wan, and I am the guest of the first episode of the show. What I want to say is that Human Xiaoman is a scam program. They're only responsible for mediation and forced mediation just for a good reputation, but they're not responsible for the follow-up work at all. They received a request for help from my father, Lu Quan. Since I didn't recognize my father since I was a child, Human Xiaoman is helping my father, forcing me to recognize Lu Quan and even provide for him in his old age." The more she spoke, the more excited she became, and she wasn't so stage frightened anymore. "My father is a gambler. When I was 3 years old, he abandoned me and my mother and left us with a lot of debts. My mother not only had to pay off my father's debts, but also had to raise me, so when I grew up, I never acknowledged Lu Quan. After Mr. Hui from Human Xiaoman forced me to provide for Lu Quan in his old age, Lu Quan returned home and did not change his ways. He continued to beat my mother, took away all the money in the house, and even sold the house that my mother had worked hard to buy all her life. My mother died of anger because of this. This is what Master Hui did. He tried to make our family complete, but ended up killing my mother and ruining my life. This crappy show, for the sake of ratings, forces us to forgive those evil people. If we don't agree, we are the ones who are wrong. Mr. Hui is just like Lu Quan, so hateful. He is not a human being." After the girl finished her emotional scolding, she grabbed a glass of water on the table and threw it at Hui Xiao. She really couldn't bear it anymore. Oops. Master Hui was hit on the forehead and screamed, but his face was full of fear. He had no idea about these things. He was only responsible for presiding over and mediating other people's family affairs, and he didn't care about the follow-up matters at all. As for me, I was raised by adoptive parents. My biological parents found Rinjian Xiaoman and hoped that I could go home. In the end, I had no choice but to agree. But do you know, my biological parents are blood-sucking worms. When I was a child, they threw me away because they thought I was a burden. After I recognized them, they cheated all my adoptive parents' money and owed me a lot of online loans for me to pay back. My life has been ruined by them. Master Hui, you were the one who blackmailed me morally in the beginning, saying that I should repay my parents' kindness forever and that my biological parents gave me life. But it was you who made me suffer so much. The second girl who spoke angrily pointed at Hui Xiao and cursed him. Her eyes looked like she wanted to kill him. After saying this, she squatted down and cried weakly, crying very sadly. The scene was also infected by her emotions and was extremely quiet. There was silence in front of the TV and on the internet. No one would have thought that this seemingly helpful program, Human Xiaoman, actually has so much darkness behind it. It forces others to reconcile, but is not responsible for what happens afterwards. For the sake of ratings, this show looks glamorous on the outside, but it is already rotten on the inside. No wonder Mr. George said that the next program will be called Decryption. Yes, if these former guests hadn't come on stage, we wouldn't have known about these dark inside stories at all. I felt something was wrong for a long time. That Mr. Hui was wearing a suit, glasses, and spoke in a sarcastic tone. It's obvious that he's not a good person. He would deceive old ladies and uncles. Such a program team should be investigated. The silence didn't last long before a lot of cursing rang out. At this time, more and more victims spoke up on the stage, and they seemed to have endured it for a long time. Chapter 333. This card can be used for attack or defense. I'm also a victim of Hui Xiao. I am a college student who was abducted and sold to a mountain village. I was forced to marry a blind man and have children. Later, I finally escaped and regained my freedom. The blind man's family took the child and found the production team. Then Mr. Hui asked me to go back with the blind man and the others. He also said that for the sake of the child should not be left without a complete family. He also said that people should not be too selfish and should not live for themselves, but for their family. I was beaten every day after I went back. Half a year ago, one of my legs was broken. A year ago, I got pregnant and had a miscarriage because of that blind man. The next day, I still had to go to the fields to work. My biological parents passed away, and I can't even go home to see them. Do you know how hard it is for me? Does God know? You only care about your own reputation and don't care about our lives at all. One of the women cursed loudly and then sat on the ground crying. If Mr. Wong from Tianshan Group hadn't found me and brought the police with him, I would still be in hell. Mr. Hui, you're the one who harmed me. I want you to pay for my life. Master Hui was so scared that he sat down on the ground, his face pale. He had a deep impression of this woman. At first, she refused to go back, and he scolded her for a long time, saying that she was inhumane for abandoning her child. Later, he threatened the woman, saying that it would be illegal if she didn't go home. The woman had no choice but to go home with the blind man. And me, my story is very similar to Mr. George S. I'm a third child in my family. My family treated me badly since I was young. Later, I ran away from home. I opened a factory with my own efforts and lived a happy life. My parents approached the production team and gave Hui Xiao a sum of money to ask him to speak for me and use the influence of the TV station to force me to go home. I had no choice but to agree. In the end, my factory was taken away by my brother, and my wife was bullied by my brother. The most ironic thing is that I am my parents' biological son, and my brother is just an adopted son. Master Hui, you were the one who forced me to do this. A middle-aged man also looked at Hui Xiao angrily. When he couldn't bear it anymore, he rushed over and beat Hui Xiao violently. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I'm calling the police, security, come quickly. Young Master Hui protected his head tightly, but he was still beaten black and blue, looking extremely miserable. In the end, it was George S. Bodyguard who stepped in and saved Hui Xiao's life. But just as he could catch his breath, the audience went crazy and threw mineral water bottles, umbrellas, and other things at him. What a crappy show. It has harmed so many people. You are a typical person who talks without any hesitation. For the sake of fame, you have even lost your way in life. How many kind-hearted people have been deceived by just talking nonsense? Now, everything has been exposed. Those uncles and aunts who sided with Master Hui in the beginning were the angriest, threw the most things, and cursed the most. After all, they were emotional people, and they had just been deceived by Master Hui in the past. Quick, turn off the recording. The TV station director rushed into the recording studio in a hurry, but the place was already under control by George's bodyguards. Uncle Chun pushed the director to the ground and said, "This crappy show has done so many evil things just for the sake of ratings. You can't hold your position as director any longer." Oh, who did I offend? After being pushed to the ground, the master screamed in pain and regretted it so much. If he had known that George was here to cause trouble, he would never have invited George. In this situation, not only will the program Human Xiaoman be canceled, but even he, the station director, will be removed from his position. Dear victims, after this episode, if you have anything you want to sue the TV station, my Tianshan Group will help you without you having to spend a penny. Moreover, if you have any difficulties, you can ask Tianshan Group for help, and Tianshan Group will help you. At this time, George took the microphone and said slowly, "Of course, Tianshan Group will also sue this TV station." After saying that, he looked at Maria and the others. At this moment, Maria and the others were stunned. They had never expected that George could break such a situation. Hui Xiao, the sharp-tongued host who was good at criticizing guests, was actually treated as a guest today, and the host was George. "Mom, what should I do now?" Lucas asked quietly. There is no doubt that after the dark side of the program crew is exposed, people will no longer believe what they just did and what they said. And you don't even need to look at the internet to know that the public opinion that was originally directed at George will definitely take a big turn. Let's go. Maria knew there was no point in staying any longer. But just as they stood up, George stopped them. This scene has just entered the second half. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? George, what else do you want? Maria snorted. Maria, didn't I just tell you that after we deal with Master Hui, it will be your turn? George smiled and took the microphone and said, Everyone, please stop for a moment. Everyone knows about the dirty deeds of the program team. Ms. Leong and her family asked the program team to help mediate. This is a bit like using everyone as a gun. As soon as these words were spoken, a lot of curses rang out. I don't think they are good people. That Master Hui must have taken their money and helped their family from the beginning. He even knelt down in public, playing the sympathy card. Fortunately, the production team was exposed. Otherwise, we would have been fooled. People were furious and felt that Maria's family was really using them as guns and fools. Actually, they did this for only one purpose. George continued into the microphone. Because right now, Leong Howard of the Leong family has committed a serious arson case and is about to be sentenced, so they want to divert the public's attention and focus on me. Of course, they also want me to get into trouble so that I don't have so much time to supervise Leong Howard. This is their purpose. It can be said that they killed two birds with one stone. There was a brief silence at the scene, and a minute later, more curses were heard. Leong Howard's arson case? I've heard about it. It said that some powerful people are trying to get him off the hook. Yes, people have analyzed it online, saying things like putting the blame on the painter, applying for a patent after being in prison. Oh my God, if these methods don't work, then they'll just make a bigger news to divert people's attention. These bad guys are so lawless that they can even think of such a method. There were also a lot of curses on the internet and in front of the TV. Ordinary people have always been most interested in this kind of shady inside story. Originally, the attention to Leong Howard's case had indeed decreased a lot over time, but because of this incident, it made headlines again. At this moment, George was enjoying the lively scene. In fact, at the beginning, he couldn't guess Leong Yang's intention. After seeing the public opinion on the internet, and thinking about the troubles Tianjin Entertainment encountered in launching its movie some time ago, and Jiang Tiannan's real estate company's attempt to grab the market, he guessed Leong Yang's purpose. This was to cause trouble for George so that he could not concentrate on dealing with Leong Howard. For example, in terms of public opinion against Leong Howard, as long as George was slightly distracted, the negative news about Leong Howard would be reduced by more than half. Of course, this was a card Leong Yong played after considering for a long time, because if George does not agree to forgive Maria, he will be cyberbullied. On the contrary, if he chooses to forgive Maria, then Leong Howard will definitely be fine, as the mother and son will recognize each other. This card could be used for attack or defense. Chapter 334. Autumn comes, and there is another fire. George, you have shit in your mouth. Maria saw that Leong Howard's case was brought up again. She was so angry that she wanted to beat George to death. Of course, she was also shocked. She didn't expect that George not only broke the game, but also saw through their intentions. George in humiliation. Mom, the situation is getting a bit out of control. Let's go. Lucas secretly pulled Maria at this time. The police also came. Ironically, it was Hui Xiao who called the police because Hui Xiao had just been beaten up by several victims, and he wished the police would come and rescue him immediately. It's a pity that after Hui Xiao's dark secrets were exposed, it was obviously him that the police came to arrest this time. After all, this matter has become increasingly serious. George, it's fine if you don't want to forgive us. But why do you want to smear us? Just wait. Justice will prevail in the hearts of the people. Maria pretended to be aggrieved and shouted, then fled in disgrace with Lucas and the others. After they left the scene, they started to speed up, jogging all the way in a panic, fearing that the angry audience would beat them up as well. After rushing out of the TV station, Maria was panting and cursing. It was obvious that her brother's case had become popular again, as if it had been rekindled. George, damn it. How can you say such a thing in front of a TV station? She now deeply understands what it means to be self-defeating and what it means to shoot oneself in the foot. George returned to Tianshan Group. He made requests to the legal department and other departments, asking them to keep a close eye on Hui Xiao and the program crew and make sure they bear legal responsibilities. As for the invited guests, We will agree to their requests and give them some financial support. As expected, the program Life is Little Full was stopped the next day because of violations of original intentions, falsehood and deception, etc. The entire TV station was also affected. Both the director and deputy director resigned and were investigated. Hui Xiao is not much better off, as he was jointly sued by his former victims and guests, demanding compensation for mental damages, reputation damages, etc. Hui Xiao is extremely overwhelmed and in great trouble. It is obvious that it will be difficult for him to return to the hosting industry, and his reputation has been completely ruined. In addition, the Leong Howard arson case once again made headlines. What George said on the show attracted the attention of many people. They did not expect that such a powerful person would use this method to clear himself of the charges. So they kept a close eye on the case, wanting to see clearly how Leong Howard's case would be finally judged. This incident also brought good reputation and traffic to Tianjin Group, because Tianjin Group has been discredited more than once, and each time there was a big turnaround. After several times, the image that Tianjin Group has established in the hearts of the people has become very righteous. George invested in real estate and other businesses. He could see that the development momentum was strong. It wouldn't be long before he, George, would become the richest man in the provincial capital. Of course, the most important thing is not these, but Liang Yong's intention. Liang Yong suddenly invited me to be on TV, and his purpose was to go to Liang Howard. If Liang Howard is sentenced, Liang Yong's actions would actually be futile, unless Liang Howard can be released, so Liang Yong is preparing for what will happen afterwards. From his point of view, Liang Howard might come out. George thought about it. The more he felt something was wrong, because of Liang Howard's case. Not only is there going to be some unexpected changes, but he is also likely to be released. Of course, George was still shocked. How could Liang Yong clean himself up for a case that was known to the whole country? And how could he clean himself up? Now, George can only wait and see. Sure enough, in the fall, a sensational news came out. A fire broke out again in the neighborhood where Johnson had previously experienced a fire. This time, a building next door was burned. Of course, compared to the last time, this time was fortunately because only 6 people were burned to death. And that night, the developer of this community also jumped off the building. The next day, this news made the headlines in the provincial capital. It seemed that someone had made efforts in the media, causing the higher-ups to send people down to investigate, and they uncovered many unknown secrets. It turns out that this community is known as a high-end luxury community, but there are many violations in its construction, and it can be called a shoddy project, especially fireproof materials. This fire was caused by unqualified fireproof materials. When this news came out, George watched it over and over again. Thinking for a moment, his pupils fixed tightly. He asked Johnson to invite the families of the victims of the last fire to a meeting. This fire broke out suddenly, and things have become troublesome. I am here to give you some psychological preparation in advance. George looked at everyone and said, Mr. George, Liang Howard's case has not been decided yet. How come there is another fire? One of the victims' parents was puzzled. Someone is trying to clear Liang Howard's name and exonerate him. So this fire is the best opportunity. Add to that the developer's suicide, and all the blame is put on the developer. George said lightly. What? Everyone was shocked. Johnson's pupils also condensed, and he said in disbelief, Brother Chun, are you saying that someone is deliberately helping Liang Howard get away with the crime? George nodded slightly. Yes, because Liang Howard's arson case caused a big stir. The only way to get away with it is to start another fire and put the blame on the developer. I guess the developer didn't commit suicide by jumping off the building out of fear of punishment, but was killed by someone else. Then the fire was also man-made? A victim's family exclaimed. How many more people were burned to death in order to get away with the crime? George didn't say anything, but his serious expression already indicated it. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They had thought that the Liang family would use various ways to help Liang Howard escape punishment, but they did not expect that they would use this method to kill more people to prove that Liang Howard was not the arsonist. The sky is covered with one hand. Who has such great energy? If I'm not mistaken, there will be evidence favorable to Liang Howard, and Liang Howard will eventually be acquitted. The root cause of the arson case is that the developer used inferior materials that are not fireproof. Although Liang Howard is suspected of arson, in fact, he did not set the fire. The cause of the fire was a short circuit. At present, the attention to this case has dropped significantly. With the new fire, people's attention will be on the developer. He has already committed suicide by jumping off the building, and indirectly became the murderer of this and the previous fire. George continues his analysis. When the family members heard this, they started cursing and wanted to appeal. They waited for more than half a year, waiting every day, waiting hard, just to see the murderer being brought to justice. In fact, this case has already been concluded. It just depends on when the verdict will be made. Who knew that at this juncture, the case could actually take a turn for the better? Chapter 335. Who has such great power? Brother Chun, are we just going to watch Leong Howard escape the punishment of the law and come out safe and sound? Johnson was emotional. His eyes were bloodshot. If this is the case, how can I explain it to Xiaoqi? How can I explain it to my daughter? He looked at the blank expressions on the scene, many of whom were crying, and said, how can we explain to the families of the deceased? George's face turned pale, and he remained silent. In fact, he was also shocked. He didn't expect that there was really someone who could cover the sky with one hand. Think about it. What if these people want to deal with him, George? Even if George is the richest man in the provincial capital, he can go bankrupt overnight and end up in jail. Very, very scary. What worries him most is, what if these people are the Leong family's backers? At that time, it would be very difficult for George to face the Leong family and Maria. These are all speculations and may not happen, so don't rush. George had to comfort everyone temporarily. Everyone was still very emotional, talking about the children, elderly people, relatives, etc., who were burned to death in the fire, and even said that they had dreamed about them every night in the past few months. George listened silently, without saying a word. He listened to them talk and complain. He left the meeting room after a long time, and then called concubine Wei Ming. Concubine Wei Ming was obviously a little distressed. Her guess was the same as George's. Miss Wei, can a second-tier family really do whatever they want? George asked. Wei Mingfei did not answer, but smiled and said, I just hope that the Liang family has little relationship with the second-tier families, and this is just a transaction. Otherwise, you might be in danger. She, concubine Wei Ming, is not afraid of the second-tier families, but George is not. Unless he goes abroad, there is no other way. Humph, during this period of time, do you think that I, George, was unprepared? If they want to do anything to me, they need to think twice. George replied calmly and hung up the phone. He remembered what someone had told him about the hierarchy of family power. Fourth-tier wealthy families like the Liang and Jiang families have connections in politics, business, and the military, and are omnipotent in the local area. A third-tier family, their industries are spread all over China, and all of them are like important national treasures. Most of the second-tier families are in the capital. They are all the older generation of emperors and dukes, or those who have walked through the grasslands and have taken root in the fields of energy, technology, food, water, electricity, gas, etc. A first-tier wealthy family, a legend among legends, and also the most mysterious existence. George had a plan to deal with it. He was still a little short of confronting Liang Yong head-on. He quietly clenched his fists and said, what I can do is to raise more and more money. The money I have now is not enough. If one wants to reach a certain level in the military or politics, it will take too long. On the contrary, doing business is the most convenient and fastest way, as he has already achieved some success. However, he still does not have enough foundation and must work harder. Strive to become the richest man in the province with a net worth of 200 billion. George set a small goal for himself. The incident of the Rongjun Garden fire is getting bigger and bigger. The relevant departments are still investigating the evidence. During this process, a large number of suspicious voices have appeared on the internet. Half a year ago, a fire broke out in Rongjun Garden. The arsonist Liang Haoren was arrested at that time. Who would have thought that half a year later, a fire would break out here again? I heard that Liang Haoren was wrongly accused, and the evidence against him was incomplete, so there has been no verdict. No wonder. It turns out the real reason is not Liang Haoren, but the developer cutting corners and using inferior materials. I heard that the incident was too serious at the time, and in order to calm the situation, the higher-ups just randomly arrested a suspect to take the blame. Fuck, so irresponsible. Liang Haoren is so unlucky. He has been wronged for half a year. There are deliberate internet trolls leading the pace, speaking in a very clear and concise manner, causing the majority of people to follow suit. Of course, there are also many people who have been following the case and have raised questions. No, didn't Leong Howard set the fire because he was jealous of his ex-wife? He even brought a gasoline barrel with him and hid on the rooftop for 3 days and 3 nights. Moreover, some time ago, the Leong family tried to divert public attention and put the spotlight on the Tianjin group, but they were finally found out. What you said are all speculations. There is no substantial evidence. The higher-ups must be looking for a scapegoat in the hope of calming down the storm. Yes, the incident was so serious at the time that they had to solve the case as soon as possible. They were afraid of being held accountable, so they caught a scapegoat. What we say doesn't count. Let's wait for the official news. A few days later, the authorities began to announce the news, not only saying that the construction materials of Rongjuan Garden were in violation of regulations, but also that the fire was caused by the burning of mosquito coils. As for the last time, it was caused by the connector of the mobile phone charging cable. Then all the evidence points to the developer who jumped off the building. The news did not mention anything about Leong Howard's case, but in the eyes of many people, some people just did not want to admit their misjudgment and be held accountable. Of course, for people like George, they just wanted to deal with Leong Howard's case coldly and disappear from the public eye. Appeal. At present, the ones who are still dissatisfied with this case are the victim's family. They hang banners in the court every day and shout on major websites. However, some people on the internet have speculated that the victims' families are unwilling to accept the result because the compensation has not been paid. George had already guessed about the public opinion on the internet. Leong Yong has already demonstrated the power of a partnership. So in terms of the media, the Leong family and George share the same territory. Of course, this is only temporary. In the future, in terms of media publicity, George's short videos will definitely surpass Tang Group. At this moment, George was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the office, looking into the distance indifferently. With this one glance, it seems as if you can see all the injustice in the world. This glance seemed to vent all the anger in his heart. Although I had guessed what Leong Yong would do, I didn't expect Leong Yong to be so crazy and touch the bottom line of the law, saving people by killing more people. Leong Yong also did this to warn George to stop. Otherwise, the Leong family would make sure George was killed without a burial place. George nervously. They both knew what was going on, but there was nothing they could do. Mr. George. Chiton called out softly, waiting for George's order. Last time there was a farce on TV, Leong Yong just wanted me to bear the trouble and have no time to deal with Leong Howard. Haha, he thought I was too simple. Since justice cannot judge Leong Howard, I will judge him. George finally turned around and looked at him. His handsome face was cold. He didn't look like a young man in his early 20s, but more like a decisive emperor. Master Yu, Uncle Chun guessed George's intention. If he wants to go abroad so much, then send him off abroad. George's last words were like the god of death, sentencing life and death. When the Chiton heard this, a sneer appeared on their lips. Of course, Uncle Chun was still very worried. After all, if Leong Howard died, the Leong family would definitely be able to guess who the murderer was and would fight to the death with George. By then, the Leong family will try every means to kill George. Moreover, Leong Howard's incident this time exposed some of the Leong family's background, and their power is terrifyingly great. Young Master Yi is once again going head-on with the Leong family, which is a bit like an egg hitting a stone. Chapter 336. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. That night, in the West City Detention Center, more than 100 people gathered outside the gate, holding banners. Some were wearing mourning clothes, and some were kneeling on the ground, shouting and crying. Give me back my son. The murderer. This is unforgivable. Leong Howard committed arson, but nothing can escape the law. Murderer. These people are the families of the victims. Although many of them are very rich and have considerable influence, the case has already been judged and they are powerless to do anything. Therefore, they are in great pain, crying constantly and cursing the injustice of the world. Don't go near the detention center. The security guards at the detention center did not expel them, but did not allow them to get close. In fact, I felt quite sympathetic towards them. At this time, a car drove out of the detention center, got on the road, and drove off into the distance. Leong Howard is inside. Stop him. Someone reacted and rushed towards the car, but it was too late. The car had already left quickly. The murderer has escaped. I'm so mad. Some elders fainted from anger as they watched the disappearing car, and many people were crying out of anger. They watched the criminals who burned their loved ones to death being acquitted right before their eyes. The pain they felt was indescribable. Leong Howren, you kill my wife, I won't let you go. There were also a few people who clenched their fists tightly, with deep hatred and murderous intent in their eyes. Ah, idiot. At this moment, in a Rolls-Royce, Leong Howren looked out the window and clenched his fists with joy. He was imprisoned for half a year and lost a lot of weight, but after learning that he was acquitted, he was in very good spirits. La la la, la la la. It was me who set the fire. I'm going to burn you poor bastards to death. Come on. Come and catch me. Maybe he's been locked up for too long and is feeling very depressed. So he is very arrogant now that he is released. Mr. Leong, the master said that you only have 15 minutes to return to the Leong family, and then leave the country immediately. The driver looked at Leong Howren like a madman, feeling helpless, and said with a smile, "Why should I go abroad? I have been acquitted now. I am an ordinary citizen. Why should I go abroad? Sure, Xiaoqi and Johnson are not dead yet. I want to burn them to death again. Don't go abroad." Leong Howren refused stubbornly, his eyes full of crazy obsession. After being acquitted this time, his desire for revenge increased. No matter what he did, he would be fine in the end. This is what the master meant. Go back and tell them. The driver said helplessly and took Leong Howren back to the Leong family villa. The Leong family's villa has very good security. They had long guessed that Leong Howren would cause trouble after his return, so the car returned to the villa smoothly. Leong Quan, Su Mingxia, and the rest of the family were waiting in the garden of the villa. When they saw the Rolls-Royce stop, they all smiled. Dad, Mom, third sister, fourth sister, I'm back. After Leong Howren got off the car, he looked at everyone happily and walked over in a few steps. My child, look at you. You have become thinner and thinner. I am so heartbroken." Su Mingxia stroked Leong Howren's left cheek and then kept wiping her tears. Those bad guys deliberately targeted you and made you suffer so much. Fortunately, God has eyes and you were acquitted. Leong Howren was also very sad when he saw his mother crying, and he comforted her. Mom, I'm fine. I'm fine. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Yeah, I'm glad you're okay. Mom is finally relieved. You should be more careful next time. Don't let the bad guys catch you. You should go abroad immediately. Su Mingxiao wiped her tears and smiled again. Those who want to harm you will be helpless and mad at them to death. Mom! Leong Howren wanted to refuse to go abroad, but Leong Quan ordered in a cold voice. No bargaining. You must go abroad this time. Last time, you went abroad too late, and you suffered so much. Don't think that you will be fine after being released. Those people will not give up. They are vindictive and petty. They have been making trouble nearby for a while. You should go out to avoid the limelight and come back in a few years. Although his voice seemed cold, his eyes were actually full of reluctance. Dad! Leong Howren wanted to say something, but he had already been pushed into the car by his parents. Su Mingxia even stuffed a box of dumplings into Leong Howren's hands. She knew that Leong Howren would be coming back today, so she made them herself because Leong Howren loved eating dumplings the most when he was a child. This is also the taste of home. Everything has been arranged abroad, and money has been deposited into your card. Remember to call home when you arrive. Watching Leong Howren's car driving away, Su Mingxia couldn't help but let the tears fall from her eyes. Both old people were filled with reluctance. Maria and Leong Saijia hurried over to comfort the old man. The Leong family knew that some people would never let Leong Howren go, so Leong Howren's car did not immediately go on the highway, but entered a secret warehouse. 10 minutes later, 6 identical Rolls-Royces drove out of the warehouse and drove in different directions. Moreover, there was someone pretending to be Leong Howren in every car. They were the same height and thin body, and they all wore masks and hats, making it difficult to tell the real ones from the fake ones. Some of these cars are heading for the provincial capital airport, while others are heading for airports in other cities, disrupting people's vision. At this time, George was sitting in the office, listening to Uncle Chun and others reporting the situation. Mr. Yi, just as you guessed, the Leong family created a few fake ones to protect Leong Howren from leaving the country. However, at the immigration office, we found information about their passports. 5 of them are Leong family bodyguards. Their destinations are Ugly Country, Chicken Country, France, Eagle Country, and Sweden. One of them is a relative of the Leong family, Leong Shangchuan. He is currently in Hong Kong Island. His passport has been borrowed. We suspect that Leong Howren used his passport to leave the country. His destination is Canada. George said to Chidan, I will arrange for you to take the fastest plane to go abroad and reach Canada first, and kill Leong Howard there to eliminate the root of the problem. Yes, kite and leave immediately. George leaned back in the big chair and whispered to himself. The Leong family thought that after Leong Howard was released from prison, I would cause trouble for them from the media and make the case a big deal with public opinion. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that I would kill people directly. This is not the first time that George has asked his men to kill someone. The last time was Fong Yiming. However, the difference from Fong Yiming's case is that Fong Yiming came to kill George and angered George, while this time Leong Howard killed Johnson and Shi Xiaoqi. Of course, this pissed George off as well. Now, George finally understands that when people reach a certain level, their hands and feet are dirty and they can't help themselves. Just think about it. If George had chosen to be an ordinary person instead of a businessman after his rebirth, he would not even think twice about beating someone up, let alone killing them. Unfortunately, the environment changes a person. Of course, George is also adapted to it and doesn't care anymore. Given his current situation, he can only stay tough. Otherwise, he will be torn to pieces and eaten clean by the enemy. Including Johnson, Shi Xiaoqi, and others will be in danger. Chapter 337. A piece of bad news swept the Leong family. The plane gradually took off. Leong Howard looked down through the car window and saw that the buildings were getting smaller rapidly and his hometown was getting farther and farther away. By the way, this is not his first time going abroad. He has studied and worked abroad and has spent more time abroad than in China. But for some reason, he felt reluctant to leave the country this time. Maybe it's because he can't bear to leave his parents who are old, or maybe it's because he can't bear to leave his family. I don't know when I can come back this time. Leong Howard actually knew that although he was acquitted, there were many people who wanted to deal with him behind the scenes. Apart from George, there are also the families of the deceased, all of whom are influential people. So if this storm has not passed, he simply cannot return to the country. Of course, another reason why he was reluctant to go abroad was Shi Xiaoqi and Johnson. As long as they were alive, Leong Howard would not be at peace. Dad, Mom, Howard will come back. Leong Howard opened the lunchbox given by Su Mingxia and saw his favorite dumplings inside, still a little warm. He picked up the chopsticks and started eating. It's a very familiar taste, the taste of home, and the taste of childhood. He ate a few in a row, but finally couldn't bear to finish them. So he closed the box. Looking around again, except for the bodyguards, there were no passengers on the plane. The entire plane was booked. The security work was done very well. After more than 10 hours, the plane finally landed in northern Canada. The temperature here is cold. It has suddenly turned from autumn to winter, and because of the jet lag, it was already night when the plane landed. Leong Howard got off the plane under the protection of bodyguards, and someone was already waiting for him outside the airport. But at this moment, a figure came in the wind and snow. His speed seemed slow, but he was very close to Leong Howard in just a few steps. Master, be careful. Several bodyguards noticed something was wrong because this was a landing pad and no outsiders were allowed to enter except for the staff. The man who came over was not wearing work clothes, so he was not an outsider at all. Hello, a bodyguard greets you. At this time, the person walking in the wind and snow quickened his speed, pouncing like a wolf, bringing with him bursts of snowflakes. Phew! A cold light flashed, and the bodyguard who had just greeted him had his neck cut by a sharp weapon, and his blood was spilled in the wind and snow. The guy on the opposite side is very powerful, a real killer, and one blow can kill. Protect the young master and leave. The remaining bodyguards reacted and shouted anxiously. Puff! Another bodyguard had his neck cut and fell straight down. Leong Howard was surrounded by 2 bodyguards and left. He was also shocked. It was the first time in his life that he felt death was so close. Bang, bang, bang. The killer in the wind and snow was still slaughtering the bodyguards. He was very fast, and unlike the bodyguards, he was not very strong, but his body was more resilient and agile, and all he used were killing skills. The most important thing is that in this extreme environment, he seems to be unaffected and has a strong ability to adapt to the environment. Although Leong Howard's bodyguards are all professionals, they had just got off the plane and were unable to adapt to the sudden change from warmth to cold. Their reaction and agility decreased a lot. Quick, stop him! Leong Howard did not look back, nor did he dare to look back, but he guessed that the situation behind was very urgent. Even as he was guessing, a dagger suddenly slashed across his neck, and he was dead. In short, he is very scared now. If he had known that life abroad was so dangerous, he would have stayed in the country. Bang! At this moment, a bodyguard who was protecting him was shot in the forehead, and red and white substances were scattered all over Leong Howren's body, with a small piece on the side of his face. Then, Leong Howren witnessed the bodyguard falling down with his eyes open. There's a sniper. The other bodyguard was shocked and wanted to protect Leong Howren and rushed into the corridor quickly. As long as they rushed out of the airport, they would be safe. Bang! But it's all too late. A bullet from hell flew through the wind and snow and pierced Leong Howren's forehead. Leong Howren didn't feel any pain at all. He just heard a buzzing sound in his brain. Then his mind went blank. It was as if he had lost contact with his body, and he slowly fell down. However, his face was filled with despair and fear. The picture in his mind froze at the last moment, which was the scene of his parents and sister sending him away. His eyes were wide open, unable to close them, and gradually all colors disappeared. The wind and snow were still blowing, and the remaining bodyguards were all stunned as they looked at Leong Howren lying on the ground. They didn't expect that despite all the protection, the young master still died. They didn't know how to explain to the Leong family. Puff! In the wind and snow, the killer was still killing. After several bodyguards were killed, the remaining two finally escaped. The killer stood in front of Leong Howren's body, looked at his face, sniffed his breath, and after confirming everything, he took the leftover lunchbox from Leong Howren and left. Of course, the killer also looked around before leaving, as if looking for the best sniping location. On the other side, a 19-year-old youth left with a suitcase bag. This is an airport in northern Canada. The security is not very strict. After he sneaked out of the airport and walked on the road, there was a mysterious man standing under the street light in front of him looking at him. The young man remembered that he seemed to have seen this mysterious man not long ago, and he killed many people at that time. He quickly squatted down, opened the luggage bag, and quickly assembled his sniper rifle. After assembling it, he raised the gun and pointed it at the street light. However, when he looked towards the street light again, the mysterious man had disappeared. On the contrary, he suddenly felt a chill in front of his neck with a dagger hanging there. The mysterious man had appeared behind him. His sniper rifle is no longer effective. Leong Howren, you killed him. The mysterious man uttered something in English. I was the one who killed him. He burned my sister to death. He escaped the punishment of the law. He must go to hell. I want to avenge my sister. The young man didn't dare to move and said angrily, You are a foreigner. Is your sister one too? The mysterious man asked again. No, she is Chinese, but she is the best sister to me in this world. She is an angel. When the young man talked about his sister, his eyes became a little moist. How did you know Leong Howren got off the plane here? The mysterious man asked again. This is my secret. I won't tell you. If you want to avenge Leong Howren, just kill me or call the police. I won't be afraid. The young man didn't tell the reason. A cold wind blew, and the young man felt very cold, but when he looked down, the dagger in front of his neck had disappeared. When he looked back again, the mysterious man was gone too. The young man quickly looked around. Fortunately, due to the cold, there was no one on the road. He disassembled the gun, put it into a luggage bag, and left. Early in the morning, George received a call, and the issue concerning Leong Howren was resolved. And it wasn't Chi Dan who killed him, but a mysterious young man, because his sister was burned to death in that fire. At present, Chi Dan is rushing back and has brought back Leong Howren's lunchbox. This lunchbox seems to be very important, as Leong Howren was holding it before he died. George thought about it and asked Chi Dan to send the lunchbox to the Leong family. Doing this is also telling the Leong family that it was George who killed Leong Howren. Although Leong Howren was not actually killed by Chi Dan, the Leong family will definitely put this debt on him, and by doing so, it can be regarded as indirectly protecting the young man. The net of heaven is vast and wide, and nothing can escape it. Today, bad news will sweep the Leong family. George could guess that when the Leong family learned of Leong Howren's death, this ancient wealthy family would be devastated. Chapter 338. My heart is broken, but I dare not tell the truth. It's quite lively over at the Leong family. Because Yuki is back. She went to jail for Leong Jingjing, and she is also a family member, so everyone was very happy when she was released from prison, and the whole family sat together to eat. Yuki, your cousin Jingjing thanks you. At the dinner table, Liang Yi toasted Yuki with a glass of wine. Yuki was not in a good mood and just nodded slightly. However, Liang Yi did not care. He guessed that Yuki still had some resistance in her heart, which was also very normal. Yuki, at least thank your uncle. Maria pushed Yuki and asked Yuki to have a drink too. Yuki ignored Maria. Over the past few years, she had seen through Maria's character. If it weren't for the mother-daughter relationship, she wouldn't want to pay any attention to Maria and didn't want to come back. Sister doesn't like to drink. Mom, don't force her. If you want to drink, drink it yourself. Ella suddenly interjected calmly, not giving Maria any face at all. Everyone in the Liang family was suddenly a little embarrassed. They had long known that Maria, as children, all had a lot of complaints about her, especially Ella, who didn't give Maria any face in person, and Maria didn't dare to lose her temper. Of course, Ella married into a good family, but Maria still had a hold on her daughter's thick thighs, so Maria had no choice. Moreover, it is not just the children of the Yi family. In fact, everyone in the Liang family also has a lot of opinions about Maria. After all, everyone was implicated because of Maria's selfishness. Okay, drink it, Mom. Maria really didn't dare to offend Ella, so she poured herself a glass. Liang Yi glanced at Ella indifferently, a little dissatisfied with Ella's disrespect for her mother, but he couldn't do anything about Ella now. Ella then asked, Second uncle, Uncle Howard is safe now. What about George's case? When I went to the capital this time, your uncle had already done the work. The documents have been sent down, and the only thing left is a procedure. Moreover, a special investigation team has been set up to secretly investigate George's criminal evidence. Liang Yi smiled. When everyone heard this, they smiled. Liang Kaiyan said happily, George still wants to deal with Howard, but he can't protect himself. Liang Kaifeng also laughed and said, By the way, have the troublemakers outside left? Haha, these victims' families must have been bewitched by George. Now that the weather is getting colder, they are staying outside and refusing to leave. Let them freeze to death. Recently, the families of the victims have often gathered around, looking for Liang Howard to settle the score. Of course, the Liang family specially hire more bodyguards, so these people could not get close to the villa at all. Instead, after the Liang family called the police, batches of people were arrested. These beasts only want to kill Howard. They don't deserve it. Some of them are university professors. 2 of them have connections in the upper ranks, and there are also overseas Chinese and celebrities. They are said to be social elites, but in fact they are a bunch of unreasonable people. Haha, their identities can be used against ordinary people, but against the Liang family, they are like an egg hitting a stone. Let's wait for Howard's incident to pass a while, and then arrest them. If they continue to make trouble, they will not be able to stay in the South. Other relatives started speaking one after another. At this moment, Liang Yi answered a phone call. After the call, the phone fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Brother, what happened? Liang Kaiyan, Liang Kaifeng, and others immediately felt something was wrong. Bang! Liang Yi could no longer sit steadily and slid off the chair, like a puddle of mud, with his eyes dull. Everyone in the Liang family was immediately frightened and helped Liang Yi up. Brother, what happened? Don't scare us. Maria also had a bad premonition in her heart and was almost crying. Ow, Howard dead. Liang Yi looked at everyone, said something painfully, and then burst into tears. Ah, Howard is dead. Maria, Liang Kaiyan, and the others were all frightened. Their eyes widened as if they were dreaming. This is their younger brother. They grew up together. They can even think of the little brother who kept pulling them for candy when they were little. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one could accept the reality and thought it must be a misunderstanding. Liang Yi thought so at first. He said painfully, My brother just called me and told me that he has already rushed to Canada to identify the body. It is said that Howard was shot to death. Howard, my brother. After saying this, he groaned in pain and lay on the table crying. The departure of his loved ones was like a sharp knife stabbing him in the heart. Now he finally understood how painful it was for the families of those victims who were burned to death. The whole dinner table fell silent in an instant. The sudden change made everyone tremble physically and mentally again. What's wrong? At this time, Liang Quan and Su Mingxia also came out, leaning on crutches, supporting each other. Liang Yi quickly wiped away his tears and smiled. The Liang family members were the same, fearing that the old man would not be able to bear the bad news if it got to know him. Dad, Mom, why did you come out? Liang Yi suppressed his sadness and said with a smile, The weather's getting cold. go to bed early. How can I sleep? Su Mingxia sat down, looked at everyone kindly, and said, as soon as I closed my eyes, I thought of Howard. Did he have enough to eat outside? Did he have enough clothes? Would he be bullied? Alas, Howard is a little naughty, but he is very kind. If he hadn't married Shi Xiaoqi, he would have suffered so much. She obviously blamed everything on Shi Xiaoqi. When Liang, Yi, and others heard this, they felt as if their hearts were broken, but they did not dare to tell the truth. Liang lied, Mom, this isn't the first time Howard has gone abroad. He's so old, there's nothing to worry about. Besides, his family has given him a lot of money. Su Mingxia shook her head. The situation is different this time. Alas, I don't know when I will see you again. I just discussed with your father whether I should go abroad to accompany Howard. Liang Yi panicked after hearing this and quickly looked at Maria, who immediately helped persuade him. Mom, you are all old. How can you take a plane? Tomorrow, I will let Howard video call you. Now that technology is advanced, we can meet at any time. You should get some rest early. Okay. Su Mingxia and Liang Quan were finally relieved. When they left, they were still reminding, tomorrow, let the child have a video call. Don't forget, I miss the child so much. After saying that, they supported each other and left. Looking at the aging backs of her parents, Maria burst into tears with sadness. In the past, before George's incident broke out, my parents were in good spirits and health, but later on, they became no longer able to do so. The two elderly people suffered from mental torture, and my mother even had a bit of dementia. It's all her fault. Mr. Liang, someone outside sent a lunchbox. They said it was sent by Tianxin Group. Take a look. At this time, a bodyguard came in with a lunchbox. Because it was related to Tianxin Group, it must be very important, so he brought it in. Of course, they also tested it several times and found no dangerous substances in it. Tianxin Group? Lunchbox. Maria and others almost fainted when they saw it, because that lunchbox was the one Su Mingxia gave to Liang Howard yesterday, and it contained dumplings. Chapter 339, a series of blows and a bitter pill to swallow. Lunchbox? What lunchbox? At this time, Su Mingxia, who had already walked out of the living room, came in again with Liang Quan and walked towards the bodyguard, her eyes fixed on the lunchbox. After she brought the lunchbox over, she opened it with trembling hands, and sure enough, there were still some uneaten dumplings inside. Su Mingxia's eyes suddenly widened. Howard has been abroad for a day. Why is his lunchbox here? He has only eaten half of his dumplings. She turned her head and stared at Liang. Ai, tell me what happened. Tell me. I just saw Ai saying goodbye to me in my dream. Goodbye. Hurry up and tell me, don't lie to me anymore. I just saw you crying, and everyone was crying too. Did something happen to Howard? After saying this, the old man shed tears and looked at everyone sadly. Seeing the situation, Liang Yi knew that he could no longer hide it. Even if he could deceive Su Mingxia, he could never deceive Liang Quan. Dad, Mom, Howard dead. He spoke in despair, then lowered his head. Howard is dead. Su Mingxia stared at Liang Yi blankly for 3 minutes, then suddenly laughed, a very happy laugh. No, Howard is in my room. He is waiting for me to heat up the dumplings for him. Howard. She walked back to her room on crutches, murmuring as she walked, as if she had lost her soul. Mom! Liang Yi and the others all screamed in pain. Plop! At this time, Liang Quan, who had been silent, fell to the ground and fainted. Dad! Liang Yi and the others didn't care about Su Mingxia anymore and quickly helped Liang Quan up and sent him for emergency treatment. This night, the Liang family was in turmoil, as if they had fallen into hell. At this point, it's autumn and the nights are already a bit chilly. The people holding plaques in the detention center, the court, and near the Liang family's home have not left yet. They hope that justice will be late, but will never be absent. They feel as painful as everyone in the Liang family at this moment. In fact, they felt worse than the Liang family because they watched the murderer being acquitted and heard that he was living a carefree life abroad. But they could do nothing. But at this moment, everyone received a message. The law is long and wide. Nothing can escape it. The murderer has been brought to justice. May the deceased rest in peace. You may go back now. After seeing this anonymous message, many people couldn't stop crying, knelt on the ground and kowtowed, and finally dispersed one after another. Liang Quan and Su Mingxia were both rushed to the hospital. Su Mingxia's condition was relatively good. She was on a 4-drip. She was a little confused and didn't recognize any familiar people. She was mumbling to herself in bed. Liang Quan's condition is actually very urgent. The doctor said that if he can't survive this period, we have to prepare for his funeral and let everyone in the Liang family be mentally prepared. After all, they're both very old. One is 90 years old and the other is over 80. After learning about the situation, everyone in the Liang family was very sad. They took turns staying in the hospital and cried every day. Liang Yong also came back from Canada. Apparently, the Canadian police had no clues about Liang Haoran's murder, so he had to accompany the Liang family through the difficult times. However, during the whole process, Liang Yong did not say much, nor did he mention anything about Liang Haoran and George. Until the fourth day, Liang Quan's condition became increasingly worse. Multiple organs began to fail, and he passed away in the early morning. Bad news once again befell the Liang family, as if covered by a layer of haze. Maria, Liang Kaiyin, and other younger generations cried their hearts out, remembering how their parents had taken care of them. In fact, without Liang Quan, the Liang family would not have reached its current height, and their descendants would not have been protected. On the seventh day after Liang Quan left, Su Mingxia suddenly regained consciousness. She seemed to know a lot of things and did not look very sad. That night, she went to find Liang Yong, Liang Yi, and others and talked with them for a long time, of course, all about their childhood. Finally, he went to find Maria, held Maria's hand, and looked very kind. Maria, you are the one that Mom is most worried about. You and George are mother and son after all. Even though many things have happened, Mom still hopes that you can recognize each other and make peace. As a family, there is nothing you can't overcome. Mom knows that you have a stubborn temper. Although you appear strong on the surface, you actually regret it in your heart. After all, you were the one who made the mistake with that child. George is a very pitiful child. He was thrown away when he was young, and then he was abused when he was brought back. He was not fed and was asked to cook. He was not even bought shoes for him. He tried his best to please you. You just wanted to accept him, but you all despised him. Now don't blame the child for dealing with the family. This is the sin you committed in the past. Back then, you and your brother did something. Although Mom doesn't know what it was, the Liang family is what it is today, thanks to Yi Zhendong's help. So for this sake, talk to George. Just think of it as a request from Grandma. Let go of the hatred and live a good life. Su Mingxia's sudden awakening made Maria very uncomfortable. Her mother seemed to know some of the things she and her eldest brother did in the past. Maria had no choice but to agree, at least on the surface, and then sent her mother back to her room. Later, Liang Yong and Liang Yi also found Maria and said that their mother had also mentioned these things and asked them not to blame George, as George was still a child, and that it was their Liang family who was at fault after all. Mom, I'm more awake than ever. Haoran died, but she didn't blame George. She felt it was karma. Mom ate a lot tonight. She also had a big bowl of her favorite braised pork. It looks like she's getting better. Maria had mixed feelings. She was still a little happy. Liang Yi and Liang Yong nodded after listening. They didn't say much about George, but it was obvious that they didn't intend to let George go. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the servants brought the bad news that Su Mingxia had passed away. The only consolation was that she passed away peacefully, without any pain. She complained to everyone last night, which was actually her last breath. Even Su Mingxia herself knew this, so even though she knew Liang Quan had passed away, she was not sad at all. This bad news once again hit everyone in the Liang family. In less than half a month, their loved ones passed away one after another. Everyone suffered a huge blow. David, who was in prison, received the news and could only sigh. After Liang Haoran's death, the two old people couldn't hold on any longer. Just like Lily said at the beginning, George would not even let Grandpa and Grandma go in order to deal with Maria and Lucas. George, you've got into big trouble. David knew that the Liang family would not let this go. They would definitely take revenge. Crazy revenge. What he knew even more was that the Yi family had brought their bad luck to the Liang family, and Maria could never wash herself away from this. David was still very shocked about Liang Haoran's death. He couldn't escape even after fleeing abroad. George actually acted alone and broke Liang Yong's plan. Chapter 340. The Liang family began to collapse from within. George only learned about the death of Su Mingxia and Liang Quan later. He could only sigh and secretly went to pay his respects to them 1 month after they passed away. After all, people are like lights that go out, and all grudges and grievances are gone with the wind. In fact, in his previous life, the two old people were not very kind to George. They often scolded and criticized George, which was very unfair to George. Of course, George would not hate the elderly because of these things, but he would not regard them as his grandparents, but just passers-by. George knew that the two old people died because they could not bear the news of Leong Howren's death, but George did not regret killing Leong Howren. After all, after Leong Howren died, everyone in the Leong family was very sad. But what about the people who were killed by Leong Howren? Their families are also very sad. What's more, Leong Howren has a grudge against Johnson and Shi Xiaoqi, and he will come to kill them next time. However, what surprised George was that after several people from the Leong family died, Maria and the others were very quiet. They didn't come to their house like crazy, nor did they call to scold him, George, as if nothing had happened. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. George guessed that Leong Yong was already preparing to do something behind the scenes. George didn't know much about Leong Yong and was always waiting for him to make his move. In the following days, George's properties sold well, and coupled with the soaring market value of Canauduo and the appreciation of other industries, his net worth exceeded 200 billion, and he has become the richest man in the South. Even the Yes condiments left by my grandfather are high-end and are currently selling well both at home and abroad. Moreover, his Tianwei mobile phone is only 1 month away from being released, which has caused quite a stir in the industry and has started accepting pre-orders. At this time, the Leong family, they were like a wounded beast that had not yet recovered from the bad news and was licking its wounds. Then they accidentally watched the video on TV and saw George, who looked so energetic. George was attending a meeting to celebrate the completion of the Asian Games project and made a representative speech at the meeting. He was wearing a black suit and looked as elegant and calm as a successful person. He held the microphone and said, "The Asian Games symbolizes unity, cooperation, sports, competition, communication, tolerance, peace, and friendship." George is already a celebrity in the South and has many fans. Anything related to Tiancheng Group's business and products is sought after by people. Even a mobile phone that has not been released yet has already received pre-orders of over 1 million units because of George. The most important rumor is that George is already the richest man in the South and among the top 10 richest people in the country. We just need to wait for the next rich list to be announced to confirm this fact. Everyone in the Leong family looked at the young man on TV. That face and that figure stimulated them like a knife. George. Maria spat out a word full of resentment. George every day and wishes she could tear him to pieces. Bang. Maria angrily. Maria, how dare you mention George? Do you know how he is doing now? He is a well-known big shot in the South. His real estate business is booming. He will release a mobile phone next month. His Asian Games project has monopolized a lot of business in the South. Our partners, agents, etc. have quietly distanced themselves from us because of the Tiancheng Group. Because of this, our Huiwang Group has lost a lot of money. Also, do you know what the current overseas stock price of Duo is? He is now the richest man in the South. His reputation and status have all reached their peak. What qualifications do you have to hate him? This elder's words caused a huge response among the crowd. Lucas, Ella, and the others clenched their fists tightly. In fact, they had been staring at George, witnessing him climbing higher and higher, and finally reaching the height of the richest man in the South. His net worth exceeds 200 billion, which makes him richer than the Leong family, and this does not include overseas assets. If such a thing happened a few years ago, they would never have imagined that a younger brother who was always submissive to them would actually be the future richest man in the South. So they have been digesting this shocking news with mixed and uncomfortable feelings. In their opinion, George came to power by stepping on the corpses of the Yi and Leong families. Maria, because of you, our Leong family has been fighting against such people, and our market value has evaporated from 200 billion to more than 100 billion. Your second brother's career was ruined because of you. Your younger brother died because of you, and so did your father and mother. If it weren't for you, our Leong family would still be fine, and so many people wouldn't have died. You know what? Before your mother died, she wanted to slap you, but thinking that you were still her child, she endured it and swallowed all the bitter consequences. The other relatives couldn't help it and started complaining to Maria. In fact, they have been patient for a very long time, and they really can't bear it anymore. Think about it. If the Leong family had not helped Maria, there would still be a wealthy family in the provincial capital, and no one would dare to disrespect them. Maybe they could even cooperate with George. I, Maria didn't expect that everyone was criticizing her. Her eyes suddenly turned red and she shook her head. It's none of my business. It's none of my business. It wasn't me who killed Howard. It was George. Bang. Leong Kaifeng suddenly came over and slapped Maria in the face. You dare to quibble, it really pissed me off. Because of you, my in-laws in Yinjing are also criticizing me and scolding me for causing trouble. Sister Kaifeng, you hit me? Maria stroked her face in disbelief. She already had a heavy psychological burden due to Howard's death and the passing of her parents. And then the Liang family's repeated misfortunes put a lot of pressure on her. Now her relatives no longer tolerate her. They scold her and beat her to her face, which directly crushes her. Because deep down in her heart, she also felt that the Liang family's misfortune and the death of her parents and brother were all caused by her. No, the murderer is George. Please don't bully my mother. Lucas saw Maria being slapped in the face. He felt inexplicably nervous. He guessed that the news that George had become the richest man in the South had severely shocked everyone in the Liang family. The person who has been harming the Liang family is George. He also killed Howard's uncle, causing Grandpa and Grandma to die of excessive grief. George is the murderer. You can't just curse people. Ella also stood up and said, I know, you are afraid of George because George is the richest man in the South. You can't beat him, and you dare not fight him, so you bully my mother. She and Lucas both smelled something wrong. The Liang family began to collapse from within and began to side with George because George was too big and too terrifying. Chapter 341. Liang Yong is back. It's time to show his cards. Shut up. Nothing you family members say is trustworthy. The Liang family's relatives continue to scold. Your Yi family is in trouble, so you drag our Liang family into it, right? And you want us to go against George so that you can sit back and reap the benefits. You are dreaming. That's right. I felt something was wrong last time, and now I finally see your true colors. Maria, why do you, your married daughter, always go back to your parents' home? This will bring bad luck to your parents' home, you know. And Lucas and Ella, if you want to fight, that's your business. Don't drag us into this. Other relatives spoke one after another, with fierce looks on their faces and very resolute attitudes. Lucas and Ella's faces changed drastically. This was the last thing they wanted to see. Without the help of the Liang family, they could never defeat George. No, absolutely not. Uncle Aunt. Lucas had no choice but to look at Liang Yi and Liang Saijia. However, they remained silent and had gloomy faces. It was obvious that they were somewhat resentful of Maria, because Maria must have had something to do with their parents' death. Lucas was very flustered for a moment and advised, Uncle, you are the head of the Liang family now. George deliberately used his huge power to force you to be afraid of him. Don't be fooled. Okay, Xiaoxiu, stop talking. At this time, Maria interrupted Lucas. They are right to scold me. I'm a married daughter. I have committed the sin myself. Why should my parents' family be involved? Is my fault my fault? I am selfish and have harmed my parents, my brother, and my mother's family. I apologize to everyone. As for George, I will go to him and tell him whatever he wants to know. I will take full responsibility. After saying that, she knelt down and kowtowed to everyone, tears dripping down her face. In this world, she can sacrifice her children, husband, and everything else, but she cannot sacrifice her natal family. She grew up in a Liang family and is very afraid of being pointed out by her relatives. Lucas and Ella heard this. Their faces changed drastically. With their current dispute with George, it has already reached the point of no return. If Maria also sides with George, what will they do? There is no doubt that Lucas will no longer have any status in the future and will be bullied to death and suppressed and will never be able to make a breakthrough. Not to mention Ella. She even wants to avenge Fang Yiming. She is dreaming. Mom! Both of them ran over and pulled Maria, hoping that she would change her mind. It's all my fault. If I'd been nicer to that child, how could so many people have died? Maria ignored them and her mentality collapsed. In fact, she had been on the verge of collapse for some time before. It was Liang Yong and Liang Yi who gave her the courage to hold on. But now, she can't bear it anymore. There is only deep fear and regret for George. And this time the regret comes from the heart, not pretended regret. Liang Yi felt heartbroken, and his eyes were wet as he watched his sister kneel down and apologize in pain. George is Maria's son. His son has forced his mother into this state, but he as his uncle, could do nothing but watch George do whatever he wants. He is in pain and sad. As the saying goes, uncle is like father. What use is Leong Yi? What a mess. You're already in chaos before anyone else comes in. At this moment, a majestic voice was heard, and Leong Yong rushed back from the capital, looking exhausted. He has been dealing with family affairs recently, running back and forth between the capital and the Liang family, and he is physically and mentally exhausted. When everyone in the Liang family heard Leong Yong speak, they immediately shut their mouths. Now that the old couple Liang Quan were gone, it was obvious that Leong Yong was the head of the Liang family. In fact, even when Liang Quan and others were still alive, Leong Yong was the person with the highest status and position in the Liang family. His simple words immediately brought the loose Liang family together again, and no one objected. Leong Yong glanced at everyone indifferently, then came to Lucas and Angela, looked at them carefully, and smiled. Xiao Su, Angela, Uncle will support you, don't worry. When Liang Yi heard this, his heart was buzzing. When Liang Haoran was acquitted some time ago, there were some big shots who helped him. These big shots did not hesitate to kill more people to save Liang Haoran, as if they were covering the sky with one hand. Later, Liang Yong told him that if the Liang family wanted to regain its glory and even move to a higher level, they might have to rely on the relatives of the Yi family. Now that Liang Yong took the initiative to talk to Lucas and the others, he guessed that the Yi family relatives Liang Yong mentioned might be Lucas and his friends. This means that the relationship found to save Liang Haoran is actually related to Lucas and others. But when did Lucas and the others get to know anyone in Yenjing? Thank you, Uncle. Lucas and Angela didn't understand and nodded respectfully. Liang Yong walked over again, helped Maria up, and calmed her down. Maria nodded, but continued crying, feeling very remorseful and guilty. Don't worry, Maria. George will pay the price. Liang Yong patted Maria on the shoulder with a gloomy expression. For Liang Haoran's case, he kept using his connections and spent a lot of money in face, and finally got Liang Haoran released without charge. Then he thought of many ways to deal with George, and even used his connections to find people from the Tun Group for help. Everything was ready. Who knew that George would not play by the rules and kill Liang Haoran abroad? He had never thought of this. He even didn't think that George would dare to kill someone, kill his own uncle. George has become the richest man in the South. All that's left is for the rich list to be announced. The higher-ups are also keeping an eye on George, saying that his rise is too fast and he needs a beating. Liang Yong sat down and looked at everyone and said, Next, there will definitely be action from above, and it will be done in secret. The charges will not be announced until the day of sentencing. Anyway, it's just going to happen in the next 1 or 2 days. Hearing this, Liang Yi looked at his brother in shock. It seemed that the final procedures had been completed. Now, the only thing we need to worry about is whether George S. Backer is the Xia family. Liang Yong continued, I have been paying attention to this matter, but I can't find out anything. Of course, it doesn't matter. George has committed espionage and other crimes. The Xia family alone can't protect him. After saying that, he handed a cigarette to Liang Yi. Liang Yi took it excitedly and lit it with trembling hands. He had been waiting for this day. He is 100% confident about Liang Yong's actions because he is a very cautious brother. Once he takes action, he will be 100% confident. Brother, avenge your brother and your parents. Liang Yi took a deep puff of a cigarette. Liang Yong nodded. Tomorrow, Lucas and the others will go meet George. Lucas and the other members of the Yi family were stunned, only to hear Liang Yong continue. You can now reveal your grudges. Anyway, George is beyond help. Good. Lucas and Ella looked at each other and finally nodded. Maria was still crying, but she had no plans to go see George tomorrow. She was afraid of seeing George now, and she hated him. In short, she didn't want to see that devil in the short term. Chapter 342. George climbed to the top of the South. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the domestic rich list began to be released, and it was Forbes' the most valuable and accurate list. George from Tianjin Group with a net worth of $235.2 billion. There was a sensation in the South. Ranked 10th on the list, he would definitely be the richest man in the South. In addition, Johnson, Olivia, and others also made it into the China Rich list, ranking around the 100th place. I said, Mr. George must be the richest man in the South. Yes, the news has spread in the industry a long time ago, and we're just waiting for the list to be announced. It's a miracle. He is a miracle. He has only been in business for a few years, but he has surpassed other entrepreneurs who have decades of experience. The news caused a huge sensation, and many people in the South were shocked. Not long after, Huruan also released a ranking list. Their algorithm was different. George's national ranking dropped one place, but he is still the richest man in the South. David, who is still in prison, read the morning paper and saw the news. He held the newspaper in his hand for a long time, thinking about George's childhood, and even more so, thinking about his doting on Lucas and his prejudice against George. How ironic. The child he least favored is now the richest man in the South, and the child he valued the most has now bankrupted the Yi group. As a father, he has really bad vision. Alas, my father was also a great businessman back then, but I didn't expect that this talent was not passed on to me, but to George. David secretly sighed. Of course, he also felt a lot of pressure, because the higher George's status, the more dangerous it would be for the Yi family. The Leong family was also looking at various lists. Although they had guessed it long ago, they still felt suffocated after seeing it with their own eyes. The richest man in the South. This is like a capital giant with the sky above its head and the earth under its feet. They must look up to it. At this time, on the Jiang family side, Jiang, he was also watching the news, his brows furrowed. Then he sighed and showed a look of admiration. That's amazing. He's the same age as Tian'an, right? He started from scratch and became the richest man in the South. He's only in his 20s. I wish Tian'an could achieve half of his success. Jiang, he put away his phone and kept shaking his head. Luo Jie, who was beside him, massaged his temples and said with a smile, "What do you mean by starting from scratch? Even if ordinary people believe it, do you, the head of a wealthy family, believe it?" George was able to emerge out of nowhere. There must be a force behind him supporting him, otherwise he wouldn't be able to gain a foothold in the provincial capital. She added sourly, Tian'an is no worse than him. He has just started his career, and Jinli's mobile phones are selling well. Give Tian'an some more time, and he will definitely beat George. Jiang sighed. Women, they only know how to fight. Don't they know that harmony brings wealth? Tian'an fights with George. What if he wins or loses? Making money is the truth. He turned to look at Luo Jie. Ella and George have a feud. I really don't want Tian'an to intervene and cause trouble for the Jiang family. I.e., how can you be someone's father-in-law? If your family is in trouble, you must help. Luo Jie refused and frowned, saying, besides, I like Ella very much and will never let her be bullied. So what if I am the richest man in the South? Can I cover the sky with one hand? Jiang, he shook his head helplessly, unable to argue with Luo Jie. At this time, outside the living room, Jiang Tian'an was bringing Ella to visit Jiang Yi and his friend. Jiang Tian'an heard their conversation and clenched his fists tightly. Let's go home. Jiang Tian'an had no plans to visit his parents, not because he was angry, but because he hated himself for being incompetent. After they left, Ella said apologetically, Honey, it's all my fault. Ella, why should I blame you? You are my wife, and it is natural for a husband to protect his wife. Jiang Tian'an shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, business matters are fleeting. George is in the limelight this year, and next year the title of the richest man in the South might be mine. Our current Jinli mobile phone has a very good sales market. Ella is very confident in Jiang Tian'an, but of course she also knows that George will not have it next year. Because this matter was confidential, she did not tell Jiang Tian'an. In the early morning, a plane landed at the airport, and then a dozen men in suits walked down. Director Wei, we're here. A man wearing glasses and an executive jacket was looking ahead, exuding majesty. He was obviously a big shot who had been in the positive world for many years. Next to him was a bald, middle-aged man in his 40s. He was not tall and was fat. The difference between him and the man with glasses next to him was that he had a more indifferent temperament, as if he held the power of life and death. The man with glasses said calmly, Director Wei, we have already informed you. If necessary, you can mobilize all departments to assist us. Director Wei nodded slightly. This case concerns the safety of the country. We must control George as soon as possible. However, George is a celebrity now, so it may cause a sensation in public opinion. Therefore, we should handle it as low-key as possible. After controlling him, we will immediately take him to Yanjing. We cannot let George meet with anyone. Their group will also send people to collect evidence. After leaving the airport, there were already several special cars waiting outside. George has become the richest man in the South, has also caused great joy in Tianjin Group. Olivia gave each employee a red envelope of 10,000 yuan and also held a party, where there was a lucky draw with prizes of 3 million and 1 million yuan in cash. George also received a call from Lee, the richest man in Hong Kong Island. Lee called to congratulate him and invited George to have dinner together. Back then, when George invested in shared bicycles, Mr. Lee, the richest man in China, also helped him. So George personally went to Hong Kong Island and had dinner with Mr. Lee, the richest man in the country, to exchange views on the future economy, foreign investment, etc. After returning to the provincial capital, Lily also called George. George was very surprised, but from her voice, he could tell that Lily seemed to be very happy and free now. George, I also saw the news that you have entered the 10th place on the rich list abroad. I am happy for you and wish you all the best. Don't worry about me. I'm doing well out there. But I guess you won't worry about me either. Hearing these words, George also smiled and then told what happened in the Leong family. Lily fell silent after hearing this. She didn't expect that her uncle had died and her grandparents had also passed away. Lily had no resistance to them. Finally, she just sighed and talked about the interesting things she saw abroad. After talking for an hour, Lily hung up the phone. George shook his head and smiled. He didn't know whether Lily was an enemy or a friend at the moment, but among all the people in the Yi family, Lily had the best relationship with him. Then, he thought of his previous life, when he had just handed over his grandfather's inheritance to the Yi family and worked hard for the pitiful family ties. In this life, he has stood on the highest peak in the South. The Yi family has gone bankrupt and is clinging to the Leong family. The Leong family is also in a precarious situation. They will definitely take action. George is actually also waiting for Liang Yong's arrival. Sure enough, that evening, a phone call came in. Liang Yong came forward and wanted to invite George to dinner. Chapter 343. Wanting to make yourself uncomfortable is so childish. After hearing the news, George's eyes were deep. It was said to be a meal, but Liang Yong's purpose was definitely not that simple. Now that Liang Haoran was dead and the Liang Quan couple passed away, Liang Yong would never give up. So George also planned to meet Liang Yong to see what Liang Yong was going to do. In this regard, even if George wanted to avoid it, he couldn't. An hour later, Suading Villa. This is a private villa with a great environment, a great place to negotiate business. George asked the bodyguard to stay outside and entered the room himself. He saw Angela, Yuki, Ella, and Lucas were all sitting in the room. Liang Yong had not arrived yet. They were originally chatting, and the topic was also about George. After seeing George, they all looked at him with cold smiles. They swept away the gloom of their grandparents' death and looked quite smug and even more ferocious. That's right, it's hideous. Hey, our richest man in the South is here, Lucas said sarcastically. George sat down, ignored him, and asked, "Where's Liang Yong?" "My uncle will be here soon. Don't worry. He will definitely punish you." Angela slammed the table hard. Ella had been drinking tea, but she kept looking at George. Especially when she saw how glorious George was, she couldn't suppress the anger in her heart at all. Now, they're living such a miserable life. How can George have the nerve to laugh? "George, you caused Dad to go to jail. Mom was ostracized by Grandma's family, and Grandpa and Grandma were killed by you. You did everything bad." Ella couldn't help but tell every bad thing that happened to them after George left the Yi family, like knowing them all by heart. With every word she said, her eyes became redder. And in the end, she was so excited that she wanted to kill someone, including Yuki too. They treated George like an enemy, and the whole family had a blood feud with George. "You are the one who killed my uncle. It must be you." Lucas stood up and pointed at George and yelled, "George, my brother, I didn't expect you to dare to kill someone. You think you can get away with killing someone abroad? I tell you, the law is long, and you'll be caught sooner or later." George didn't say anything. He drank his tea with half his eyes closed and watched them get mad. George is used to their evildoers making complaints first. After slowly drinking 2 cups of tea, seeing that Lucas and Ella were a little tired of scolding, he said calmly, "Maria didn't come, so you guys scolded for her, right? You're all good, and each of you has learned it very well. George, you are not at fault at all." Ella's anger, which had just subsided, was ignited again. "You are the one who killed my uncle. You killed your relatives." George smiled faintly and said, "Uncle? Whose uncle? I'm sorry, I don't have an uncle." "You." Seeing George's indifferent expression, Ella got even angrier and didn't know what to say. After being angry, Yuki and Lucas felt a chill in their hearts. After killing their uncle, George still looked calm and nonchalant. His cold-bloodedness was terrifying. George before only dealt with them and dragged them to hell, but it didn't rise to the point of killing them. Now George has made up his mind. In the future, George might kill them all. Okay, Ella, don't fall for his trick. He's just trying to piss you off. At this time, Angela advised Ella and looked at George indifferently. I remember when I was a child, George came home for the first time. I didn't like him at that time. He was dirty and unruly. I was thinking at that time, how could I have such a brother? Especially this brother wants to grab a part of you group in the future. I hate him so much. Ella said, me too. Our family has always been happy and peaceful. It was only because he came back that things changed. I really wish he hadn't come back and had died out there. Big sister, second sister, I'm the opposite of you. When my brother came back, I was very happy, but I didn't expect that he had so many bad habits, stealing, lying, and being ill-mannered. Lucas also recalled what happened back then. One after another, they expressed their feelings after George returned to the Yi family. Yuki, who had been silent, was recalling how she felt back then. George's sudden return. They felt that George was out of place and didn't seem like a relative to them at all. George listened with a nonchalant look on his face. At this moment, he was still talking about his childhood and trying to make himself feel bad. How childish. But what surprised George was that Lucas and the others looked very confident, as if they were saying some last words of farewell. Could it be that Lucas and the others knew that George was doomed, so before they died, they acted arrogant in front of George? After everyone finished speaking, Angela looked at George smugly and said, George, after listening to what we have said, how do you feel? From childhood to now, you have never been welcomed by us. George picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said calmly, I just saw your incompetent rage. Son of a bitch. Angela's beautiful eyes narrowed in anger. At this time, Liang Yong and Liang Yi finally walked in. Uncle, uncle. Lucas and the others didn't bother to mock George anymore and stood up one after another. When Liang Yi entered, his face was full of murderous intent, just like Angela and the others. Especially when he saw George's calm and composed look, he could no longer suppress his anger and rushed towards George. Murderer, you killed my brother and my parents. Calm down. Liang Yong beside him stopped him. Liang, he had no choice but to grab the teacup and wanted to pour the tea over to George, but he finally calmed down. But before he could do anything, George had already thrown the teacup in his hand at him. The tea spilled all over Liang Yi, making him furious. Liang Yi, your brother set fire to and killed so many people for his own selfish reasons. Does such a vicious person want to escape the punishment of the law? You came from the military, but you can't even tell right from wrong. George put down the teacup again and said calmly, Does your brother think that going abroad will be fine? If he likes going abroad so much, then he should die abroad. When Liang Yi heard this, his eyes turned red. George, if you have anything to say, come to me and fight me. I will fucking kill you. Lucas, Angela, and others quickly grabbed him. You Liang family are all a bunch of selfish people. In order to protect Liang Haoren, you are willing to light a fire again and burn more people to death. George continued, Sooner or later, someone will settle this debt with you. Haha, the lives of your Liang family are lives, and the lives of others are even more important. Come on, settle the score with me. Liang Yi was pulled by Lucas and the others, and he yelled with a red face, I am Liang Yi right here. Come and touch me. I want to see how capable you are. George sneered, Okay, you're next. After saying that, he looked at Liang Yong, who had been silent. Chapter 344. Seeing Liang Yong again, the past comes flooding back. Liang Yong wears glasses, is tall and thin, has high cheekbones, and his eyes, especially under the glasses, flash with a cold light from time to time, making people dare not look directly at him. I guess he wears glasses to hide that cold and gloomy look. George has no good impression of Liang Yong at all. In his previous life, George followed Maria to the Liang family and was severely punished by Liang Yong several times. Moreover, these punishments were for no reason. At that time, it was more like Liang Yong was beating George to vent his anger. Once, Liang Yong hit George very hard and broke one of his legs. George cried very hard at that time, but no one from the Liang family or the Yi family dared to stand up and speak. It took George half a year to heal his broken leg. Later, when grandfather's inheritance arrived, Liang Yong forced George to hand it over. At that time, George refused and wanted to keep part of it because he had already given a lot to the Yi family and the Liang family. But Liang Yong was so greedy that he wanted to take it all. He used both soft and hard tactics on George, and even promised George that as long as he handed over the foreign funds and real estate in the inheritance, George would have a very high status in the Liang family, and no one would dare to bully him anymore. Moreover, after handing over the funds and properties, George can take them back anytime he needs. Finally, George agreed. However, the next day, after handing over the inheritance, Liang Yong turned against him. Finally, Lucas' kidney disease broke out, and he urgently needed a kidney. Finally, Liang Yong stepped in and told George that they were all family, and there was no distinction between you and me. Lucas was his brother, and he couldn't just stand by and watch him die. If you don't help, then kick George out of the Yi family. George couldn't stand it anymore and left the Yi family, who knew that Liang Yong had already told everyone that no one was allowed to help George. This resulted in George running away from home with no one to help him, and many people secretly targeting him, beating him for no reason, and even the noodles he bought on the roadside were drugged. After going through so much torture, George was left alone and helpless and finally agreed. At that time, George had actually seen through the Yi and Liang families. Sure enough, after donating his kidney, the Yi and Liang families once again went back on their word and threw him in the hospital like garbage, and he was eventually burned to death in a fire. All in all, George felt that Liang Yong was more cruel to him than to anyone else, as if he just disliked him and was targeting him. Mr. Liang Yong, long time no see. Putting away the memories of the past, George looked at Liang Yong coldly. Liang Yong narrowed his eyes and looked at George. He didn't expect that the whole room was full of people from the Yi family and the Liang family, but George came alone and was not afraid at all. George knew that Liang Yong was a man of few words, so he smiled and asked, "Are you uncomfortable seeing me become the richest man in the South? Still, you're going to have a heart attack when you see the murderer who killed your brother right in front of you, and you can't do anything. Liang Yong, you are indeed very capable, but if you kill someone, you still have to pay with your life. Liang Howard is definitely not the last one. Maybe you're the last person to die in the Liang family. Of course, it could also be Liang. If you really want to save the Liang family, then don't interfere in Maria S. affairs anymore. I can promise that I will let bygones be bygones and will not target the Liang family again." These words are full of threats and are even more powerful. Angela and the others widened their eyes after hearing this. They didn't expect that George would be so cruel, so wild, and so arrogant in front of his uncle. "You beast, I'll kill you." Liang, he couldn't help it again. "I sit down." George with gloomy eyes. Actually, he met George very seldom, and he never liked George from the bottom of his heart. But he didn't expect that the most inconspicuous child of the Yi family has grown into a giant today and brought a lot of trouble to the Liang family. "George, I didn't expect that we would meet here again." Liang Yong poured himself a cup of tea. "You have caused so much suffering to your mother and your grandfather's family. Have you ever thought of stopping? Do you know the consequences of continuing to fight?" George smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Liang, you asked me to meet you just to say these things? To be honest, I have no intention of stopping unless the Liang family hands over Maria. You may think that I am arrogant and unworthy of competing with the Liang family, but I am young. I am already the richest man in the South, and my future will only be bigger. You are all old, and you can only decline and step into the abyss step by step." Such words made Liang Yong very uncomfortable. Indeed, although the Liang family is in decline now, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. As long as Liang Yong is still alive, George will never win. But only for now. What about the future? He is old, and his career has almost reached its peak. And George is still young. He hasn't reached his peak yet. "Mr. Liang, your Liang family is currently relying on you alone. The rest, Leong Wea and Lucas, are all idiots." George continued, staring at Liang Yi again. "Including this Liang Yi, he is already half dead and has no threat at all. So, you'd better pray that you live longer or stay in this position longer. Otherwise, you can't stop me at all. If I were you, I would choose to bow my head and compromise and stop interfering in other people's family affairs. This is my final warning." Liang Yong took a deep breath and said with a sinister smile, "Okay, I understand what you mean. You want to send your mother to hell, right? After all, she is still your mother. She raised you." "Shut up," George interrupted coldly. "It's already this time, and you're still playing the family card and blackmailing me morally. Do you really think I'm a kid? He remembered that in his previous life, when Liang Yong tricked him into handing over his grandfather's inheritance, he used both soft and hard tactics and said all the nice things he could, but in the end, he, George, was deceived. I'm not playing the family card. The grace of raising a child is indelible. Liang Yong wanted to say something, but George grabbed the teacup on the table and poured the tea over to him, splashing Liang Yong's head with tea. George, how dare you disrespect your uncle? Lucas and the others widened their eyes. Liang Yigung rushed directly to George and grabbed George by the collar. Stop. We are here to negotiate, not to fight. Fighting won't solve the problem. Liang Yong didn't care about the tea on his face and scolded Liang Yi. Brother, I really want to beat this beast to death. Liang Yi still held George's collar, but he didn't dare to make a move. He looked up at George and saw him sneering at him, as if mocking him for not daring to make a move. Mr. Liang Yi, go ahead and make a move. Just try to make a move. Believe it or not, I will make sure you can't leave this villa. The majesty of the richest man in the South is also pervasive. This is the first time in my life that I feel so frustrated. Liang Yi cursed angrily and had to let George go. Chapter 345. Liang Yong, let's wait and see. Liang Yong wiped the tea off his face, not angry, and said calmly, George, you started from scratch and became the richest man in the South. I don't believe you are alone. I am curious about who else is around you. Are you trying to find out about me? George has already guessed that Liang Yong asked him out for a meeting just to find out his background. No wonder Liang Yong never showed up after the deaths of Liang Haoran and Liang Quan. They must be investigating George behind the scenes. George's opinion today. You don't need to know this. You just need to know that there are many people who want the Liang family to fall. George said coldly, although I'd already guessed that you wouldn't say it, I still wanted to try my luck. However, I overestimated myself. You are indeed a person of great ability, and your scheming is deeper than I thought. Liang Yong was slightly disappointed and said in a hoarse voice, in this case, don't blame your uncle for being rude. When the time comes, I will see how powerful you, the richest man, are. Liang Yong, just wait and see. George also smiled coldly. Okay, we have met and talked. Goodbye. After saying that, he left the private room. Liang Yi, Lucas, and others looked at the arrogant George, clenching their fists tightly, and wanted to keep George here, regardless of life or death. He was really tight-lipped, and his emotions were very stable. He was not angry from the beginning to the end. After George left, Liang Yong said to himself, I wanted to provoke him or use things from his childhood to stimulate him, but he seemed to have let it go and had no grudges. People like him are very difficult to deal with. Uncle, my brother is definitely dead. This time it was the people above who did the attack. How could he escape? Lucas immediately cursed fiercely. Liang Yong nodded slightly. If George's energy is only in the South, he will never come out after entering this time. Just wait. Liang Yi, Lucas, and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. At this time, George just walked out of the villa and saw a large number of cars parked at the door, and people in suits walked over. George, we are from the National Security Department. We suspect that you are colluding with foreign forces and selling residence information, which violates the security law. You will be arrested on charges of espionage. Please come back with us. A bald, middle-aged man stood in front of George, holding a certificate in his hand. George frowned slightly. George, you are a celebrity now. You don't want the matter to be too big and known to everyone. So we are inviting you now, but not necessarily later. I hope you can understand. The man wearing glasses next to him said. George subconsciously thought of Liang Yong's attitude and guessed that it must have been Liang Yong who made the move. No wonder Lucas and the others were able to vent their anger in front of him. It turns out they were really fearless. Can I hire a lawyer? George asked. No. The moment you are arrested, you cannot contact anyone or make any phone calls, and everyone present will be arrested. The bald middle-aged man said seriously. This is not an ordinary crime. It concerns national security. George asked again, what if someone slanders me? The bald middle-aged man shook his head. When we came to arrest you, we already had enough evidence. In other words, your crime has been established and you will be sentenced very severely. The only way to reduce your crime is to tell us how to contact your accomplices in foreign countries, etc. Confession under torture? George sneered. George, stop pretending. No one we have taken away has ever been acquitted, let alone walked out. The man with glasses seemed impatient. He waved his hand, and the people behind him came over and arrested George. Uncle Chun and other bodyguards rushed over immediately, but George stopped them, and then Uncle Chun and his bodyguard were all captured. When George was arrested and put into the car, he looked at the man wearing glasses and said, "I think I will be acquitted in the end and be the first person to walk out of your department." The man with glasses was stunned for a moment, and his face was immediately filled with anger. They have arrested many people, including the heads of certain departments, senior executives of certain state-owned enterprises, and so on. Anyone they target, no matter their identity or class, will be trembling with fear. George is just a nouveau riche from the South, yet he dares to be so confident and arrogant. After you go in, you will cry. The man with glasses snorted disdainfully. More than a dozen cars left along the road, and in the villa, Leong Yong led everyone out. Looking at the departing convoy, they all sneered. Lucas' eyes flashed with coldness, and he said excitedly, "The next time you hear George's name, it will be the time for the sentence to be announced to the whole country." Ella and the others clenched their fists excitedly. The nightmare that had been haunting them was finally over. Leong Yong had a gloomy face and said nothing, just like a poisonous snake hiding deep in the jungle. Not long after, Tianshan Group, a group of mysterious people arrived, packed up Tianshan Group servers, data, etc., and even secretly took away a group of senior executives. Johnson, Shi Xiaoqi, and others were also taken away. Even Olivia was not spared. Moreover, Yili Zhu, Lin Dong, and his wife were also taken away. The terrifying thing is that no one knew about their disappearance, as if they had suddenly vanished. At this time, an airplane flew towards the capital. George was on the plane, his cell phone, and everything else were confiscated, and there were 4 or 5 people guarding him closely in front and behind him. At this time, a man in a suit brought him lunch, which was vegetables, radishes, and a bowl of rice. "Is this your meal?" George smiled sarcastically, waved his right hand, and swept all the food on the table off. "George, do you still think you are the richest man? You are a criminal now." The man in the suit was furious and wanted to teach George a lesson. "Okay, give him my food." The man with glasses came over with a sullen face. "After all, he is the richest man in the South. We can't neglect him." "Yes, director." The man in the suit glared at George fiercely, thinking that he would teach him a lesson when he got back to the office. Then he took the food of the man with glasses and put it on George's table. "This meal is much better, with meat, fish, and soup." Swish! George still swept it away with one hand, without giving any face at all. The man with glasses was also angry. "George, don't give me that. I've seen a lot of people like you. They are arrogant at first, but when they get to the department, they beg for mercy with snot and tears. If you know better, cooperate obediently, and you won't have to suffer. Otherwise, you will regret it." After saying that, he walked to George, grabbed George by the collar, and lifted him up. "I'm telling you, give up your fantasy. Don't even think you can get out. No one knows you were captured. They even think you're traveling. Don't think anyone can save you." George was fearless and didn't say anything, just stare at the man with glasses. Chapter 346. So, there's not much time left for him. Wang Nan, we have to give some respect to the richest man in the South. At this time, the bald middle-aged man slowly walked over and looked at George deeply. No matter what, he was living like an emperor a day ago, but now he is a prisoner. It is normal for him to have some emotions. After hearing this, the man with glasses named Wang Nan reluctantly let go of George. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Wei Dabiao, director of the security department." The bald middle-aged man sat down in front of George and said, "Your overseas Duo has been transmitting a lot of domestic data out, violating the security law. This is why we arrested you. You should have transmitted a lot of data, perhaps some domestic high-level data, some technical data, etc. So what you have to do now is to plead guilty and cooperate with us." George narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "It seems that my Duo still has data loopholes. Who reminded you of this? Besides, what does the data loophole have to do with espionage?" "George, I told you that we were able to arrest you because we have a lot of evidence. Don't play dumb." The man with glasses named Wang Nan was dissatisfied again. George opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but finally chose to shut up, because Wei Dabiao has just said it clearly. What he needs to do now is to plead guilty instead of making excuses. Considering that no lawyers were allowed in this case, and no one knew about it, it all showed that George had solid evidence and was waiting to be sentenced. Obviously, this mysterious department has enormous power. It seems that our richest man, Mr. George, has understood a little bit. George didn't say anything. Wei Dabiao guessed what George was thinking and said with a smile, Mr. George, please think about what I said carefully. If you have anything to say, you can always come to us. After saying that, he took Wang Nan away, leaving George alone to think. They believed that the words had been made so clear. If George was a smart man, he would have no choice but to cooperate. After the plane landed, George was secretly transferred to a manor and imprisoned in a room. There are surveillance cameras in every corner of the room. Apart from a chair and a table, there is nothing else. It is very quiet, which gives people a certain psychological pressure. George leaned back in his chair, half squinting his eyes. He thought about the matter again. Liang Yong asked him to meet him, and after he came out, he was brought here. There is no doubt that this matter must be related to Liang Yong. George has found out about the loophole in Kandwudwa's data. However, the problem of this loophole can be big or small. If someone wants to target George, they can charge him with espionage based on the data leakage issue. Or, to put it in a smaller way, they just need to make sure that George has no contact with foreign forces and then fill the loophole in the program. However, since Liang Yong's plan was aimed at him, this loophole must have been exaggerated and he would be sentenced to death. At present, George cannot contact anyone and can only wait to be sentenced. Therefore, there is not much time left for him. The day passed quietly. In another room in the manor, Wei Dabao and Wang Nan were watching the surveillance footage and saw George walking quietly, like a stone sculpture. He still doesn't say anything. Wei Dabiao asked, I just sat there all day. That's a lot of patience. Wang Nan's face was very ugly. Others who fell into our hands would have been very panicked and begged for mercy, but he showed no reaction. Besides, he hasn't eaten anything for a whole day except for drinking water. You son of a bitch, you're only in your early 20s. How come you're so calm and tough? Wei Dabiao frowned and cursed. Waiting with him is like training an eagle. I don't believe that I can't deal with a young boy. Wang Nan nodded and said worriedly, I'm most afraid that he has some tricks up his sleeve. Once he joins the security department, all his backup plans are useless. Here, the only person he can ask for help is himself. Wei Dabao left after he finished speaking. At this time, the South is still calm. No one knew George was missing. There is only one place, and that is Quansheng Group, because a phone call came in at Quansheng Group, and it was directly called to Wei Mingfei. Concubine Wei Ming felt very strange because it was an unfamiliar number. Generally speaking, only her family and confidants knew her private number. Hello, Miss Wei. I'm Chi Dan, Mr. George's bodyguard. I'm calling you from overseas. Mr. George told me to call you as soon as possible if anything happens to him. At present, I have found out that Mr. George has disappeared, and many backbone members of the group have also disappeared. They have also chosen to report to the police, but the relevant departments are delaying. This matter must be very troublesome and has risen to a certain level. So, I was hoping you could help. After hearing this, concubine Wei Ming took a deep breath and immediately asked someone to investigate. Sure enough, although Tianjin Group seemed very quiet on the surface, something was actually very wrong behind the scenes. Many people disappeared, and those who knew the situation also signed a confidentiality agreement. With so many people disappearing at the same time, the person who did it must have great authority. Wei Mingfei kept thinking, from this point of view, only that place has this power, but with my status, it is inconvenient for me to come forward to help. She thought about it for a long time and finally thought of a person. It was Mr. Jiang. So she called Mr. Jiang. When Mr. Jiang heard the news, he was naturally furious and flew to Beijing overnight. At the same time, huge waves were also rising on the Xia family side in the provincial capital. Because Olivia was also captured and her whereabouts were unknown, and the Xia family had great influence in the south, they quickly found out who had captured her and flew to the capital overnight. Early in the morning, Wei Dabao and his colleagues came to work one after another and asked about George's situation. Mr. George just sat there without saying a word, and neither did his companion. No matter how we asked him, he just refused to confess or cooperate. Wang then responded to Wei Dabao's words. Wei Dabiao's face darkened. Give them another 3 days. If they don't tell me, I'll sentence them like this. Just as he was about to leave with his men, Wang Nan received a call. He then frowned and looked at Wei Dabiao and said, Olivia's family is here, and it's old Xia himself. Which Mr. Xia? It's a retired veteran from the nuclear industry, because Olivia is his granddaughter, and the Xia family knows a lot of people in Yinjing. How about this? I'll talk to him and explain clearly what her granddaughter did. If it's not a big deal, her granddaughter can be released. Wei Dabeo thought about it and decided not to offend old cadres of Xiao's class. He remembered that something like this had happened in his unit before. A man who had committed a serious crime was arrested and taken to their department for secretly selling scientific and technological secrets. Later, some veteran cadres stepped forward to rescue him. Finally, Wei Dabeo's boss had to step forward and said that although the criminal had committed a serious crime, he still had to give face to the veteran. Later, there was no choice but for their unit to release the person because the veteran cadre used many connections to intercede for him. After the criminals were released, they took their anger out on their unit, causing them a lot of trouble later. In short, old cadres who have high reputation and have made great contributions are indeed difficult to deal with. Chapter 347. Do you know how important George is? Half an hour later, in the conference room, Mr. Xia arrived with Xia Mingfeng and his wife. They were also Olivia's parents. As soon as they entered, they saw Wei Dabeo standing up to greet them in front of the desk. Everyone had a grim look on their face. Director Wei, you have such great authority that you arrest people without even saying hello. Mr. Xia looks like a scholar, but when he gets angry, he looks extremely majestic. Mr. Xia, isn't this an emergency? Wei Dabeo actually didn't know Mr. Xia, but he knew that Mr. Xia had a high reputation. Can you just arrest people at will in an emergency? Don't you have to go through any procedures? If you take people away secretly, people who don't know you will think you are trafficking them. Mr. Xia slammed the table. Wei Dabiao was not angry and smiled. This is related to national security. I hope Mr. Xia can understand. As for the case, I'm not afraid to tell you the Duo of Tianjin Group was involved in collusion with foreign forces, violated the security law, and committed espionage. In this regard, we are an independent department and have the right to take people away, and there is no need to go through the usual trial and so on. Nonsense. Old Xia was so angry that his face turned red, and he shouted. Xia Mingfeng was also very angry and asked seriously, "There's no need to conduct a routine trial. Just follow your will and say whatever you say is the final word. You two have misunderstood. We dare to arrest people because we have evidence in our hands. Duo leaked customer data to foreign countries. This is the evidence." Wei Dabeo glanced at Xia Mingfeng. Xia Mingfeng understood what Wei Dabeo meant. With this kind of evidence, you could say it constitutes espionage, or you could say it constitutes nothing. It all depends on how Wei Dabeo looks at it. Of course, Mr. Xia is a national elder. I believe Olivia is not a spy. Wei Dabiao didn't want to push Mr. Xia too hard, so he turned to a staff member and said, "Go and release Olivia." "And George," Mr. Xia immediately said, "he will be released too. I tell you, he is my grandson-in-law." When Wei Dabiao heard this, he secretly took a deep breath. How could George have such a backer? He shook his head. "Mr. Xia, you are forcing me. George is the main culprit in this case, and he must not be released. I believe Xiaoya is not that kind of person." Xiao Lao threatened coldly. "The espionage crime you mentioned should actually be cutting off a lot of program loopholes. You can also convict program loopholes as espionage crimes. Do you think now is the time to fight against evil spirits?" "Mr. Xia, we have professional technicians in this area. After repeated investigations, we finally determined that George was colluding with foreign forces," Wei Dabiao said calmly. "Mr. Xia is a veteran of the nuclear industry. You don't understand the procedures, so don't interfere. In short, George must not be released at this time. He also had a headache. This George was actually the son-in-law of old Xia's grandson. This relationship was not simple. It directly determined that George had reached a certain level. Director." At this time, a subordinate came running over anxiously and whispered something in Wei Dabeo's ear. Wei Dabiao gasped after hearing this. "Are you serious? Really? They've already come in, right downstairs." The subordinate nodded seriously. Wei Dabeo immediately walked to the window and looked out. He saw 3 military jeeps parked below the window. Several figures got out of the cars and went straight into the building, especially one of the middle-aged men in military uniform, with a look of majesty and anger. "It's Jiang Tailin." Wei Dabeo had heard of this person before. He was a typical hawk and very tough towards foreign countries. If it weren't for giving face to his unit, they would have sent troops to surround this place. Are you here for George, too? His subordinates had just explained the situation to him. What he found difficult to understand was that George not only knew old Xia, but how come he also knew someone from the Jiang and Jiang family. Old Xia. Soon, Mr. Jiang also appeared in the conference room, followed by Jiang Tailin and others. Each of them had a sullen face and looked like they were about to beat someone up. Several of Wei Debao's men wanted to stop Jiang Lao and his men, but Jiang Tailin pushed them with his big hand, and one of them fell to the ground. In front of Wei Debao, he lost face. Mr. Jiang. When Mr. Xia saw Mr. Jiang, he walked over angrily and said, "They said I am a veteran of the nuclear industry. I don't understand the procedures. Don't interfere." What a mess. Boss Jiang cursed and walked towards Wei Dabiao. "Little Wei, is this the way your department works? You arrest people arbitrarily, convict people arbitrarily, and even charge them with espionage." Wei Dabao's face turned dark, and he held his breath. He had only heard of Mr. Xia's name, and today was the first time he met him. But it's different from Mr. Jiang. They have already met him several times. Because Mr. Jiang is the leading figure in the domestic semiconductor industry, many people in their department are his disciples. Some high-precision semiconductor equipment are also related to Mr. Jiang. "Mr. Jiang, is this George you?" Wei Dabiao asked in a low voice. "Is my grandson-in-law," old Jiang said coldly. "What?" Wei Dabao thought he had heard it wrong, then looked at Mr. Xia. If he remembered correctly, Mr. Xia said the same thing. "Whose grandson-in-law is this George?" "It's like this. George's Kendo Duo has a program loophole, which has transmitted a lot of domestic information and data to foreign countries. We suspect that he is colluding with foreign forces." Wei Dabao didn't dare to say too confidently. His initial affirmation turned into doubt. The arrival of two veterans in the industry is not something he can afford to offend alone. "Can you arrest someone just because you suspect him? Where's your boss, Laohua? Let Laohua come and talk to me." Jiang Lao, whose eyes widened, and he shouted angrily, No, it's just a small matter. There's no need to alarm Mr. Hua." Speaking of old Hua, Wei Dabao's face changed, and he already knew that these two old men had come forward, so he had to let them go today. "Are you also afraid of alarming old Hua?" Mr. Jiang glared at Wei Dabao angrily, and directly moved a chair to sit down, as if scolding a student. "Do you know how important George is? Our research institute is funded by George's Tianjin Group, which provides $2 billion a month. If something happens to him, will you provide the funds? Let me tell you again, George is supporting domestic semiconductor research and development. If you delay, you will be a sinner for all eternity." Just one sentence scared Wei Dabao so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Mr. Jiang continued to scold. "Do you know George's contribution to China? His Tianwei technology is developing 5G technology and has applied for patents. In addition to communications, there are also smart terminals, operating systems, energy fields, etc., which is the hope to break the foreign stranglehold. Especially 5G technology, it has achieved great success. The superiors have praised Tianwei Technology Group by name." Is this true? Wei Dabao's legs felt weak, and he knew that things were going to be trouble. From this perspective, George has already climbed up the thigh of the state machine and possesses cutting-edge technology. Not to mention that George is not a spy. Even if he is a spy, based on his contributions to the country, the higher-ups will definitely give him a break. Not to mention George's continued investment in scientific research. With all these factors added together, the higher-ups will definitely not let anything happen to George. Grass. When did George become so powerful? He only found out that George was the richest man in the South. Chapter 348. Shocking. Olivia's parents are here. Why don't you let him go? When Mr. Jiang saw that Wei Dabao was frightened, he immediately reminded him. "Quick, release him." Wei Dabao gave Wang Nan instructions, but after thinking about it, he decided to release the person himself. Wang Nan witnessed all this and naturally knew how troublesome the situation was, so he happily followed along. Considering the current domestic economic environment and the investment in science and technology, even if George's status is not as high as Mr. Jiang's, it is not much different. Perhaps the only thing lacking is age, background, and reputation. George was still sitting in the room, thinking about countermeasures. At this time, the door was opened, and Wei Dabao and Wang Nan rushed in and said politely, "Mr. George, this is a misunderstanding. I admit that we failed in our duty. I hope you can forgive me. I hope you can forgive me." After saying this, Both of them bowed deeply. George saw it. He immediately knew that someone was coming to rescue him. And judging by their frightened expressions, the person must be very important and frightened them severely. You brought me here from the south, didn't let me eat, didn't let me sleep, and now all is fine, just because of a misunderstanding. George didn't leave immediately. Wang Nan, call a 5-star hotel right now and order Australian lobster, Kobe beef, French matsutake, etc. for me, quickly. Wei Bao also knew that he was in the wrong and immediately reported Wang Nan. Director Wei, I'm very curious about who gave you the order to arrest me. George knew that Wei Bao was just following orders, and there must be someone else behind the scenes. What he is curious about now is whether the ultimate person behind the scenes is Liang Yong. If so, then he underestimated Liang Yong's ability. Liang Yong is much more powerful than he imagined. Wei Bao looked embarrassed and hesitated. Mr. George, this place is under the Emperor's feet, after all. It's not good to know too much about some things. If you have any dissatisfaction, just come to me. Wei Bao, will definitely make it up to you. Such a powerful force? I dare not say it here. George was slightly surprised. Seeing Wei Dabiao's bitter face, he smiled and said, Then at least remind me, so that I know who I have offended. Wei Dabiao thought about it, and knew that George would not give up until he got an answer. So he said immediately, I can only say that there are 10 people in the capital. This is the only thing I can say. If I say more, it will be troublesome. 10 exits in the capital? George thought about what Wei Dabiao said and asked again, Does this matter have anything to do with Liang Yong? Yes, but he is not qualified to transfer our department. Wei Dabiao said meaningfully. George understood that these 10 people from Beijing should be the backers behind Liang Yong. And the fact that Wei Dabiao could be so secretive about it showed that the background of these 10 people from Beijing was very terrifying. He didn't ask any more questions, as he might cross the red line if he continued asking. So he followed Wei Bao out of the room. After arriving at the conference room, the first people I saw were Mr. Jiang and Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia was making a phone call and was saying something very excitedly. Old Hua, how do your subordinates do things? Jerk him off for me right now. After hearing a few words, Wei Bao guessed that the 2 elderly people were complaining to their superiors. It's over. He smiled bitterly. After this incident, he would inevitably be suspended and investigated. If it weren't for his strong background, he might even be sued. He also felt very unlucky. With his ability, it would be a piece of cake for him to arrest any high-ranking official, but he was wary of these meritorious veterans. As a result, he really encountered one. And it was not just Mr. Jiang and Mr. Xia. George was also a meritorious person. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Xia. George was actually quite surprised to see the 2 elderly people, because he had informed Qidan in advance that if anything happened, Qidan should contact concubine Wei Mingfei. Unexpectedly, concubine Wei Mingfei notified the 2 elderly people instead. George, are you okay? Both Mr. Xia and Mr. Jiang asked nervously. It's okay, I'm just a little hungry. George was speaking. The hotel's meal arrived and was placed on the table. George was really hungry, so he didn't care where he was and started eating right there. Mr. Xia and Mr. Jiang were relieved to see that George was fine. While waiting for George, they glared at Wei Bao. Wei Bao and Wang Nan could only smile bitterly. At this time, Olivia and Johnson were also released. They were treated better than George. At least they were not starved. They saw George eating and seemed to be fine, so they were relieved. Then Olivia looked at the people present and exclaimed, Grandpa, Dad, Mom, why are you here? George was drinking porridge. When he heard the words, he turned around and saw Olivia standing in front of Mr. Xia and a couple. Grandpa, Xia, Mr. Xia. George didn't even bother to drink his porridge and looked at the middle-aged couple. Are they Olivia's parents? In fact, George had suggested to Olivia many times to meet her parents, but Olivia refused because she knew George was very busy and had just graduated from college. Both of them had no intention of getting married for the time being, so they just dragged it on. Who would have thought that Olivia's parents would come to Yanjing in person to help him? And there's Mr. Xia, who we had dinner with last time in Jiangnan. He's actually Olivia's grandfather. Old Xia, is she your granddaughter? Olivia in surprise, and then thought of the intimate conversation this girl had just had with George, and he immediately understood. Well, you old fox, no wonder you got angry last time at my house when I said I would marry you to George. It turns out you don't want to let outsiders take advantage of you. So you took the initiative. You bastard, you have no martial ethics. Mr. Jiang was very angry and glared. Haha, what do you mean by strike first and gain the upper hand? It makes me, old Xia, sound despicable. Old Xia smiled as if he had won against old Jiang once. My granddaughter and Xiao Yi are childhood sweethearts. They have been married for a long time. As the older generation, we should not interfere. Old fox. Mr. Jiang's eyes turned red with anger, and he stared at Olivia. Originally, he was still unwilling to accept it, thinking that his granddaughter was more perfect, but when he saw that Olivia was no worse than his granddaughter, he had no choice in the end. He had no choice but to vent his anger on Mr. Xia. Old Xia, listen to me. I will no longer recognize you as my brother in this life. Tis, do you think I care about you? What's your attitude? You deceive my feelings, and you still think you're right. Old man Jiang, don't say such harsh words. What do you mean by deceiving? How could I have ever lied to you? George is the grandson-in-law of my Xia family. Have you ever asked me? Xiaoya wants to marry your granddaughter. Have you respected me? The two old men, who were almost 200 years old in total, started arguing emotionally. Wei Bao and Wang and could only smile bitterly when they saw this scene. They had seen many people fighting over their daughter-in-law, but this was the first time they saw someone fighting over their grandson-in-law. They were about to fight. George deeply again, thinking that to be the richest man in the South, he must be quite capable. Xiaoye. Xia Mingfeng and his wife ignored the quarrel between old Xia and the others and came to George. Hello, uncle and auntie. George quickly wiped the oil from his mouth and greeted them politely. This was his first time meeting Xia's parents, and like all future sons-in-law, he was very nervous. Chapter 349, Amazing Eye-Opening. Okay. Xia Mingfeng and his wife looked at each other and nodded with satisfaction. In fact, they had known about George's affairs for a long time and had secretly investigated him. They were 100% satisfied with George. In addition, old Master Xia had also spoken, so George had already been the Xia family's designated son-in-law. Dad, Mom, Brother Chun hasn't eaten all day. If you have anything to say, let Brother Chun eat first. Seeing that George was very nervous, Olivia subconsciously helped George speak. You kid. Xia Mingfeng didn't know what to say. If she protects her husband like this now, won't it be even more outrageous in the future? Xia, I'm fine. I'm full. It's more important to accompany uncle and aunt. George had the mood to eat at this time. After Mr. Jiang had a quarrel with Mr. Xia, he finally left with George and the others. They booked a room at Jibaoan Hot Pot, and everyone sat down and had a gathering. Xiao Yi, we arrived just in time this time. If we were any later, something would have gone wrong. After getting off the car, Mr. Xia also said to George. George thought for a moment and asked, Mr. Xia, I just asked Mr. Wei and the others, and they said that they arrested me this time because of the 10 people in Beijing. We're the 10 people in Beijing. Mr. Xia was stunned for a moment, then looked at Mr. Jiang. They had all worked in Yanjing for many years, but none of them had ever heard of the 10 mouths of the capital. This Yanjing is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and has many wealthy and powerful people. There was once a saying that if you throw a brick on the street, anyone who is hit is a servant, which shows how deep the water is. This is the capital of the 10. We have never heard of it. According to Wei Dabiao, the person behind this is Liang Yong. Liang Yong has been working in Yanjing for many years, so it's not surprising that he has some connections. Both Elder Jiang and Elder Xia said, but don't worry. With your current status, you are very important to us and the country. You have reached a certain level. It is difficult for ordinary wealthy families to touch you. Mr. Jiang suggested again, Xiao Yi, I think it will be better for your group to move its headquarters to Yanjing. It gathers talents from all over the country and is also a commercial center, which is more suitable for your development. George actually had this plan as well. After all, it seems that Liang Yong's background is deeper than imagined, and coupled with his feud with the Liang family, Liang Yong will definitely not let him go. If I can develop in Yanjing, I will have more capital to fight against Liang Yong. For example, this time, if it weren't for Mr. Jiang and others stepping forward, he would definitely be in trouble. Even his identity as the richest man in the South would be useless. Fortunately, George left the South and met Mr. Jiang and his connections in Jiangnan. So we still have to go out. After entering the hot pot restaurant, everyone ordered food. This is a time-honored restaurant, and a hot pot tastes great. While eating, Mr. Jiang said to George, it's a rare trip to Yanjing, so it's a good opportunity to meet up with some old friends. By the way, I've also told them about you, and they're all very interested. As they were talking, Jang Yuyu arrived first. She was wearing a yellow floral dress, which was a bit tight on her upper body, outlining her plump figure. She is tall and beautiful, like an international model, and her entry attracted many people's attention. Yuyu is here. Mr. Jiang was very happy to see his granddaughter and even arranged for Jiang Yuyu to sit next to George. Old man Jiang, what do you mean by this? Old Xia was immediately dissatisfied, knowing that old Jiang was competing with him for his grandson-in-law. It's just a meal. Why are you thinking so much? Old Xia, be more open and honest and stop thinking about nonsense all the time. Mr. Jiang looked as if he was ignoring Mr. Xia. However, Jiang Yuyu was very generous. She greeted George and then looked at Olivia. After some introductions, she learned that Olivia was Mr. Xia's granddaughter and George's childhood sweetheart. She immediately became interested and kept chatting with Olivia. Olivia was also shocked by Jiang Yuyu's generosity. But when Jiang Yu secretly told her that her grandfather wanted to marry her to George and that she had a good impression of George, but George refused, Olivia immediately developed a good impression of Jiang Yuyu. After all, ordinary women would never say these things. And George also told her about Jiang Yuyu. So, the two of them whispered to each other and chatted harmoniously. George had to give up his seat to them so that they could talk closer. Not long after, some elders from the elders group arrived. Their fields such as physics, energy, semiconductors, quantum, biology, etc. They are all the leaders of the academic world. About George from Mr. Jiang, and we're very curious about George's advanced insights. Xiaoyi, what do you think we should pay attention to in the future? Xiaoyi, I've heard about your algorithm. It's amazing and eye-opening. In the field of drones, which track do you think we should take? Just tell me, in which areas can we achieve overtaking? Of course, these veterans were skeptical and did not believe that George was knowledgeable in all areas. George patiently answered their questions, starting with the algorithm of short videos, then talking about the layout of future new energy, AI, artificial intelligence, supercomputers, and so on. Every time he said one of them, the eyes of the academic leaders present lit up as if they had suddenly become enlightened. In fact, when it comes to fields such as science and technology, they are better than George. However, because they have learned too much and too diversely, they sometimes feel confused. But George's words are like a sharp incision, making them feel as if the clouds have been cleared and the sky has been seen. For example, in the energy field, oil, hydrogen energy, wind, electricity, and so on. They are confused about which field will be more convenient and helpful in the future. George pointed out the way and pointed out that the electric energy field is more suitable for us and that we can overtake others in the corners, etc. Of course, this is not George's own opinion, but it has been verified in the previous life. He also explained the reasons and causes, and the experts naturally understood everything. Chips, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, aerospace, robotics, deep-sea exploration, etc. We will all achieve great success in the future. Especially in aerospace, we will be at the top of the world in the future. And semiconductor chips, in terms of value, they will be the third most valuable commodity in the world in the future. They have a strategic value that is not inferior to oil. For example, cars, computers, televisions, etc. all need chips. They are very important. Beta navigation system will provide services to the world soon, probably next year or the year after. I thought George was just talking freely, but some of what he said was true. It's just that it's still confidential at the moment, and only 1 or 2 people present know about it. George said more. This young man is amazing. After a conversation, many of the Taishan Beta members left their phone numbers, hoping to ask George if they encounter any problems in the future. Although George is not as professional as them, he is clearer and more precise than them in the general direction. After returning, they will write a report on George's views and recommend them to their superiors. Chapter 350. No matter how big the situation is it Liang Yi or Liang Yong? The meal lasted for several hours, and everyone was still in high spirits. Jang Yuyu and Olivia were still talking, but Jang Yuyu looked at George from time to time and said to Olivia, "Your boyfriend is so amazing. He seems to know everything. Well, he is a genius." Olivia's eyes were also full of admiration. Others can easily see from this kind of eyes that this is the look of love for someone, and it cannot be concealed in any way. What a pity. If I had known George earlier, maybe I would have been with him. Of course, although I can't be with him now, I can be his sister. He always calls me Sister Yuyu anyway. Olivia again. Xia, just be my sister. Yes, Sister Yuyu. Olivia nodded happily. After a long time, the meal was finally finished. Mr. Jiang glanced at Jang Yuyu and smiled at George. Xiao Yi, what do you think of your marriage with my granddaughter? Old man Jiang, you are shameless. Didn't Xiaoye refuse last time? Why are you bringing it up again? Elder Xia immediately slammed the table and stood up. Besides, your granddaughter doesn't care anymore. Why are you so anxious? It's none of your business. Mr. Jiang is still trying his best. Don't be fooled by his age, but he is actually very shrewd. Judging from George's current achievements, he will definitely be a top figure in the future. If they can form an alliance, the Jiang family will prosper for hundreds of years. What he said last time, that to reach their status, there is no need for marriage. That is only relative speaking. After all, there are very few young people who can be on par with the Jiang family. When a future figure appears who can be as famous as the Jiang family, or even surpass the Jiang family, how can the Jiang family not be tempted? What? Xiaoye isn't married yet. Mr. Jiang's casual remark caused a sensation among the veteran cadres present. They all looked at George carefully and finally realized that George was only in his early 20s. Xiaoyi, I have a granddaughter who is so beautiful. Are you interested? Get lost, Mr. Liu. Is your granddaughter worthy of Xiaoyi? My daughter is the best. She founded the #1 camera module company in China and is famous all over the world. Mr. Jiang, your daughter is already over 30 years old. You are just an old cow eating young grass. You are as shameless as Mr. Jiang. What's wrong with being 30? My daughter is at the peak of her femininity, with a curvaceous figure. What man wouldn't be confused when seeing her? All the elders were vying to introduce George to them, and Jiang was pushed aside. He regretted it so much now. He should have introduced George to them earlier. Olivia and Jang Yuyu didn't expect George to be so popular. You have to know that those present are all veterans from all walks of life. Their children are amazing, born with a silver spoon in their mouths, and graduated from top foreign universities. Ordinary young people are simply not worth their attention, no matter how much money they have. When everyone was fighting to the end, it was Mr. Jiang and Mr. Xia who teamed up to pull George away. Of course, before leaving, George also took their phone numbers. It wasn't about marriage or anything like that, but about the two sides being able to cooperate. For example, one of them is Mr. Liu, whose family founded the first camera module company in the country. George's mobile phone industry can cooperate deeply with them and jointly develop more sophisticated camera modules. At night, George, Olivia, and others flew back to the south. Currently, Tianwei Technologies' mobile phone is about to be released in the next few days. At this time, George must go back to keep the situation under control. Shidan, I'm back. George got off the plane. He also made a phone call and asked Shidan to return to China. Wang Wei and others were also released, and then called George. Mr. George, some of the Liang family's overseas businesses have run into problems. Their hotel was caught for not hanging the national flag during an event. This matter is currently fermenting overseas, and I am planning to trigger this incident overseas. George nodded, his eyes cold. No matter how big the incident is, no matter how big the fuss is, it's time for another person in the Liang family to die. Is it Liang Yi or Liang Yong? If it weren't for Mr. Jiang and the others to step in during this trip to the capital, George would definitely have been killed, and the provincial capital's properties would have been divided up. Now that the Liang family has taken action, George will definitely not passively take the beating. At this time, in Yanjing gorgeous nightclub, luxury cars stopped at the gate, and then handsome young men entered one by one. The women following behind them were all very beautiful, tall, charming, and sexy. It seems like the most beautiful and handsome young men and women in the country are gathered here. This gorgeous nightclub is very famous in Yanjing. It is not only a gathering place for young men from the Beijing circle, but also a gathering place for the second generation of other places. The minimum consumption is 2 million per night. What? Jang Yuyu is engaged? Who is so bold as to dare to touch my goddess? In a corner of the bar, a young man in a white suit stood up angrily and smashed a bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands of yuan on the ground. Mr. Liu, don't be angry. I also heard the gossip. A young man nearby quickly advised. During the day, there was a dinner party at Jaboan Hot Pot. I heard that Mr. Jiang personally named the person. His name is George. He seems to be the richest man in the South. Now this news has spread in the circle. What? The richest man in the South? A nouveau riche wants to cling to the Jang family and join our class. The young man in the white suit was still very angry. His name was Lu Jiyun. He came from the wealthy Lu family, a third-tier family in Beijing. He has always liked Jang Yuyu and was Jang Yuyu's college classmate. But her pursuit was fruitless. Even though he had a good background and achievements, Jang Yuyu still didn't like him. Now that he heard that a nouveau riche was acknowledged by Mr. Jiang himself, how could he not be angry? You know, if this George was from a wealthy family, as long as his family was better than his Lu family, Lu Jiyun would be convinced. Jang Yuyu is not only Mr. Lu's goddess, but also our goddess. If I can marry Mr. Lu, I will obey. If I marry anyone else, I will never obey. Why don't we go to the south and meet this George? Let's go, set off tonight, and airlift the car and everything over. The other young masters also became interested and spoke up. They don't take the richest man seriously at all. To their level, money is secondary and status and position are more important. Moreover, they're the wealthy and powerful people under the feet of the emperor with good family backgrounds, and they're born to look down on the wealthy families in other places. I have some friends in the south. Let's give them a call and ask them to entertain us. Lu Jiyun couldn't bear that and said fiercely, when we get to the south, I want George to kneel down and lick my shoes. Mr. Lu, I just checked. George is the CEO of Tianjin Group. In a word, I want Tianjin Group to go bankrupt. The other young masters were also cursing. If they knew that the goddess in their hearts really wanted to marry George, but George didn't want to, they would probably be even more angry. Tianan, it's me, Lu Jiyun. I'm going to the provincial capital tomorrow. Lu Jiyun was already on the phone, and the other party was Jiang Tianan from the Jiang family. Chapter 351, what did you say? George is back. At this time, the Liang family. George, have you really been sentenced? Maria has been in good spirits these past 2 days. Even though she has received a lot of affirmation, she still keeps asking over and over again, Mom, George is really hopeless. Don't worry. Lucas smiled and comforted. He had actually said such words many times. Of course, apart from Maria, Yuki and Ella are also a little worried because they all knew that George was very powerful, and he planned 3 steps ahead, and he broke the Liang family's plans many times. So, until the last moment, they couldn't believe that George really fell. Maria. This time it's Yin Jing who's dealing with George. No matter how powerful George is, he's only in the south. He can't turn things around. I estimate that it will be reported in the news in half a month, and by then he'll have been convicted. George's Tianjin Group has already been divided up. Liang Yi said, while smoking a cigarette. He was very confident, although he knew that George was very cunning. It was his elder brother who took action after all, a man he has admired and even revered since he was a child. Big brother. Maria looked at the silent Liang Yong again. Liang Yong nodded slightly, smoking one cigarette after another, and suddenly asked, Maria, Yi Zhendong really died of thallium poisoning, right? Maria hesitated and nodded silently. Liang Yong seemed to have just learned about this. He was very calm and asked again, You got the thallium from abroad. Did you want to use it to deal with George in addition to Yi Zhendong? Maria was stunned, bit her lip, and said nothing. To deal with George. Yuki and Angela heard this. Their eyes widened. You know, George had just returned to the Yi family at that time, and he didn't deal with them. Instead, he was trying to curry favor with them. Maria want to kill George then? Maria wants to kill George now. They can understand it because George has done so many bad things, and even they want George to die. But that was in the past. What on earth was Maria thinking? Yes. Maria hesitated and said with a sullen face, I knew a long time ago that he was the reincarnation of an evil ghost, and he would definitely kill us in the future. So, I wanted to kill him a long time ago. Unfortunately, Ella mentioned Yi Zhendong's inheritance to me, and in order to wait for the inheritance, I didn't do it in the end. That beast should die of thallium poisoning. His teeth and hair will fall out, his brain tissue and nerves will be burned, he will become incontinent, and eventually die in agony. Every word she spoke was ferocious, joyful, and crazy, like an old witch cursing people to hell. Before, she was very afraid of George, but now that she knew George would definitely not get out, she was not so afraid anymore. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yuki and Angela both gasped, as if they were meeting Maria for the first time. It was too cruel. Lucas and Ella didn't have much reaction. Their expressions were the same as Maria's. They all looked very happy. When he was 3 years old, I wanted to kill him. He was lucky that he was sent to an orphanage. After he came back, I had this thought again, but Yi Zhendong's legacy saved him. Anyway, he always has good luck. Now, I want him dead more than ever. Maria had spoken out her true feelings. She had no intention of hiding anything anymore and just spilled it all out. Yuki actually wanted to ask Maria why. George now, but why did you want to kill George before? No wonder George dared to kill his uncle and all of them. It turned out that Mom had wanted to kill him a long time ago. Maria, what a pity. You shouldn't have wasted your time on Yi Zhendong's inheritance. It would have been better if you had taken action earlier. Liang Yong said expressionlessly, with a hint of resentment towards Maria. If that evil creature had been killed earlier, his brother wouldn't have died, and his parents wouldn't have died either. Maria understood what Liang Yong meant, and could only cry and regret her hesitation. Liang Yi, Liang Caijie, Liang Kaiyin, and the others did not say anything. They did not care about these things. What they cared about was when George would be sentenced, whether it would be life imprisonment or death penalty, and how the property would be handled. Xiao Su, Angela, after George is sentenced, I think you two will take over Tianjin Group. Liang Yong looked at Lucas and the other person at this time. Lucas and Angela were shocked and even terrified. George's group worth 200 billion is under their management. Subconsciously, they all looked at Leong Wea and other juniors and could see surprise and jealousy on their faces. This is normal. Logically speaking, such a large enterprise should be left to the Liang family, not the Yi family. Of course, although everyone didn't understand why Liang Yong did this, no one dared to question Liang Yong's decision. At this time, Liang Yi had some guesses. It seemed that the identities of the younger generations of the Yi family were a little more complicated than he had imagined. Oh no, George is back. At this time, Liang Xian's son Liu Yuanbin ran back, followed by Liang Saifeng's daughter Lin Ye. Both of them were pale and kept gasping for breath, as if they had just run back. Yuanbin, what did you say? George is back. Everyone in the Liang family thought they had heard it wrong. Yes, I definitely didn't lie to you. He's really back. Liu Yuanbin was so scared that he was incoherent. Liang Yong's pupils condensed, and he looked at Liang Kaifeng. Liang Kaifeng immediately asked her daughter Lin Ye to speak. Ye, what happened? Lin Ye was calmer than Liu Yuanbin. She said in panic, everyone from Tianjin Group has been released. My cousin Yuanbin and I met some of the top executives. After checking, we found that George was also back. And I heard that they're preparing for the launch of the mobile phone the day after tomorrow. How is that possible? Liang, he was the first to feel the pressure and stared at Liang Yong. Liang Yong's pupils condensed, and he immediately took out his phone to make a call. He didn't dare to call certain big shots. He only dared to call Wang Nan. Yes, he's released. Lao Liang, George has a background. Think about it. There are people in the South who are difficult to deal with, so you'd better deal with your relationship with him. Director Wei and I are both in some trouble right now, so let's not contact each other anymore. Wang Nan hung up the phone after he finished speaking. If Liang Yong didn't have some connections in Yanjing, he would have cursed him long ago. Liang Yong was stunned on the spot, his face a little distorted. Maria and the others didn't dare to breathe. Their hearts were pounding. They knew from Liang Yong's expression that George was probably okay. What they cannot understand is the action taken by that department. Unless one reaches a certain level, there is no way to get out of this situation. What on earth does George rely on? Is there anyone in the South who is difficult to deal with? Liang Yong said in a low voice, recalling Fong Nan's words just now. No matter if it's the richest man in the South or the wealthy and powerful people in each city, they are all difficult to deal with. Unless it's the Xia family. Xia family. At this moment, Maria and everyone else felt as if a dark cloud was looming over them, and fear filled their bodies. They all knew that the most terrifying person in the Xia family was not Xia Lingyun, nor Xia Mingfeng, but the retired old cadre, one of the veterans. Chapter 352. George, it was as if the gods were pressing down on them. That's impossible. Although Xia Lingyun helped George twice, it was always out of personal gain. Lucas was the most frightened among the crowd. He kept trembling, and his face was pale. Xiao Su, the situation this time is very different. Liang Yong turned to look at Lucas. The department that arrested George is related to foreign forces and domestic security. It is very difficult to rescue people from this department. The Xia family can only let the old man go, and there's only a small hope of rescuing people. The Xia family did not hesitate to waste favors for George, so their relationship with George is much more complicated than we imagined. You can understand it this way. The Xia family treats George as their confidant. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone gasped. They knew that George had completely climbed up the Xia family's thighs, and the relationship was very deep. Let's look at George's current status. He is the richest man in the South and a close confidant of the Xia family. Can the Leong family afford to offend someone with such an identity? Lucas, Angela, Ella immediately thought of the time, not long ago, when they were proud of something they did to George. But how long had they been proud of it before George slapped them in the face? Why is it always like this? What on earth did that beast do? Maria was so anxious that she was running around and cursing George. She thought that her elder brother would definitely give George a hard time when he came back this time. But who knew that George was even more powerful than her elder brother? The most terrifying thing is that her elder brother has been working in the capital for many years and has made countless connections. But in terms of achievements, he is still not as good as George. George will definitely not let us go. Definitely not. Uncle, what should we do now? Lucas looked at Leong Yong again, his face panicked. Leong Yong frowned and said nothing. He actually also wanted to know what to do. All his current methods are ineffective against George. George's class is actually not lower than his. Brother, this is bad. At this time, Leong Saijie answered a phone call and then looked at everyone with a pale face. Our hotel abroad is in trouble. Because there is no national flag, many people in China protested. This matter was reported back to China, causing a huge negative effect. Leong Yi frowned when he heard this and asked, "Didn't I ask you to suppress this matter? How to get back to China?" He obviously knew about this. At the beginning, because they were attending a large event overseas, in order to curry favor with local forces, they did not hang the national flag. They thought it was a small matter, but it was seen by several resident tourists, who immediately questioned them. At that time, the hotel was still very tough. After all, it was abroad, and it was their own hotel. They could hang up the hotel or not, and it was not up to others to make comments. Who knew that those people secretly filmed the video and uploaded it to the internet? Later, they also blocked the video, and I thought the matter was over, but it was eventually transmitted back to China. Anyone with a brain knows that once this matter gets back to the country, it will cause a huge public opinion. It's George, Leong Yong suddenly said. He has been secretly watching the Leong family. If he sees the Leong family make a mistake, he will definitely take advantage of the situation. He has begun to show his fangs. Everyone in the Leong family reacted one after another, and then looked through forums and websites and found out that the behind-the-scenes shareholders of the hotel had been dug out, and the largest shareholder among them was their Leong family. Someone has dug up some secrets about Leong Howren from the Leong family, as well as many other things that are unfavorable to the Leong family. For a moment, the spearhead was directed at their Leong family. Brother, if this matter is not settled, our group will be greatly affected. Leong Saijie looked at Leong Yong with anxiety, because if this continued, many people in the country would boycott them, which would seriously affect their business. During this period of time, don't do anything. Keep a low profile if possible. Leong Yong gave a serious warning. Actually, he didn't have any other options at the moment. This feeling of powerlessness made him very uncomfortable. He never thought that George, who had just escaped, would give him such a great pressure. In fact, he was even worse than Leong Yi. At least Leong Yi fought with George for a long time and was defeated bit by George. But Leong Yong was gone as soon as he came on the court. The most terrifying thing is that George's revenge is just the beginning. What follows will be a violent storm and heavy rain. Then, he looked at Lucas and others, knowing that they were the only hope. Tonight, the Leong family is obviously having a sleepless night. George seemed to be a god suppressing the wealthy Leong family. The next morning, the launch conference of the first-generation Tianwei mobile phone officially began. Some time ago, Tianwei mobile phone has been accepting pre-orders, which has attracted a lot of attention. The reason for all this attention is not only because Tianwei mobile phone is self-developed, but also because of the celebrity George. Now that the press conference is about to begin, people's eyes are all fixed on it. George took everyone to the press conference. In the car, Yu Gong, Yao Sihai, and others talked enthusiastically and were extremely excited. We produce our own phones, not knockoffs or OEMs. Although many parts are still imported from abroad, we will definitely be able to achieve localization of parts in the future. Yes, we have made some great breakthroughs in camera modules, display screens, chips, memory, etc. Yao Sihai and Yu Gong kept talking. When the car was about to enter the exhibition center, It saw that the road ahead was blocked and many people gathered around. Was there a traffic accident? Olivia asked curiously. Mr. Xia, it doesn't seem so. The driver shook his head. There are many luxury cars on the road, blocking the road. Olivia frowned after hearing this. There was still half an hour until the press conference, and she couldn't be late. Wow, there are so many supercars, Bugatti, Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren. These supercars are lined up in a row. What do they want? I really want to take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments. Be careful. If you scratch it, you can't afford to pay for it, even if you sell it. People on the roadside looked on curiously, and some even took out their mobile phones to take photos from a distance. After all, it is very rare to see so many supercars gathered together. According to conservative estimates, these cars are worth at least tens of billions. At this time, next to the luxury car, a group of young men were smoking, drinking, and chatting, ignoring the admiration of passers-by around them. Mr. Liu, do you think George and the others will come? One of the young men with dyed blonde hair laughed. He will definitely come. Liu Jian took a deep puff of his cigarette and grinned. I asked Jiang Tianan, and he said that today is the launch day of the Tianwei Technology mobile phone. As the first mobile phone under the name of the group, it is such an important day. George will definitely come. We will block him here and prevent him from going to the launch conference. Hey, this is fun. If he doesn't apologize to us later, he won't be able to pass this road. I hope that after this warning, he will stay away from Goddess Jiang and stop showing off in front of the young masters in the Beijing circle. The others laughed and joked, then looked ahead on the road, only to see a convoy arriving. But they had to stop because the road was blocked by a luxury supercar. This team obviously belongs to George. Haha, there will be a time when he begs me. Liu Jian lit another cigarette, waited for George to come to him, and then bowed his head to apologize and admit his mistake. Chapter 353. Unexpectedly, I didn't expect that someone would dare to lead the way with a car. On the other side of the road, Jiang Tianan sat in a Bentley, watching this scene with great interest. He just found out about this yesterday. He was shocked that George dared to snatch Mr. Liu's goddess. After all, Mr. Liu is a young master in the Beijing circle, and his family is a wealthy family under the feet of the emperor. Who dares to provoke them? And it's unbelievable that George actually has a relationship with the goddess of the Jiang family. He heard that the Jiang family had a very impressive background, and Jang Yuyu was the goddess of many second-generation families. He had also seen her in the newspaper. She was indeed very beautiful, and her academic qualifications were also very impressive. She was top-notch in various fields, including economics, technology, physics, etc. Even though Jiang Tianan considered himself a genius, compared to Jang Yuyu, he felt that he was nothing. He didn't believe that George could be favored by Goddess Jiang. It must be a rumor and misunderstanding. However, this did not stop him from tripping George and watching George's show. George, is it really related to Jang Yuyu? Ella was also in the car. She had the same idea as Jiang Tianan. She didn't think that a rubbish like George was worthy of Jiang Yuyu. It must be a rumor and misunderstanding. In the upper circles, sometimes smoke bombs are deliberately released in order to achieve certain interests, thereby raising one's own value or attracting attention, etc. I don't know if there is any connection, but I know that George has offended those Beijing bros, and he is in trouble. Jiang Tianan sneered. He didn't know that George was taken to the capital, and Ella never told him. Are the young masters in Beijing so powerful? Ella asked curiously. Ella, they're a wealthy family under the emperor's feet. Of course they are powerful. The richest man in the south, the richest man in the northwest, are nothing in front of them. When I was studying at Tsinghua University, I saw with my own eyes the richest man in previous years kneeling down in a bar to pour wine for a young man. Jiang Tianan said with a smile. After all, the social class in Beijing is higher than that in other parts of the country. Ella immediately became interested. If only the young man from Beijing could kill George, then the Liang family wouldn't have to worry anymore. Look, these young men have blocked the road and prevented George from attending the press conference. George has no way out. Let's talk, they won't give us face. Go ahead, I wish George would do this. Haha, George is in a dilemma. So, young people should not be too crazy. Jiang Tianan became more and more excited as he spoke. At this time, a large number of traffic police also arrived, but they did not dare to approach the luxury car in the middle of the road. Then a man of high status walked towards Liu Jian and said, "This is your car. Drive away immediately and don't block traffic." Liu Jiyun and the others looked at each other with ridicule, and one of them said, "Sorry, the car is out of gas. If you keep doing this, I'll have to tow the car." The captain said with a cold face. Liu Jiyun and others looked at each other and laughed, full of sarcasm. "Go ahead and delay it. I have no objection. Just delay it." One of the young men spread his hands and said. The captain looked very unhappy and wanted to notify the department to tow the car, but after looking carefully at more than a dozen supercars, he finally didn't dare to do it. These trucks are priceless. If anything goes wrong during the transportation process, they won't be able to pay for it even if they work for several lifetimes. He gritted his teeth and finally left reluctantly. He even called his boss, who asked him to look at the license plate. When he found out it was from the Beijing Circle, he didn't dare to say anything. Ha ha ha. When Liu Jiyun and the others saw the captain leaving in disgrace, they all laughed out loud, being extremely arrogant. At this time, George S. Convoy was right behind and saw this scene with his own eyes. "This is too rampant, absolutely lawless. Brother Chun, I think they're coming for you." In the car, Olivia frowned and said, "That should be the case. Judging from their appearance, they seem to want to stop us from attending the press conference." George also felt very strange because he didn't know this group of people. He looked at his watch. There are only 20 minutes left. When everyone heard this, they became anxious. They put a lot of effort into the launch of this mobile phone. And it is not an ordinary mobile phone launch conference because the Tianwei mobile phone is benchmarked against foreign fruit machines. So far, although there are many domestic mobile phone brands, there is no model that dares to compete with Fruit Machine. "Brother Chun, I'll go down and ask." Johnson and Yao Sihai looked at each other, got out of the car and left, hoping that the other party would give way. 5 minutes later, Johnson and Yao Sihai came back, both with angry looks on their faces. They had said all the nice things they could, but the other party not only had no intention of giving way, but also had a mocking look on their faces. Of course, they also stated the reason for stopping George. It was because of Jang Yuyu. They also made it clear that George had to publish an apology in a nationally renowned newspaper for 3 consecutive days, and it had to be in the most prominent headline position to clarify his relationship with Jang Yuyu. Only then would this matter count. "Brother Chun, how about we take a detour?" Johnson said to George, "I don't believe it. They have blocked all the roads." George's face was cold, and he said to the driver, "It's too late. Drive and hit it." "What?" The driver thought he had heard it wrong, and his legs went weak with fright. More than a dozen supercars, potentially worth tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. And the most terrifying thing is not the supercar, but the origin of this group of people. Being able to drive a luxury car of this level, with a Beijing license plate, is like having a golden medal of immunity from death hanging on your body. "Bump into it." George gave the order again. The driver took a deep breath, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and rushed forward like crazy. The convoy behind also received the order and stepped on the accelerator to charge forward. At this time, more and more people were watching the excitement on the roadside. They also realized the intention of these supercars, which was to block the road and prevent certain people from passing. Moreover, there was a row of cars behind it, and some people even recognized it as the car of the chairman of Tianjin Group. So they guessed that this group of young men from Beijing came for George. This is too crazy. This is the South. Openly blocking the road is lawless. What can we do? When the traffic police came, they just shook their heads and walked away. Who dares to touch these luxury cars? It seems that the richest man in the South has offended someone. The most important thing is that Mr. Ye's mobile phone launch conference is coming soon. Interesting, they obviously don't want Mr. Ye's phone to be released. Many people smelled something wrong. On one side is the richest man in the South, and on the other side is a newcomer from Beijing who is like a dragon crossing the river. In this confrontation between two powerful men, no one knows who will win in the end. Of course, this does not prevent ordinary people from watching the fun. But at this moment, George's leading car stepped on the accelerator and then rushed over like a wild bull. OMG! Seeing this scene, the passers-by who were watching the show all screamed and shouted. They thought about George getting out of the car, bowing to the young men from the Beijing circle, and begging them to show mercy and give him a way out. I also thought about asking George to call someone. I even thought about asking George to pay me to pave the way and curry favor with these young men in Beijing. I never thought George would dare to lead the way with his car. What? The young masters like Liu Jiyun, who were still smoking, also widened their eyes, as if their brains were unable to react. The young man next to him just shouted, "Mr. Liu." Then a series of roaring sounds were heard, and more than a dozen luxury cars that had blocked the road were knocked away, especially the ones in the middle, which were directly crushed. George's car rolled over them domineeringly from above. Chapter 354. You crashed their car and wanted to pay for it? Oh my God. People around the road all gasped. If even a screw fell off one of these luxury cars, they would be heartbroken. Now it's all just scrap metal. I saw cars driving past and stopping on the side of the road. And then George opened the door and got out. He was wearing a light blue suit, looking casual and sunny, and he was looking at his Rolex watch while walking. 18 minutes left. After he finished speaking, he walked towards Liu Zhiyun and others. He is really the richest man ye. He crashed into a car, and instead of running away, he actually went looking for these young masters. I guess he knows he can't get away. Of course, it's a bit arrogant to smash someone else's car and then go looking for the owner. People on the roadside were shocked again. Liu Zhiyun and the others also reacted by now, staring angrily at George, who was walking towards them. If George wasn't surrounded by several burly bodyguards, they would have started beating him up long ago. I'm sorry, my driver doesn't know how to drive and crash your car. Are you scared? Go to the hospital to check your brain. I'll pay for the medical expenses. George came up to Liu Zhiyun and the others and spoke seemingly politely, but his words were full of sarcasm. George, you're looking for death. You have to pay for my car. Today, if you don't fix my car, you can't leave. The young men in Beijing couldn't help it and started cursing. It was the first time Liu Zhiyun met George, but he did not expect George to be so arrogant. He said angrily, George, you are provoking us. Don't be angry. No matter how much compensation you have to pay for this car, I will pay the original price. I have many shortcomings, but only one advantage. I am rich. George said nonchalantly. Of course, I didn't expect that the young masters from Beijing Circle didn't even have the money to repair their cars, so they came to the south to find a scapegoat. Alas, there is no other way. I have to be the scapegoat. After that, he said to the bodyguard beside him, you stay and deal with it. No matter how much money you spend, you will be compensated. Don't treat this young man from Beijing unfairly. After saying that, he turned around and left. Liu Zhiyun was furious. Was George's tone and expression mocking them for not having money to repair the car? He pointed at George and said angrily, who told you to leave? Stop right there. I don't want you to pay for the repairs, not even a penny, but you must kneel down and apologize right now. He doesn't lack this little money, and it doesn't matter even if the supercar is thrown into the sea, but face is very important. At this time, Jiang Tianin also came running with Ella. They saw it clearly just now, but they didn't expect George to choose to violently crash the car. Of course, after Ella met George, the last hope in her heart was also killed. She had always hoped that the Leong family's information was wrong, but now it seems that it is impossible. George, they're my friends who came from Beijing to visit the South. What good things have you done to destroy their good impression of the South? You have caused great trouble. When Jiang Tianin arrived, he immediately put a big hat on George. They were planning to invest in the South, but because of you, it's all gone. George stopped and looked at Jiang Tianin with a sneer. It seemed that this group of young masters had some relationship with Jiang Tianin. He said calmly, really? How much money did they invest in the South? I, George, invested 10 times. I have many shortcomings, but my only advantage is that I am rich. Jiang Tianin was so angry at this sentence, but he couldn't refute it. After all, George was the richest man in the South. Since they are your friends, you, as their master, should also take some responsibility. George then said, you should pay the compensation for these luxury cars. What? Jiang Tianin glared. You crashed their car and you want me to pay for it? Can't our master Jiang come up with the money? Or is he unwilling to pay? Since you are unwilling to pay, then don't meddle in other people's business. The most annoying thing is people like you who have no money but like to pretend. George said this in a contemptuous tone, then turned and left. Jiang Tianin was so angry that he didn't know what to say, but Ella shouted, George, you can't leave. So you agree to pay the money? George stopped. It has nothing to do with us. You were the one who crashed their car. I now order you in the name of your sister to apologize to him and admit your mistake. Ella quiere estar gently. George sneered. Yeah. What does it have to do with you? Not to mention crashing their car. Even if their house was burned down, it has nothing to do with you. You still have a nerve to say it in your sister's name. You are so shameless, you big idiot. These words made Ella's face turn black. and she was very angry. Lu Jiyun and the others have been watching this scene. They thought that since Jiang Tianan had come forward, George would definitely apologize and admit his mistake. After all, Jiang Tianan was a very influential person in the provincial capital. Unexpectedly, they were all surprised that George, the richest man in the South, didn't even take Jiang Tianan seriously. Today, without our consent, you can't leave. Lu Jiyun immediately rushed over and tried to stop George, but of course he was stopped by George as bodyguards. However, this group of Beijing young men were not afraid. They swarmed over and blocked George's way. They believed that George would not dare to touch them because crashing their car was one thing, but hitting them was another, which would be like challenging their family. Jiang Tianan took one look and immediately sneered, waiting to see how George would handle it. George looked coldly at the group of people in front of him. Seeing that they had no intention of giving way, he immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. Call someone? Go ahead and call them. I don't know who in the South dares to touch us. Seeing George's action, Lu Jiyun immediately shook his head in disdain. I asked before I came here. The most powerful person in your South is Hu Baosher, right? Humph. He has to bow his head and toast when he eats at my house. Shake. Shake as much as you want, black or white. I will accompany you. George ignored him and dialed the number. Before he could say anything, a voice came from the other end. Xiao Yi, why haven't you come yet? Everyone is waiting for you. Some old friends have returned from abroad. They didn't come to the last hot pot party. They're feeling regretful. We plan to have a meal with you in the South. Mr. Xiao, I was stopped by a group of young men at the gate of the exhibition center. Young master? Where did this young master come from? Wait a minute, Mr. Jiang, and I will go there now. After saying that, he hung up the phone, and then George looked at Lu Jiyun and others calmly. Lu Jiyun and the others also vaguely heard the sound of the phone and heard the names of Mr. Xia and Mr. Jiang. They naturally knew the backgrounds of these two people. They were members of the domestic elders group and were highly respected figures. However, they did not believe that these two elders would come for George. You know, even their elders may not be able to invite these veterans. Who are you trying to scare? Lu Jiyun is holding a cigarette in his mouth, looking very excited. At this time, a car drove up from behind, then stopped, and several old people got out quickly. It was Mr. Jiang and Mr. Xia, and there were a few others whom George didn't know. However, Lu Jiyun recognized a few of them, one of whom was an academician of the Chinese Academy of Science and Technology, who is said to be able to meet the emperor. There is also a leading figure in the scientific community, with students all over the world, who is in charge of many large national projects and is a high-level professor who has trained many top talents. The other one is the chief engineer who participated in the design and construction of the Sky Eye system in your city. These elderly people have a huge influence. No matter where they go to carry out work, local staff must provide their full assistance. At this moment, Lu Jiyun and the others were all stunned. They had never expected that a phone call from George would cause these veterans to send out several people in succession. Chapter 355, like prey in a trap, waiting to be slaughtered. Mr. Liu, I think I know that old lady. Stop talking, damn it, I know them all. George actually shook them out. Shit, is George their student or something? The other young masters all looked at Lu Jiyun. It was true that no one in the South could suppress them, but damn, these uncles and aunts were not from the South. You bastards, who gave you the right to stop people? Old Xia glanced at the chaotic street. Although he didn't know what was going on, he guessed that it must be these young people causing trouble. Who are your parents? See if I recognize them. Oh, they have the Jing brand. Are they from Beijing? Did they come all the way to the South to bully me? Who gave you the courage to cause trouble? You only know how to drink, drive fast, bully men and women. Where are your elders at home? When these elders arrived, they started to scold and criticize. Ella and Jiang Tianan were both stunned in thought. Aren't these old men and women afraid of death? People on the street had the same idea as them. After all, they didn't know Mr. Jiang and the others, and they thought they were retired elderly people practicing Tai Chi and square dancing in the park. Yes, I'm sorry. At this time, Lu Jiyun quickly apologized. An old lady with glasses and silver hair continued to scold. Mr. George, our friend. You call him sir? Lu Jiyun looked up, thinking he had heard wrongly. Given the status of these elders, shouldn't they call George a student? He is kind, just enthusiastic and motivated. You're not allowed to bully him. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I will call your house and complain. I tell you, this old lady is very nagging. She probably scolded her son a lot at home, and scolded Lu Jiyun and others as if they were her own descendants. He scolded Lu Jiyun and the others harshly. Lu Jiyun and the others were so depressed that they were about to vomit blood. George is just in kind? Damn it, our supercars were crushed by George. George is the only young man in the country who dares to do such a thing. Jiang Tianan and Ella were also stunned, but because they were standing very close to Lu Jiyun and others, they were also scolded. What are you looking at, girl? You are as slutty as a fox all day long. You only know how to seduce men. Women can hold up half the sky. Why do you humiliate yourself? The old lady pointed at Ella and scolded her, treating her as a vain girl who wanted a BMW but not a bicycle. She looked down upon this kind of women the most, because she was very educated and always felt that women were no worse than men, so why should they be vases beside men? Ella was scolded so much that she wanted to cry. Her face flushed, and she was shaking with excitement. She was the young lady of the Jang family, but she was scolded like a wild chicken on the street. Okay, academician Liu, the press conference is about to begin. Please say less. Mr. Jiang was familiar with the old lady's temper. Once she started nagging, she could scold her for 2 or 3 hours. Let's go. Then everyone took George away and asked him questions on the way. Xiao Yi, what is this quantum computing you mentioned last time? Also, the hydrogen-oxygen rotating detonation rocket engine. If this concept succeeds, it can revolutionize our engines. That space environment ground simulation device. Your proposal is really good. Listening to Mr. Jiang and the others speaking one after another, Lu Jiyun and the others were a little confused. No matter how you look at it, most of these veterans look more like George S. students. Mr. Liu, our car. One of the young masters whispered. What this means is, do you still want George to pay compensation? Pull it back and find someone to fix it yourself. Lu Jiyun cursed angrily. Who would dare to cause trouble for George at this critical moment? Aren't they afraid that those uncles and aunts will call home to complain? The young masters could only sigh repeatedly. Ella watched George leave, stamping her feet in anger, and grabbed Jiang Tianan and asked, Tianan, what's going on with these old ladies and old men? Ella, I don't know the others, but I know one of them. He's the old man from the Xia family. Ella gasped when she heard this. It's confirmed. George is really related to the Xia family. At the press conference, George arrived on time. Looking at the scene, it was already crowded, not only with domestic reporters, but also with foreign reporters. As for George's arrival, everyone thought he was just creating atmosphere, and no one took it seriously. Afterwards, George spoke at length on the stage, talking about the features of the Tianwei phone, etc., saying that it was designed for mobile phone enthusiasts, with high performance as its main feature, and he also announced the price of $19.99. There was thunderous applause from the audience, which lasted for 10 minutes. It also caused a huge response on the internet, and the market responded enthusiastically. Everyone wanted to buy high-performance mobile devices at a lower price. Our camera is 8 megapixels, processor, memory and storage, screen, battery capacity. George was like a successful person giving a speech, explaining the advantages of the mobile phone in detail. At this time, the Liang family was also watching the mobile phone conference, and no one spoke. They just felt a huge pressure coming. George is sold online, but the feedback is very good. In just 20 minutes, 200,000 people have already made reservations. All the pre-ordered units were sold out for the first time. I heard that if the production line was not limited, it would probably exceed 1 million units in 24 hours. What a concept! A newly released mobile phone has sold 1 million units. Apart from fruit machines, which domestic mobile phone manufacturer can be so impressive. In the silence, Liang Xijia's voice floated out. When everyone heard this, they felt suffocated. Liang Xijia continued. The reason why this phone has attracted attention is first, it is a cell phone brand. Second, it has brought down the price of high-end phones. Third, performance is king. And fourth, George S. fame. Mom, please stop talking. We are already feeling very uncomfortable. Leong Wea couldn't help but complain. He is now the richest man in the South, and he is also developing high-tech. He has a powerful background. How can the Liang family survive? No one could answer him, but they felt as if their hearts were being squeezed by someone and were having trouble beating. Maria was watching with a glass of water in her hand. She saw George on TV, a young man in light blue, handsome, confident, and calm. He was completely different from the son she had in mind. Not at all. The most terrifying thing is that her son wants to deal with her and the Leong family and destroy their family. But they can do nothing, just like prey in a trap, waiting to be slaughtered by the hunter. I won't let him do whatever he wants. Leong Eason looked at the TV coldly, left quietly, took out his phone and dialed. Plan continue. Some time ago, he made this call and caused trouble for George's 100 billion project. Later, many things happened and he had to temporarily stop his plan, but now, he has to carry it out again. Although this plan was very dangerous and conventionally he should not have taken action, he had no choice. Having reached George's level, unless he defeated him in the business field, he had no other options within the rules and could only be defeated and eroded by George step by step. Chapter 356. No one is optimistic about him, but he is the most competitive. At the same time, David was also watching TV. He was treated very well in the cell because the Leong family had made arrangements in advance. He looked at the young man on TV and was also shocked. Speaking of which, this was not the first time he had seen George on stage, but every time he saw him, he would feel amazed. This feeling also made him regretful. He regretted his feelings for George when he was a child and regretted the fatherly love he had not given him. Even when Yinjing takes action, he can still come back. He is really amazing. In the South, no one can suppress him anymore. At first, no one was optimistic about him, but he was the most competitive. David sighed and shook his head. Last night, Yuki also called him and told him that George had been released and also told him about the conversation between Liang Yong and Maria in the living room. Only then did he realize that Maria not only used thallium to frame his father, but also wanted to deal with George. After hearing the news, he had the same idea as Yuki. George was trying to please them at that time. How dare Maria think that? He didn't know whether George knew what Maria was thinking, which led to her madly attacking the Yi family. But in this matter, Maria was definitely not right. The Leong family will follow in the footsteps of the Yi family, with their family members destroyed and all their wealth lost. David smiled at last, a miserable smile. When George became famous in China once again, Jiang Tianan and Ella were also watching. Seeing George shine, what made them most uncomfortable was that this time, his shine had illuminated the entire South. The light of the Leong family was obscured, and so was the light of the Jiang family. This George is amazing. Jiang Yi, Luo Jie, and others were also watching TV nearby, including Jiang Yunzhong. But everyone could hear that Jiang Yi's tone was filled with admiration and awe. Dad, Tianan's mobile phones are not bad either. They're selling very well right now. They are targeting a different market from George's. Jiang Yunzhong smiled at this time. Yes, different markets may not necessarily conflict in the future. They're segmented markets. Jiang Yi talked to himself, seemingly comforting himself, and also seemed to be thinking about the future direction of mobile phones. Jiang Tianan's mobile phones are mainly high-end with excellent product quality. Even the phone cases are made of metal. A lot of effort has been put into the camera, capturing the idea that today's people like taking photos. George's mobile phones are low-priced and high-performance, and he has put a lot of effort into the operation of the phone. At present, no one knows which aspect of the future mobile phone market will be dominated by and who will be the final winner. The function of a mobile phone is to make calls. So why do you need performance? What a joke. If you want performance, you can use a computer. George, you're overlapping the value of your products. Sooner or later, the market will tell him that the product positioning is inaccurate, which will affect the entire strategy. Jiang Tianan sneered at this time. What Tianan said makes sense. A car is a car. What do you need a color TV or refrigerator for? A mobile phone is a mobile phone. It can take pictures and make calls. If you want too many functions, you might as well use a computer. Jiang Yi still somewhat agrees with Jiang Tianan's idea. The biggest fear when developing a new product is that its positioning is inaccurate, which will lead to total failure. Tianan, your family will invest another 300 million in your Genie mobile phone. Continue to develop new products and seize George's mobile phone market first. Jiang Yi added that although he didn't want to have any grudges with George, fair business competition was normal. Okay, Dad, I won't let you down. Jiang Tianan was overjoyed. My mobile phone was launched earlier than George's, has more customers, and has a better brand. Sooner or later, he will be kicked out of the market by me. Well, Dad believes in you, but don't be proud. Jiang Tianan nodded, then looked at Ella and said, I think the 25th of next month is a good day for your wedding with Ella. What do you think? Jiang Tianan immediately looked at Ella. He was a henpecked husband, so he needed Ella's consent before getting married. Dad, everything is up to you. Ella smiled and nodded. Well, don't worry. The Jang family will not let you suffer any injustice. This wedding will be beautiful and impressive, and will shock the provincial capital. Jiang Yi nodded with satisfaction. He had long wanted Jiang Tianan to get married. Among his 3 sons, Jiang Tianan currently had the best chance of getting married, starting a family, and having grandchildren. As for Ella, he actually likes her very much. She is gentle, considerate, kind, and generous. Her only shortcoming is that she has a grudge with George. Ella, come here. Mom has a jade bracelet. Luo Jia also happily pulled Ella over, took off the imperial green bracelet on her wrist, and put on Ella. George's press conference, online orders kept coming in, and the phone was ringing nonstop. Yao Sihai and Yu Gong were so happy that they immediately asked the factory to work overtime and asked the engineers to prepare for the development of the 2nd generation of mobile phones. George also held a celebration party and said that all the proceeds from the sales of the mobile phones would be used to reward employees and do charity. Then he took out another $5 million and let the technical staff and leadership have a good time tonight. Everything would be his. After coming out of the celebration banquet, George also went to Bailu Villa because Mr. Jiang and the others were already waiting there. However, on the way, George also received a call from Chidan. Mr. George, that man has gone out. He has been following Mr. Xia. After arriving at Bailu Villa, he buried explosives in the villa and waited for you to come. Liangyi, I can't help but take action this time. Chidan, protect Olivia and Xia Lao and the others. Keep a close eye on that man's actions to ensure that nothing goes wrong. George hung up the phone coldly. He knew that the man was the murderer who deliberately caused the bombing during the groundbreaking ceremony of the $1 trillion project. Later, George pretended to give in to Liang Yi and used Liang Yi to find the murderer and control him. Now, seeing that there is no way out, Liang Yi plans to take a risk and kill himself to resolve all hidden dangers. Unfortunately, George has been waiting for him and staring at him. As long as Liang Yi dares to take action, Liang Yi will die without a burial place. Not long after, Bailu Villa, George's bulletproof car drove in and then entered the hall, surrounded by more than a dozen bodyguards. Here it comes. In the dark, a man dressed as a gardener was watching. He knew that George had many bodyguards around him, and it would be difficult to assassinate him. The only way was to cause a big explosion. George, don't blame me. After waiting for 10 minutes, he quietly left, went to the garden behind the villa, and opened the secret room under the garden. This is the wine cellar. He hid the bomb here at the beginning, and took advantage of the shift change in the villa to bury high explosives in every corner of the villa. And now, George has entered the villa. He just needs to detonate the bomb. Then, he sent a series of complicated phone numbers on his mobile phone, and then started to answer the calls. After everything was done, he looked at his watch and waited silently. He used to be an expert at blasting on the battlefield and had an innate understanding of chemistry. He had prepared fertilizers, sugar, and other materials long ago and mixed them secretly by himself. Now he got new materials from various channels, mixed C4 explosives, and looked at the villa carefully again. He found that it was mainly made of wood, not concrete buildings. About 1 kilogram of C4 explosives should be able to flatten this villa. Plus, he buried a lot of other explosives around the villa. So that's enough. The depth of the wine cellar where he was located was just enough to avoid the impact of the explosion. Chapter 357. The sharpness was smoothed by the person you love the most. There are 32 employees in this hotel, plus George's people, a total of 67 people. Let's start. 3 seconds later, the man pressed the remote control. Boom, boom, boom. A series of earth-shattering roars were heard, and rocks and broken soil continued to fall from the wine cellar. The terrifying shockwaves and sounds filled the man's eyes with excitement and bloodthirstiness, as if he were back on the battlefield. He waited in the wine cellar for 3 minutes, and then left quickly, knowing that he only had 10 minutes to escape and the police would be here soon. Moreover, he has to avoid the surveillance on the road. However, after tracking Olivia and confirming that George could be assassinated here, he had already planned a route. Going through the mountain behind could effectively avoid all surveillance. After he rushed out of the wine cellar, he saw the garden in a mess. The villa, which had been classical and magnificent just a moment ago, had now become a flat land, with fire and black smoke everywhere. It was estimated that no one was left alive. To be cautious, he took a look at the time. Seeing that there was still plenty of time, he immediately approached the ruins to check. He needs to make sure there is anyone alive. But after moving forward, he found something wrong because he didn't see any trace of people. Even if it was blown to pieces, there must be some torn clothes and so on. Could they all be buried under the rubble? He searched carefully but still found nothing. Seeing that he had little time left, he had to leave from the back mountain. But not long after rushing out of the villa, I saw rows of luxury cars parked in the distance, like a group of well-trained black hounds, and next to the luxury cars there were a large number of bodyguards in black suits. Not good. The man immediately felt something was wrong and turned around to run. But as soon as he turned around, he saw a dense crowd of bodyguards rushing towards him from behind. Looking to the right, there are dozens of bodyguards rushing over. The left side too, ambushed from all sides. What's going on? The man just wanted to escape from here as soon as possible, but there were too many people on the other side, and he was quickly controlled. Next, he saw figures getting out of the cars from the first convoy of luxury cars. They were none other than Old Xia, Old Jiang, and others. This confused him. Shouldn't these people have been blown to death by him? He kept watching, and when he saw the last person get off the bus, he finally realized that his plan had failed. George in a light blue suit. He's like the big boss hiding behind the scenes, planning everything. How come you're not dead? Impossible. How is this possible? I understand. You know I'm here, and you know what I'm going to do. You deceived me. After I entered the wine cellar, you left quickly. I thought you were in the villa and detonated the bomb. The man thought carefully and kept guessing. You can know my actions clearly. You have been targeting me from the beginning. Was beside George, walked over coldly and shook his head, saying, no, Mr. George has been eyeing you for half a year. Half a year. George in horror, his whole body shivering. You know me, then you know it too. Yes, you know Liang Yi too. This time it was George who spoke. When a man heard this, he felt like he was in hell. Even his big boss Liang Yi knew about it. This means that George has been waiting for Liang Yi to make a move, just like a fisherman waiting for the big fish to take the bait, and he no longer gives Liang Yi a chance to turn things around. After all, Liang Yi holds a high position, and it will be difficult to nail him to death without absolute charges. This man waited for half a year to catch the big fish. I did it. It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with anyone else. The man knew that disaster was imminent, but he was also a very kind person and would never betray his old boss, even if he died. George knew that the man would not give in, otherwise he would not have waited for half a year. During the past 6 months, he had asked Shidan to look for the man's weaknesses. This girl is quite cute. George took out his mobile phone and played a video. The video shows a 5-year-old girl playing happily at the beach abroad. Behind her is a woman who looks virtuous and gentle. George, what do you want to do? You can't hit the child. After seeing this video, the man's fearless expression changed, and he became panicked and afraid. George smiled and said, don't worry, I never attack innocent people, let alone a child. After a pause, he continued, your name is Lu Min, right? You once participated in the Vietnam War. You were from the 501st Unit and your superior was Liang Yi. You made a mistake in the army and were kicked out. Later, you met Liang Yi, who helped you a lot. So you were willing to sacrifice your life for Liang Yi. His voice was elegant and slow, but to the man's ears it sounded like the voice of a devil, because George knew everything about him. You are not afraid of death. You won't even frown even if your neck is chopped off. You are a man of steel. It's a pity that when a man has offspring, he has to worry about the future. He is no longer fearless and courageous like before. So, your mentality has changed. I'll give you one chance. For the sake of your family and your children, if you stand up and testify against Liang Yi, you still have a chance to survive. Think about your children and wife abroad. If you are gone, how will they live? Even if I promise you that I won't deal with them, who can guarantee that others won't bully them? Cooperate with me, and I can keep them safe. After George finished speaking, he put away his phone, turned around, and left. The man sat on the ground with empty eyes, thinking of his boss, his children, and his wife, and finally he was moved. Just like George said, if he were a man, he would not be afraid of anything. At most, he would be a hero again in 18 years. However, he already had concerns and the person he loved the most, and his sharpness was also dulled by the person he loved the most. So he yelled at George, I promise. George turned around and nodded to the man. I will protect them, and I will try my best to put the blame on Liang Yi and let you go home and reunite with your family before you die. After saying that, he turned around and left, and at the same time called you Gong and the others, start closing in the net. 10 minutes later, a real name report email arrived at the computer of the Yinjing Discipline Department. The person in charge, Su Sheng, was eating in the cafeteria when his subordinates came running over in a hurry. Minister Su, something has happened. Someone has reported Mr. Liang Yi from the southern provincial capital by real name. Oh, Su Sheng stopped eating. Liang Yi's rank is very high. This is no small matter. You must know that before Hu Baoshi was parachuted into the provincial capital, Liang Yi was the one with the greatest authority. Moreover, Liang Yi came from the military and had many old friends who held great power. Is there any substantial evidence? Su Sheng asked with a frown before he even had time to check his email. Yes, a lot of it. It's all in the email. Although the evidence doesn't point to Mr. Liang Yi, it points to the people around him, his subordinates, etc. For example, the gas companies in the provincial capital all belong to a company called Yuechen Gas Company. This company was founded by Liang Yi's men, and they monopolized the supply of natural gas. There are also bars and nightclubs in the provincial capital, all of which are run by Liang Yi's nephew Leong Wea. The provincial capital has been rectifying the atmosphere many times, and Leong Wea has always received the news in advance. There's a lot of evidence like this. The subordinates said quickly. Chapter 358. Take one step, count 3 steps, and plot against Liang Yi. This means that Liang Yi is clean at the moment, but his subordinates and relatives and friends are not clean. Su Sheng frowned. It's not a small matter after all. How about this? Let's try to minimize the incident. You reply to the whistleblower's email and say we are investigating. After a month, announce to the public that there is no such incident. The subordinate shook his head. No, the informant not only reported us, but also posted the evidence on the internet. The most terrifying thing is that the case of Liang Haoran from the Liang family has been dug up again, and many truths have been revealed. What? Su Sheng knew he was in trouble and asked seriously, who was the whistleblower? The richest man in the South, George. When he heard the name, Su Sheng took a breath. In fact, they also investigated George, but George's side was very clean, and they knew that the collapse of several giants in the South was more or less related to George. Su Sheng also received wind that George was brought to the capital recently and was charged with serious crimes. But in the end, someone from the elders group stepped forward and acquitted him. All this shows that George has a strong backing. Now, he was in a dilemma. One is the richest man, George, and the other is the Liang family with deep roots. Just when he was about to call Liang Yong, his subordinates exclaimed again, oh no, another report letter has arrived. It is about a 100 billion project, and there's even a video as evidence. The video shows that Mr. Liang Yi threatened Mr. George and violently competed for the project. Liang Yi, why are you so careless? Su Sheng cursed angrily and quickly called Liang Yong. Liang Yong also gasped after answering the call. You said George reported it with his real name? All the evidence at present is very unfavorable to my brother. Su Sheng nodded. Yes, and this is not a secret report, but a public report. Many people know about this matter now. In addition, George is the richest man in the South, so the response he caused is not small. Lao Yang, I'm calling you to be honest. I may not be able to keep this secret, so you'd better think of a solution. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Liang Yong looked very anxious and immediately called Liang Yi to ask. In fact, Liang Yi had been waiting for a call from his subordinates, but instead of receiving the call, he received questioning from Liang Yong. George reported me by real name? How is it possible? Liang Yi was shocked. At this critical moment, George could still report him, which meant that his assassination attempt had failed. Moreover, George knew better what he was doing and what he was going to do, so he acted frantically. In addition, George was taken to the capital last time and was almost killed, so this time George's revenge will definitely be ruthless. Someone from their Liang family is bound to die again, and from the current perspective, the most likely person is him. Don't worry about this matter. Be careful with your words and actions. I will ask the people over there to help. Liang Yong doesn't know what Liang Yi has done secretly, and he has already planned to mobilize all his energy to save his brother. Then he complained again. How could you be so confused about the 100 billion project? George found out your weakness. With your status, it is not suitable for you to come in person. Liang Yi was unable to answer. He was so angry at the time that he impulsively ordered his men to cause an explosion during the memorial ceremony. Afterwards, he actually felt very regretful, fearing that George would find him vulnerable. But nothing happened for a long time afterwards, and he thought it was over. Who knew that there was no past at all, and George was secretly collecting evidence against him, trying to nail him down from every angle. George humbly handed over his share of the project when it came to the 100 billion project. He was very proud at that time, thinking that George was afraid of him. Fuck, 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 this bastard. He never thinks ahead before doing anything. How dare he plot against me? After Leong, he figured it out. He was furious and said, "This time, if I don't die, you will definitely die." He had never thought that his honest nephew, who had never retorted when he scolded him or beat him, would actually dare to touch him and even touched his aorta, causing great harm. Liang Yong immediately criticized. At this critical moment, you should behave yourself and don't cause any trouble. George is not the George of the past. His power is not weaker than your brother and me. Do you hear me? Put away your bad temper. His tone was urgent, and it was obvious that he had also noticed the change in wind direction. Liang, you wanted to say something, but Liang Yong's phone rang again. It was still Su Sheng calling. Mr. Liang Yong. Liang Yong immediately realized that something was wrong with Su Sheng's first sentence. It sounded like a very official tone. Another letter of complaint has arrived. This time the matter is very big. No one can escape responsibility. Su Sheng said seriously, because Mr. Liang Yi is suspected of killing several elders of the elders group, including Mr. Xia, Mr. Jiang, and several academicians of the Science and Technology Park. The police have already controlled the case. It is said that the murderer has been caught and confessed, giving away Liang Yi. So in half an hour, our people will come to take Mr. Liang Yi away. This case is more troublesome than you think. After saying that, he hung up the phone mercilessly. After Liang Yong hung up the phone, he was in a trance and in disbelief. Finally, he stared at Liang Yi and said, did you ask someone to kill George? Originally, he thought someone was slandering Liang Yi. Based on his understanding of his brother, it was impossible for him to be so impulsive and dare to do murder, even though he knew it was against the law. However, when he thought about the grudge between the Liang family and George, everything was possible. Brother, Liang Yi knew that the truth was revealed. You know, killing George is a small matter, but the elders who were with George are the big deal. You actually try to kill them, and you will kill all 9 generations of your clan. Liang Yong was so frustrated that he kept stamping his feet. Killing academicians of the Academy of Science and Technology, the pillars of various industries, is like what foreign forces would do, and it is a catastrophic disaster. I don't know. When Liang Yi saw Liang Yong's expression, he also knew that things were more troublesome than he had imagined. You can't get out, and I can't save you. Why are you so stupid you can fight within the rules? But you are in a high position, so you must not fight outside the rules. After Liang Yong finished cursing, he squatted on the ground, held his head in pain, and then burst into tears. His youngest brother died, his parents also passed away, and now even his second brother is in trouble. How can he not be in pain? Elder brother. Liang Yi also squatted down, tears dripping down his face uncontrollably. I admit that I want to kill George, but how did George get together with those elders? I don't even know the whole process. At the end, he didn't know what to say. After all, he really didn't know the process of killing George. He didn't even know whether George was injured, how many people were killed in the explosion, etc. At this time, Maria, Liang Kaiyin, and the others ran over, and seeing the looks of the 2 brothers, they immediately knew that something big had happened. Brother, don't scare me, what happened? Maria kept pulling Liang Yong. She was now a little nervous. As long as someone cried or shouted at home, she would feel terrified. Liang Yong couldn't answer her. He inserted his fingers into her hair and groaned in pain. The only thing he can do now is to watch his brother being taken away and eventually sentenced to life imprisonment or even death penalty. You have to know that for someone in Liang Yi's position, the death penalty is rarely imposed, but that doesn't mean it's impossible, because Liang Yi committed premeditated murder involving a large number of people and even implicated several veterans. Chapter 359, Flying Higher and Higher, covering the sky with one hand. 15 minutes later, a large group of people arrived and went straight to Liang Yi. Liang Wea, Lu Yuanbin, Liang Kaiyin, Liang Caijie, and others were also taken away. On the contrary, Liang Yong is safe. He has been in Yinjing all the time and has not interfered in many things. Of course, he is still inevitably affected. Mr. Liang Yi is suspected of multiple crimes, the most harmful of which is violent competition for a 100 billion yuan project and premeditated murder. At present, the murder people are fine, but Liang Yi still cannot escape legal sanctions. The person in charge gave Liang Yong some face, took the initiative to explain the case, and then took the man away. Liang Yong was powerless to save the situation and had to send everyone off with a forced smile. 10 minutes later, he slammed his fist on the table, roared to the sky with red eyes. Ah, my parents are not around, and my eldest brother is like a father to me. What should I do? A feeling of powerlessness surged through his whole body. Facing George, he once again felt powerless and desperate, and could only watch his family being taken away and taken to hell. Second brother, second brother. Maria also kept crying and then fainted. Lucas, Yuki, and others looked pale, looking at the Liang family, which was once very lively, but suddenly half of its people were gone, and the second uncle, who was the mainstay of the family, was taken away. Besides being helpless, they also felt a sense of confusion and despair, especially when they heard Liang Yong scolding George. They knew that it was George who was causing trouble again. Last time, George was taken to Yinjing and almost couldn't get out. After he came back, he really started to take revenge and went after his second uncle. George flew higher and higher, covering the sky with one hand. If the people from the Yi family dared to resist, or even deal with George, George would slap them all to death with one slap. Now, Lucas and Angela not only regret abusing George when he was a child, but also regret that they did not seize the last chance to make it up to George after George left the Yi family. The Yi family has gone bankrupt, and the Liang family will also be destroyed. Yuki felt terrified. She secretly left the Liang family and took a bus back to the Yi family overnight. Although the Yi family was very deserted and she was the only one there, she still felt a little safe here. The explosion at Bailu Villa broke out on the internet, causing public outrage. I heard they were going after the richest man, George, and wanted to blow him up. It seems like it was a business dispute. No way. I heard that George and Liang Yi are relatives. They must have had a feud for a long time. No matter how festive it was, such a huge explosion would have killed dozens of people if George hadn't discovered it early. It's just too horrible. It's so dark. I thought it was ancient times. They kill people whenever they want. I remember meeting Liang Yi at the opening ceremony before. He was very kind and easy to talk to. I didn't expect him to be so cruel behind the scenes. His character has collapsed. I heard that there were several respected academic seniors having dinner at Bailu Villa that day. If they were killed in the explosion, it would be our loss. There is no doubt that this incident not only caused turmoil in the South, but even the North got wind of it. Liang Yi can't run away, can't clear himself, and can only wait to be sentenced. Liang Yong did not try to use his connections. At this time, people were eager to cut off ties with him, and even asking for help from second-tier families would be useless. He can only wait for the final judgment in despair. Moreover, he was most afraid that Liang Haoran's fire case would be overturned, which would have an even greater impact. Of course, he guessed that someone would eventually suppress the verdict and not allow it to be overturned. Moreover, George probably wouldn't be interested in the case. After all, Liang Haoran was already dead. George, he did not follow up on the case because he could already guess the outcome and his mind was currently on his phone. The launch of Tianwei's first generation of mobile phones was undoubtedly a success, and it has begun to launch a series of Supreme Editions, S, Pro, Max, and other versions. The group is also developing a second-generation mobile phone series. The Research Institute of Mr. Jiang has also reaped great rewards. After the last dinner with the elders in Beijing, he built a bridge in the field of science and technology and has cooperated with many high-tech companies in the country. Especially in the area of camera modules, we have jointly developed a new high-end camera series. On this day, George had just finished a meeting when Olivia's parents came to visit, and everyone was chatting politely. On the way, Mr. Xia even brought up the matter of George and Olivia's engagement. It can be seen that the old man saw that George was becoming more and more popular, and was afraid that he would be snatched away by the descendants of other elders. So he wanted to settle the marriage quickly. George and Olivia looked at each other with red faces, and finally George agreed with a smile. He also considered that the day of his engagement with Xia would also be the day for Johnson and Shi Xiaoqi's wedding. In fact, Johnson and Shi Xiaoqi had already told George about their marriage. As the eldest brother is the father, Johnson listened to George's opinion. George finally set the date for the 25th of next month. On this day, a phone call came in. It was from Angela, and the phone number was from Shi Xiaoqi's cell phone. It was obvious that Angela was borrowing Shi Xiaoqi's cell phone to make the call. George, can we talk? We have nothing to talk about. George, I know I treated you badly in the past, but for the sake of the fact that we have lived together for a few years, please have a chat. Besides, Dad also wants to video chat with you and discuss some things. Just consider this as a plea from me. George thought about it and finally agreed. He didn't know Angela's current attitude, whether she still hated him as much as Ella did, but he found out something about Angela, so he might as well tell her. The two agreed to meet at the coffee shop downstairs of Tianjin Group. When George arrived, he saw Angela came even faster than him. She was wearing a white office suit, apricot high heels, and flesh-colored stockings. She was still so capable. However, his mental state was very haggard. Currently, the Yi Group is bankrupt, and she can only work in the Liang family's Huihuang Group. However, due to the investigation of Liang Yi's affairs, the assets of the Huihuang Group have shrunk significantly and have fallen below 100 billion. So, she has been very tired recently. George. Seeing George, Angela stood up and looked very polite. In the past, she only saw George as arrogant, disdainful, and contemptuous. However, after going through so many things, George had already stood above her. He was the richest man in the South, and she had to look up to him. George also found her humble and lowly appearance very funny. Angela is really the typical example of flattering the powerful and looking down on the weak. Sit down. George nodded slightly, sat down, and said, "There is no need to video chat with David. I have nothing to say to him. But Dad really wants to talk to you." Angela pleaded. "I know what he wants to say, but it's all meaningless, so there's no need." George shook his head. "Tell me what you want to talk about, or what your purpose is." Chapter 360. Your biological father is not David. George, I know that the Liang family has wronged you. They caused you to be taken away by Yin Jing and even wanted to kill you. It's all their fault. They deserve it. Angela's voice was filled with pleading and crying. "That's right. He is your uncle after all. Can you please be merciful and let him go? I know that the matter has been exposed, and my uncle will definitely not escape the punishment. However, you have a good relationship with those elders. If they come forward and say a few words, my uncle's punishment will not be so severe. No matter what, there are no dead people in Bailu Villa." George sneered when he heard this. "No one died, so you're going to give them a lighter sentence? They tried to kill me several times, but failed, so I'll let them go? You got a good plan." Angela clasped her hands together and pleaded, I'm sorry. I know it's selfish of me to do this, but I just hope you can show mercy, please. After all, this is easy for you, and there are people who can take over the crime committed by my uncle." George said indifferently. "You mean put the biggest responsibility on the murderer who ignited the bomb?" Yes. Angela nodded frequently. George looked at Angela coldly. "I've already promised the murderer that I will try my best to help him get a lighter sentence, so let him be sentenced as he should be." "But," Angela was anxious, "I know you have resentment in your heart, but we have all received retribution at home, at grandparents' house. Too much, yes, and Dad, even if you hate us, but don't hate Dad. You know, although Dad has always been against you, he's the only one in the family who still treats you as a son. This is true. I am definitely not lying. To be honest, Mom, Lucas, Yuki, Ella, I no longer consider you as a family member. I'm not speaking against my conscience. This is absolutely true." "But Dad, didn't you believe him?" George shook his head after hearing this, with a look of ridicule on his face. "David, you still want to play the family card, right?" "That's right. The family card played by others is no longer useful. Maybe he still has some use, of course. That's just what you think." Angela, I remember when you guys from the Yi family got close to the Liang family. You were very proud and expected the Liang family to take action against me. You didn't expect that the Liang family, the one you relied on the most, would end up in this situation. Let me guess how Maria feels. She feels guilty and blames herself, and she is also very afraid of me. Of course, she is not afraid that I will deal with her or the Yi family, but she is afraid that I will continue to deal with the Liang family. Maria has never bowed to anyone in her life and has always been strong to the end, but she has a weakness, which is that the Liang family cannot get into trouble. Now that these things have happened, Maria has begun to regret abusing me in the past. She wants to beg me for mercy and surrender, right?" George's voice was very calm, as if he knew everything about it. Angela's whole body tensed up and her heart was filled with fear because what George said was right. George seemed to know everything and had a grasp of the mentality of everyone in the Yi and Leong families. Maria had already felt regretful the previous few times and wanted to kneel down and apologize to George, admit her mistakes and surrender. But Liang Yong and Liang Yi stopped her. Now that this kind of thing happened again, Maria became even more devastated and terrified. All this is because George is too big. If the gap between the two sides is only a little bit, Maria will try her best to fight. But when the gap is huge, all that is left for Maria is despair and fear, because she can't win at all. George, to be honest, you have been very successful since you left the Yi family. Everything you have done is a miracle. If you had stayed in the Yi family, how could you have achieved what you have today? So it is the Yi family that has been dragging you down. Angela thought a lot and said from the bottom of her heart, "The funny thing is that we were not satisfied before and thought you were taking advantage of us." Haha, Angela, how come you have become so sentimental? Like Yuki? I remember that your personality is to respect strength and be very proud. George couldn't help laughing when he saw that Angela was so honest. Then he thought for a moment and said with interest, "Angela, I know some things about you. Among all your family, you're the only one who knows some things clearly and for sure." What's the matter, George? Don't deal with me again. You've already dealt with me. Angela suddenly felt like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She now has a psychological trauma towards this man. Don't worry. I didn't say I was going to deal with you. George took a sip of coffee and said, "I just found out that your biological father is not David." What? Impossible, George. You lied to me. What on earth do you want to do? Angela's eyes narrowed fiercely. Why would I lie to you? Is it necessary? I have many ways to deal with you. Why should I rely on this method? George said lazily, "Because I've checked your birth record and blood type, etc., and they have nothing to do with David. This means that your mother is Maria, but your father is not David." Of course, I only found out about you. I'm not so sure about others because someone tampered with the information and cleaned up all the traces. And you left a few clues due to negligence. Indeed, since George left the Yi family, he has been secretly investigating many things, including the affairs of Xiao Yuer and Wei Quanxin. So far, he has found out some information about Angela. Is everything you said true? Angela stared at George and gradually realized that George was not lying to her because there was really no need to. She is not David's daughter. Then whose daughter is she? Maria do last year? Okay, I can't possibly help you with Liang Yi's matter, so just give up on this idea. George stood up, looked at Angela coldly, and said, "They tried to kill me twice. It's not too much for me to kill them once. Angela, you take care of yourself." After saying that, he turned and left. Angela was still sitting there. She originally wanted George to show mercy, but now she was no longer thinking about this issue. She is very confused now, and her heart is buzzing. George just said it was like a bolt from the blue. She was thinking, if David wasn't her father, then who was her father? Why did Maria do that? Moreover, although David was very strict with her, he was indeed a qualified father. Although she hated David for a while, they reconciled in the end. If David knew that I was not his daughter? David has given so much to his family, even more than Maria. If he knew the truth, would he be devastated and hate Maria even more? Chapter 361. Maria, what are you hiding? After a long time, Angela returned to the Liang family. She couldn't bear it anymore, so she went to find Maria, close the door, and question Maria. Maria has been in a bad mood recently. She has been suffering from various old age diseases, neuroaging, etc. She hasn't slept well for more than 10 days. As soon as I closed my eyes, I saw my younger brother Liang Haoran, my older brother Liang Yi, and my parents. They were all questioning why Maria harmed the Liang family. They were also complaining to Maria about the bad things they had done and why everyone was suffering retribution. They even criticized Maria, saying that as a mother, she wanted to kill her own child, and she deserved it. After Angela entered the room, Maria raised her bloodshot eyes and asked about the result of the conversation with George. She knew that Angela had gone to George to plead for mercy. Among the whole family, Angela was the only one who dared to go to George. However, Angela seemed very angry. She roared and shouted that George would not show mercy. They had tried to kill George twice. How could George let them go? Then he asked Maria whose daughter she was. This question scared Maria. She didn't dare to say a word and kept her lips tightly pursed. Maria, you are the one who hid too many bad things, which caused the family to suffer and brought misfortune to your grandparents. You are so selfish. Everyone has to pay for your willful selfishness, even your children. Angela was very angry, and when she questioned Maria, she almost wanted to hit her mother, because Maria's actions had already shown that what George said was true. She is not a child of the Yi family. She is not a member of the Yi family. This news was such a huge blow to Angela. She also hated Maria for deceiving her for decades. Maria didn't dare to speak. Not a single word, she just kept crying. She was completely different from the strong and domineering girl she used to be. Every child, except Lucas, dared to scold her. Yuki, Ella, and the others had all tried it, and now it was Angela. She feels like she is deserted by everyone now. I will find out everything, and then I will tell my dad. Angela didn't get any information. She left angrily. But before leaving, Maria didn't dare to cry and held Angela's hand tightly. She seemed very afraid that David would know about this. If that happened, Maria would really have no way out. Open. Angela finally shook off Maria's hand and left angrily. Outside the room, many people in the Leong family heard them arguing. They didn't understand why, but no one wanted to care. The Leong family is currently in a troubled time. Who has time to care about such things? As far as they know, Liang Yi's case is getting deeper and deeper as the investigation goes on, involving many interests. Their Huiwang group is getting more and more troubled. Many people have been arrested now. People like Liang Caijia and Leong Wea are expected to go to jail. So they didn't want to pay any attention to Maria at all and hated her even more. If Liang Yong hadn't been there, they would have driven away Maria, the jinx. Ella has seldom come to the Liang family recently. Ever since she knew that Liang Yi was in trouble, she had a hunch that the Liang family could not protect itself and could no longer be relied upon. The only family she can rely on is the Jiang family. Fortunately, she is about to become the young lady of the Jiang family. With Jiang Tiannan's doting on her, she will be safer than Maria and the others. But watching George standing at the top of the provincial capital, she felt more and more uncomfortable. Fang Yiming's revenge was always weighing on her head, reminding her even more. She couldn't give up yet. She had to do everything she could to make George fall into ruin. Ella, our wedding date is getting closer and closer. When the time comes, I want you to be the happiest bride in the province. Jiang Tiannan has been accompanying Ella during this period, taking wedding photos, preparing the new wedding house, etc. Even the baby's room is ready. I have to say that Jiang Tiannan is indeed a very qualified husband. These considered actions made Ella feel a lot better. Tiannan, your Jinli mobile phone is about to release a new phone. How is it going now? Ella still knows that if she wants to change from being passive to active, it still requires more money and status. So she needs success, more success. The progress is very good, but the camera module is the only issue that has not been resolved. Our group has cooperated with the best camera module company in the country. They have developed a new camera with 12 million pixels. This is the main advantage of our new mobile phone in the market. Jiang Tiannan introduced with a smile. That's good. Nowadays, people love taking photos, so the pixel of a mobile phone is very important. Ella has been helping Jiang Tiannan with business matters, so she knows a lot of things. George's mobile phone is aimed at performance, and the customers are mostly mobile phone enthusiasts, while our mobile phone is aimed at the general public. Tiannan, I hope to release a new mobile phone on the day of our wedding. Is that okay? Jiang Tiannan frowned after hearing this. This time is a bit tight because the camera module company said that although they have a batch of goods, they are currently supplying them to other companies. I guess they are foreign companies such as Fruit Machine, Sanshin, etc. We still need to wait. Ella was very anxious when she heard this. For electronic products, it is better to buy new rather than old. If we wait any longer, the market will change. I heard that Tianwei Technology is already developing the second generation of mobile phones, and they have developed many series such as Pro and so on. We can't be slower than them. How about this? We go to their company in person to inspect and negotiate, and try to get this batch of goods as quickly as possible and put it into production. Jiang Tiannan frowned immediately. But we are getting married soon. There's no rush to get married. For a man, career is more important. Besides, your father invested a lot of money in you, so you have to show him your achievements. Let's go, let's set off today. Ella pulled Jiang Tiannan away, and Jiang Tiannan had to shake his head helplessly. However, he was still very happy when he thought that his wife was so considerate of him and not just thinking about a romantic wedding like other girls. The other company is ranked among the top 10 in the world in the camera module industry. It is located in Shanghai City and is called Orphan. Before they left, they also called the chairman of Orphan, who was in Yanjing. When he heard that they were coming, he immediately booked a flight back. Such treatment makes Ella feel very honored. Come to think of it, Genie mobile phones currently occupy 20% of the market share. Which supplier would dare not give them face? After arriving in Shanghai City by plane, people from the Ofei group were already there to pick them up and take them to visit the group. Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Yi, our chairman is on his way back because we have distinguished guests. I will take you to visit the factory, design institute, etc. The general manager who entertained them said politely. Ella and Jiang Tianen looked at each other and felt even more honored. After arriving at the Ofei group, the general manager also accompanied them to visit the factory and other places. However, while walking, they suddenly saw two familiar figures. It's George and Johnson. It seemed that the two of them were also visiting factories, research institutes, etc., and it looked like they had just arrived not long ago. Chapter 362. The business world is like a battlefield. Let's take the first step. Why is he here, this beast? Seeing George, Ella's pretty face changed all of a sudden. Especially when she saw how handsome, elegant, and noble George was, she wanted to kill him. Ella, it's okay, I'm here. Jiang Tanan was also very resentful towards George, so he asked the general manager to leave first, then took Ella's hand and walked towards George, and took the initiative to greet him. Hey, isn't this Mr. George, the richest man? George was chatting with Johnson, and was surprised to see Ella and Jiang Tianan. However, George also showed a look of disgust on his face, knowing that meeting them would be bad news. Ella and I will be getting married in half a month, so please come and support us. Jiang Tianan was deliberately trying to anger George. Congratulations, George lazily replied. That's right, I've had so much bad luck recently. It's a good idea to have a wedding to get rid of the bad luck. Ha ha. Johnson couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. Ella's pretty face suddenly turned dark. She understood what George meant. He was mocking the Leong family series of bad luck. George is so abominable. I will kill him sooner or later. Jiang Tanan felt Ella tighten her grip on his hand and knew that Ella was very angry. He said to George, when the time comes, Ella and I will hold the most grand, gorgeous, and sensational wedding in the province. Mr. George must arrive on time on the 25th of next month to see how Ella walks into the Palace of Happiness. The 25th, George was stunned for a moment, then looked at Johnson, and they both laughed at the same time. Because the 25th is Christmas, it is also the day George and Olivia get engaged, and it is also the day Johnson and Sher Xiaoqi get married. Jiang Tianan is so unlucky. There are so many good days, but he chose this one. He is trying to compete with the richest man in the South. He is overestimating himself. Jiang Tianan felt very unhappy when he saw George and Johnson laughing wildly. He felt inferior, like a clown. He didn't know why George was laughing. Shouldn't he be jealous and uncomfortable? Jiang Tianan couldn't swallow that breath, so he continued. Mr. George, after the completion of the 100 billion project, your real estate group doesn't seem to be working hard. Many projects have been lost, such as highways, urban sewage, parks, and other projects. Do you know who took them? It is Dajiang Industry. This is a big piece of cake. From the provincial capital, Shanghai City, Yuhai City to the fourth-tier city Shaocheng, etc., they are all ours. After saying that, he looked at Ella as if to take credit, as if to say, we pulled one back. Ella also knew about this. She smiled proudly and said, yes, we are very busy now. After all the projects are completed, the conservative profit will be 20 billion. Brother Chun, they're talking about projects? Ha, they're talking about those advance payment projects. Unexpectedly, George and Johnson were still not angry, and Johnson even spoke with a look of surprise. The two looked at each other again and laughed again. Hu Baosher had already informed them of these projects and asked them if they were interested in taking them, saying that they were awarded by China Construction, Fifth Construction, and others. At that time, Johnson was still very interested, but George stopped him because although the real estate industry seemed to be booming, the engineering sector was beginning to have problems collecting payments. After all, these projects are not like the Asian Games. The Asian Games are a facade, and the people above are watching them closely, so no one dares to do anything. On the contrary, these projects are numerous and scattered, and most importantly, they require the contractors to advance the funds. Advance payment is the most terrifying thing. When the economy is booming, it is easier to collect the money after the project is completed. But when the economy is slowing down, collecting the money is harder than climbing to the sky. When I went to ask at the end of the year, everyone said that there was no money. Everyone asked them to find another person in charge. After all this time, no one knew where the money went. Jiang Tianan grabbed these projects and advanced the funds. It will take at least 3 to 5 years to wait for the payment. If he is lucky, he can get his investment back. But if he is unlucky, there will be no further news. George had seen these things in his previous life and knew them clearly. Young Master Jiang is really ambitious. He lost a lot of money in the real estate business last time and became a laughing stock in the whole province. Yet he dares to enter the infrastructure industry. I admire you, George said with a half smile. Ella and Jiang Tianan were so angry when they saw George's look and heard his tone. George not be jealous and envious? How could he even laugh at them with the tone of a person who has experienced it? Are you pretending? Definitely. The two had no choice but to comfort themselves in this way. They felt that George was actually extremely jealous and was even more afraid of Jiang Tianan's future rise, which would threaten Tianshan Group. Jiang Tianan gritted his teeth and said, Mr. George came to Orphan today for the business of mobile phone camera modules. I heard that Orphan Group has developed the latest camera with 12 million pixels. Once it is put into a mobile phone, it will definitely cause a huge sensation in the market. Mr. George has a keen nose and plans to grab the market first. George was slightly stunned and sneered. Mr. Jiang, you underestimate me too much. You use a camera as a sign? Haha. Our mobile phones are mainly based on performance, chips, memory, screen, etc. High-pixel cameras are just standard features. Pack. Jiang Tianan finally understood why George was no longer angry. It turned out that he had been pretending. Also standard. In that case, what are you doing here at the Orphan Group? Are you here to ask the chairman to ship the goods? You are so capable. Why don't you produce high-pixel camera modules yourself? George, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. You are obviously panicking, but you want to save face and not admit defeat. You obviously just want to get the latest goods, but you pretend not to care. If Chairman Orphan knows about this, I guarantee you will be kicked out. Ella seemed to have found George's weak spot and laughed at him for taking advantage of his misfortune. Ella, he wants to take the goods too? With me here, he can't take even one camera with him. This batch of goods belongs to me, Jiang Tianan. Jiang Tianan made another promise to Ella. Of course, these words were actually said to George. Ella nodded confidently and continued to be proud of George. George, do you know that Chairman Orphan was outside discussing business? And when he knew we were coming, he immediately rushed back. This is importance. This is face, because our Genie mobile phones occupy 20% of the market. As soon as he finished speaking, the general manager trotted over and said with a smile, The chairman is back. When Jiang Tianan heard this, he immediately took Ella to the chairman's office and said as they walked, The business world is like a battlefield. Let's go first. This means that their Genie mobile phone will be released faster than the Tianwei mobile phone, and the camera pixel will be higher. Of course, as soon as they took a step forward, the general manager stopped them and said in embarrassment, Boss Jiang, our chairman is meeting Mr. George and Mr. Lee. Chapter 363. If they want to get the goods, they have to ask George for help. What? Jiang Tianan and Ella stopped in their tracks, looking incredulous. Yes, it's true. The general manager also knew Jiang Tianan's family background and did not dare to offend him. So he explained, The chairman knew that Mr. George was coming, so he immediately changed his schedule and rebooked a flight to rush back. What? Jiang Tianan and the other man exclaimed again. It turns out that the chairman didn't come back for them. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Jiang Tianan was extremely embarrassed and angrily yelled, I am a big customer of your group. I came here for your newly developed camera module. We have a long-term cooperative relationship. The general manager said helplessly, The latest batch of camera modules developed by the group is actually supplied to Tianwei Technology. What did you say? Jiang Tianan was provoked for the third time. He thought that the batch of newly developed camera modules were reserved for big brands, such as Fruit Machine and Sanshin. So Jiang Tianan accepted it and stood aside to give way to these big brands. He had no shame in doing so. Who knew that this first batch of goods was reserved for George, and Jiang Tianan had to queue up and follow behind George to eat his fart. How can I swallow this? Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry, so sorry. The general manager also knew that Jiang Tianan was very angry, but the most important thing at the moment was to entertain George. He said to George and the other man politely, "Mr. George, Mr. Lin, please follow me." George straightened his suit and looked at Jiang Tianan with a sneer. "Not bad. The business world is like a battlefield. I'll go first." This is exactly what Jiang Tianan said to George just now, and now he returns it to him. After saying that, he followed the general manager to the chairman's office. Jiang Tianan and Ella were arranged to wait in the reception room. They were both furious. If they hadn't needed help from the Ofei group regarding the camera module, they would have gone home long ago. What is Chairman Jiang doing? If he doesn't give me a reasonable explanation, this matter will never end. Jiang Tianan lost his temper in the living room and swept away all the teacups on the table. "Tianan, George is so abominable. Didn't you see his face when he left? It was full of ridicule." Ella couldn't swallow that breath either, especially when she thought about how proud she was of herself and how she felt she had won the victory. But who knew that George was the one who was more respected? She felt so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. An hour later, when the door to the living room opened, Zhang Quanan, chairman of Ofei, walked in and said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry for the delay. I hope you can forgive me." "Boss Zhang, what do you mean? We've been working together for more than a year. Are you trying to exclude me?" Jiang Tianan said unhappily. Misunderstanding. I didn't know you were coming, and we have already discussed the matter of the goods. The next batch of goods will be yours." Zhang Quanan said with a smile. "For electronic products, whoever releases a new mobile phone first will occupy more of the market. By the time you wait for the next batch of goods, the opportunity will be gone." Jiang Tianan complained coldly. "Is it our Dajiang industry that doesn't pay, or are you targeting us? As far as I know, your latest batch of goods were all given to Tianwei Technology, right? Don't you know that they are my competitors? You did it on purpose." Zhang Quanan shook his head helplessly and explained patiently. "Boss Jiang, you misunderstood. It's not that I want to give it to them, but I have no choice. You know, I'm just the chairman. There are people behind me. It's their idea. Let me tell you this. This latest batch of camera modules is actually a series of products jointly developed by Ofei Group and Tianwei Technology. So, although the next batch of products will be yours, if Tianwei Technology does not agree, it will probably be difficult to cooperate with you on this series of products. Of course, if you don't mind, you can use other series of products, but the pixels will definitely not be as good." Jiang Tianan and Ella opened their mouths and eyes wide. After all this time, they found out that the camera module they had been waiting for was actually produced by George. If they wanted to get it, they had to ask George for help. "Tianan, let's go home." Ella was so angry that she didn't want to say anything. She would rather Jianli Mobile go bankrupt than ask George to give her the goods. Jiang Tianan quickly put a mink coat on Ella, took her bag and left. Now, it is impossible to get a camera module with the latest pixels, so the newly launched mobile phones can only focus on quality and appearance. After arriving at the group's office building, a car drove up. Jiang Tianan helped Ella get in the car. At this time, a Rolls-Royce drove by and the window rolled down. It was George and Johnson. "Hey, whose pet is this? What breed is it?" George looked at Ella's mink coat and said sarcastically with a smile, "George, you're the pet? You have shit in your mouth." Ella was so angry that she stomped her high heels on the ground, wishing she could rush over and tear George's mouth apart. "Oh, it's a husky. I thought it was some other breed of pet." George smiled sarcastically, waved his hand again, and ordered the driver to drive away. Ella watched George drive away in his Rolls-Royce. Her eyes were full of resentment and madness. Today she was really pissed off. "Jiang Tianan, don't forget the promise we made to each other. You promised to kill George for me, but now you haven't done anything. How dare you bring up marriage?" Ella vented her anger on Jiang Tianan. I'm sorry. Jiang Tianan was also upset when he saw Ella being humiliated. He said unwillingly, "George is no longer the same as before. He has clung to the Xia family like a plaster monkey. He is very difficult to deal with. The wind direction in the south has changed, and it is blowing on him. You are a waste. You are not a man. You are useless." Ella doesn't want to hear these excuses. She is now like Maria, complaining and grumbling about David, and showing disgust. Jiang Tianan's dignity was trampled on, so he had to comfort him. "Don't worry, although George knows many senior academics. Aren't Lu Jiyun and his friends still in the south? They're the wealthy families in Yanjing. If they really fight, George is definitely not their opponent. Lu Jiyun is already very resentful of George, and I will join forces with him. Ella felt better after hearing this. George returned to Tianshan Group. He called all the senior executives to hold a meeting. The purpose of the meeting is to plan Tianshan Group's development route for next year. Yanjing. George set his sights on the capital. Mr. George, Yanjing is a very deep place with many wealthy families. It would be very difficult for outsiders like us to enter. Yes, in the eyes of the wealthy people in Yanjing, we are just nouveau riche. I think it's a good idea to expand overseas. All the senior executives expressed their opinions. George smiled and said, "We will definitely expand overseas, but we can't give up on Yanjing. As long as we can gain a foothold in Yanjing, we can enter a diversified development route and invest in high-tech, such as biotechnology, medical equipment, new energy, photovoltaics, etc. This is difficult to do in the South. This is why I want to go to Yanjing, because it allows for diversified development. After we make money, we will invest the money into scientific research, and in this way, we will form a closed-loop business empire and prevent foreign technology from blocking us." When everyone heard this, they all agreed. Chapter 364. Jealousy has changed Lucas beyond recognition. Johnson and others smiled even more. They didn't expect George to be so ambitious. He not only wanted to make money, but also wanted to devote himself to scientific research and bring glory to the country. In fact, when reaching their level, although money is indispensable, it is no longer the most important thing. Status and reputation are more important. Moreover, there is responsibility to society. If they can help China's technology move to a higher level, it will be equivalent to helping more ordinary people. From a selfish point of view, they will also have the means to protect themselves and will not be afraid of any powerful and wealthy people. The meeting lasted for 3 hours, and George also sent people to Yanjing to prepare for the site selection of Tianshan Group's headquarters. After the meeting, Olivia held George's hand and said, "Brother Chun, we have already started preparing for our engagement and marriage to Johnson." George kissed Olivia on the forehead and said with a smile, "Whether it is our engagement or AFA's wedding, we must make it grand and let the whole South congratulate us. After all, engagement and wedding are the only times in a woman's life, so we can't be careless." "Thank you." Olivia rested her head on George's chest with a happy glow on her face. "By the way, do you plan to let Yi Yaoxiang and his men be the relatives' representatives?" "Well, although my grandfather and Yi Yaoxiang had a bad relationship back then, they were not enemies, just distant. So he's still my elder." "That David?" Olivia asked hesitantly. "Let them forget it." George shook his head decisively. "We have severed all ties. They are no longer my family. Besides, they have already received a lot of retribution. Let nature take its course for the rest." Olivia could tell that George had no intention of dealing with the Yi family. After all, the Yi family was actually bankrupt. Of course, she also knew that the Yi family's current situation was not caused by George, but they brought it upon themselves, and George was just adding fuel to the fire. "But Lucas, I won't let him go, and Maria too." George thought for a moment and said, "Maria should have collapsed by now, but Lucas hasn't. He is the one hiding the most. He has been using other people to deal with me. Now his helpers have fallen one after another. I want to see who else he can pull out." Based on his past life experience, he knew that Lucas was not as good as Angela and the others. He must be unwilling to accept this and wanted to take revenge on George. Of course, the Liang family is still a threat. Even though their assets have shrunk by more than half, Liang Yong should not be underestimated. Apart from anything else, the matter of Liang Haoran's acquittal is still shrouded in mystery, and the background behind Liang Yong has not yet surfaced. Shaking his head, George stopped thinking about these things for the time being and continued chatting with Olivia about engagement. On that day, they will invite all the stars from home and abroad to attend. That day, they will also book all the hotels in the provincial capital. On that day, they will give out red envelopes crazily, whether in person or online. On that day, there will be the most splendid and sensational fireworks show. The two kept chatting with happy smiles on their faces. At this time, the provincial capital's Blue Bar. This is a very stylish bar. The drinks are all from abroad, and the prices are very expensive. Lu Jiyun was drinking with Jiang Tianan and other young masters, and Lucas was also there. Jiang Tianan introduced Lu Jiyun to him. They kept chatting, talking about the origins of Mr. Xia, Mr. Jiang, and others. Jiang Tiannan then understood why the Ofei group had cooperated with Tianwei Technology. It must have been Mr. Jiang who had acted as a bridge builder. After all, Mr. Jiang was a leading figure in the semiconductor industry. Of course, Lu Jian also pointed out how deep the water is in Yinxing. Even though George has become a veteran in the academic world, he is still nothing in Yinxing. Jiang Tiannan and Lucas heard this. The pressure in their hearts was relieved a little. At this time, Jiang Tiannan answered a phone call. After the call, his face turned pale, and he sat there stupidly. Lucas frowned and asked, "Brother-in-law, what's wrong?" "My dad just called me and told me that on the 25th of this month, someone is getting married and someone else is getting engaged. I was wondering why all the celebrities we invited said they were busy, both at home and abroad. It turns out it was them." Jiang Tiannan's voice was filled with anger. He looked at Lucas and Lu Jian and said, "Because that day was also the day Johnson got married, and it was also the day George and Olivia got engaged." "George is engaged?" Lucas gasped. "How do we bump into each other, brother-in-law? What should we do?" He knew that Jiang Tiannan and Ella were also getting married on that day, and he wanted to have a wedding of the century and had prepared $2 billion to prepare for it. But after the wedding happened on the same day as George's, Jiang Tiannan and Ella's wedding could no longer shine. He could only be a supporting role. You know, George is the richest man in the South. If he wants, he could spend tens of billions on the wedding. How would I know what to do? Jiang Tiannan was in a bad mood and smashed his glass on the bar. "We sent out the invitations a month ago. The guests also knew that I was getting married on that day. It's impossible to choose a new date. Most importantly, do you know who George's fiancée is?" Lucas thought carefully after hearing this. "Didn't you just say Olivia? I've seen her before. She's very pretty. She was George's playmate in the orphanage." "Fart," Jiang Tiannan cursed. "She is the youngest daughter of the Xia family and the most beloved granddaughter of Mr. Xia." "What did you say?" Not only Lucas was gasping for air, Lu Jian was also gasping for air. No wonder the Xia family protects George so much. This is the reason. Of course, Lu Jian was a little happy in his heart. It seemed that Jang Yuyu had nothing to do with George. Perhaps he could consider forgiving George. But Lucas couldn't be happy at all. Not only was he shocked, he was also extremely jealous. Extremely jealous. Olivia, he had seen her many times. She was extremely beautiful. Her appearance and figure were not worse than Lu Ruyan's, but her temperament was even better. What drives him crazy the most is Olivia's background. "George, you are so lucky. From an ordinary person, you have become the son-in-law of a wealthy family. Why can't I have such a good thing? From childhood to adulthood, I am the young master. I am the focus of everyone's attention. You are just a supporting role. You are just a servant under my feet." Jealousy has completely changed Lucas and twisted his mind. Lucas also felt that if George had not severed his relationship with the Yi family, with the help of Maria and David, everything George had now would actually be his. Damn it. He thought of the bankrupt Yi family and the half-dead Liang family, and his hatred for George reached the sky. Because the Yi family and the Liang family were the springboards for Lucas to reach the pinnacle of his life. But George destroyed the springboard with his own hands. Gurgle. He was so angry that he drank 3 sips of liquor, his eyes were red, and he didn't say a word. Chapter 365, because she felt she deserved it. Jiang Tiannan was also drinking alone, looking at the amber wine in the glass from time to time. He is in a difficult situation now. Because he announced his marriage earlier than George, all the important people in the provincial capital received the news and came to congratulate him. Who knew that George would announce his engagement right after that, slapping Jiang Tiannan in the face? That day, who would care about Jiang Tiannan? That day, Jiang Tiannan could only stand aside. Ella would be furious if she knew. George and Johnson laughed so hard when I mentioned marriage at the Euro-Africa group. It turned out that they were laughing at me. Damn it. Jiang Tiannan drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, said goodbye to Lu Jian, and went straight home. Lucas didn't want to stay anymore, so he took a taxi back to Liang's house. Everyone in the Liang family was sitting in the living room. The huge living room was not full at the moment. No one was watching TV. Some were playing with their phones, while others were drinking tea. Liang Yong, however, was constantly on the phone, running around everywhere to ask for help from his connections for Liang Yi's matter. Lucas returned home. He exclaimed that something had happened, and then told others the news he knew. George is getting engaged to Olivia, the youngest daughter of the Xia family. When everyone in the Liang family heard this, Those who were playing with their phones or drinking tea all looked up at Lucas. Yeah, George hid it from us so deeply, he actually became the son-in-law of the Xia family. No wonder the Xia family went to Yinjing to rescue him. Damn it, I'm more handsome than George, and I'm more talkative than George. Why doesn't Olivia like me? Lucas paced back and forth as he spoke, becoming more and more jealous and angry. From childhood to adulthood, all the good things belonged to him. George didn't even have the right to wear his tattered clothes and shoes. George is currently the richest man in the South, and he is also related to the Xia family. Things are getting complicated. The Xia family may seem to be rooted in the South, but in fact, they also have connections in Yinjing. They are a wealthy family between the second and third tier families. In the South, the Xia family is the most powerful and wealthy family. Everyone in the Liang family also spoke one after another, with anxiety and fear in their words. At present, half of the Liang family have been taken away, and they are all powerful. The rest have average abilities and status. How can they not be afraid? Maria, who had been silent in a daze with red eyes, and everyone became even more resentful towards her. Oh, Maria, you are such a jinx. You have brought ruin upon us. No one dared to complain to Maria in person, but Liang Kaifeng couldn't help it. Because of you, my husband's family in Yinjing kicked me out. Because of you, your father, your mother, and your brother all suffered misfortune. How can you have the nerve to stay in the Liang family? Liang Kaifeng cried as she spoke. My son was also investigated, and I heard he will be sentenced to 3 years in prison. But your son is fine. How could you do such a thing? When she shouted, the other relatives couldn't help shouting, just like boiling water. Our Liang family was doing well because of you. Now that our family is broken up, you are happy. Didn't you marry into the Yi family? Why did you come back? Why? You caused this trouble yourself, and our whole family has paid for it. The huge Liang family is now dead and lifeless. It is no longer a wealthy family. Maria, you have to compensate me. As the scolding became more and more excited, all the relatives rushed over, punching and kicking Maria, pulling her hair and slapping her in the face. Woo woo woo. Maria could only cry continuously. She was beaten so badly that she couldn't even stand. She was pushed to the sofa and then to the coffee table. She looked extremely miserable. Moreover, in the chaos, her sister Liang Kaiyan couldn't help it and punched Maria in the face. Maria wailed in pain and bruised her cheek. Who is he? The richest man in the South. Who is he? The son-in-law of the Xia family. How can we win the fight, no matter how you ask us to? It's obviously your fault. You could just bow your head and apologize, but you insist on being stubborn. It's obviously you who hid too many secrets and didn't tell George, which is why everyone was implicated by you. Sister, we are all your relatives. Why are you hurting us like this? Liang Kaiyan was also crying because her son Lu Yuanbin was also going to go to jail and had already been sentenced. Maria didn't dare to say a word. Her heart was full of pain and fear. In fact, when she knew that George was the son-in-law of the Xia family, she knew that everything was over. She sat down on the ground helplessly, allowing her relatives to punch and kick her. Her eyes were empty, dazed, desperate, and filled with deep bitterness, because she also felt that she deserved it. Back then, I threw him away. Today, this is my retribution. I'm not a qualified mother. As she spoke, she wanted to cry again, but she had no tears left. That's enough. What's the point of quarreling at a time like this? At this time, Liang Yong, who had been silent all the time, finally scolded her, then walked over and helped Maria up. We are all family. The more difficult the time, the more we should stick together. If anyone is dissatisfied, leave the Liang family. Then, he looked at everyone with wide eyes. Let's go. But this time, everyone is not as in awe of Liang Yong as usual, and several families are already planning to leave. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Although Liang Yong still has power, you have to know that he offended George, the richest man in the South. Liang, he has been destroyed, and Liang Yong's fate can be imagined. Even if he can win the fight in the future, it will be a lose-lose situation for both sides. Life should be simple and peaceful, not full of fierce fighting. This is not the life that everyone wants. I plan to go abroad tomorrow. Thank you for your care over the years. My daughter was admitted to a foreign university, and I plan to go with her. I'm old too. I want to find a quiet place to retire. I'll move in a few days. Everyone said a few polite words to Liang Yong, and then dispersed one after another. The Leong family was once a bustling and prosperous wealthy family. In its heyday, there were hundreds of people eating together, but now there are only a few scattered people left. Liang Yong didn't say anything. He was very sad. At one point, he even questioned whether it was right for him to help Maria. He seemed to see the scene of his family eating and drinking together. At that time, my parents and my younger brother were still alive. The Liang family will never fall and will never give up on anyone. He clenched his fists tightly, still refusing to let the ship sink or this huge clan break up. There is no doubt that when the Liang family learned about George's true background, this news was a crushing blow. On the other side, Jiang Tianan returned to the Jiang family in a hurry. In the living room, he met Ella, and Jiang Yi and the others were talking to Ella. Ella sat very well, with her hands clasped in front of her legs, her head slightly lowered, her eyes red, and she looked very aggrieved. Dad became anxious when he saw Ella's look. Tianan is back. Jiang Yi looked at Jiang Tianan meaningfully. You should know about George's engagement. I thought about it and decided to let the wedding go on. I was just trying to persuade Ella, and Ella agreed. Chapter 366. The 25th arrives, and the whole city celebrates. Jiang Tianan stared at his father and said seriously, Dad, we can put our wedding off until next time. I can't lose face like this. Tianan, all the invitations have been sent out. What will others think if we suddenly cancel the wedding? Jiang Yi's face darkened, and he said in a strong tone, This marriage must go on. Dad, George is also getting engaged. On that day, all eyes in the South were on him. How could we get married? Who would know us? We were just supporting roles. We became a laughingstock. Tell me, is this still considered a marriage? We are using our own happiness to curry favor with George. Not to mention me. No man can do it. Jiang Tianan argued emotionally. This is not just a matter of Ella's grievance. It also concerns his dignity and the honor of the Jiang family. So what? Is it embarrassing to get married behind the richest man? Not at all. On the contrary, it's your honor to have the wedding together. Jiang, he obviously didn't want to offend George, and he didn't care much about this matter. On the contrary, if the Jiang family canceled the wedding at this time, it would be a laughingstock. People would think that the Jiang family was afraid of George, and the wedding that had already been prepared was interrupted. Moreover, it will reveal another piece of news that the Jiang family is fighting with George and would never hold their wedding on the same day as George. This is not what Jiang Yi wants to see. George is not only rich, but also the son-in-law of the Xiao family. How can they win the fight? Even if they can win, is it worth it for the Jiang family to spend 100 years of assets to fight for it? Not worth it. It's okay to get married. I'm going to increase the preparation funds. No matter how much George contributes, I have 1 billion more than him. Jiang Tianan's eyes were red, and he looked crazy. I can't be worse than George. Absolutely not. You are kidding. Jiang Yi angrily slammed the table. You are comparing money with the richest man. How can you compare with him? Even my father doesn't dare to compare with him in wealth. You should bow your head and face the reality. He is better than you, richer than you, and more prestigious than you. It's useless to be stubborn. Tianan, you have to get married. Otherwise, get out of the Jiang family. Jiang Tianan gritted his teeth after hearing this. He was completely helpless. It was supposed to be a joyous occasion, but when the day came, he could already imagine how embarrassing and humiliating it would be. The most terrifying thing was that he had no other options and could only swallow the humiliation. The news that the Jiang family was planning a wedding was announced first, and it had already attracted the attention of many people in the South. After all, Jiang Tianan had already been promoting it at that time, threatening to give Ella the most grand wedding. Then the news of George's engagement followed. At this moment, many people smelled something wrong. Haha, young Master Jiang is in trouble. It's a rare opportunity to hold a wedding, but he ended up meeting the richest man, getting engaged. Young Master Jiang also said that he wanted to hold the wedding of the century. Now it's fun. How can he compare to the richest man in the South? It is said that the Jiang family will not cancel the wedding and plans to hold it after the richest man's wedding. To put it bluntly, they are waiting in line. Fuck, you can queue up to get married. Can't we just do our own thing? Are you stupid? Even if they are separate with the richest man's engagement ceremony, is there still time for young Master Jiang to show his talents? There are a lot of rumors out there, and the people are just watching the show. Of course, we are also grabbing red envelopes, because there's a red envelope grabbing campaign online to wish George on his engagement and Johnson on his marriage, and the amounts are not low, ranging from at least $10 to hundreds. It is said that there will be red envelope rain on the wedding day, both online and in person. Moreover, all food and drinks in the area near the engagement and wedding venue are free, so that the whole city can celebrate together. Such a sensational scene attracted many people from the north to come and watch. Originally, the authorities were afraid that such a luxurious wedding would cause a bad impact, but when they saw the tourism industry in the south skyrocketing due to the wedding, they simply turned a blind eye. As the wedding date approaches, the atmosphere in the provincial capital becomes even more lively, just like the Chinese New Year, and the number of tourists has increased by millions. What? All the stars? Not a single one is coming. Jiang Tiannan is still planning the wedding and doing his best to make Ella have an unforgettable wedding. As a result, not a single star was invited. They all went to George's side. George booked all the hotels, big and small, in the entire provincial capital that day, including the presidential suite and so on. On the Jiang family side, only a few hotels under its control are still usable, which are totally insufficient to entertain relatives and friends, so they can only arrange for them to stay in some small inns or hotels in other cities. In addition, the food and other items for the wedding were out of stock and had to be airlifted from the north, but it was still not enough because they were also snatched away by George. Even when Jiang Tiannan's secretary went to ask the food supplier, the other party replied, "Why buy it? It's not good to marry the richest man. The meals are free." Jiang Tiannan was so angry that he couldn't sleep for several days. He is the young master of the Jiang family, and yet he has to eat George's free meal. Damn it, he is getting married too. Before I knew it, the 25th arrived, which is also Christmas. The whole city celebrates this day. Early in the morning, all the shops were decorated with lights, and there was free food and drinks in the area near the wedding site. The restaurants and hotels at the center of the wedding served precious ingredients from all over the world. The high-end hotels in the entire provincial capital were filled with luxury cars from various cities, all of whom were here to attend the wedding. At 9 o'clock in the morning, more than a dozen helicopters flew over the sky, raining red envelopes. The whole city is boiling. All of these red envelopes are worth 100 yuan. In order to maintain order, driving is prohibited within a 10-kilometer radius of the wedding site, and guests attending the wedding are transported to the site by helicopter. Wow. I came here to grab red envelopes before dawn, and I've grabbed more than 1,000 yuan so far. Haha, comrades, you still have to work hard. I have already robbed 5,000 yuan. They're also robbed online. The amount of money on both sides is added up. However, the amount on the internet is not as much as on the spot. Most of them are 10 yuan, and all the money on the spot is 100 yuan. Why are you still working? Isn't it better to attend the wedding? Dude, where are you guys? I'm in a small town in the northeast now, and I want to go there too. Come quickly. It should still be in time, because there will be red envelopes raining in the afternoon, evening, and night. If you are lucky, it will be enough for your round-trip ticket. People were beaming with joy and extremely happy. Lobsters are being served. The restaurant is serving big lobsters. At this time, someone was shouting. People lined up happily again. The shops nearby all provided lobsters and king crabs. It was said that several large cargo ships arrived at the port last night, pulled in from the Bering Strait, docked at the seaside, and then were airlifted to the provincial capital. Many people have never eaten king crab and lobster in their entire lives, but they got to eat them at this wedding banquet. Chapter 367. As if I haven't harmed them enough, let's finish them off. Mr. George said that the main purpose is to create a lively atmosphere, and his only requirement is order. There must be order. The broadcasts on the streets remind people from time to time. So, although people seem noisy and lively, they are actually very orderly. As the auspicious time arrives, a fleet of helicopters flies across the sky, scattering flower petals all over the sky. The first helicopter was hung with ribbons, which was very beautiful. Sitting inside was Shi Xiaoqi and Olivia. They were like brides about to step into the sacred hall. Here comes the bride. Here comes the bride. Let's all shout together. Let's continue to be happy. The people below were looking at the helicopter in the sky, their emotions even more excited than before, and they shouted in unison. In addition, many foreign reporters were also filming. After all, such a grand wedding is extremely rare abroad, so it has also caused a great response on the internet abroad. Selling cakes. Chinese people are really rich. This wedding will cost 100 million US dollars. What a joke. At least tens of billions of US dollars. 10 billion Chinese yuan. At this time, Olivia and Shi Xiaoqi were sitting in a helicopter looking at the lively crowd below. Although they were far away, they could still vaguely hear their neat shouts. They were so moved that their eyes were wet. They have seen many wedding scenes, but this is the first time they have seen something like this. The whole city celebrated and wished them happiness. A wedding is very important to a woman. It only happens once in a lifetime and is something you will never forget. And now, they will never forget it for the rest of their lives. Auntie Xiaoqi, let's wave to everyone. Olivia leaned out and waved downwards, causing even more noise. Sure, Xiaoqi did the same thing. She was smiling happily now. She had never thought that there would be such a happy time in her life. You know, when she married Liang Haoran, she thought her life was over. Only endless darkness was waiting for her, and there would no longer be any light. Xia, I'm so happy, really so happy. Sure, Xiaoqi also said to Olivia, Thank you, George, and thank you, Johnson. It is you who gave me and Mengqi a new life. It is you who should be thanked. It is you who has supported me so far. Olivia held Sure Xiaoqi's hand, and they both looked into the distance. They saw that the hotel was getting closer and closer. There was a concert there, and stars from home and abroad took turns to go on stage. King Lu, the three little ones, and so on. There are also foreign stars, such as Rapper Daddy, Barry, and so on. Only George and the Xia family have extensive connections, and were able to invite all the famous stars to the event. Of course, the cost goes without saying. Behind their helicopter were their relatives and friends, and, of course, people from the Yi and Liang families. They also took helicopters to the wedding scene. Of course, Ella also arrived by helicopter, right behind Olivia and her friends. Originally, Jiang Tianan and Ella wanted to not have the wedding at the same venue as George, but Jiang Yi disagreed, saying that during the wedding, people from all over the city would come here, even the Jiang family's business partners. If they were to have two separate venues, how would others get there? Besides, the purpose of a wedding is to have fun, so wouldn't it be even more lively if we had the same scene? In fact, Jiang Tianan and the others knew that Jiang he didn't want to offend George, and was even trying to curry favor with George. So it's so frustrating. Another bride has arrived, the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. The people below are still blessing happily. However, Ella just couldn't be happy and didn't feel happy at all. Apart from the decoration of the wedding venue, inviting celebrities and so on, all were handled by George. Even the helicopter she was riding now was George's. Moreover, George definitely didn't do it specifically for her, but did it for her as a gift to a beggar. To put it bluntly, she is the green leaf next to the flowers, and the flowers are Olivia and Sure Xiaoqi. She is not even as good as the maid of honor. She is like a poor family who cannot afford a wedding banquet and needs to rely on George's help. Can we not get married? Ella as family members, the Yi family and the Liang family were also in the helicopter at the back. Everyone had a numb and indifferent expression on their faces, not happy at all, which was out of tune with the joyous atmosphere of the whole city. If they had a choice, they would never come, even if you gave them 10 million. This kind of wedding is definitely George showing off his wealth to them. As if he thinks he hasn't harmed them enough, he wants to make another mistake to harm them. At this time, in the largest hall of the hotel, prominent people from the South were sitting there eating and chatting. There was shock and excitement on their faces. They were stunned by the grandness of the wedding. They were even proud to be present at the wedding. The relatives and friends of the Jiang family and Jiang Yi were greeting the guests and chatting with Xia Mingfeng and others from the Xia family. They were getting along quite harmoniously. Moreover, Jiang Yi brought his father to chat with old Xia and the others. There were many veterans following old Xia, and none of them could be neglected. During this process, Jiang Tianan was wearing a white dress and watching with a cold face. He was so angry that he couldn't say a word. Brother, Dad has no grudge against the Xia family, so Dad is very polite to them. Don't take it personally, just get married happily. Jiang Yunzhong came over and comforted him. Jiang Tinan nodded unhappily. I know, I'm the only one in the Jiang family. Ella has a grudge against George, but you have no grudge against George, so you want to curry favor with him, right? Different positions, different considerations. Jiang Yunzhong patted Jiang Tianan on the shoulder and then went to entertain the guests. But the moment he turned around, the smile on the corner of his mouth was like AK, and he couldn't suppress it. He knew that Jiang Tianan must be feeling extremely frustrated right now. You deserve it. You dare to provoke the richest man. When he insults you, he won't even take the initiative to attack you. He will just wave his hand and step on you. In the blink of an eye, Xia Xia is getting married. After Xia Mingfeng and Mr. Xia greeted the guests, they sat down with a look of emotion on their faces. They thought about Xia Xia's childhood, how to find her after she disappeared, etc. The whole family felt that they owed Xia Xia too much. Grandpa, Dad, no matter what, Xia married a good man. We are happy for her, don't be sad. At this time, Xia Lingyun came over holding a wine glass. He was wearing a beige evening suit, which was decent and natural, and very handsome. Yeah. Xia Mingfeng and old Xia looked at each other and nodded with satisfaction. They were extremely satisfied with George. George away quickly. He would be snatched away by old men like Mr. Jiang. So Xia Mingfeng sometimes thought that his daughter Olivia was really amazing and found a rich son-in-law for their Xia family. At this time, Xia Lingyun looked towards the gate and saw that La's relatives had arrived one after another, including people from the Yi family and the Liang family. However, Liang Yong did not come, and among these people, Xia Lingyun saw several annoying figures. They were Lu Zhiyun and others. Chapter 368. It's a pity that everything can't go back. Just a few days ago, Lu Zhiyun found George and said that the previous conflict between them was a misunderstanding. He asked George to help him pursue Jang Yuyu. As long as Jang Yuyu agreed, Lu Zhiyun would not care about George's mistakes. Xia Lingyun was also there at the time and almost laughed after hearing this. How dare you make such an excessive request? If you like a girl, just go chase her yourself. Why threaten George? However, George's personality is similar to his. He hates being threatened the most, but he's also the least afraid of threats. So George refused on the spot, which made Lu Zhiyun very angry, and he wanted to beat George up. Of course, Xia Lingyun would not let others bully his family. So he immediately took action and fought with Lu Zhiyun and others, and George also joined the battlefield. Both of them were good fighters and had learned many fighting techniques from the bodyguards. They beat Lu Zhiyun and his men so badly that they fled in embarrassment. Afterwards, Xia Lingyun asked Xia Lingfeng and found out that Lu Zhiyun was the young master of the Yanjing Lu family and had a very powerful background. In the south, only his grandfather could control him, so Xia Lingyun was in trouble. However, Xia Lingfeng knew that Xia Lingyun was doing this for George, so he agreed. George is now a member of their Xia family. And now, Lu Zhiyun has arrived with a few young masters. He must have bad intentions. Lingyan, keep an eye on them. They are not from the south, and they have no bottom line when it comes to what they do. Xia Lingfeng also saw Lu Zhiyun and others coming, and lowered his head to instruct Xia Lingyun. In the south, their Xia family is a behemoth that no one dares to mess with. But the same may not be true for the young man from Yanjing. At this time, George and Johnson also arrived. They were wearing white suits, tall and handsome, just like noble sons. Their arrival also made all the guests stand up and applaud and congratulations. The host also took the microphone and introduced, "Our engagement host, Mr. George, is here, as well as the groom, Mr. Johnson. Today, we congratulate them." At this time, another female host next to him whispered something to him, and the male host reacted and quickly saved the situation with a smile. "Oh, I forgot there is another newlywed. Please welcome the groom, Mr. Jiang Tianan." Because George and Johnson were too dazzling, the host almost forgot about Jiang Tianan. Jiang Tianan sat among the relatives of the Jiang family with a very ugly expression. He was the young master of the Jiang family, but he was actually forgotten when he got married. Grass. Tianan, prepare to welcome the bride. Jiang, he didn't care about this. He would be dissatisfied if he lost to others, but he didn't feel ashamed to lose to the Xia family and the richest man, George. George with frustration. The three of them were wearing the same dress. The color and style were all designed by famous foreign designers. A set of clothes was worth 5 million. However, when the three of them stood together, Jiang Tianan felt even more embarrassed. Even the dresses are the same. This is a deliberate mockery of Jiang Tianan. George have to take care of even a set of formal wear for the Jiang family. Jiang Tianan is the groom today, the protagonist, not a supporting role. It's so fucking pathetic. At the same time, beautiful music floated, flowing in the hall like an invisible stream. Looking at the door, 3 beautiful brides walked in slowly, followed by several boys and girls who were holding the back of their wedding dresses. The one walking in front is Shi Xiaoqi because today is her wedding, and Olivia is second because she is getting engaged. The last one walking is Ella. You are inferior to others and just a foil. Ella's pretty face turned pale, and she wanted to run away more than once. Can this marriage continue? If Jang Yi and his wife hadn't taken turns giving her psychological counseling some time ago, she would have fled the country long ago. She now has a feeling that George deliberately chose this day to get engaged and even deliberately agreed with Jang Yi to hold the wedding together and then took care of everything, making Ella lose face. The night outside had turned dark, and huge fireworks were set off in 4 directions of the provincial capital. There were also huge fireworks set off right in front of the hotel. The hotel faces a lake, and the fireworks and the lake complemented each other beautifully. These fireworks were made by a professional team in Luoyang and cost more than 1 billion yuan. So beautiful. Far away from the hotel, countless people looked up at the sky with shocked smiles on their faces. Domestic and foreign TV stations filmed the scene crazily, and it caused quite a stir around the world. The hotel lobby was surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows, which provided the best viewing angle. All the guests were watching the fireworks until the wedding music started playing, because this is when the wedding officially begins. How romantic. In my next life, I want to be their man too. You just want to be George S. woman. Don't take it seriously. There are so many women in the world, but only one can win the favor of Mr. George. I'm so envious of Olivia. She must be very happy. Many young girls in the hall were whispering. At the same time, Olivia, Shi Xiaoqi, and Ella all walked slowly towards their future significant others. All 3 of them looked very beautiful today, like fairies that had flown down from heaven to earth. Olivia and Shi Xiaoqi both smiled, and they were happy smiles. Ella, on the contrary, has a frosty face and looks very cold. Seeing this scene, someone from the Zhang family also shouted, asking Ella to smile. Such voices also made Yuki and Angela feel heartbroken. They understood Ella's feelings. How could Ella laugh at such a time? How could she feel happy? Especially Maria. She could understand Ella's feelings the best. If they had no grievances with George, even if Ella was a supporting role today, she would still feel very happy. But their grievances with George were too great, and they got married together, and the wedding was arranged by George. That was ironic. Laugh. Ella heard the laughter all around her and finally smiled softly, a very forced smile. Her beautiful eyes looked at Jiang Tianan. Jiang Tianan could understand the bitterness in Ella's heart, and he dared not look directly into her eyes. His heart ached as if it was being cut by a knife. He knew that Ella did not want to marry him today, but there was nothing he could do. This is not only because of George, but also because of the Jiang family. At this time, Ella looked at Jiang Tianan and then at George. George was looking at Olivia and gently extended his hand. He looked very handsome today, wearing a white suit. He was the most noble of the 3. Most importantly, his eyes are very gentle, completely different from what I usually see. It's a pity that this gentle look is only reserved for Olivia. Ella subconsciously thought, what if they had treated George differently back then? What if she cared about George a lot? Perhaps today's gentle look is reserved for her. In today's grand wedding, she is definitely not a supporting role. She will feel very happy, extremely happy. It's a pity that everything can't go back. Chapter 369 originally. All of these belong to us. The 3 brides walked to the front of the groom and continued the next ceremony. Because George and Olivia were engaged, the ceremony was relatively simple. George just knelt down in front of Olivia, presented her with an engagement ring, and proposed to her in front of countless people. Promise him, promise him, promise him. There were already many voices coming from all around, all urging Olivia. Olivia's eyes were filled with tears. She thought of the scenes with George when she was a child, and how after George returned to the Yi family, in order not to make the Yi family angry, he stopped contacting her, and it was as if they were separated from each other forever. Until now, she has always been with George, and has always possessed George. She really felt like she was dreaming. She cherishes everything she has now. She even secretly thanked the Yi family for giving her such a good man. I promise. Olivia tried hard not to let her tears fall, smiled and nodded, letting George put the engagement ring on her finger. Later, she also put an engagement ring on George's finger. When the parents of both sides saw this scene, they couldn't stop laughing. Then George took Olivia to visit Yi Yaoxiang and Ye's relatives and others. Okay, Mr. George, you've grown up. It's time to get married and have kids. To start a family and a career, start a family first, then start a career. If Yi Zhendong were here, he would definitely be very pleased and happy. Yi Yaoxiang didn't know whether he was really happy for George or was happy because the Yi family had gotten close to George. In short, the smile on his face never disappeared. Yi Liju and others were naturally very happy. George let the Yi family be the elders of the engagement, which gave them enough face. In the future in the South, with George's support, they will be a powerful family. Originally, these all belonged to us. At the Yi family, Yuki looked at the lively scene and said in a low voice. Beside them, Angela, Maria, Lucas, and the others all felt very uncomfortable. Especially when they saw how majestic Yi Yaoxiang's family was, they became even more jealous. Yes, it originally belonged to us, but we pushed it away ourselves. Angela sniffed and said sourly. Of course, she also looked at Maria with a resentful look in her eyes, thinking that all this was because of Maria. She didn't know how Maria had the nerve to come here. Didn't she feel ashamed? Yuki was holding her phone and having a video conversation with David. David was watching her the entire time during the wedding, although David had already guessed that it would be heartbreaking. But after all, it's his daughter's wedding, so as a father he has to take a look. Of course, his son George is getting engaged, and he actually wants to take a look at that too. So he watched the whole thing from beginning to end through the live video and saw the excited faces of Yi Yaoxiang and the others. So he naturally sighed repeatedly. Yuki, nothing else matters. What matters is that they live happily, David said to Yuki meaningfully. Although many things happened between George and us, today, Dad, I still wish him the best. Yuki didn't say anything after listening to this. She looked at Maria, Angela, and Lucas, wondering if they would bless George. But she was sure that Ella and Lucas would definitely not do that, and Maria probably wouldn't do that either. As for Angela, she was not sure. Congratulations. Today, two newlyweds are together, and there is another couple who are about to be newlyweds. At this time, a smiling voice was heard, and Lu Jiyun, holding a glass of red wine, walked towards George with a few young masters. Wow, who is this? This is so crazy. Many guests looked at Lu Jiyun and his companions, shocked by their actions. After all, those present are all well-known figures in the South. Who gave these young people the qualifications to speak out? Aren't they afraid of offending people? It seems he is from Yanjing, a young master from the Beijing circle. Someone whispered. Everyone suddenly realized. To ordinary people, the young masters of Beijing are like people in the heavenly palace. Because of the difference in class, few people know about them. Mr. Liu, what do you want to do? Xiaoling walked out slowly, his face livid. Lu Jiyun sneered at Xiaolingyun, not giving him any face. Can't we just bless them? Engagement. What a happy event. Shouldn't we let people bless them? Lu Jiyun, don't make trouble, or I'll call your dad. Mr. Jiang also gave a subtle reminder at this time. Mr. Jiang, you have the final say in school, but this is outside. Besides, how can I make trouble? I came here to bless you. I even gave you a red envelope, right? Lu Jiyun said as he looked at the young man beside him. Yes, I sealed a red envelope of 200 yuan. I sealed 100. We are guests. Several young masters said with a smile. Academic veterans, such as Mr. Jiang, also had gloomy faces and were unable to do anything about Lu Jiyun and others for a while. George, congratulations. Lu Jiyun looked at George again. It's just that today is your big day. Why didn't your family bless you? I heard that you have several sisters and a brother. Oh, by the way, where are your parents? Why didn't I see them? He is bringing up things that are not related to the topic. Lu Jiyun. Xiaolingyun walked over angrily. Xiao Xiao, what's the matter? Do you want to fight at the wedding? Lu Jiyun looked at Xiaolingyun approaching without any fear. Xiao Mingfeng said to Xiaolingyun in a low voice with a cold face. Lingyun, he is a guest and doesn't know how to be polite. Forget it. Many people are watching. Xiaolingyun understood what Xiao Mingfeng meant and had to go back. After all, if he couldn't control his temper and made a big deal out of it and ended up fighting, the wedding would be ruined. Lu Jiyun obviously knew this, so he deliberately made a fuss about his concerns. It's not good for my sister not to come out and congratulate my brother when he gets married. George, I heard that your relationship with your family is very strained. What's the reason? Are you too mean? Well, since everyone is happy today, I will be a peacemaker and let your family reunite happily. How about that? You guys, if you have any dissatisfaction, just speak up. If everyone speaks out clearly, everything will be fine. Lu Jiyun continued to make a big deal out of it and pretended to be very enthusiastic. In fact, everyone present knew more or less about the Yi family and George because it had been reported on TV and on the internet. It was said that George's mother was very vicious and abused her children, so everyone knew that it would be difficult for George and the Yi family to reconcile. Liu Jiyun's words now put George in a dilemma, and he was in a dilemma. Moreover, he was claiming to be a peacemaker, which made it even more difficult for people to do anything to him. Sure enough, George's face turned livid and his eyes looked a little cold. Olivia also had an ugly look on her face, and she wanted to beat Liu Jiyun up. Maria, Lucas, and the others seemed calm on the surface, but they were still looking forward to seeing how George would respond next. They certainly didn't think George would reconcile with them. That was absolutely impossible. But in this situation, George couldn't say bad things about them, asking why they broke off relations with the Yi family and so on. After all, today was a happy day, and it was not suitable for a big quarrel. So George can only feel helpless and unable to speak out his pain. Chapter 370. Admit your mistake and apologize. This is a good opportunity. Who said her sister didn't bless him? I am her sister, and I have always been blessing him. At this moment, a smiling voice was heard, and a tall beauty in a red Chong Sam walked out. She was incredibly beautiful, enchanting and charming, yet with the temperament of a lady from a noble family. When everyone took a closer look, they were shocked to find that this beauty was no less beautiful than the bride. Yes, it's you. Liu Jiyun stared at the woman in Chong Sam, as if he couldn't believe his eyes, because the beauty who walked out was Jang Yuyu. Obviously, Jang Yuyu came to rescue George, but she was also telling everyone that she is George's sister. Brother, I wish you a long and happy marriage, and hope you will be extremely happy. Jang Yuyu came up to George and rubbed his face with her hands, just like what an older sister would do to her younger brother when they were children. If you don't know the situation, you might even think they grew up together. Sister Yuyu. George was surprised too. What's Sister Yuyu? Call me sister. George coquettishly. This look was so charming that it could make any man fall for her. Yes, sister. George had no choice but to smile and nod, thanking Jang Yuyu for helping him out, so that he wouldn't be seen as heartless and ungrateful. Jang Yuyu rubbed George's soft hair again. Well, now that you are married, you can't be as naughty as when you were a child. You're a man now. Of course, in my eyes. You are still the boy you were when you were a child. This tone and this action really sound like an elder sister's advice to her younger brother. When Liu Jiyun witnessed this scene, his face turned blue and red with anger. Of course, he knew that Jang Yuyu was deliberately humiliating him. He didn't believe that Jang Yuyu treated George as his younger brother. His man's intuition told him that Jang Yuyu liked George, and that he liked him from the bottom of his heart. So when he saw George was in trouble, he stood up and slapped him hard. Hateful. She is my goddess. Who is this beautiful lady? She is so charming. There was also a lot of discussion at the scene. Of course, although all those present were well-known figures in the South, some of them had not reached that level and did not know Jang Yuyu, so they could only listen to the introduction of others. She is the daughter of Zhang's family in Jiangnan. Her father is a big shot in the military, and her grandfather is a leader in the semiconductor industry. Of course, she is not bad either. In ancient times, there were princesses who were loved by everyone. She is a modern princess with an IQ of 140 or above. She graduated from MIT and is the best in mathematics, physics, chemistry, economics, and semiconductors. She is not only beautiful, but also very talented. Someone introduced with a smile. As expected, there was another round of exclamations. Putting aside Jang Yuyu's intelligence and achievements, her identity was too terrifying. If she were in the South, she would definitely be the #1 princess. This beauty, who only appears in the Heavenly Palace, is actually George's sister. No wonder George became the richest man in the South. This beautiful sister must have helped him secretly. Mom, George! Angela heard the discussions around her and covered her mouth in surprise. Maria, Ella, Yuki, and the others were also surprised, and then they felt a burning pain on their faces. They used to be George's sisters, but they all disliked George and never acknowledged him as their brother in public. Whenever George called them sisters in public, they would feel ashamed and would fly into a rage and scold George. And now, a beauty who seemed to come from heaven has become George's sister, raising George's status to a certain level. Maybe the reason why the Yi family and the Leong family are in their current situation is because this beauty is secretly helping George. They suddenly felt very inferior and even more ironic, because they are just like ordinary people while George and Jang Yuyu are like they came from heaven. It turns out that it wasn't that George was not worthy of being their brother, but that they were not worthy of being George's sisters. My brother is not the kind of person who doesn't recognize his relatives, is heartless and ungrateful, and doesn't even acknowledge his family members. I am her sister too. I am here to bless her. Just then, another person walked in through the door. She looked exhausted and was dressed casually. She was Lily, who had rushed back from abroad. She was holding a wooden handicraft in her hand, which she bought when she was traveling. She liked it very much at that time, so she gave it to George as a gift. Brother, I'm sorry, I'm late. Lily walked up to George and gave him the gift. Thanks. George was still very surprised at Lily's appearance. And of course, he also accepted Lily's blessing. Although, neither he nor Lily said whether there would be any other festivals, etc. But at least they are not hostile anymore. Lily was released from prison. The only person she saw and had a deep conversation with was George. I am George's blood-related sister. Lily looked at everyone again, meaning to tell Lu Jiyun that the affairs of their Yi family were not what the public imagined, and George was not a heartless and ungrateful person. Lu Jiyun looked at the two women helping George out and felt awkward. He just stayed where he was and could not say anything. Lily is back, but she didn't inform us, and she went to find George as soon as she came back. She must have heard the news of George's engagement while abroad and rushed back specially. When she went abroad, she didn't inform us. It seems that she only told George. Now that so many things have happened at home, she didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, George came back after getting engaged. Lucas and Angela were talking in low voices. It seemed that Lily had something against them and was distancing herself from them, and even sided with George. This also makes them feel very uncomfortable. Sister, actually at a time like this, we can also stand up and speak for George. Yuki said in a low voice at this time, and glanced at Maria, fearing that Maria would be angry. Sure enough, Maria's face looked very ugly, and her eyes were as sharp as knives, but she didn't say anything in the end. If it were in the past, she would have been furious, but now the pressure of life has smoothed her edges. She only has awe and regret towards George. She hopes George can come back to them and help the Leong family even more. Of course, all of this was not out of the reproach of conscience, but out of fear of George. Mias. Angela was shocked by Yuki's proposal. Lucas was secretly anxious. He could see that his mother, his second sister, and even everyone else were a little afraid of George and wanted to stand on George's side. Among the whole family, only Ella and he remained firm in their stance. If George really forgave his mother and the others, what would he do? Yes, although this is just icing on the cake, it can at least ease our relationship, right? Yuki smiled and said with longing, now the Yi family and the Leong family are both in a miserable state. George should not be so cruel to us. We might as well take this opportunity to bow our heads, admit our mistakes, and apologize. I think this is a good opportunity. Seeing that Maria didn't say anything, she guessed that Maria was acquiescing and might even hope that they would do so. Now, Maria has finally come to her senses, and there is hope that everything will get back on track. Chapter 371. Maria is watching the situation and looking at the situation. That's what I said, but. Angela was still hesitating. She had been fighting with George for so long, and now suddenly she was asked to come out and claim to be George's sister and to bless George. She felt a little speechless. Even though she was very humble when talking to George alone, it was almost like begging. But that was just a plea to George, and I didn't regard myself as George's sister. Big sister, hurry up. If you miss the chance, it will be gone. Look, Lily is gone. What are you afraid of? At worst, I can go with you. Yuki took a look at the scene and saw Lu Jiyun walking back in shame. She knew that she didn't have much time left. She was actually a little hesitant to speak up, so she wanted to go with Angela. Angela was full of hesitation. Several times she mustered up the courage to take a step forward, but because of her complicated emotions, she didn't take the second step. Yuki was even more nervous than her, with sweat pouring down her forehead. Of course, Maria didn't say anything. In fact, she was also very nervous and expectant, especially when she saw George's engagement today, which cost tens of billions of dollars and shocked the whole country. She hoped to restore her mother-son relationship with George. And when Lucas saw that they were hesitating, they encouraged each other, and naturally, he was very angry. In the past, they all disdained to be George's sister, but now they are all vying to be it, and are so afraid that George will be disgusted and not give them face that they are actually sweating from nervousness. This change is really huge. They seem to have forgotten that their uncle, second uncle, grandparents, and the Yi family were all harmed by George. How can they let go of all this and treat their enemies as friends? Just as they were hesitating, George took Olivia away and went outside to watch the fireworks, causing Yuki and the others to miss this opportunity. An hour later, George came back with Olivia. After sitting down, he drank and chatted with everyone. Mr. Jiang and other elders also had a drink with George and wished him well. Mr. Jiang even reminded that for the wealthy families nowadays, it is nothing to marry a wife of different sizes. This is a hint that George should marry Jang Yuyu. George laughed dryly and pretended not to understand. Later, Xiao Lingfeng and his wife also came over, and George poured them wine and toasted them as the future son-in-law. Just when the family was being polite, he also came over with Jiang Tianan and Ella and others. He came to make friends. He was very polite to George, Mr. Xia, Mr. Jiang and others. Asked Jiang Tianan and Ella to toast George. They both had gloomy faces and clinked glasses with George reluctantly. George didn't care about their attitude. He guessed that they must be feeling aggrieved. However, he still appreciated Jiang Yi's attitude a little. Knowing that George and Jiang Tianan had a feud, Jiang Yi, as a father, did not stand on his son's side, but chose to remain neutral and even planned to ease the relationship between the two sides. This is a great vision and pattern, but George believed that Jiang Tianan would not follow the path pointed out by his father in the end, and would still fight with him to the end. Unfortunately, Jiang Tianan is no longer a threat now. Mr. George, I, your old lady, have given you my blessing this time. When you get married, you must invite us. At this moment, an inappropriate voice came from beside me. Turning around, I saw a group of relatives from the Liang family. The Liang family is in trouble right now. All the capable people have been arrested and put in jail. Those who have some connections have left the Liang family. The remaining people have no abilities and can only stay in the Liang family. With their abilities, they naturally didn't dare to fight with George. They just wanted to ease the relationship with George. And behind them, Maria and Lucas were also there, looking a little scared, hiding behind the crowd. Obviously, Maria also wanted to see the situation. If George forgave the Liang family's relatives, maybe she would bring her children to recognize her relatives and apologize. Mr. George, I've seen you have a lot of potential since I was a kid. Uncle, I wish you all the best today. A middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples said with a smile. You know, when my friends and classmates learned that you were engaged, they all envied me and said that I was George's relative. It was such an honor for me. Some of the younger generations of the Liang family also try to please and fawn on them. George looked at this group of people coldly, his eyes full of pressure, and scared everyone in the Liang family so much that they didn't dare to speak casually. If you're here to give me blessings, I will accept it. But if you are here to establish a relationship with me, then things will be very unpleasant. George finished speaking and sat down. Mr. George, what you said is true. We are relatives. Yes, we had some conflicts in the past, but they were nothing. The old woman at the beginning smiled and said, besides, the people who bullied you are now in jail, so you can feel relieved. We didn't bully you in the first place, and the bad things they did have nothing to do with us. George didn't believe these nonsense. He knew that if he was still the George in his previous life, all that would be left for him would be scolding and ridicule. You mean, many people in the Liang family are in jail? Is this my fault? George said indifferently. Don't forget, the Liang family sent me to the capital, wanting me to spend my life in prison. Don't forget that, Liang, you wanted to blow me up. Isn't it their own fault that they are in prison now? As for you, you are two-faced and opportunistic people. You are not worthy of being my relatives. Roll. When everyone in the Liang family heard this, they looked embarrassed. If it were in the past, they would have lost their temper a long time ago because they had already been humble enough, but George actually stepped on their faces and told them to get out. But things are different now. They feel aggrieved and uncomfortable, but they have to swallow it all because they no longer have the capital to challenge George. Not at all. Mr. George, everyone knows that you are unhappy. What my cousin wants to say is that blood ties cannot be severed. The middle-aged man with gray hair said bitterly, I just hope that after you get angry, you can put aside the conflict and celebrate the festival, have a happy meal as a family, and help each other. Shut up. George couldn't stand it anymore and cursed coldly. The conversations and laughter in the entire hall became much quieter because of George's scolding. No one dared to mess with the richest man in the South. You and I are no longer relatives, yet you still have the nerve to say you can help each other. To put it bluntly, you just want my help. Your Liang family has fallen on hard times. Even if I don't deal with you, your former enemies will still take advantage of your misfortune. So you want me to help you and get some benefits, right? Do you want me to transfer all the shares of Tianchen Group to you? Do you want me to leave all the industries to you? Today is a happy day. I treat you as guests, but this is not the place to recognize relatives and build relationships. Get out. Everyone in the Liang family was scolded until their faces turned red. Seeing that George was still heartless, they had to leave in shame. Maria and the others saw this. They quickly followed the crowd and left. They had just been watching the situation to see if there would be any chance, but now they didn't dare to test it. Chapter 372. Although the candlelight is weak in the night, it burns for him. Everyone in the hall also had a look of laughter on their faces. Everyone knows that the decline of the Liang family is more or less related to George. Now, not only do the people of the Liang family not hate George, but they're trying to curry favor with him. How ironic. What a bunch of despicable people. What a disgusting group of people. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have invited them. Xiaolingyun came to George and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, don't worry about them. The Liang family can't make any big waves. If they make me unhappy, I will add more pressure on them and kill them. Let's not talk about them anymore. From now on, I should call you brother." George smiled and poured Xiaolingyun a glass of wine. Hee, from now on, not only Xia is your relative, but me too. My parents are your parents, and so is Grandpa. Xiaolingyun held the wine glass, took a sip, and looked at George with a smile. George's hand paused for a moment, and ripples appeared in his heart. Relatives? It's a word I haven't heard for a long, long time. At this time, Olivia came over with a cake with candles on it and gave it to George. George was stunned looking at the cake. He could not forget this cake, especially the candle burning on the cake, which made him dazed. Olivia, who bought him a cake for his first birthday after he left the Yi family. They celebrated it in an orphanage at that time. The cake in front of him was exactly the same as the one he had at that time. So George was very impressed. Then did George realize that there were people in this world who loved him, just like a candlelight in the night, although weak, but burning for him. After the wedding, Maria and others stayed at Zhang's house as guests. They chatted with Ella and Jiang Yi for a long time before finally leaving. Originally, they also asked Lily to stay at the Liang's house for a few days, but Lily seemed to be distancing herself from them, saying that she was going abroad tomorrow and refused to go to the Liang's house. Yuki had no choice but to suggest that Lily go visit David, but Lily just sneered and turned away. Yuki felt that Lily was not only distancing herself from them, but also seemed to have a lot of resentment towards them. She didn't know why this happened, as if it was all their fault. Perhaps only George knew the answer. It was already late at night when the family returned to Liang's house. As soon as we entered the door, no one spoke, and everyone was in a low mood. Maria sat on the sofa in the living room and suddenly looked at Angela. "Why don't you go?" Lily went to give her blessings, and George didn't mock her. "Why don't you go? What are you afraid of? Lily is Lily. We are us. Didn't you see what happened to Grandpa's relatives? And why don't you go? As a mother, you should be the first one to go." Angela did not give Maria any face. She still remembered what George said last time and was very dissatisfied with Maria. "Sister, how do you talk to Mom?" Lucas saw Angela lose her temper. He immediately reminded her. "Am I wrong? She's the one who caused all the troubles at home. If she had been nicer to George when he was a kid, we would have been nicer to him too, and no one would have bullied him. After George leaves the Yi family, if she repents and makes amends to George, we will do the same. Now that so many things have happened and so many people have died, she wants us to make up for it while she stands by and watches the show. She is dreaming," Angela said coldly. "Everything happened because of her selfishness. She even had the nerve to let others cover for her. She is so shameless. No wonder everyone in the Liang family left. It's all her fault. Big sister, shut up." Lucas stood up angrily. Yuki's face also changed drastically. She knew that Angela had quarreled with Maria last time, but she didn't expect that the feud between them was so big. That's right, the Liang family's current situation is very bad, and Mom has no one to rely on. Given eldest sister's personality, she will definitely not take Mom seriously, including Ella. Now, no matter whether what George did was right or wrong, everyone will blame Maria, and no one dares to blame George anymore. "Okay, I won't talk to you anymore." Angela was too lazy to argue with Lucas. She looked at Maria and said, "Maria, I will find out everything. Humph, when I find the evidence, I will definitely tell my dad, bitch. After saying that, she left in her high heels. Lucas and Yuki stared at her. They never thought Angela would dare to call their mother a bitch. Their mother must be very miserable now. Maria didn't say a word, which was very different from usual. Her eyes were red, as if she had aged a dozen years. For some reason, she could suddenly understand George's situation back then. No matter what she does, she is always wrong, because George is too powerful and everyone is afraid of him. George back then, no matter what he did, he was always wrong. Mom. Yuki looked at Maria and suddenly felt sad. The wealthy wife who was once envied by countless people now looked like a down-and-out old lady. Why is this happening? Maria, your second brother's case has been sentenced today. At this time, Leong Yong came out. He looked haggard and seemed to have aged a lot in just a short period of time. Today, Maria looked up, her face bitter. Today is George and Ella's wedding day. How ironic. Well, he was sentenced to suspended death sentence, and he has to pay a lot of compensation, and some of his family's property will be confiscated. Leong Yong's voice was filled with pain and tears. Maybe I won't be sentenced to death, but I may never be able to get out in this lifetime. Brother. Maria screamed and fainted. Mom. Lucas and Yuki quickly helped Maria up and called the doctor for help. Leong Yong helped throughout the whole process, but he didn't say a word. And after Maria fainted, they were the only ones who helped. Although many people from the Leong family had left, the rest ignored Maria. This feeling is like being abandoned by everyone. Fortunately, Maria was just stimulated and nothing serious happened. She was given a sedative and rested. Lucas and Yuki stayed with him in the room the whole time. After Leong Yong comforted them a few times, he left with a heavy heart. In the middle of the night, Maria woke up and sat on the bed in a daze, thinking of many unhappy things. Finally, she clamored for a drink and was very emotional. Lucas couldn't persuade her, so he had to bring some red wine. After Maria drank it, her mental state seemed to be a little better. She kept crying and venting her emotions. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I was the one who threw him away when he was 3 years old. I hated him so much at that time that there were several times when I almost wanted to strangle him to death. I also wanted to drown him in the bathtub. After he came back, I also secretly brought back thallium, intending to poison him. Now, the retribution has come. The retribution has come. He's here to collect a debt. Maria cried so hard. Her mentality suffered a critical blow again, and she collapsed. Chapter 373. George's mother is Xiao Yuer. Mom, it's none of your business. It's really none of your business. Lucas keeps comforting Maria. Of course it's related. I'm responsible for the deaths of your uncle, your grandparents, your second uncle, and other relatives. If I hadn't dealt with George, how could they have been implicated? It's not that George didn't give me a chance, but I was stubborn and refused to tell him. I just want to piss him off and make him anxious so that I could feel proud. In the end, I missed this opportunity. I am deeply sinful. Okay, I'll tell you everything now. I hope he won't target my family and my children anymore. The Xiao Yuer he is looking for is actually his mother. I am just an adoptive mother, not his biological mother. Maria cried and screamed, and then continued to drink. She was very emotional. Yuki, Xiaoxiu, tell George this news. He wants to know. I just hope he can show mercy. I'm not worthy of being his mother. I just hope he will stop targeting us. Yuki his hand again and begged bitterly. Yuki and Lucas were like being struck by a bolt of lightning, standing there like puppets. They didn't know that George was looking for Xiao Yuer, but they heard from their uncle that George asked Maria some questions several times, but Maria didn't answer. It turns out that this is what George wanted. All things suddenly became clear, and all grudges were sorted out. No wonder Maria always wanted to kill her own children. This is the reason. Mom, where's Aunt Xiao Yuer? Yuki suddenly grabbed Maria's hand and asked nervously. She was feeling very confused and terrified, extremely terrified. I don't know, maybe he's dead. At first, I gave birth to a child in the ugly country, but I had a miscarriage. I happened to meet Xiao Yuer, who also had a child. I threatened David and asked her to hand over the child. In the end, Xiao Yuer had no choice but to hand it over. Moreover, we had an agreement that no one was allowed to mention these things. Later, Xiao Yuer came to me and wanted to know how George was doing. I threatened her with George, saying that if she dared to return to China and tell me everything, I would kill George. She disappeared after hearing that. Later, I heard that she died of depression. George is the male heir of the Yi family that your grandfather wanted the most. I brought George back and used this as a condition to let Yi Jindong help the Liang family. Maria kept saying, the irony is that George has always treated me as his mother and has been very filial to me. It was me who ignored him time and time again and even wanted to kill him. If he knew that I was not his mother and that I had killed his mother, would he hate me to death? Am I really cruel? Haha, I'm the cruelest woman in the world. Haha, now the retribution has come. I am willing to tell all the secrets. George can deal with me, but don't deal with the Liang family anymore, and don't deal with you, Xiaoshu, anymore. Maria started laughing as she spoke and looked a little crazy. Yuki was shaking all over, unable to utter a word, and once again felt Maria as horror and cruelty. He took someone else's child as his own, gained wealth and glory in exchange, but later turned against himself and even wanted to kill the child. No wonder Maria keeps getting retribution in her old age. She really deserves it. Even God can't stand it. I'm a ruthless woman. I will get my comeuppance. My husband left me. My children don't recognize me. My mom, dad, and brother all died because of me. Ha ha. Maria was still laughing. Her laughter was horrible, and then she gradually fell asleep. The atmosphere in the room was depressing. Lucas and Yuki looked at each other and could see the fear and shock in each other's eyes. Lucas thought about Maria's words and figured out the situation. Then he looked at Yuki and said, "Second sister, George must not know about this. You must not." Yuki bit her lip and shook her head, but George has been deceived for so many years, and he has been looking for the answer. If I don't tell him, what will he do in his next life? Most importantly, he will not stop attacking the Yi family and the Liang family. No, after you say that, George will be even crazier than before and will do whatever it takes to kill your mom. Lucas' voice was sharp and emotional. This Xiao Yuer may be dead, but her revenge will fall on Mom. George will never forgive Mom. Don't think that George can untie his knot and forgive the past if you tell him everything. It's impossible. Xiao Su. Yuki stroked his mouth, his face very pale. In short, don't say anything and don't bet your future on George, got it? Lucas rushed over a little frantically and grabbed Yuki's shoulders. He actually knew very well that once this matter was spoken out, George's knot would be untied. He might take revenge more crazily, but he might also forgive Maria, because George most likely, he just wants an answer. So no matter what choice George makes, it will be very disadvantageous to Lucas. Even if George forgives Maria and mother and son reconcile, George will not let Lucas go. By then, Lucas will become like George when he was a child, being bullied to death. In short, the Yi family can never reconcile with George. Lucas is the real young master of the Yi family, not George. At this time, Yuki didn't know how to reply to Lucas, but she was very confused. George is Xiao Yuer's child. So who is his father? Maria just said that Xiao Yuer seemed to know David, and Maria used David to threaten her. Could it be that George is the child of David and Xiao Yuer? Now, she doesn't know what to do. After thinking for a while, Yuki looked at Lucas seriously and said, "Xiao Su, given Mom's current state, she has collapsed. When she wakes up, she will find George and tell him the truth. So even if I don't say it, Mom will tell it." Lucas heard this. He felt like he was struck by lightning. Outside the door, Liang Yong stood there indifferently. He wanted to push the door open several times, but finally held back. Things that have been buried for many years can no longer be covered up. He muttered to himself and left quietly. After Lucas came out of the room, he passed through the living room and heard Liang Yong's voice. "Xiao Su, come here." The living room was dark, and Liang Yong was sitting on the sofa smoking, which scared Lucas. "Your uncle also knows what your mother just said." Liang Yong asked Lucas to sit down. "Uncle agrees with your opinion. George must not know about this. Otherwise, George will continue to dig out all the secrets. At that time, he will deal with me, your mother, and you at all costs." Lucas nodded in agreement. "Yes, my brother is inhumane and will definitely deal with us. We must not let him know about this. Besides, my cousins and uncles all gave in to George tonight and hope to join George's camp. Everyone is afraid of George." Chapter 374. Your mother and George can only be enemies. Liang Yong said coldly. "Now, we're deserted by everyone. George will unite everyone to deal with us, so we must not let him know about this." Lucas felt terrified when he thought about this situation. You know, after George left the Yi family, he used a lot of forces to deal with George, starting from the Yi family and then to the Liang family, but he failed in the end. What's more, many people who were originally on his side inadvertently sided with George. But, given Mom's current state, she will probably say it. Lucas worried again. Liang Yong nodded. Your mother is kind and considerate, always thinking of others. She has taken all the responsibility for all the problems that have happened at home. She wants to admit defeat to George now, because she doesn't want to implicate us anymore. Well, what can we do? Lucas looked at Liang Yong and said, Actually, I'm not worried about your mother, because I can counsel her. On the contrary, your sister Yuki is the one who's wrong, and she'll probably speak up. Yuki is a child who is indecisive and has stood on George's side many times. It was George who went too far, and finally forced her to turn from evil to good. So, you have to find a way to shut Yuki up. Liang Yong flicked the ash from his cigarette and said meaningfully. Lucas sighed and said unwillingly, Uncle, this is not a solution. The Yi family and the Liang family are both declining, and George is becoming more and more capable. Uncle, can we still turn things around? Liang Yong lit a cigarette again and exhaled a puff of smoke. Yes, this is what I have to do now. Next, I will go to Yinjing. If I succeed, we will have the confidence to deal with George. By then, your second uncle and your father might be able to come out too. Of course, in this process, you and Angela are the most important. Lucas gasped when he heard this. Uncle, George is the richest man in the South, and he has connections with the Xia and Jiang families. Can we still deal with him? Xiao Su, have you forgotten about Howard's acquittal? Even though such a big thing could be suppressed, the people in that class are much more terrifying than you can imagine. Liang Yong sneered and said, So I need some time now. Before I come back, you have to stabilize the situation at home like a man. Don't let your mother and Yuki tell the news. Otherwise, George will destroy us first. Lucas was full of anticipation and nodded excitedly. The next day, Maria woke up and she still had some recollection of being drunk last night. Now, she is a little hesitant about whether she should tell George about this. Liang Yong talked to her and continued to counsel her, and Maria had no plans to tell George for the time being. Things have been delayed for the time being. Lucas was relieved to see this, but he knew that this situation would not last long, especially after Liang Yong rushed to Yanjing. The rest of the things would depend on him. In this bewildered situation, Lucas had no choice but to talk to Rian Lu, and Rian Lu also knew everything. George's father is David, and his mother is Xiao Yuer. This means that Maria has nothing to do with him. You are half-brothers, and so are Angela and the others. This is such shocking news. No wonder your mother treated George so badly. It turns out he wasn't her own child at all. But is your mother hiding something? For example, are your sisters and you really your mother's children? Lu Rian was surprised and a little curious at the same time. Lucas immediately thought of the quarrel between Angela and Maria. Did Angela know something? He suddenly felt that the Yi family, which used to be a happy family, was in chaos behind the scenes. Lucas, I think your uncle's asking you to be careful of Yuki actually has another meaning. Think about it. Your mother is the one who wants to tell George these secrets the most. It is your mother who should be on guard. Now your mother's mentality is a little broken. She may change her mind in a few days, even though she agrees not to tell. So the only way to shut your mother up is to make her hate George even more. Otherwise, when your mother can't bear it anymore, she might tell George about these things. Lu Rian continued. Lucas seemed to understand what Lu Rian meant. He thought about it carefully, and suddenly a terrible idea came to his mind. He said darkly, What if something happened to Yuki, and it was George who hurt her? Then Mom would definitely hate George even more and would never stand on his side. Lu Rian nodded. Yes, by that time, your mother and George will be enemies with deep hatred for each other. As long as your mother always stands by you, your uncle, your sister, and even your father will stand by you. Lucas stopped talking after listening. After hanging up the phone, he kept thinking about it, and then made another call. Mr. Lu, are you free to come out for a drink? He planned to ask Lu Jiyun for help. Although he also thought about looking for Jiang Tianan, but Jiang Tianan couldn't deal with George at the moment, and he knew that the Jiang family was also on George's side. This means that Jiang Tianan no longer has any ability. Lu Jiyun agreed, and the two met in a private box. Lu Jiyun arrived first, drinking alone with a very ugly look on his face. Mr. Lu, are you still thinking about what happened that night? Lucas arrived. He poured himself a glass of wine. Lucas, stop talking about things that are not related to the topic. Be careful, or I will punish you. Lu Jiyun said with a cold face. Lucas no longer had the same fear towards Lu Jiyun as before and said with a calm smile, "Haha, Mr. Lu, you and I have a common enemy, George. If you can deal with me, George will be so happy." Lu Jiyun said coldly, "My enemy is not only George, but also Xia Lingyun. That bastard has ruined my plans many times. Lu Jiyun can call the shots in Yanjing, but this is the first time I have suffered such a loss. Damn it, a local tycoon from the south dares to touch me." Seeing Lu Jiyun's expression, Lucas no longer concealed his purpose. "Mr. Lu, I have a suggestion. Let's join forces to deal with George." Lucas with disdain. "Just you? What do you have? You have no money, no people, and you're not even as good as Jiang Tiannan. You're a piece of shit. You want to use me to deal with George, right? Do you think I am an idiot?" Lucas was not angry. He smiled and said, "Although I have no money, no friends, and no power, but George and I were once a family. I know his weaknesses and so on. I can cause him trouble." After saying that, he moved closer to Lu Jiyun and whispered a few words. "That's a good idea." After hearing this, Lu Jiyun's eyes lit up and he nodded slightly. "But you are also a ruthless person. In order to cause trouble for George, you even killed your own sister. It's an emergency. There's nothing we can do." Lucas spread his hands helplessly, his tone full of indifference. "So, please trouble Master Lu to find someone for me who could do a good job. What happens next has nothing to do with Master Lu." Chapter 375. George. Is he so difficult to deal with? Okay, I'll introduce a guy to you. His name is Guo Jianglong. He's also in the south. He has good abilities and skills. The only bad thing about him is that he's expensive. Remember, don't say that I introduced him. If it gets out, I'll kill you." Lu Jiyun reminded him that although he wanted to bring George down, he did not dare to deal with George openly, so as not to anger the Xia family and the Jiang family, and of course the group of elders. He added, "You just said you wanted to find a killer to kill someone. I thought you wanted to kill George. You scared me." Lucas suddenly looked a little excited and asked, "Mr. Lu, do you think this is possible?" As soon as Lu Jiyun saw Lucas's expression, he knew what Lucas was thinking. "I remind you, you can make as much noise as you want, but don't go beyond the rules, otherwise, not only will you be in trouble, but I will be in trouble too. Mr. Lu, is George so difficult to deal with?" Lucas was secretly shocked. Lu Jiyun glanced at him with disdain. "George S-Class is not much lower than mine. If you dare to assassinate a person of this level, the whole South will be in chaos. This is not a joke. Do you know what happened in Nanao City in the 1990s? At that time, some people from Beijing came to investigate the corruption in Nanao City. After some people found out, they arrogantly burned the members of the investigation team to death in order to protect themselves. Later, when the higher-ups found out about this, they were furious and immediately sent people to Nanao City to arrest people. Moreover, they did not even need to try the case, but executed them on the spot. The higher-ups' attitude was extremely firm. It could be said that they wanted to kill all the 9 clans. Even Nanao City, which was originally going to become a special economic zone, was shelved because of this incident. The people of Nanao City have regretted it for more than 10 years. For people from certain classes, only fighting within the rules is allowed. No assassination is allowed. Otherwise, no matter who is right or wrong, all 9 generations of the clan will be killed. This is an unwritten rule. Lucas had heard about what happened in Nanao City. He didn't think it was a big deal before, but he thought those people were very rampant and dared to kill people from the investigation team. Now that Lu Jiyun reminded him, he discovered the hidden rules within these classes. Do you think George relied on the richest man in the South and the support of the elders like Xia and Jiang? Lucas with contempt again and said with a sneer, "You are superficial. George's real strength lies in the fact that he founded several research institutes and invested in scientific research in semiconductors, communication equipment, etc. He recruited many semiconductor talents and made contributions to the country. As far as I know, the higher-ups have policy support for George's research institutes. What he did was like a rich man doing charity, gilding himself, and getting a golden medal of immunity from death. How could the state machinery allow George to get into trouble? Use your brain to think about it. This is simply impossible." Lucas gasped after hearing this. At this moment, he finally understood the gap between himself and George. After leaving the bar, he returned to the Yi family in Yuhai City and lay on the bed, unable to calm down for a long time. Lu Jiyun's reminder made him feel the tremendous pressure. He really didn't expect that an ordinary person could really cross classes and reach a height that no one else could reach. You know, if ordinary people want to cross the class barrier, even if they're lucky, it will take 3 generations of hard work. George, that's horrible. Now, the only person Lucas can rely on is his uncle. I hope there will be a good result. Afterwards, Lucas dialed the number Lu Jiyun gave him. Hello, is this Guo Jinglong? I want to kill someone. The same old rules, 3 million per person. Since it was Lu Jiyun who introduced him, the other party didn't ask too many questions. Kill a woman named Yuki and put the blame on George, Lucas said with gritted teeth. After saying this, his hands holding the phone were shaking. It was the first time he had done such a thing in his life. Of course, he had no choice. If he did nothing, George would eat him sooner or later. Besides Lily, Yuki was the one who supported George the most in the Yi family, so Yuki had to be sacrificed. George, the richest man in the South, he has a lot of bodyguards around him. I can't guarantee that I can frame him 100%, but I can kill him. And I want more money. 20 million in Bitcoin. Lucas bought Bitcoin on the internet as requested by the other party, and then traded it secretly. The whole process was very safe, and he couldn't be found at all. As for how the other party kills people and how to ensure that they will not be discovered, this is not what Lucas considers. Since he was introduced by Lu Jiyun, he must have his own abilities. Maria has returned to the Yi family. Because Liang Yong went to Yinjing and her parents died, she had no shelter and was looked down upon by the Liang family. The remaining relatives wanted to beat her up every time they saw her. Maria is now a wild child without parents, so miserable. At the Yi family, Yuki takes care of her, Lucas goes to work at Jiang Tianan's company, and Angela stays in the Brilliant group. Of course, Angela's situation is not good either. According to Angela, her cousin and others are planning to split up the family business and secretly seize the shares of the Brilliant group in order to drive Liang Yong and Maria out. This means that the Liang family is split. Angela also speculated that this might be George's doing. He secretly bribed his cousin and others to put the Liang family to death. The most ironic thing is that my Aunt Liang Kaiyan is also a member of my cousin's group, and now she is with George. Angela was very angry about these things and felt that George was inhumane and was trying to kill everyone. At this time, Yuki walked into the room where George used to live and found that the room was covered with dust. She also knew that Maria had instructed Wang Ma and others not to allow anyone to come in. So the little room was locked after George left. George about Xiaoyu. Yuki sat down on the bed in the small room. George several times, but in the end, considering Maria, she gave in. Because she knew that once George knew the truth, Maria might be in danger, but maybe George got the answer and would no longer pay attention to them or deal with them. Anyway, after George knew the truth, only Maria was hurt, and they will not have bad luck anymore. And now, even if he doesn't say anything, George will still deal with the Liang family and the Yi family until his uncle falls. My second uncle has collapsed now. I wonder how long my eldest uncle can hold on. Last time Jingjing killed someone with her car, Mom asked me to take the blame for the Liang family. Now for the sake of the family, it's time for Mom to take the blame. Besides, everything is my mother's fault. Yuki's eyes turned cold, and she seemed to have made up her mind. However, when she thought of Maria's gray hair and the torture she suffered every day, she couldn't bear to do it. She is old, her husband divorced her, her daughters hate her, and her son is dealing with her. Actually, she's pretty miserable. Yuki's eyes were a little wet, but she finally held it back. Chapter 376. Mom, telling the truth. I left the room and came to the living room, only to see Maria drinking again. She had been using alcohol to numb herself recently. Mom, don't drink too much, it's bad for your health. Yuki walked over and snatched the glass. Yuki, let me drink. I feel uncomfortable. Maria pushed Yuki away and said painfully, I just had a nap and I dreamed about your grandparents and your uncle again. Moreover, I also dreamed about George. I have never told you that I always have a dream. When George was 3 years old, I left him at the train station. He cried very hard and was very scared, but when I looked at him, I felt so happy and excited. I just like to see him cry. I just like to bully him and beat him. Every time I see him cry, my blood starts to flow faster. Because he is the bastard born of David and that vixen. That vixen is David's favorite woman and his first love. They hooked up behind my back and betrayed me. David is really not a good guy. First, there was his favorite woman, Xiao Yuer, and then there was Lin Hua Shen. the woman who loved him the most. George, you bastard. How can he live a good life? Yuki felt a chill in his heart. She really wanted to say, even if it was Dad's fault, the child was innocent, so why should George bear all of this? So, when I see George, I get mad. Very mad. I remember when I brought him home from the orphanage, I beat him up that night. He thought he had made a mistake and kept trying to coax me and please me. In fact, he didn't know that he was not wrong and was a very good person. But I just wanted to beat him up. Later, I stopped feeding him and allowed you to bully him. I remember one time, he stole my underwear and put it in his room to smell. Maria drank a few more sips of wine. Her face became ferocious and she roared wildly. Although, she was indeed afraid of George and wanted to reconcile with him. It was not because she had a change of heart, but because she was afraid of George's revenge. George so much. Come to think of it, George was not her child after all, and she had hated him for most of her life. How could she suddenly fall in love with George? Underwear. Yuki also remembered that George had just returned about a month ago, and everyone found Maria's underwear in his room. At that time, the whole family scolded George harshly, calling him a pervert, a real pervert. David found out later. He beat George severely and asked him why he stole the underwear. At that time, George didn't say a word and was beaten because of his stubborn temper. Maria continued. After that incident, you all hated George even more, right? Especially Ella and you. In fact, you don't know that the reason he stole my underwear was not because he was a pervert, but because he wanted to smell my mother's scent and hypnotize himself that my mother was by his side when he wanted to sleep. Ha! How ironic. I'm not her mother at all. Ha ha. Maria was laughing as she spoke. She looked very happy. Yuki had suppressed in her heart for many years was solved, and her eyes became a little wet. There was a time when George repeatedly dealt with them, and she hated him very much, but now she thinks it is normal for George to do so. Mom, George never had a good life since he was a child. He ate the worst, lived in the worst, and wore the worst clothes. But in the end, he is the most successful among us. After he became successful, we used the excuse of family affection to hope that he would hand over everything. However, he didn't try to please us this time and didn't fall for it. He will deal with us even more harshly, bankrupting the Yi family and destroying the Leong family. We deserve everything we have now. Yuki looked at Maria and said, Mom, he has been looking for an answer and he won't stop until he gets it. He won't stop. My uncle, Xiaoxiu, you and I will all get our retribution. Now the Leong family is arguing about splitting up the family. My eldest sister said that George secretly condoned my cousin and the others to do this. You see, George wants to kill us all. Maria's ferocious and complacent expression just now was like being poured with cold water, and her smile froze. Mom, tell him the truth. Yuki continued to persuade. Only this way can all the disturbances be stopped. Maria seemed to be hesitating, and finally made a decision. Yes. He will not let Xiaoxiu go. For Xiaoxiu, he should know the truth, and all the revenge should be directed at me. Xiao Yuer's revenge. Yi Xindong's revenge. Yuki, go tell him the truth. Mom is waiting for you at home. Bring him to see me. I want to know how he will deal with me in the end. Go ahead. Maria pushed Yuki very hard, as if she had made up her mind. Yuki stood there in a daze after hearing Maria's words and suddenly felt sad. She finally knew Maria's final thought. It turned out that she told the truth, not for everyone, but for Lucas. All of them are expendable, except Lucas. Mom, George is not your child, then what about us? Yuki was leaving. He suddenly turned around and asked, You all? Maria frowned at Yuki. Yuki stopped talking and left biting her lip. She really wanted to tell George the truth and let George blame all the grudges on Maria. I also hope that from now on, George can let go of everything and start accepting them. After leaving the Yi family, Yuki drove and called Angela, telling her about George's origins. Because Angela had a quarrel with Maria that night and later left the Leong family, she didn't know what happened next. As expected, Angela was very surprised and cursed. Maria, you have done me a great harm. Yuki also told her that except George, the rest of them were Maria's children and were related by blood, so Angela should not think too much. But Angela was still angry and cursed because she knew she was Maria's child, but her father was not David. Of course, Angela still supports Yuki's showdown with George. Since it was Maria's fault, she should bear the consequences. Yuki hung up the phone. She also wanted to call Ella, but after thinking about it, she gave up. considering the feud between Ella and George. Even if she knew the truth, she still wouldn't let George go, so there's no need to say it. Afterwards, Yuki called George and asked him to come to Yuhai City for a meeting. At this time, Yuki did not notice that there were several cars following her from behind and trying to guess her destination. At the same time, Lucas also received a text message and learned from a maid at home about the conversation between Yuki and Maria. I can't hold it back anymore. Let's do it. Lucas' eyes were full of madness. No matter what, he would never let Maria and George reconcile. Not even a superficial reconciliation. Only in this way can he be safer. Chapter 377. Luoyang Road, Mengqi is missing. On the other side, George was coming out of Xia's house. Since getting engaged to Olivia, he often went to Xia's house for dinner and occasionally stayed for a day or two. Moreover, the people of the Xia family were also very kind to him. It treated him as a family member, especially Xia Lingyun and old Xia. He was the first one they thought of when there was something good. So in the Xia family, George also felt the family love that he had never experienced before. Olivia next to him received a phone call, and after she finished the call, she looked at George in surprise. Brother Chun, Yuki called me. She wants to meet you to talk about Xiaoyue. Olivia also knew about Xiaoyue, so she was still very surprised. George's face darkened. If it was something else, he would have no time to care about it. But Xiaoyue's matter was different. It seems that Yuki also knows a lot of things. Otherwise, she would not know Xiaoyue at all. As for Xiaoyue, George had actually guessed something, but he just lacked some evidence. In Fujin Villa, Olivia said again. Let's go. George asked Chidan to drive there, and after the car got on the highway, he felt a little nervous. Brother Chun, Yuki said that she was also influenced by Maria. I guess Maria finally couldn't stand it anymore and planned to tell everything. She wants to reconcile with you. Olivia held George's hand and could sense the tension in George's heart. As far as I know, the Liang family has split up, with my third cousin, Liang Jijun, leading the fight for the remaining assets of the Liang family. They are not even afraid of Liang Yong now. And there are rumors that you are indulging the remaining people of the Liang family. For this reason, Liang Yong and Maria dared not speak, nor did they try to stop them. Olivia added, I guess this Liang Jijun is using your name to fight for the remaining assets of the Liang family. She knew George didn't do these things and didn't bother to do them. An hour later, the convoy got off the highway, and then a phone call came in. Brother Chun, it's bad. Mengqi is missing. It's Johnson's call. What's going on? George's face changed slightly. In the afternoon, Yi Yaoxiang and Yi Lizhu came to the company to play. Mengqi happened to be there too, so they took Mengqi to a nearby park. On the way, Mengqi went to the bathroom. Yi Lizhu and the others were waiting outside the bathroom, but Mengqi just disappeared in the bathroom. Johnson's voice was filled with anxiety. What should I do? Mengqi is only 10 years old. Have you called the police? What's going on with Uncle Chun? Didn't they protect the children? What about Wang Wei? Did he check the surveillance cameras in the park? George was also worried about Mengqi. The police have been called, and they're investigating. The bodyguards sent by Uncle Chun were all watching near the park and didn't find anything wrong. Wang Wei is still checking the surveillance cameras in the park. Johnson was speaking. A voice suddenly came. It was Wang Wei. Johnson immediately turned on the speakerphone. Mr. Lee, we checked the surveillance cameras near the park and didn't see Mengqi. There weren't many passers-by with children either. But from the surveillance cameras outside the restroom in the park, we saw a woman leaving with a suitcase. At first, we didn't think anything of it, but now thinking back, it's strange. Who would bring a suitcase to the bathroom? We initially suspected that this woman knocked Mengqi unconscious while she was using the restroom, then put her into a suitcase and took her away. She walked right in front of Yi Lizhu and the others, and they didn't even react. I just checked. This is also the latest scam of human traffickers. At present, we have found the identity of the woman and are doing our best to find out her whereabouts. After hearing this, Johnson was extremely nervous. George also frowned. At first he thought that Yi Yaoxiang and Yi Lizhu were behind this, but later he felt that it was unlikely. After all, Yi Yaoxiang and the others didn't dare to offend him, and there was no need for that. After thinking for a long time, I realized it was a child trafficking case. At this time, Wang Wei's voice came again. Found it. The woman disguised herself, got on a ride, went to Luoyang Road in Yuhai City, and disappeared in a bankrupt factory. She has not been seen leaving that area yet. However, since the evening, the water and electricity in the Luoyang Road area have been cut off, all networks have been interrupted, and the monitoring system has failed. The municipal government is currently investigating the cause. George ordered Chi Dan to go to Luoyang Road immediately and send more people to conduct a carpet search. They also had to act in secret to avoid being discovered by the human traffickers and causing harm to Shimengqi. Soon, a large number of cars drove towards Luoyang Road. Because this area was a bankrupt factory, most people had already moved to resettlement housing, so there was not a single ghost to be seen here. In addition, there was no water or electricity in this area, and there were no street lights, so it was very quiet. Not long after, Johnson, Shi Xiaoqi, Wang Wei, and others also came with the bodyguard team. George waved his hand and asked the bodyguard team to set off to search the dilapidated factory area. Shi Xiaoqi was crying and very worried, and Johnson held her shoulders and comforted her. Moreover, Yi Yaoxiang and Yi Lizhu also came. They felt very guilty. They didn't expect this to happen. It was all their fault. When they saw George, they didn't know what to say, especially since George didn't blame them, but just looked into the distance. This made them even more nervous, fearing that they had offended this important relative. Found it. At this time, a voice came from Chidan's intercom. Walk. George immediately led everyone forward. When they arrived at a dilapidated courtyard, they saw bodyguards standing outside, controlling the courtyard. When they went in, they saw a couple pinned to the ground, with Shimengqi sleeping next to them, and a doctor examining Shimengqi. The child took some sleeping pills. Nothing serious happened. The doctor said to George, "Send him to the hospital." George nodded and said to Johnson and Shi Xiaoqi, "Take good care of Shimengqi. Leave the things here to me." After Johnson and others left, George looked at the couple coldly. "What are you looking at? There's no law. What on earth do you want to do?" The woman was probably in her 30s, with triangular eyes and high cheekbones. It was obvious at first glance that she was not someone to be dealt with easily. The man was tall and thin, like a taciturn person who didn't say a word. His narrow eyes were cold, and he was a ruthless guy. "Tell me, why you kidnap children?" George asked coldly. "What child trafficking? We saw a little girl lost, so we brought her back to take care of her. We were ready to call the police." "Who are you? You can't do whatever you want." The woman was more reasonable than George and shouted arrogantly. George ignored them and said to Chi Dan, "Find a way to get the truth out of them." After saying that, he left the courtyard. There were bursts of dull noises coming from inside, and it was obvious that the couple had been severely punished. George stood outside, waiting for an hour. He originally thought that this incident was a setup by someone to target him secretly, but now it seems like it was just an ordinary kidnapping case. Of course, they even dared to abduct and sell Shimengqi. This couple is simply asking for their own death. George will definitely not let them go. Not long after, Chi Dan came out. He had questioned the couple and found out that it was indeed an ordinary case of human trafficking. It can only be said that they were very unlucky. Why did they choose Shimengqi instead of anyone else? Send him to the police station and inform the people inside to take good care of them. George left. He gave Chi Dan some instructions. The couple thought they would be safe after going to the police station, but they didn't know that the nightmare would begin after they entered. Chapter 378. George is indeed the most suspicious. Afterwards, George and Olivia came to Fujin Villa to wait for Yuki. They thought they were late, but when they arrived at the villa, they found that Yuki had not come yet. After waiting for another 2 hours, George finally felt something was wrong. At this time, a phone call came in. It was from Yi Lizhu. The Leong family had just called her and said that Yuki had been in a car accident, and it was a very serious accident. He has been sent to the provincial capital for emergency treatment. What's going on? George frowned. We don't know the situation yet. The driver ran away, and the accident happened in the Luoyang Road area. The surveillance in this area is out of service, so we don't have any clues at all. There are many mountain roads on the Luoyang Road we left, and they are interconnected. Many places will not be monitored until hundreds of kilometers away, so the investigation is very difficult. Yuki is currently in the First People's Hospital. Do you want to come and see? After listening to Yi Lizhu's words, George thought about it and finally nodded. Yuki got into a car accident? What a coincidence. Olivia felt very strange. Besides, when we rescued Shimengqi, we were on Luoyang Road. How come we didn't find it? George shook his head and said meaningfully, "Xia xia. I feel like someone is plotting something." Lay out. Olivia was shocked. George said calmly, "I can't guess anything at the moment. It's just my intuition. Over the years, we seem to be doing great, but there have been many times when we have to walk on tightrope. If we take a wrong step, we will be doomed. Every time I get to this point, I always have this intuition. After a pause, he continued, let's go to the hospital first to see what's going on. 2 hours later, the car arrived at the First People's Hospital, and George took Olivia to the corridor outside the operating room. Maria, Angela, Lucas, and Ella were all there, as well as Yi Yaoxiang and Yi Lizhu. Ironically, no one from the Liang family came. In the past, the Liang family was known as the largest and most united family. However, after Su Mingxia and her husband left, no one gave face to the Yi family anymore. Maria and the others saw George. They didn't say anything and still looked worried. Maria and Ella kept crying. Angela also said, Yuki just finished talking to me on the phone. How could this happen? How could it happen? When will our Yi family's bad luck end? As she spoke, she looked at George even more. Because of George, the Yi family had been unlucky for a very long time. Several people were waiting in the corridor. No one spoke. They were all depressed, haggard, and tired. When Yi Yaoxiang and Yi Lizhu saw George coming, they also found an excuse to leave. The bodyguard brought chairs to George and Olivia. George originally wanted Olivia to go back first, but Olivia disagreed and insisted on waiting with George. Actually, George didn't want to wait, but he thought that Yuki wanted to tell him about Xiao Yuer. But suddenly, she had a car accident. Out of curiosity, he stayed and waited. While waiting, he also thought about many things in the past. Of course, nothing about Yuki was good. He thought about it carefully and didn't realize that Yuki had never been nice to him since he was a child. So he just felt that Yuki's fate was quite miserable. She was originally a teacher with a family background and job that all girls envied. However, she resigned because of the Yi family and embarked on the road of business. She was also ruined because she took the blame for Liang Jingjing. After serving 2 years in prison, he got into a car accident before his good days were long over. Of course, there must be something hateful about pitiful people. She is such a saintly woman. Lily, after being released from prison, then nothing would happen. Unfortunately, she couldn't let go of the Yi family, Maria, and the others. At this time, the doctor came out of the operating room. Maria and the others immediately gathered around, very nervous. The patient's condition is very urgent. He has 80% burns on his body, multiple fractures, and internal bleeding. Whether he can survive tonight is the key. Maria heard this. She fainted on the spot. Ella and Angela cried even harder. Fortunately, there was a nurse nearby who gave Maria first aid. George also frowned slightly, and ripples appeared in his heart. In fact, he hated Lucas and Maria, and had no revenge or hatred towards Yuki and the others. Even though Yuki and the others had bullied him since he was a child, George just wanted to stay away from them after leaving the Yi family. All the things that happened later were due to them helping Maria deal with him. My poor daughter. At this time, Maria woke up after being rescued, and then couldn't help crying again. In just a short period of time, she seemed to have aged 10 years, with gray hair and wrinkles all over her face. She no longer had the glory of a wealthy lady she once was. You have to know that in recent times, she watched her younger brother die, her parents pass away, her second brother and other siblings go to jail, and now her daughter is in trouble too. The layers of bad news almost overwhelmed her. Mom, Yuki will definitely be able to hold on, for sure. Ella keeps comforting Maria. At this time, several policemen came over, looked at the scene, and walked towards George. Hello, Mr. George. Someone reported that you appeared on Luoyang Road today, so we suspect that Yuki's car accident has something to do with you. Please come back with us to assist in the investigation. One of the policemen spoke politely to George. George frowned after hearing this, feeling something was wrong. Maria, Ella, and others heard this. They all looked over with their eyes wide open. Angela's face changed drastically, and she exclaimed, George, is it you? You killed Yuki. It must be you. Considering George's grudge against the Yi family, George is indeed the biggest suspect. Not to mention, George appeared on Luoyang Road today, so it must be George. George, you devil, you actually killed your sister. I will fight you. Maria roared like crazy, pounced on him with fangs and claws bared, her face full of murderous intent. Mom, it's definitely not my brother, definitely not. He's just a suspect, not the murderer. Lucas quickly stopped Maria. It's him, this devil. I must kill him. Lucas' explanation is far-fetched. Maria definitely won't believe it. Even Ella and Angela don't believe it. Especially Ella. She knew that George had killed Fong Yiming, so there was nothing she couldn't do. Maria, who had just rushed over, was immediately stopped by Chi Don and the others. George ignored them, looked at the police calmly, nodded, and followed them away. It's definitely not Brother Chun. I was with Brother Chun tonight, and many people can testify to it. Olivia was also taken away, and when she left, she spoke seriously to Maria and the others. Of course, Maria and the others didn't believe Olivia and thought they were together. George, I will kill you. When George walked into the elevator, he saw Maria shouting as if she was swearing a blood oath, and Angela, Ella, and the others were looking at him with hatred. In response, George just sneered and didn't care too much. Chapter 379. Public opinion arises again and troubles continue. Not long after, in the police station, several policemen recorded George's statement, and Olivia, Chidon, and others were also recorded separately. This is what happened. If you don't believe me, you can call the Yuhai City branch. They have already arrested 2 human traffickers. George told what he knew. You went to Yuhai City just to find human traffickers. One of them asked. George said directly, no, Yuki asked me to meet her at Fujin Villa, and I went to see her. On the way, I learned that Shi Mengqi was captured by human traffickers, so I went to look for her. Later, I went to Fujin Villa to wait for Yuki. Finally, I learned that Yuki had a car accident, so I returned to the provincial capital. Several policemen looked at each other, and one of the older ones smiled and said, Mr. George, thank you for your cooperation. At present, you are the most suspicious, so there's nothing we can do. I hope you can understand. They all knew George's identity, so they all respected George. Next, you wait here for a moment. We will have a reply soon. Several policemen left and went to the office to discuss. The other people's confessions are the same as George's. There are no loopholes. It doesn't seem like they were planned in advance. However, when George met Yuki, Yuki had a car accident and the murderer is missing. George is still a strong suspect. Besides, George and Yuki have a history of grievances, which is something many people know. At this time, Huang Zhongwan came in and knocked on the table. If there is direct evidence, then arrest him. If not, it's just speculation, then let him go. Mr. George is a public figure, and it's troublesome to detain him here. Yes, everyone understood and released him immediately. Not long after, George and others came out of the police station. Although they were acquitted, George knew that he was still the biggest suspect. Afterwards, George called Wang Wei and asked him to check the surveillance footage in the Luoyang Road area for a thorough investigation. Brother Chun, you are right. Someone is plotting to frame us. Olivia also noticed something. George nodded. Yes, it's all too coincidental. Shi Mengqi just happened to be missing and happened to be in the Luoyang Road area. Yuki also asked me to meet there. In addition, I have a grudge with Yuki. Someone wants to use Yuki's death to cause trouble for me. If there's no clue on the surveillance side, I could be 100% sure that someone is targeting me. Olivia gasped. Who is so cruel that he would kill Yuki just to deal with you? George shook his head and remained silent. At this time, he didn't think about who the murderer was, but instead thought of Yuki. In fact, Yuki was quite innocent and even more pitiful. For the Yi family and her mother, she sacrificed everything, and finally even her life. Investigate, make sure to find out who it is. Start with the couple who trafficked Shi Mengqi. I guess they must know something. George said again with a cold face. It was not until the early morning that George returned home, but he was no longer sleepy and was waiting for the results. Soon, news came from Chi Don and the others that Yuki's condition had stabilized, but his life was still in danger. The final result would only be known in 3 days. George sighed after hearing this. Putting aside the past holidays and so on, he now hoped that Yuki could hold on for 3 days. He and Yuki were just having an emotional dispute. He didn't want Yuki to die. Xia, please help me get the best doctors from home and abroad. George also said to Olivia. The next day, sensational news spread on social media. The richest man in the South murders his own sister. He is so crazy that he held a grudge against his sister because he was abused when he was a child. He killed his sister after he became successful. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. You used to look down on me, but in the future, I will want you dead. All the news was about the feud between George and the Yi family, and then about Yuki's car accident and George's appearance at the crime scene. It is true that the Yi family did go too far, causing many people to gnash their teeth at them, But once the incident of killing the sister came to light, people began to sympathize with everyone in the Yi family. In particular, the public opinion was very convincing, which aroused people's sympathy, and many people initiated a coordinated effort to provide Yuki with treatment. That's too cruel. Even though I treated him badly when he was a child, he is now the richest man. He should be more open-minded instead of being so petty. It's normal to be petty, but you can't go so far as to kill someone. That's abnormal. These are all rumors. The official news has not been announced yet. Haha, with the status of the richest man, do you think the official will announce it? Do you have any misunderstanding about the word richest man? That's right. For several days, due to the collapse of George's personality, Tianxin Group was also greatly affected, and the business of various projects fluctuated greatly. George also knew about this public opinion, but he reacted calmly because he knew that this public opinion came from Teng's side, which is a social media controlled by Liang Yong. In addition, Tianxin Group has experienced several public opinion storms, so George did not mobilize public opinion to clear himself. The innocent will be cleared. What's more, he cares about Yuki's life and death and the mastermind behind the incident. Is it Liang Yong? If so, then Liang Yong is too cruel. He is willing to sacrifice Yuki's life and bring trouble to himself. But you have to know that this matter can only bring trouble to George and cannot affect the Foundation at all. As for the human traffickers, George also asked Shi Xiaoqi to cancel the case and release the human trafficker couple. They were controlled not long after they came out and handed over to Qi Dan to deal with. Under Qi Dan's gentle tactics, the couple finally confessed, saying that someone had given them a sum of money and asked them to find a way to kidnap Shi Mingqi. But they didn't know who the other party was, and the money was remitted from abroad. The clues on this couple's side were obviously cut off. In the end, the couple was sent abroad by Qi Dan. As for what happened to them, George didn't know and didn't have time to care. He just guessed that it must have been miserable. As for monitoring, the entire technical department is investigating and the workload is very heavy. George knew that the other party came with a premeditated plan and must have made sufficient preparations. This matter would probably not yield any results in the short term. Before I knew it, 3 days had passed. George received the news that Yuki had made it through. But although she did not die, she became a vegetable and it was unlikely that she would wake up again in this lifetime. This also made George sigh secretly. In the previous life, Yuki also suffered retribution, and the result was similar to the current one. In this life, Yuki encountered retribution early. If we follow the trajectory of the previous life, the person who killed Yuki is actually Lucas. So George was still very shocked as to whether Lucas was the murderer, because he did not expect Lucas to have changed so much, from a coward who hid behind others and only stirred up discord to a man who dared to take the initiative and was ambitious. However, George is still curious about Lucas's purpose, why he wants to kill Yuki, and why he wants to put the blame on himself. Doesn't Lucas know that this will only have a minor impact on George and won't have any significant impact at all? Chapter 380 Yuer. He is Yuner's son. It wasn't until the 7th day that Maria and Angela came to the door and broke in directly. George didn't let the bodyguard stop them, but he had some idea of the murderer's real purpose. In the office, Maria was seen making a lot of noise and threatening gestures, with a look in her eyes that looked like she wanted to kill George. Angela, Ella, and the others are the same. They even had a video call with David so that he could see his crazy son. George, you killed my uncle, killed my grandparents, framed my second uncle and his family, and now you dare to kill my sister. Now that you have money, you want to kill everyone. Ella was quite excited, and she was already speaking before Maria started swearing. George, I talked to you a while ago. I thought the feud between us had cooled down. Who knew you were planning something worse? It was you who condoned the division of the family property of my grandmother, and it was you who hit and killed Yuki with your car. Yuki is your sister after all. She bullied you before, but you also hurt her badly, so we are even now. You even killed her. Don't think you can get away with it just because you are acquitted. Your evil deeds will be exposed sooner or later. Angela is also very excited. Why are you trying to reason with him? He is not a human being. He only wants to kill people. We are here to tell him that we will avenge Yuki at all costs. George, if you have the guts, kill us all right now, come on. Otherwise, we will definitely kill you. Maria kept cursing and grabbed the teacup on the table and threw it at George. She no longer had any hope in George and no longer expected the two sides to reconcile. It was simply impossible. Chi Dan immediately stopped the teacup that was thrown at him and rushed over with several bodyguards, subdued Maria and the others, and pinned them to the ground. Kill me, kill me. Maria was pinned to the ground without any fear. I admit that I was afraid of you some time ago, but now I am not afraid anymore. I am not even afraid of death, but I am afraid of you. Come on. George sat on the big chair, watching them go crazy with a mocking look on his face, but he was not affected at all. As for condoning the Leong family split and Yuki's accident, he did not explain. There is absolutely no need. Yeah, unfortunately, she was lucky and just became a vegetable. George picked up the teacup and took a sip nonchalantly. Brute. Maria struggled to stand up. Ella, Angela, and the others also had tears in their eyes. They didn't expect that George would dare to admit it, and admit it so unscrupulously. And he was even more proud in front of them. Lucas, why don't you say anything? Are you nervous? At this time, George looked at Lucas. Brother, you are so cruel. Lucas reacted and cursed as well. Really? I think you're more ruthless than me. George said with a half smile, but don't worry, I'll play with you slowly. Well, today's scene must have been planned by you for a long time. Look, Maria quarreled with me again, and she is not afraid of death. She originally wanted to reconcile with me, but now we have become enemies again. You really want to see this scene, right? Lucas' heart was pounding, and he suddenly felt that George was very scary, as if he knew something, because aren't these words hinting at him? Your tricks are useless to me. Enemies are enemies. What's the big deal? Haha, I'm very interested in playing this game to see who dies first, George said as he walked in front of Lucas, looking down at Lucas, who was pinned to the ground by the bodyguard. Lucas didn't dare to speak at this time. He was extremely nervous, and his palms were full of sweat. In fact, when he learned that Yuki was not dead, he was also scared. He was afraid that Yuki would know that it was him who did it and then come after him. He even planned to go all the way and kill Yuki again. Killing her to silence her would be the best way. Fortunately, Yuki has become a vegetable. The doctor also said that there's a large blood clot in her brain. The risk of surgery is very high, so we can only maintain the current situation. Lucas felt completely relieved. And now, George seemed to see through him, making him nervous and afraid again. George, I know you still want to kill Lucas. Haha, you are dreaming. We didn't lose. Just wait. Maria then shouted again, as if trying to protect Lucas. Let me tell you something. Do you know why Yuki came to you? When you know the truth, you will be scared to death and angry to death. Ha ha ha. You are not my son. Your mother is Xiao Yuer. You are a bastard. Ha ha ha. Are you angry? The mother you tried so hard to please when you were a child was actually just your adoptive mother. Ha ha ha. Do you know why I hate you? Because your face, your figure, your temperament, everything about you is like that bitch Xiao Yuer. She cursed and laughed like crazy, then looked at George expectantly, hoping to see George's shock, fear, or even loss of control. On the ground, Angela's phone was still streaming video, and David heard it all with his own ears, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. He never thought that George was not Maria's son. No wonder Maria no longer approves of George, no matter what he does. So this is the reason. He is Yuer's son. David's eyes instantly became moist in the cell, and when he thought of George, his mood became extremely complicated. The son he disliked the most was actually born to the woman he loved the most. The most ironic thing is that he has never treated his son fairly. Food, drinks, clothes, everything good was left to his other children, which made him feel very guilty towards Xiao Yuer. Maria, you bitch, you have lied to me for decades. You are torturing us. David roared loudly in the cell and was so excited that he wanted to tear his phone into pieces. The emotional disputes of their previous generation have affected the next generation. It's all their fault. Maria did not hear the sound of the phone. She was still looking at George madly, still wanted to see George in despair and in great pain. However, George's performance was very indifferent. His eyes and expression were very calm. However, the temperature in the entire office seemed to have dropped a lot. The chill made Lucas tremble, fearing that George would do whatever it took to kill them all here. George was seen pacing slowly in the office and speaking slowly. Maria, Grandpa, and you reach an agreement that year. As long as you give birth to a boy for the Yi family, Grandpa will help the Leong family out of the predicament. You agreed, and you got pregnant. You went to Cho country to take care of the baby, but you had a miscarriage. Later, you met Xiao Yuer, and you shamelessly threatened her in the name of David, asking her to hand over her newborn baby and take it back to the Yi family. Chapter 381. George, I will fight you to the death. Grandpa is very happy to hand over the kingdom he has built over the years to you to help the Leong family overcome difficulties. And the child you traded for was also ruthlessly thrown away by you. Fortunately, he was not taken away by the traffickers, nor did he die on the roadside. Instead, he was sent to an orphanage by a kind-hearted person. Afterwards, Xiao Yuer contacted you and wanted to ask about the child. You threatened Xiao Yuer with the child. If Xiao Yuer dared to tell you everything, you would kill the child. Since then, Xiao Yuer has disappeared in order to protect the child. At that time, you also found the child in the orphanage, but you were so cruel that you didn't bring him back, hoping that the child would die in the orphanage. Until the child was 14 years old, you finally brought the child back for Yi Zhendong's inheritance, but you still tried to kill the child. Maria, what you said is to make me angry and miserable. What a pity. I already knew it. George's voice floated out softly, as if he was planning a strategy, and the excited Maria and others were all like being poured with a bucket of cold water. Maria, Angela, Ella, they all looked at George crazily. They didn't expect that George already knew about it. The man standing in front of them was 1,000 times more terrifying than they had imagined. He was like a huge dark cloud under the sky, looming over everyone. David on the phone also heard these words, and he was breathing heavily with excitement. He also didn't expect that his son knew more than him. No wonder this son was so ruthless towards the Yi family and destroyed everything with cruelty. With sinful debt, he wanted to blame his son, but he could no longer muster the heart to blame him. All he had to blame was their previous generation. Perhaps the emotional entanglements of their previous generation were too complicated and too entangled. So this son was born and chose to ruthlessly cut it all off. Maria, do you want to say that Xiao Yuer is dead? George took a cup of tea from the table, came to Maria, and stepped on Maria's head with his foot. I'm sorry to tell you that she is not dead. Although her health is not good, she is still strong and alive. Her traces can be found all over the world. She's traveling around the world, and she's also watching me from the top of the world. I believe I will find her. She is my real mother. George took a sip of tea and used a little force on his feet to rub and knead Maria's head. Maria was making a scene like a crazy woman, with messy hair and looking extremely miserable. You will not die until she comes back, and I will not stop torturing you until she comes back. So, you have to be strong and don't collapse. It's best to pray that she comes back soon so that you can suffer less. Someone, throw them out of Tianjin group. After George finished speaking, he left. A group of bodyguards grabbed Maria and several others and threw them out onto the street. George, I will never stop fighting you. Maria sat on the road outside Tianjin group, roaring with red eyes. Angela and Ella helped her sit up, and then she looked up at the magnificent Tianjin group. They knew that from that moment on, they and George were no longer brother and sister. The relationship was truly severed. They were more like mortal enemies, a situation where it was either you live or die. Especially Angela. She never thought that the relationship would develop into such a relationship, but she had no choice. She felt like she was being tied to a pirate ship, and what George just said to Lucas made her feel very wrong. She also began to doubt who was harming Yuki. Looking at Ella and Lucas, they already hated George to the core, so they didn't react much, but were instead racking their brains over how to kill George. This is so difficult. Lucas was also reminded by Lu Jiyun that he knew George had reached a certain level, and he could not deal with him with his energy. The most terrifying thing is that if George wanted to kill them quickly, George had the power to do so. But George just wanted them to fall into hell, so he killed them little by little. Anyway, my goal has been achieved. Lucas could only comfort himself in his heart that his goal was to get the Yi family and Maria to stand on his side and fight George to the death. After returning to the Yi family, Maria's mental state was much better than before. After old stories were dug up, she already knew that George was the killer arranged by Xiao Yuer. This makes her, who is strong-willed and stubborn, never fall down, let alone lose. She wants to protect this family and fight to the death with that vixen. Angela and Ella felt relieved to see Maria had changed her depressed behavior. At least, Maria stopped wasting her energy and stood up strong. Lucas was also very happy to see Maria, and secretly called Lu Ruyan to tell her what happened in the Yi family. George actually knew everything. He's so scary. What's more terrifying is that he seems to have guessed your purpose and he doesn't care. He never planned to reconcile with Maria from the beginning. Lucas, you will be in danger in the south. You must think of a way out. How is the situation with your uncle? Lu Ruyan said worriedly. In fact, she was in a very complicated mood and regretted not choosing George at the beginning, which resulted in her having no way out now. Now she can only pray that Lucas can make a comeback. Otherwise, her dream of becoming a rich wife will be shattered like a bubble. We can't stay at the Leong family anymore. In a few days, our family will go to Yinjing to hide from the limelight. Lucas thought about it and said, the end of the year is approaching. George is still fermenting on the internet, but the storm is much smaller than before, especially since Tianjin Group did not come out to explain or clarify, which gives people a feeling that the innocent are innocent. George also started to get busy. He was compiling the group's data, taking stock of this year's profits, investment projects, competition among various businesses, future development paths, etc. While George is busy, he is also keeping an eye on Maria's family. Uncle Chun said that since the last declaration of war to the death, Maria and the others secretly left the south, leaving only Ella and the Jiang family. Maria and the others were forced to leave because the Liang family was also trying to kill them. The former brilliant group was renamed Feiyu Group by their cousin Liang Jijun, and it was announced to the public that they had severed ties with the Yi family. Of course, they did this to please George. Although Maria and the others have left, Jiang Tianen is still causing trouble for Tianwei Technology. Their new mobile phone is about to be released, and they are preparing to impact the domestic mobile phone market. George doesn't care about this at all, because time will tell what the future mobile phones will be based on. When he had time, George also went to the First People's Hospital and gave the hospital some money so that they could take good care of Yuki. In the ward, George looked at the thin Yuki lying on the bed and sat down beside the bed. Chapter 382, Tianjin Group, Annual Summary Report. Yuki, I know I want to kill you. It's ironic. You gave everything for that family, and yet they sacrificed you once again and tied Maria and the others on board. This is the little brother you have doted on since childhood. Haha, should I say it or not? You really deserve it. George smiled at Yuki lying on the bed and said, if you can wake up, I don't know if you will regret it. Of course, lying here as a vegetable is also good. At least you won't be sacrificed again. Sleep well. He covered Yuki with a blanket and was about to leave when he suddenly saw many things on the table, including Yuki's favorite record, books that he had used as a teacher, and some graduation certificates. There is even a lipstick. George recognized this lipstick at the first sight. It was the one he gave to Yuki as a birthday present when they were children, and it was broken by Yuki when she stepped on it. I didn't expect Yuki to stay until now. Nurse. George called the nurse to ask the reason, and then learned that the hospital tried to wake Yuki up by using something Yuki used, so this lipstick was also brought over. It seems that he is very important to Yuki, so he stayed. In the largest conference room of Tianjin Group, the senior executives of the entire group are gathered here. There are a lot of people. There are real estate projects, including Duo, Tianjin Entertainment, Tianwei Technology, Tianyin Short Video, Tianhai Catering, Dichin Clothing, Yiji Seasoning Factory, and so on. Olivia is wearing a purple office suit, which makes her look capable and beautiful. She has less girlishness and more of a queenly flavor. She held a tablet and said into the microphone, this year, our Tianjin Group completed 62 projects, with profits exceeding 203% and an annual profit rate of 21.254%. Our overseas stocks of Duo increased by 15 percentage points, and the real estate profit was 50%. There are also Tianjin Entertainment and Tianwei Technology. Olivia was talking about the annual summary report. The senior executives present were very excited. Putting aside the investment projects, all of their main businesses are profitable, and hugely so. Among them, Duo, Tianchi Real Estate Group, Tianjin Entertainment, etc. are the main businesses. Of course, other projects like Tianhai Catering, Dichin Clothing, etc. also have good benefits, but compared with other large projects, their profits are less due to their size. It's awesome. Our financial statements look great. If we go public, the share price will definitely reach over 1 trillion. It will be a sensation across the country. Yes, the value of us veterans will also increase dramatically, but we will not go public. It's just that our group is getting bigger and bigger. If we don't go public, many people will be jealous. The capital will try every means to force us to go public. What are you afraid of? We are not an ordinary group. The senior executives were talking excitedly. They were optimistic about Tianxin Group from the beginning. The future was limitless. Tianxin Group is what it is today thanks to everyone's efforts, so this glory and brilliance belongs to everyone. The chairman plans to take out 10% of the group's profits and distribute it to every employee of the group. Olivia continued, "What the hell?" The senior executives were so shocked that they swore. Even though they were highly educated and cultured people, they couldn't help themselves at this moment. Even though it's only 10%, you have to know how exaggerated the annual profit of Tianxin Group is. It's equivalent to dividing nearly 10 billion yuan. Even the cleaning lady in the group can get a year-end bonus of 300,000 yuan, so she can have a great new year. As usual, 18% will be invested in research, and the rest will be used to maintain the group's operations, investments, expenses, etc. Olivia continued, then looked at George. George also stood up slowly and smiled at everyone. Just now, someone talked about going public. Yes, after going public, we can get more, but this also violates the original intention of our entrepreneurship. I said last time that I hope to develop in Yanjing and invest in various fields, such as biotechnology, medicine, metal, textile, and other industries. After making profits, I will invest in scientific research and make money from scientific research. In this way, it will be a perfect closed loop. Therefore, our group cannot go public, especially our Tianwei technology, which has many technical patents. Once it goes public, the information disclosure requirements are very high, which is not conducive to the group's technical confidentiality. Therefore, even if it is listed, it will mainly be a subsidiary of a single project like Duo. Okay, that's enough about the listing. Now let's talk about the future development plan of the group. In addition to the matter of entering Yanjing that we talked about last time, we also need to divide out the main business segments. The current main businesses are Duo, real estate, and Tianjin Entertainment. But starting next year, our Tianjin short video will become one of the main business segments. George finished speaking. A group executive was curious. Mr. George, although our short videos are good, the profit margin is not high, and it is not as good as food, clothing, and seasonings. George nodded after listening. Because it is the beginning stage, this area will create huge wealth in the future. Let me talk about the current situation first. The current domestic traffic market is nothing more than social media, entertainment media, and e-commerce media. We have already occupied half of the e-commerce media, led by Duo, while social media is dominated by the Tongue Group. It is difficult for us to enter the social media field. We can't compare with the industrial chain of the Tongue Group. So I plan to set up an app, starting with entertainment media. Let's call it Today's Headlines, and then follow the route of Duo, regularly distribute rewards, and then coordinate the traffic of Duo and Tianjin short video, support each other, and finally integrate. Finally, we will form an industrial chain for Tianjin Group, focusing on entertainment and e-commerce, and make profits from it. When everyone heard this, it became a little excited. If Tianjin Group's industrial chain is formed, they will play a very important role in the media. Mr. George, how are we going to make money from short videos and Tushio? Someone else asked. Advertise. George smiled and said, don't underestimate advertising. This piece of cake is very big. We need to refine algorithms, user data collection, video content analysis, recommendation algorithms, etc., to keep customers in our app as much as possible. This is the core of Tianjin Group. He remembered that in his previous life, a certain audio group made a lot of money by relying on personalized algorithms. Live streaming, selling goods, etc. are simply very popular. Except for Tianjin Group, Tianwei Technology has not made much profit, but starting tomorrow, it will also become one of the main businesses. In just over a month, our new mobile phone will be released, and other peripheral products are also being developed, including mobile phone data cables, computers, tablets, smart screens, headphones, speakers, whole house intelligence, routers, etc., forming the industrial chain of Tianwei Technology. In addition, Tianwei Technology's other businesses must also keep up, such as 5G communications business, not only for domestic, but also for foreign countries, as well as for corporate business, software and hardware systems, etc. In addition, the system we independently developed is also progressing very well. In the future, we will have our own system. Chapter 383 Zhang Xiaolan, George S. Savior. Bang, bang, bang. The senior executives clapped excitedly after hearing this, because they were each in charge of one business within the group and were not very clear about the other businesses of the group. Now, after hearing what George said, they realized how huge the group's various businesses are. Once the industrial chain of Tianyin Group and Tianwei Technology is formed, the annual profit may exceed that of real estate and become the group's leading business. Of course, these two major businesses are still in development and need to be supported by Tianchi Real Estate and Kinduo Duo. Mr. Yi, what do you think about the release date of our second-generation Tianwei mobile phone? At this time, Yugong stood up and asked. George thought for a moment and said, let's set it for next month. I'll announce the specific date in a few days. Even though it is just a mobile phone, it represents the starting point of Tianwei technology and is very important. Moreover, George knew that Jiang Tianin had been keeping an eye on him. Their new mobile phone was also about to be released. He wanted to know the release date of Tianwei mobile phone in advance and planned to have a fierce competition. Boss Yi, Jinli Mobile is hiring trolls to discredit us. Yao Sihai also said at this time, they say our mobile phones are of poor quality, the cases are all made of plastic, and the appearance design is too ordinary. In addition, the software is not well optimized and the stability is not good. There are also a lot of complaints on the internet now. George smiled after hearing this. Our first generation of mobile phones must have flaws. Don't worry too much. The more people criticize it, the more people pay attention to it. And it is through the criticism that we can know the shortcomings of the product. I think you know these aspects better than me. Yao Sihai laughed dryly. I understand. I just can't stand Jinli Mobile's attempt to discredit us and seize the market. That's good. Jinli Mobile will think our products are vulnerable and will fight us head on. Then they will know what it means when an arrogant army goes down. George waved his hand and adjourned the meeting. After returning to the office, George was busy for a while and then accompanied Olivia to Xia's house for dinner. Mr. Xia knew that George had arrived. He pulled George aside to chat and discuss some issues related to the research institute. While they were chatting, Xia Lingyun also came over, patted George on the shoulder, and asked when they were going to get married. George has actually thought about this issue and plans to do it next year. However, Olivia came secretly and stepped hard on Xia Lingyun, saying that everyone had just graduated from college and they should wait a year or two before talking about it. In fact, she knew that George would definitely marry her and would not let her wait too long. However, she knew more about George's potential enemies at present, and George needed to concentrate on dealing with them. So she didn't want to distract George and wait until Tianin's short video stabilized. George and Olivia also set off because there was an important award ceremony in Shanghai City. The two of them took a plane like ordinary people, got off the plane in Shanghai City, walked out of the airport, and walked casually. Of course, Uncle Chun and Chi Dan were still guarding them in secret, and there were more than a dozen bodyguards hiding around them. Full Sea City is so beautiful too. Olivia held George's hand and looked at the bustling streets and tall buildings. Shanghai City is also a first-tier city. George smiled. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. It was a beautiful woman in her 30s. She was wearing a gray suit and flat shoes. She looked like an urban beauty. It's her. George stopped and felt a little excited. Olivia also looked over immediately and found that the beauty was very pretty with a good figure. She was big where she should be big, thin where she should be thin, and not too big at all. She had the look of a young woman. She heard that many men liked this one. Of course, she believed that George was not that kind of person. She was just curious as to why George was so excited. Her name is Zhang Xiaolan. George smiled and explained to Olivia, when I was 3 years old, Maria threw me at the train station. If she hadn't sent me to an orphanage, I would have starved to death or been sold by human traffickers. After that, she came to visit me many times until I was 10 years old when she disappeared. At that time, she was only 20 years old. I learned her name from the dean's visit records. Olivia heard this. She exclaimed, "So she is your savior?" George nodded excitedly. In fact, in his previous life, he also met Zhang Xiaolan. At that time, Zhang Xiaolan had been divorced and seemed to be living a bad life. She was very happy to see George and talked a lot with George. It turned out that her husband had a mistress outside, and she had not been pregnant after many years of marriage. In the end, she was kicked out of the house by her husband and the mistress. At that time, the mistress's children were already grown up, about 18 or 19 years old. This means that her husband had a mistress not long after marrying her. Moreover, her husband came from the countryside and relied on Zhang Xiaolan's family background to become successful and hold an official position of moderate importance. In his previous life, George listened to Zhang Xiaolan's complaints and wanted to help this kind-hearted elder sister, but he was powerless. Finally, he begged Angela for help, but was scolded for meddling in other people's business. From then on, he didn't dare to look for Zhang Xiaolan because he couldn't help and he felt very guilty. Looking at it now, he is already able to help Zhang Xiaolan, and this can be regarded as making up for the regrets of his previous life. Brother Chun, let's go say hello. Olivia guessed what George was thinking and pulled George over. At this time, Zhang Xiaolan is busy distributing flyers. She is now working in the sales department. Sister Lon. George came with excitement in his arms. George with confusion. She hadn't seen George for several years, so she didn't recognize him at first. But George recognized her easily because he had seen her in his previous life. Who are you? Zhang Xiaolan just felt that this young couple both had great temperaments. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was beautiful and had good temperament. It's me, George. George laughed. Huh, George? How come you've grown so tall and strong? I remember the last time I saw you. You were only 10 years old. Zhang Xiaolan was also surprised, and then happily asked George how he had been doing in the past few years. I'm fine. George introduced Olivia again. My fiancée Olivia is also from the same orphanage. In fact, she should have seen you, but she doesn't have a deep impression of you. In the blink of an eye, you've all grown up and are getting married. That's great. Zhang Xiaolan was very pleased for George. She was also very happy that the boy she helped back then had grown up. She kept asking him, "You've graduated from college, right? How's your job going? Where do you live?" While they were chatting, an alpha stopped nearby, and then a handsome young man wearing sunglasses came over with several assistants. What a coincidence, Aunt Zhang. The handsome young man walked and smiled, looking Zhang Xiaolan up and down from behind his sunglasses with a bit of greed. He knew Zhang Xiaolan and had long been coveting her mature figure. It's you. Zhang Xiaolan's face turned very bad when she saw him. Chapter 384. Did she save the richest man back then? You are cheating your customers again. How are your sales this month? If you can't sell any more houses, you won't even be able to pay the rent. The handsome young man said with a sneer, and then looked at George and the others. Be careful not to be deceived by her. Many people bought houses from her, but the ownership and price of the houses were in chaos, and they couldn't get the houses in the end. She took a lot of kickbacks from it. Kai Kunkin, please stop slandering me with your nonsense. Zhang Xiaolan cursed angrily. Aunt Zhang, I didn't wrong you. I just can't stand you cheating people everywhere. The handsome young man said with a look of contempt and continued to persuade George. Remind you, this kind of woman has an immoral private life and is very chaotic. Be careful not to cause any trouble. George looked at the young man coldly. In fact, when he saw the young man, he guessed his identity. It should be Kai Kunkin, the son of Zhang Xiaolan's ex-husband and his mistress. In his previous life, Kai Kunkin was a big star. He used his status to bully Zhang Xiaolan, and he also coveted Zhang Xiaolan's body. In fact, according to seniority, Zhang Xiaolan is of the same generation as his mother. Perhaps Kai Kunkin has had feelings for Zhang Xiaolan since he was a child, and they became even more blatant when he grew up. Roll. George doesn't want to deal with him for the time being. He just wants to reminisce with Zhang Xiaolan. You want me to get out? The handsome young man looked at George in surprise, a little unhappy. Do you know who I am? Do you want to receive a lawyer's letter? I'll say it again, get out. George was too lazy to talk anymore. But the handsome young man did not leave. As a big star, he had bodyguards around him besides his assistants. He wanted to continue to lose his temper, but George saw that he still did not leave. So he kicked him. The kick was very powerful, and George often practiced fighting skills with his bodyguards. So there was no way Kai Kunkin could block it. Bang! Kai Kunkin was kicked back several meters and fell to the ground, with his sunglasses falling off. Kuin. The assistant immediately helped him up. The three bodyguards behind also rushed over and looked at George in shock, because they didn't expect George to dare to hit Kai Kunkin. George, go away. Zhang Xiaolan knew Kai Kunkin's power, so she quickly pushed George away. She didn't expect George to suddenly hit someone. Just when a bodyguard wanted to come over and teach George a lesson, Kai Kunkin stopped them, stared at George, and said, What's your name? Where are you from? From the provincial capital, George. George said calmly, Okay, I'll remember this. You will regret your actions today. Just wait. Kai Kunkin was just reminded by his assistant that if he made a big deal out of this, it would have adverse effects on his status as a big star, not to mention that there is an award ceremony tonight, so he can't be late. So he endured it. He planned to ask his lawyer to send a letter to George to spend the rest of his life in jail. Walk. Kai Kunkin left with his assistant. George, you are in trouble. He is a big star and very powerful. He can discredit you in front of the media and then hire a lawyer to sue you. You should leave Deep Sea City as soon as possible. I will try my best to find a solution for you. George nervously. George shook his head and smiled. Sister Lon, don't worry. No one can deal with me in the South. By the way, how are you now? I remember your family runs a battery factory. How are things going now? In fact, he was just pretending to ask. He already knew about Zhang Xiaolan's family affairs in his previous life. The battery factory founded by Zhang Xiaolan's father, the valuable assets of the factory had long been sold off by her husband, and Kai Kunkin and his mistress jointly reported that the battery factory violated environmental protection policies, etc., and it was eventually closed down. Zhang Xiaolan was kicked out of the house with nothing. Afterwards, George took Zhang Xiaolan to a nearby restaurant, where they ate and chatted. In the restaurant, Zhang Xiaolan also talked about her past, and what she said was almost the same as George's previous life. After that, Zhang Xiaolan still told George to leave Shanghai City, hoping that Kai Kunkin would not be able to find anyone in the short term, and then forget about being kicked today. George saw that it was almost time, so he stopped hiding it and said, Sister Lon, come work with me. I have opened a company, and I am in need of senior leader. I will let you manage a project. By the way, your family used to make batteries, and I just want to invest in new energy and power batteries. You can manage it for me. Zhang Xiaolan stared at George and said, You seem to have just graduated from college. What does your company do? She thought George had a small business or something. My company is involved in many projects, and I can't explain them all in a short time. How about this? You wait for me in the hotel, and I will take you to the provincial capital tomorrow, and then you will know. George laughed. Zhang Xiaolan thought about it and finally nodded. She was now at a dead end. Kai Kunkin was secretly dealing with her, not allowing her to work smoothly. He even made a despicable request, asking her to accompany Kai Kunkin for one night before Kai Kunkin would give her a way to survive. As for your ex-husband and that Kai Kunkin, I can say that they are finished. George said to Zhang Xiaolan again. Zhang Xiaolan opened her mouth wide and wanted to remind George that Kai Kunkin is a big star and very powerful. At this time, a large number of luxury cars drove in outside, and then bodyguards in black suits walked in. There was also a secretary-like woman in the front, who was Lin Yaohong, the general manager of Tianjin Entertainment. Mr. Yi. When they arrived, they all greeted George. Zhang Xiaolan was stunned. It was the first time she had seen such a grand ceremony. George said to Lin Yaohong, Take care of my sister Lon. Find a hotel to rest for a night, and take her to the provincial capital tomorrow. Help her deal with the remaining matters in Shanghai City, and take her to buy some clothes or something. Yes. Lin Yaohong nodded, then looked at Zhang Xiaolan respectfully. Zhang Xiaolan looked at the neat team of bodyguards, then at George, and finally understood some of the situation. It seems that the little boy who was in the orphanage has become successful. George, this is too expensive. Zhang Xiaolan was so excited that she didn't know what to say. Sister Lon, what you said is true. If it weren't for you, I would have been sold at the train station. At that time, I was 3 years old and you were 10 years old. I, George, will never forget this kindness. George stood up and said, I have an awards ceremony tonight. After it's over, I'll go to the provincial capital with you. Okay. George still remembered what happened several years ago so clearly. She knew that she had met a noble person. While Lin Yaohong took Zhang Xiaolan to buy clothes and other daily necessities, George also went to the award ceremony with Olivia. Lin Yaohong took Zhang Xiaolan to visit all the luxury stores in the city, including Hermes, Chanel, Dior, etc., and she didn't even ask Zhang Xiaolan whether she liked anything. As long as Zhang Xiaolan looked at them, Lin Yaohong would immediately have someone pack up and take the items away. Zhang Xiaolan was so shocked that she was speechless. After they were tired of shopping, Lin Yaohong took Zhang Xiaolan to dinner at a 5-star hotel and booked a presidential suite. Zhang Xiaolan finally couldn't help it, her voice trembling. Ms. Lin, this is too expensive. It will cost a lot of money. It's okay, as long as Miss Zhang is happy. Besides, our Mr. Yi is rich. Lin Yaohong laughed. By the way, George, what does he do? What kind of company does he run? He is the richest man in the South. Lin Yaohong's words made Zhang Xiaolan feel like she was struck by lightning. Did she save the richest man back then? Chapter 385. George is born with a lot of traffic. At this time, George and Olivia arrived at the award ceremony, and George also told Uncle Chun to prepare to deal with Kai Kunkin and his family. This is actually a trivial matter for Uncle Chun. The necessary evidence and other things will be prepared quickly. Tonight's award ceremony is the 100 Flowers Awards, and all the attendees are celebrities from the entertainment industry. George is not from the entertainment industry. He was invited as a capital tycoon in the entertainment industry, so he can be considered as supporting his own stars. After arriving at the scene, George also greeted the bigwigs in the entertainment industry. Of course, there were also bigwigs from the capital industry, etc. George also has a great influence in the circle, especially after he got in touch with Han Bei, the president of the Film Association in Jiangnan. Tianjin Entertainment has long been a well-known presence. However, among all the stars and singers, not many people know him. They only know that the most powerful person in Tianjin Entertainment is the general manager, Lin Yaoong. When George sat down, he chatted with Olivia. It was the first time for both of them to attend such an art awards ceremony. Huh, it's you, why are you here? At this moment, a scream came from the side. When I turned around, it turned out to be Kai Kunkin. Kai Kunkin looked quite handsome in a burgundy suit and was surprised to see George. But soon, he also sneered. Are you surprised to see me? Yes, I'm actually a big star. Now you know the consequences of offending me. I will give you a call later. After the party, you call me and do what I ask. Otherwise, no matter what company you are the boss of, I can mobilize my fans to cyberbully you. Remember, George S. faced arrogantly. But after all, there were too many people at the scene, and they were all big names. So he didn't dare to do anything too outrageous. George sat with his legs crossed and looked at him sarcastically. Idiot, you're looking for death. Kai Kunkin didn't expect George to be so arrogant. He had never seen such a grand ceremony. Could he participate? This shows his importance. Why don't you think about it? If you can participate in this kind of ceremony, why can I too? George seemed to guess what Kai Kunkin was thinking. Kai Kunkin finally reacted, yes, how come George could do it too? And he was sitting in the front row. You should know that the seats at the scene are arranged according to seniority, and only big names or people with very high status can sit in the front row. Especially when he saw that the seat George sat in was the one reserved for company CEOs, he finally guessed that George should be the general manager of an entertainment company or something like that. Plus, he looked so young, so the company should have been established not long ago. So you are an insider. Then your death will be even more miserable. Your company will go bankrupt because of you. Kai Kunkin continued to sneer, and then when he saw that the party was about to begin, he turned around and left. However, after taking a few steps, he ran into several seniors. It's Zhao Lily, Hugo, and other big names who are more famous than him. Sister Lily, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. In the entertainment industry, human relationships are also important, so Kai Kunkin was very polite and tried to get close to others. Kunkin, I haven't seen you for a while. I heard that you are very popular now, almost catching up with Liu Heng, Hu Yifan, and Li Yifeng. Zhao Lily has a good impression of Kai Kunkin. No way, with Brother Hu here, I dare not act recklessly. While Kai Kunkin was being polite, he also flattered the handsome guy next to him. Brother Hu. Brother Hu shook his head and smiled, then asked, Why are you here? This is the company's location. The artists are on the other side. I just met a nasty guy. A young man, he didn't like me, said he didn't like my songs, and wanted to deal with me. Kai Kunkin pretended to be pitiful. Who is so arrogant? Brother Hu frowned. He was a veteran in the entertainment industry, but he had never heard of such a crazy person. Kai Kunkin was delighted, thinking that Brother Hu was going to stand up for him, and that Brother Hu was a generous man and had always been very good to his friends. Here, that guy over there. He immediately turned around and pointed. Zhao Lily and Brother Hu looked over immediately. Their expressions froze on the spot, and then their faces changed drastically, and they quickened their pace and trotted over. Zhao Lily was wearing a red dress. She lifted up her skirt without caring about her manners and ran over in her trembling high heels. Sister Lily, Brother Hu, you guys? Kai Kunkin looked at the two of them in surprise, not understanding why these seniors were so excited. So, he followed and planned to show off to George. Unexpectedly, when Zhao Lily and her friends came to George, they immediately greeted him politely. Boss, why are you here? Kai Kunkin was stunned by this shout. Several of his respected seniors, Zhao Lily, actually politely called George boss. You have to know that there are countless companies in the entertainment industry. With the status of Zhao Lily and Brother Hu, even the bosses of the company have to be polite when they see them. Unless it's the top boss behind the scenes. That's impossible. Zhang Xiaolan knows such a big shot. Kai Kunkin felt like he couldn't breathe and could only breathe in big gulps. At this time, George nodded slightly and looked at Kai Kunkin. You are back again? Then he said to Zhao Lily and the others. Is this bastard your friend? Son of a bitch. When Zhao Lily and brother who heard this, combined with what Kai Kunkin had just said, they understood instantly. No, we are all in the same circle, so we barely know each other. We have worked together once or twice, but we are not familiar with each other. He is just young, his talent is very poor, and his character is not good either. Disassociate themselves from each other. Oh, George nodded and waved. Okay, go do your work. Zhao Lily and brother who said a few words respectfully to George, and then walked towards their own seats. Kai Kunkin naturally followed them, sweating the whole time, and his hands were shaking. Finally, I couldn't help it and asked, Sister Lily, isn't your boss General Manager Lin? I've seen her before. She's very pretty. How come she turned into this young man? Kunkin, he is the boss behind the scenes, the biggest boss of Tianji Entertainment, and a capital tycoon. Zhao Lily said coldly, without any politeness at the beginning. Don't get too close to us. We are not familiar with each other. If you provoke him, you will be on your own. Plop. Kai Kunkin was so scared that he couldn't stand still. But he knew that Zhao Lily and Hu Ge were not famous at the beginning. It was a big entertainment company that spent a lot of money and endless resources to make them famous. For example, brother who became famous through the Chinese Paladin series. He was just a newcomer at the time, but he became an instant hit thanks to this TV series. This is achieved with huge capital. Capital can make seniors like Zhao Lily famous, so of course it can also ban newcomers like Kai Kunkin. It's over. Kai Kunkin found his seat and sat down. He was absent-minded the whole night and kept reading the news, checking the registration information of Tianji Entertainment, etc. Of course, I'm also checking George. Who knows, there's a lot of information about George. Completely different from the usual low-key rich people. This George is born with traffic. The most terrifying thing is that George is the richest man in the South. Chapter 386. This time's opponent is quite powerful. Gurgle. Kai Kunkin swallowed saliva frantically. His heart was palpitating and he was panicked. Then he secretly called his agent and the boss behind the scenes for help. The award ceremony ended very quickly. And after Kai Kunkin left the scene, a large number of scandals about him had already exploded on the internet. In one night, a bright new star collapsed. Even his contracted company doesn't dare to stand up for him. Zhang Xiaolan was still waiting for George to come back in the hotel. She was browsing her phone out of boredom, and then she saw the big news in the entertainment industry. Zhang Xiaolan was shocked on the spot, and she guessed that it must have been George who did it. But what she didn't expect was that Kai Kunkin was banned in just one night. The power of capital is indeed so terrifying. The next day, George took Zhang Xiaolan to the Tianjin Group board meeting. Today I would like to introduce a new colleague to you. Her name is Zhang Xiaolan, and she's also my sister. George introduced to the senior executives. Next, she will be in charge of the new energy power battery project. The board of directors will allocate $5 billion as startup funds for battery development and research, factory construction, market expansion, etc. There was an immediate burst of applause from the senior executives of the board of directors. Zhang Xiaolan was stunned. It was true that her family ran a battery factory, but the business scale was only tens of millions. Now, the scale was over hundreds of millions. And it was not just 100 million, but 5 billion. Isn't George afraid that she will run away with the money? For a moment, she felt like she was dreaming. Yesterday, she was still worrying about the rent, but today she was the general manager in charge of hundreds of millions of funds. As for Tianwei mobile phone, I plan to start releasing it on the next 10th. George looked at everyone again. There was another round of enthusiastic applause. Many people were actually waiting for the release day of the phone. Although there were many criticisms on the internet, there were also many expectations. Many enthusiasts were curious about the performance of this second-generation phone, including the screen display, memory, battery, camera module, etc. If the second generation of mobile phones can catch up with the first generation, Tianwei technology will undoubtedly be a success. Yeah, the date is finally set. I believe that when our second-generation mobile phone is released, it will definitely cause a sensation in the mobile phone industry. Cheers to our success. Yao Sihai, Yu Gong, and others are very confident in their products. George also asked someone to bring champagne to celebrate early, and the whole conference room was bustling with activity. George smiled and comforted her. Sister Lon, I believe you can succeed. You have many, many ideas. You were limited by the scale before, but now you have the scale and funds. You can do whatever you want. In fact, in her previous life, when Zhang Xiaolan confided in him, she not only talked about the tragedy at home, but also shared many of her views on batteries and so on. After all, her family comes from the battery business, and through the influence of her family, she has unique insights into the battery industry. So George is not nepotism, but he knows how to use people well. George, thank you for believing in me. I will never let you down. Zhang Xiaolan also knew that this was her only chance to turn things around, and she must seize it. George smiled, and his eyes moved to Qidong, because Qidong was holding a bottle of champagne in one hand and looking at his mobile phone in the other. Qidong has been like this since morning, and seems to be busy with something. George walked over and asked, Qidong, what's wrong? Mr. George. Qidong hurriedly put away his phone, then lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake. He is George's personal bodyguard, but he is distracted at work, which makes him feel very guilty. In my heart, you are not only my bodyguard, but also my friend, so you don't have to be too restrained. George laughed and said, Is it about your sister? The kidney transplant was rejected. No, my sister is fine. She goes for a physical checkup every month and is in good health. Qidong shook his head. That's right, we have been in China for a year or two, and my sister is a little homesick. In fact, she misses the village. He has no home abroad for a long time, and the two siblings have depended on each other since childhood, but they grew up in the same village and still have some feelings for that village. So that's how it is. George nodded slightly. How about this? You bring your sister home, and I'll give you 3 months off. George in disbelief. Mr. Yi, I'm home. How about your safety? Don't worry, Uncle Chun is here. Go ahead. If you don't have enough money, go get it from the property. George patted Qidong on the shoulder. Qidong's eyes were moist, and his body was shaking with emotion. He could sense that George did not regard him as a subordinate, a bodyguard, etc., but as a friend. Mr. George, my life is yours. If there weren't so many people around, Qidong really wanted to kneel down and express his gratitude. Go ahead. If you don't resolve your worries, you'll be distracted if you stay here. George laughed. At night, George was listening to Uncle Chen's report. Maria and her companions went to the capital. They disappeared. Currently, no one knows whether they've gone abroad or are still staying in China. This also surprised George, and of course he felt a little helpless. After all, Yinjing was not like the South. It was full of hidden talents and had many mysterious powerful families, royal palaces, etc. If Maria and the others were hiding in one of these places, George would definitely not be able to find them. Of course, George was still certain that Maria and the others definitely did not go abroad, because Maria and Lucas would not let him go. Later, Yao Sihai called and said, Mr. Yi, Geely Mobile has announced that the new mobile phone will be released on the 10th of next month, which is the same date as ours. They're planning to go head-to-head with us. George frowned after hearing this. We confirmed the date during the day, but haven't announced it yet. How'd they get the news? Yao Sihai immediately thought of this question and whispered, Could it be that there's a traitor on our side? George didn't say much in this regard, and told Yao Sihai to release the news tomorrow and confirm that the second-generation Tianwei mobile phone will be released on the 10th. Olivia was pouring tea nearby, and she had just heard Yao Sihai's speculation. Brother Chun, is there really a traitor here? But many people started the business with us. They wouldn't do such a thing, could it be? George guessed what Olivia meant and shook his head. It can't be Sister Lon. I know her. She's not that kind of person. At present, Zhang Xiaolan has just joined the leadership team and is indeed the most suspicious. Well, I believe she is not that kind of person. However, if the traitor is not found quickly, it will be very troublesome. The secrets of our group's future plans and industries will be known by rival companies. Olivia was a little worried. Chapter 387. A series of disturbances have caused panic among the people. George suddenly smiled faintly. It seems that our opponents this time are quite powerful. Maria and the others are not here at the moment. The ones who should deal with us are Jiang Tianan, Lu Jiyun, and of course Ella. It had caused me some trouble. It's amazing. He wasn't too worried, although Jiang Tianan and others will know about the group's plan for next year. Knowing it is one thing, but how to achieve it and how to do it are the real challenges. So for the time being, Jiang Tianan and others cannot affect Tianjin Group. Of course, the traitor must be cleared up as soon as possible. The next day, Jiang Tianan held a press conference with Ella, introducing the upcoming Genie mobile phone at the press conference, which attracted a lot of attention. I also learned this from George. Marketing nowadays is not just about advertising. The chairman can personally hold a press conference, which will be more effective. And when introducing the Genie mobile phone, Jiang Tianan did not forget to mention the Tianwei mobile phone. The phone case is made of plastic? What era is this? It should have been made of metal a long time ago. This is cutting corners. The software is unstable and the battery life is not good. This does not take the consumer into consideration at all. It is just flashy and unrealistic. Some of our manufacturers still haven't figured out the true function of mobile phones. Jiang Tianan mocked Tianwei's mobile phone in a roundabout way, but he still firmly believed in his business philosophy. Mobile phones are used to make calls, and it is useless to add any fancy features. No matter how good the performance is, it can't compare to a computer. Some old-school customers also particularly agree with this. There's no doubt that this press conference was a success, and many people are looking forward to the day when the Genie mobile phone is officially released. Over at the Jiang family, Jiang was also watching the press conference and was very satisfied with his son's recent business plans. Although the Jiang family does not want to be enemies with George, fair business competition is still allowed. He also checked and found that currently the sales volume of Genie mobile phones is higher than that of Tianwei mobile phones, with annual sales of 30 million, so the future is promising. Of course, another part of the reason is that the shipment volume of Tianwei mobile phones is limited and the production capacity has not yet caught up. Jiang smiled and said, Tianan, you are becoming more and more mature. You have come up with a unique way to use press conferences to promote products. You are indeed a young man. Jiang, you are old now. Look how creative your son is. When you started your business, did you ever think of using the media and promoting it yourself? Look, the effect is so good. Many people are paying attention to it. Luo Jia looked at the launch site on the internet. Her face flushed with praise. She was very excited. This kid has a pretty good brain. Jiang was actually very satisfied. So, don't always use George to attack him. George started earlier than him and definitely has more experience. But Tianan will catch up with him soon. Luo Jia continued to speak for her son, and that Mr. Liu has also invested in Genie Mobile. They are young people who want to make a big career. Jiang also knew about this and did not object. He invested a large sum of money in Jiang Tianan and let Jiang Tianan do what he wanted, so he would not interfere in any business matters. The 10th of next month is also the day when the Tianwei mobile phone is released. Tianan is planning to go head-to-head with George. Interesting. I like Tianan's unyielding character. In business, we have to fight according to the rules. We should face it head-on. It's either you or me. I hope Tianan can succeed. After this, the future mobile phone market will belong to him. Jiang had just finished speaking when Ella came back, and Luo Jia happily pulled her to cook. Ella was bored at home, and she happened to like cooking, so she often cooked for everyone. Everyone liked her very much. Of course, Ella did not give up on business, so she has been following the matter of Genie mobile phone. Knowing that Lu Jiyun invested a large sum of money in Genie mobile phone, the two of them joined forces to deal with George. Moreover, Jiang Tianan also did many targeted things behind the scenes. He knew the Tianjin group very well, especially Lu Jiyun, the young master from the Beijing Circle. He was ruthless, and many of his methods surprised Ella. Mom, Xiaoxiu, and elder sister are all gone. In the south, I will take care of George. Maybe, before Mom and the others come back, George will lose to us, and I can take revenge with my own hands. When Mom and the others come back, they will be surprised. Ella is full of longing for the future, and of course she does not dare to underestimate George. So she reminds Jiang Tianan many times not to be proud and complacent, and to be careful of George's layout and ability to turn the tide. After Jiang Tianan's press conference, Tianjin Group ran into some trouble again. Someone reported that Tianjin Real Estate Group was suspected of money laundering and provided a lot of evidence. Therefore, the Commercial Investigation Department also came to investigate and found that there were several places in the financial reports of Tianjin Real Estate Group where the funds were unidentified. Finally, the Commercial Investigation Department attempted to investigate the entire Tianjin Group's finances, all capital flows, etc. But of course this was stopped by George, who asked Mr. Jiang to come forward and reject the attempt in the name of the institute. Tianchun Group's finances involve too many projects, so it is impossible to expose them all. The people from the Commercial Investigation Department had no choice but to focus on investigating the flow of funds and finances of Tianjin Entertainment. George also called Johnson to question him. Johnson has already found out the situation. It was the finance department that missed a few accounts. They had discovered it a long time ago and were making supplements later. It's just that someone suddenly found out about it and made a big fuss about it. What's more, real estate has always been one of the methods used by certain forces to launder money, and it is difficult to avoid. George listened to Johnson's explanation and didn't care for the time being. It has also been spread on the internet that we are secretly laundering money and colluding with criminal forces. I guess someone is secretly dealing with us. Some time ago, the heat about you killing your sister had just died down, and suddenly this happened again. The combination of these two things is extremely disadvantageous to our group, Johnson said a little worriedly. Could it be that some capital is playing tricks and forcing our Tianchun group to go public? George nodded slightly. They must be doing something. After all, our group makes too much money. Everyone will be jealous. Everyone wants to have a piece of the cake, of course. We don't have to pay attention to them. With the Research Institute and Tianwei Technology as the trump card, we can block the ambitions of many capitalists. After all, this area is supported by the state machinery. Of course, the real driving force behind this is not them. I guess is Dajiang Industry. George laughed again and said, "That's right. After Jiang Tianan and Liu Jiyun joined forces, their methods were indeed sharp. If I'm not mistaken, their goal is to prevent the Tianwei mobile phone from being officially launched." At this time, another video was circulated on the internet, saying that at Yi Seasoning Factory, someone filmed workers urinating in large cans of finished products. After this video was broadcast, it brought huge negative impact to Yi Mixing Products Factory, and there was a lot of criticism on the internet. Although Olivia tried to make amends as soon as possible and found out what happened was that it was a temporary worker, she also announced it to the public. But people don't believe it. They think Yi Seasoning Factory is looking for scapegoats. If something goes wrong, the worker is a temporary worker, and if nothing goes wrong, the worker is a regular employee. They treat the general public as fools. Chapter 388. Something happened to Chi Dan, waiting for money for surgery. And this is not over yet. In order to delay the launch of Tianwei mobile phone, Dajiang Industry continues to launch attacks. A fire broke out at Tianhai Hot Pot City in Tianhai Plaza in Yuhai City. Although no one was burned to death, the incident caused a big fuss, and some people questioned the fire protection capabilities of Tianhai Hot Pot City. For a time, all Tianhai restaurants were suspended for rectification. This series of shocks also caused panic among the people in Tianchun Group. "Mr. Yi, someone must be targeting us, and is trying to find our weak spots from every angle." They're also amplifying public opinion on the internet. Now our group's negative image is getting worse and worse, and we are at the center of the storm. We should take measures. This won't work. The top leaders of each department are making suggestions to George. However, George was very calm and did not worry at all. He just asked everyone to work as usual. After pacifying the leadership team, Olivia, Johnson, Wang Wei, and other close associates were still very worried. Passively taking the beating was not a solution. Don't worry. The more the other side attacks, the more we need to keep our composure. By then, they will be the ones who panic, not us. George looked at Olivia and the others and laughed. As the release date of the phone gets closer, they will continue to tinker with it. Brother Chun, the group is in a state of panic right now. Many employees and senior executives are afraid of being affected. I am most afraid that they will resign en masse, leading to internal strife in the group. In addition, the share price of Duo has been falling recently. Johnson said. George poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip calmly. We are giving out so much in year-end bonuses this time. Do you think the employees and senior executives will leave? Even if I fire them, they probably won't agree. Johnson thought about it and felt completely relieved. As long as there was no chaos inside the group, he could just focus on dealing with the situation outside. Since the founding of Tianchun Group, many major events have occurred that have affected its foundations. However, we have survived all of them, so we will definitely be able to survive the current storm. George tried to comfort Johnson and the others. As a leader, the most urgent task is to stay calm and steady and stabilize the morale of the troops. Clear. Johnson, Olivia, and the others nodded. At this time, another call came in. It was from Alex in Yuhai City. George, it's bad. Mr. and Mrs. Lindong were in a car accident. George's face darkened. He guessed that it was Jiang Tianan and his men who did it again. This also angered George, because no matter how Jiang Tianan and others deal with Tianxin Group, it is just a small fight and a business competition within the rules. But dealing with the Lindong couple is crossing the line. George guessed that this was probably not Jiang Tianan's idea. Jiang Tianan had just graduated from college not long ago and could not be so cruel. On the contrary, Lu Jiyun, a young man from the Beijing circle, is different. He is in a high position and regards human life as worthless. Lu Jiyun, you've offended someone you shouldn't offend. George felt a chill rising in his heart. George, when he started his business, and he always kept this kindness in his heart. Then George ordered Uncle Chun to prepare the car and set off immediately. When George arrived at Yuhai People's Hospital, he learned that Lin Dong and his wife were not in danger of life. One had a broken leg and the other had a scratched face. However, their bodyguards and confidants died in the car accident. George felt very guilty about this and kept apologizing. Mr. and Mrs. Lin Dong didn't care. After all, they were big shots in Yuhai City and had seen many ups and downs. Instead, they comforted George and told him to be careful. George nodded to Lin Dong and his wife and asked Uncle Chun to arrange to secretly transfer Lin Dong and his wife to a quiet place for recuperation. According to what you said, their goal is to prevent the release of your new phone. Once they succeed, your business layout will be disrupted. Then they will continue to intervene in your next business plan. They will interfere with every one of your plans until you admit defeat. Lin Dong was also reminding George when he left. George had already guessed Jiang Tianan and the others' intentions and said coldly, "No matter what, the launch of the new phone will be a success. Xiao Yi, we all believe in you, but you have to be careful. The young masters in the Beijing circle have no bottom line when it comes to doing things." Lin Dong said worriedly. George patted Lin Dong on the shoulder and asked Uncle Chun to escort them away and then rush back to the provincial capital. Uncle Chun already knew the general situation and was very worried about George's itinerary, so he arranged for more than a dozen cars to follow George's car. At this time, he also missed Chi Dan a little bit. At this moment, George was sitting in the car, his eyes slightly narrowed, his face gloomy. Things have come to this point. Lu Jiyun must be dealt with, otherwise he will keep pestering me. Lin Dong and his wife were lucky this time, but who can guarantee what will happen next time? However, Lu Jiyun also came from a prominent family in Yanjing, so it would be difficult for George to deal with him with his current skills. At this time, a phone call came in. George glanced at the number and frowned immediately because the number was from Chi Dan. He had a hunch that Lu Jiyun's attack was not over yet. He picked up the phone, and the child's voice came from the other end. "Excuse me, is this Mr. George? I'm Chi Dan's friend. He was in a car accident and urgently needs medical expenses. Can you please transfer the money to him? It's about 1 million. George frowned. "Where are the others?" "He's in a hospital. He's in a coma, waiting for money for surgery." "Where are you guys?" "We are in an industrial park facing north." "Okay, I'll call you later." After hanging up the phone, George's face looked even uglier than before. He just specifically asked about the location and found out it was the Mianbei Industrial Park. In a previous life, it was a paradise for scammers, with hundreds of industrial parks of all sizes, specializing in crimes such as fraud and human trafficking. At present, the news of the industrial park fraud has not spread widely, and not many people in China know about it. Therefore, the other party did not take precautions and told George the address. However, he did not expect that George was already familiar with the place. The other party must have captured Chi Dan and used Chi Dan to defraud George. Moreover, if it was Lu Jiyun who was behind this, the head of the fraud park must have known the relationship between Chi Dan and George. Even if George offered money to redeem him, the other party would ask for a huge sum of money. Even after George lost everything, the other party would not let him go. That place is so dark that even Sun Wukong would have to leave his kidneys behind if he went there. Things were obviously more troublesome than George had imagined. "Miss Wei, I have something to ask of you." George called Wei Mingfei and explained the reason. Facing north? It used to be dominated by casinos and nightclubs, but it has really changed now. Those big guys behind the scenes have found a more profitable way. It will be troublesome if your friends are arrested. After all, The power in that area is chaotic, warlords are everywhere, and killing is commonplace. Wei Mingfei's voice became more serious. Men who go in there will be tortured with suckling piglets, electric shocks, and water torture. Women who go in there will be given bubble milk tea and have to ride on trains. It's simply not a place for people to stay. My personal suggestion is that he is just your bodyguard. Give him some money and try to redeem him. If it doesn't work, just give up. Chapter 389. This time I came here to borrow some people from you. George said coldly. He is not my bodyguard, he is my friend. No matter what, I must bring him back. How about this? You help me find mercenaries, I will pay. As many as you want. Wei Mingfei advised. George, the situation in the North Industrial Park is complicated. Even if there are mercenaries, it will be difficult to find them. Moreover, once mercenaries are found entering the country, the official armed forces will be dispatched. George said calmly, I can't care too much. If the official armed forces come forward, then let's fight. If I go there in person, I believe that with my name, the other party will easily hand over the person. You go there in person just for a bodyguard? You're just selling cakes. Even if Superman goes there, he will leave his kidney behind. Concubine Wei Ming was shocked. George didn't explain too much and asked Concubine Wei Ming to help him solve the problem of mercenaries, and at the same time asked Concubine Wei Ming to help investigate Lu Jiyun. Abroad, it is obvious that Concubine Wei Mingfei has more energy and should be able to gain something. After hanging up the phone, George thought about the official armed forces in the north. These armed forces are mercenaries and are difficult to fight against. It would be different if he had regular troops on his side. He thought about it, then called Jang Yuyu and asked to meet her father Jiang Tailin. On the other side, Concubine Wei Ming was restless and quickly made a call abroad. She first found mercenaries for George, and then used her connections to inquire about the situation at the Mianbei Industrial Park. The situation over there is very complicated. There are emerging forces, old warlords, official miscellaneous armed forces, etc. There are too many of them. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find someone. Moreover, there are countless big men behind the scenes. They all hide behind the scenes and let agents handle matters. These big men behind the scenes hide very deeply and will not show up easily. So even if we are rich and powerful, it will be difficult to find these big men behind the scenes to intercede in the short term. I have some clues about this Lu Jiyun you mentioned. He has opened a new casino in Macau with more than 80 gaming tables. He is also a behind-the-scenes shareholder of the Saipan Casino and several industrial parks. But after all, he is a shareholder behind the scenes, not the boss behind the scenes. Concubine Wei Ming made many phone calls, and the situation was not optimistic. George, you are really going to kill yourself. How dare you go to a place like that? Concubine Wei Ming was worried to death and quickly called George. If George died in Yanbei, her entire plan will be shelved. George was going to find Jiang Tailin with Jang Yuyu. After receiving Wei Mingfei's call, he was also shocked. He didn't expect that Lu Jiyun's background was more important than he imagined. He was actually the behind-the-scenes shareholder of a series of gray industries. This also means that Qi Dan must have been abducted by Lu Jiyun on purpose. And no matter how much money is paid, it is impossible to redeem him, because Lu Jiyun's target is him, George. Not long after, George and Jiang Yuyu arrived at Jiang Tielin's office. Xiaoyi, how come you are so free? George warmly, and poured a cup of tea. George took a sip of tea. He told his intention. Jiang Tielin's face became serious after hearing this. You were kidding, right? That place is extremely chaotic. Not to mention you, even if you are the richest man in the world, you will be in trouble. You are like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. They will eat you up completely, and all your property will be gone. Uncle Jiang, I've thought it through. George said seriously. This time, I want to borrow some people from you. You. Jiang Tailin paced back and forth anxiously. With your wealth, it's impossible to find a bodyguard. If it doesn't work, I have a soldier king here who can be your personal bodyguard. Do you really have to take risks for a bodyguard? Then he saw that George was silent and knew George's decision. How about this? I'll let 2 soldiers protect you closely. Jiang Tailin could only sigh. Uncle Jiang, you should also know that 2 soldier kings are definitely not enough to get out of that place. George laughed and said, So, I want to borrow a troop from you. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Jiang Tailin gasped after hearing this. How is this possible? This is not domestic, this is overseas. If the troops enter, it will trigger international public opinion and cause local panic. This is beyond my responsibility. George also understood the reason and said with a smile, I understand, so I won't force it. I will leave tonight, and we will contact each other then. After that, he took out a few documents and placed them on the table. Uncle Jiang, take a good look at these documents. Jiang Tailin was very worried about George, but he could do nothing to help him, so he had to send 2 soldiers to protect George. Jang Yuyu left with George. Although she didn't know what happened, she knew that the place George went to was very dangerous. After all, her father's expression said it all. So on the way, Jang Yuyu kept persuading George. Moreover, Tianxin Group has been in trouble recently, and she has heard about it a little bit and guessed that someone is taking action against George. Is it Lu Jian? Jang Yuyu has a high IQ and knows that no one in the South can deal with George, but the same cannot be said for the young man from Beijing. George did not deny it and smiled. Don't worry, I will take care of it. No one could do anything to my people and then be safe and sound. Then he looked at Jiang Yuyu again. Sister Yuyu, thank you for your help. Okay, it's time for me to leave. Younger brother, Jiang Yuyu wanted to persuade him again, but George had already left in the car and seemed to be in a hurry. What to do? Jiang Yuyu was very anxious and went to check what was happening in Mianbei. She had special channels to know some things happening abroad and later learned about the horrors of the Mianbei Industrial Park. It was not only about human trafficking and fraud, but also many organ trading crimes. At this time, in the military, Jiang Tailin was still very worried about George, so he called Mr. Jiang to explain the situation. You let him go? What are you doing? Do you know how important he is? Mr. Jiang angrily cursed Jiang Tailin. Jiang Tailin said helplessly, Dad, can I stop him? He looks determined to go. The missing bodyguard must be very important to him. You can't just tie him up. There have been many scandals in the industrial park. Even if Iron Man goes there, he will have to leave behind a ragtag army of iron. Mr. Jiang was still cursing, and then he called his old friend, trying to ask for help through his connections. Jiang Tailin had a helpless look on his face and accidentally saw the document on the desk, so he picked it up and looked at it carefully. On the speed of ultra-high-speed, high-enthalpy shock wave wind tunnels. Type 055 destroyer, 1 pit for missiles, information integration, final assembly and construction, air defense, anti-missile, anti-ship, anti-submarine vision. 085 electronic reconnaissance ship, gallium nitride technology concept. Preliminary sketch of the 6th-generation fighter. Jiang Tailin looked at the documents one by one, his pupils dilated, and his hands holding the documents were shaking. Chapter 390. Repeated reminder, protect George. Fuck. How is it possible with these high technologies? These are the latest research directions. How come he knew about them so early? And he's moving faster than the military industry. At the end, Jiang Tailin shouted excitedly, solemnly put down the documents, took out his phone, and made a call. Old Chief, Mr. Luo, Mr. Chun, come quickly, come now. No matter what you are doing, even if you're taking a shit, come here. I have a lot of high-tech weapons, even the sketch of the 6th-generation fighter jet, which has a tailless design. Jiang Tielin's words caused a sensation on the other side, and everyone replied and rushed over immediately. 2 hours later, a large number of military vehicles drove into Jiang Tielin's military headquarters and headed straight for Jiang Tielin's office. The office was soon filled with people, and cigarettes were everywhere. The leaders were smoking one cigarette after another and arguing excitedly over the documents on the desk. They were like watching a pregnant woman about to give birth, nervous, excited, and curious. Tailin, what's going on? At this time, an old man with a lot of stars on his shoulders walked in, and everyone saluted him. Look! Jiang Tailin was so excited that he didn't know what to say. The old man picked up the document on the table and looked at it carefully, then took a long breath. His idea was the same as Jiang Tielin's. At present, their military industry is also conducting research in this area. Of course, many difficulties have arisen, and they are still groping in the dark. The data, opinions, and even sketches on the documents gave them a great reminder, just like suddenly pointing out the right path in a dense forest. That's amazing. At the end, the old man exclaimed, if the concept of ultra-high-speed, high-enthalpy shock wave wind tunnel succeeds, we will have the world's first supercavity, which will be of great help in designing fighter jets. And the Type 055 destroyer, wow, it's the king of single combat. Even aircraft carriers have to take a detour when they see it. 085? Awesome. It can quickly collect information about the enemy's warships and aircraft carriers. The most terrifying one is the sixth generation. Even though it is just a concept drawing, the design is perfect. Look at the flying wing layout, stealth design, and flight control system. It's so powerful, the best in the world. Lao Cho hasn't even come up with anything in this regard yet. No matter what kind of weapon it is, from design to production, it must go through tens of millions of failed tests. With these, we can avoid 80% of the detours. Tai Lin, who gave you these documents? The old man looked at Jiang Tailin excitedly and said, Jiang Tailin did not hide anything and told him everything about George. George? Just graduated from college? What a genius. The old man didn't know that George was the richest man in the South, and of course he wouldn't be interested even if he knew. What he was happy about was George's talent and foresight in military industry. Iwadam Yinbei, did he ask you for help? I think he left these documents as a stepping stone to get us to send troops. However, the relationships between those industrial parks are also very complicated. If we rashly send troops without prior notice, it will cause even greater international public opinion. How about this? You send a regiment plus special forces to carry out the mission in secret. Make sure to protect George and get him out safely. Remember, this person is very important to us and the country. We will not change him for a brigade. We must protect his safety. The old man gave Jiang Tailin repeated instructions. Yes, Jiang Tailin's face turned red, and he was very emotional, because he knew that George was saved. But on second thought, it seemed that it was not him who saved them, but George who saved himself. He deliberately left these documents to attract their attention. In the end, the old boss even said that not a single brigade would be replaced. In fact, this is an understatement. We are afraid of causing some trouble. Otherwise, we won't change a single division. At this time, George took 2 soldiers and Mr. Chun and flew abroad. Before leaving the country, the other party also called and wanted to continue to defraud George of his money. But George replied that he would go there in person. When the child on the other side heard this, he didn't know what to do for a moment. So he had to secretly ask the manager. The manager agreed, and then told him the meeting place, and so on. As for Lu Jiyun, he was hanging out with Jiang Tianan and Ella in a bar in the provincial capital. At this time, a call came in from abroad. Boss, that George has come to our industrial park. The voice on the phone shocked Lu Jiyun. Are you kidding me? George is the richest man in the South. And he went there in person? Is he crazy? He wants to die. Are you sure? Sure, 100% sure. Boss, what should we do next? Do need to ask? Loot him clean. He has 200 billion in assets. Find a way to transfer them all out. Oh, he has more than 100 billion in assets abroad. Loot them as well. Once you get all the money, sell him to the high seas and cut off all his organs. Lu Jiyun said fiercely. George had offended him repeatedly, and he had been holding a grudge against him for a long time. Now that he had this opportunity, he would definitely cut George into pieces. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jiyun excitedly drank a sip of champagne, looked at Jiang Tianan and Ella and said, "Haha, there's good news. Great good news." Jiang Tianan and Ella were chatting happily. Recently, because the new generation of mobile phones were about to be released and George was in constant trouble, they were in a very good mood. George will release a new phone on the 10th. He's not qualified to fight me. Jiang Tianan was full of energy and looked at Lu Jiyun. Mr. Lu, what good news? You are so excited that you can't stop smiling. George is dying. He has gone to the industrial park. Does he want to come back alive? Lu Jiyun's words shocked Jiang Tianan and Ella. Jiang Tianan also knew about the industrial park and exclaimed, George took the risk to go to the industrial park for a bodyguard? That's right. Do you think he's crazy? Lu Jiyun nodded with a sinister smile. He's just a bodyguard, but he actually put himself in danger. Ha ha, I guess he has bodyguards protecting him in China, and no one dares to deal with him. He thinks it's the same abroad. What an idiot. His bodyguards are useless abroad. They're all armed with guns, but his bodyguards can only use their bare hands. Jiang Tianan and Ella were so excited that they even drank a glass of wine. Originally, they wanted to use Chi Dan to cause trouble for George and affect the launch of George's new phone. Who would have thought that George would actually go there in person, which was beyond their expectations. Given George's personality, he might actually do something like this. Ella thought for a moment and guessed. Alex and Lin Dong and his wife helped him in Yuhai City. Later, he became very successful and never forgot about them. Chi Dan used his life to protect George many times. George must have regarded him as a friend of life and death and risked his life for him. Jiang Tianan finally acknowledged this fact. I have to say, as an opponent, George is disgusting and infuriating, but as a friend, George is the best one. Ha ha. I am his opponent. Can he beat me? He is no match for me. Lu Jiyun shook his wine glass with disdain. Chapter 391. Mr. Jiang, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Ella was silent at this time. It felt like a dream. Her younger brother finally died. The grudges and feuds between the Yi and Liang families, as well as their bad luck and retribution, have finally come to an end. Moreover, George had broken their plans many times in the past, so Ella was still a little worried. She kept thinking, if they went to Mianbei Industrial Park, would George's bodyguards still be useful? Obviously, it didn't work. George's money still useful? Still no use. George made in the South useful? Even more useless. Unless George mobilizes an army to attack, they will definitely not be able to get out. Thinking of this, Ella was completely relieved, and then she called one by one with excitement. Maria, Lucas, Angela, David, and many more. Maria was naturally very happy, but Lucas seemed to have expected this and said with disdain, I haven't even started to exert my strength yet, and my brother is gone. Haha, you really think you could be invincible after reaching a certain level? Nouveau riche à nouveau riche. You have no idea how deep the water is. Sister Ella, we will return to the South in a while. Get ready to take over George's business. Ye group is back again. And Dad, my second uncle, and the others will be coming out soon. Ella was shocked after hearing this. She felt that Lucas seemed to have become very different after going to Yanjing. She even suspected that Lucas had intervened in this matter. Then, she called David again and exaggerated George's situation. Dad, that's an industrial park, full of warlords, a chaotic place. George is dead. He will be tortured in waves, including being electrocuted, etc. After that, he will be killed and his organs will be sold one by one. No one can save him. What a pity I wasn't there to watch it. David listened to the phone with his whole body trembling. He could hear the madness and resentment in Ella's tone. He never imagined that Ella hated George so much, even more than Maria, as if she wanted to eat George alive. Afterwards, he shed tears silently, feeling sorry for what happened to George. Ever since he found out that George was pregnant with Xiao Yuer's child, he felt extremely guilty towards George and wanted to give his life to make up for it to George. However, George's dealings with the Yi family and his other children forced him, as a father, to stand on the side of his children. For example, he watched Ella die without helping her, and also ran over and killed Yuki with his car. The palm of your hand is flesh, and the back of your hand is also flesh. No matter which side is injured, he will feel painful and uncomfortable. Dad, Xiaoshu said that you will be able to come out after a while. Ella revealed a little more news, including my uncle and his friends. It will probably be during the days when the Tianan phone is released. David was just as shocked as Ella at first. He knew Lucas went to Yanjing, but he didn't know what kind of connections Lucas had made to have such power. Mr. Liu, Jang Yuyu is looking for you. Just when everyone was happy, a young man from the Beijing circle ran in happily. Lu Jiyun, who was drinking, suddenly changed his expression and shouted, Quick, turn off the music, send all the girls out, and clean up the box. A group of young men immediately got busy, and the box was no longer smoky and looked very formal. Lu Jiyun went to the bathroom to wash up, tidied his suit, and waited for Jang Yuyu to arrive. He didn't know why Jang Yuyu looked for him, but this was the first time Jang Yuyu took the initiative to look for him. He was very excited and happy. Not long after, Jang Yuyu came in wearing high heels, a beige long coat, black high heels, her long legs wrapped in black stockings, shorts, and a purple turtleneck sweater, looking like an urban beauty. Ms. Jiang. Seeing this beauty, everyone stood up and nodded politely to greet her. None of them dared to neglect the daughter of the Jiang family, and Jang Yuyu was Lu Jiyun's goddess, so they dared not disrespect her. All of you get out. Lu Jiyun glanced at the young masters. No need. Some things could be said here. Jang Yuyu said calmly, then sat down. I came here for my brother George. I heard that he went to Mianbei to rescue people. I just hope that you will show some mercy. After saying that, he looked at Lu Jiyun. Lu Jiyun wanted to deny it at first, but he knew that Jiang Yuyu had a high IQ and a prominent identity. The fact that she came to him meant that she knew something. I do know a few people over there, but I don't have much say. Lu Jiyun laughed dryly. State the conditions. Jiang Yuyu knew he was pretending and was too lazy to talk to him. Lu Jiyun's heart skipped a beat, and he stared at Jiang Yuyu. Every move of the beauty in front of him captivated his soul. I'll try my best to help. If I can save George, Yuyu, can you have a meal with me? Lu Jiyun stated the conditions carefully. Okay, if you can save George, I'll have a meal with you. Jang Yuyu nodded and agreed immediately. When I say eating, I mean we date, and then we could talk about marriage. Lu Jiyun continued to make excessive demands. Jang Yuyu's beautiful eyes narrowed fiercely. Her face looked cold, and she said nothing. Yuyu, I know this request is too much, but I really, really love you. I swear to heaven that if I tell a lie, I will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Lu Jiyun looked at Jang Yuyu affectionately and said, what he said was the truth. As a young man in Beijing, he had seen all kinds of women, but he could not stop thinking about Jang Yuyu and decided that she was the other half of his life. I'll think about this. Jang Yuyu did not agree immediately, but did not refuse either, and started to leave. Lu Jiyun hurried to see her off. After they walked out the door, he sat back excitedly, his eyes constantly changing and his hands shaking. It would be great if he could take this opportunity to marry into the Jiang family. By then, not only will the Jiang family and the Lu family join forces, but he will also be able to embrace the beauty he has always dreamed of. Mr. Lu, you won't really let George go. Seeing Lu Jiyun's excitement, Jiang Tiannan said worriedly, you should know that if George comes back, he will definitely stop this marriage, and the daughter of the Jiang family likes George. If George doesn't die, you can't win the heart of the daughter of the Jiang family. Master Jiang, I know, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Lu Jiyun looked over coldly, his eyes full of threats. Jiang Tiannan and Ella didn't dare to speak for a moment. They were still worried. George must die. A minute later, Lu Jiyun made a decision. With him around, I can't get Jang Yuyu, but before that, I can still get something from Jang Yuyu, even if it's holding hands or kissing. It's all fine. Of course, he knew what Jiang Tiannan and the others were worried about, but he didn't want to give up on Jang Yuyu just like that. He would think of a solution these days. For example, cutting off George's limbs, pulling out his tongue, blinding George's eyes, etc. In this way, George is no longer a threat, and Lu Jiyun can use the abandoned George to force Jang Yuyu to accept his proposal. Notify our people that they can start taking action against Tianchun Group. If the Tianchun Group is sold by George in the industrial park, these assets will have to be divided equally with the big guys behind the scenes. When it comes to us, there won't be much left. Let's grab some now. Lu Jiyun looked at Jiang Tiannan and Ella again. Chapter 392. Undercurrent surges in the south. The next day, Tianchun Group. The people from the business investigation team came again and threatened to investigate all the accounts of the parent company. Olivia and Johnson had no choice but to step forward, but the other party still wouldn't give in. Finally, Johnson made an excuse, saying that they still needed to take inventory and asked the investigation team to come back in a few days. Only then did the other party give up. Tianchun Group is also in a panic because of this incident. Of course, Tianchun Group has very good benefits, and employees and senior executives will definitely not leave. They are just worried about the future of Tianchun Group. At this time, several leaders of Tianchi Real Estate walked into the board of directors. Mr. Xia, Mr. Li, I think the group should be listed on the stock market. One of the leaders, named Li Yun, suggested. Olivia and Johnson frowned and looked at Li Yun, vaguely guessing something. Another senior executive of Tianchi Real Estate Group also spoke up. Her name was Wang Sultan. The group is in trouble right now. First there was money laundering, then there was the scandal of peeing in finished cans, and then there was the fire. So someone must be targeting us, and it won't end here. We can only save Tianchun Group by going public. Other senior executives also spoke up one after another. Yes, let's go public. We can't just eat the cake ourselves. Others need to eat it too. Now, the group is getting bigger and bigger. If it doesn't go public, it will become a thorn in our side. If it continues like this, it will be destroyed sooner or later. I received news that Yinjing has a lot of complaints about us. These senior leaders are all in charge of engineering. Some of them were introduced by Yi Lizhu, and some are graduates from the Polytechnic University. For example, Wang Sultan was once Johnson's college classmate. They had a good relationship. In addition, because she was capable, Johnson brought her into the senior management of Tianchi Real Estate Group. Li Yin was introduced by Yi Lizhu. When George and Yi Lizhu were working on a $1 trillion project, Li Yin was also in charge of this area. After the project was completed, he stayed in Tianchun Group. Also because they are in charge of engineering and are very close to official people. They received some information. The chairman has already said that our group will not go public. Johnson said with a cold face. That was then, and now is now. If we wait until the chairman comes back, it will be too late. Li Yun said dissatisfiedly at this time, as if Tianchi Real Estate Group was his home, and he was very worried about the safety of the group. Maybe the chairman won't come back? Wang Sultan pointed out something. Look, everyone has agreed to go public. It's not good to go against people's will. Last night, we launched a vote within the group, and 60% of the people were in favor of going public. Olivia heard this. She immediately felt something was wrong. Last night, George went to Yuhai City to visit Lin Dong and his wife, and has disappeared since then. Today, this group of people suddenly came to force the emperor to abdicate. This is very wrong. Going public is no small matter, and it cannot be decided all at once. How about this? I will give you a reply tomorrow. Olivia didn't want to get involved with them for the time being. She was more worried about George and planned to find out the situation first. But Li Yun and his friends refused to do so and insisted on forcing Olivia and the others to hand over their shares today. Dozens of people are so imposing. What are you doing? Just when Olivia and Johnson were leaderless, a cold shout was heard, and the office door was opened, and Xiao Yun walked in with several bodyguards. Just because the chairman is not here, you guys want to rebel, right? Xiao Yun's aura was terrifying, no less majestic than George S., and it frightened Li Yun and the others at once. They all knew Xiao Yun's identity and methods, and he was much more difficult to deal with than Olivia and Johnson. Mr. Xia, this is our group's business. Wang Sultan suddenly said that although she was in awe of Xiao Yun, she also thought of the big boss behind her. It's your group, don't I have the right to speak? Xiao Yun looked at him coldly, and scared Wang Sultan so much that he dared not speak again. Li Yun hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, Mr. Xia, the group is in trouble right now. We're being targeted. We can only go public to protect ourselves. You also know that the capital market here will never allow anyone to monopolize the market. We are doing this for the good of the group. If the group still needs to consider this, I personally propose that Tianchi Real Estate Group be stripped of its rights and listed first. Or transfer 70% of the shares of Tianchi Real Estate Group to us, and we will handle these matters. You also know that real estate matters require dealing with all parties. And these dealings also require giving some benefits to all parties. Before he could finish his words, Xiao Yun shouted angrily, took out a knife, and stabbed it on the table. If anyone dares to mention the listing again today, don't blame me for being rude with my knife. You, Li Yun, and the others didn't expect that Xiao Yun would just use a knife. They were all so scared that they didn't dare to say a word. Get out of here, everyone! Xiao Yun shouted coldly again. Mr. Xia, the matter of Tianchi Real Estate is very complicated. We can't handle it without it. Time waits for no one. I guess it will be listed in 3 days. Li Yun and others left dejectedly, but they still gave a reminder after arriving at the gate. This means that they are the ones who handle all the real estate matters, including building relationships, following up on projects, etc. If they all leave collectively, the work of Apocalypse Real Estate Group will not be able to continue. Most importantly, Tianchi Real Estate is also one of the 3 main businesses of Tianqin Group. Once something happens here, Tianqin Group will inevitably be affected. Brother, what happened? After these people left, Olivia looked at Xiao Yun and said, George is missing. Xiao Yun changed his dignity and said seriously, otherwise, these bastards are so bold and say they are handing over their shares. They just want to get something for nothing and seize Tianchi Real Estate. Brother Chun, where have you been? Olivia and Johnson's faces changed drastically. Xiao Yun said gloomily, I received news that George went abroad and his bodyguard Chi Dan got into trouble in Yanbei. So George went to rescue him, and the manipulator behind the scenes should be Lu Jiyun. And those bastards just now are most likely Lu Jiyun's men, and they're also the insiders of the group. They know that George is in trouble, so they took the opportunity to blackmail him. Olivia and Johnson were very worried after hearing this, and sought Xiao Yun's help. Xiao Yun's face was icy cold. He was not a good person. He knew very well the darkness to the north. Once people go over there, even he can't do anything. I'm looking for connections and some buddies now to see if I can find George. Fuck, if something happens to my brother-in-law, Lu Jiyun, don't think you are great just because you are from Beijing. If you piss me off, you won't be able to leave the south. Xiaolingyun pulled out the knife in his hand and thrust it hard, piercing through the large mahogany desk. At this time, undercurrents were surging in the south, and George had already disembarked at Yangon Airport and stayed in a hotel that night. Uncle Chun and two soldiers are protecting George closely. There were two soldiers, one male and one female. The male was 1.8 meters tall, with a square face, dark skin, and a resolute look. His name was Mu Chung. The woman is 1.75 meters tall, with a slender figure, short hair, and cold eyes that shine with metal when she looks at anyone and anything. Her name is Lu Rue Hao. In order not to attract attention, the man wore a suit and the woman wore a long skirt, pretending to be George's driver and secretary. Chapter 393. He must have seen a lot of the world and has a very stable mentality. The four of them lived in one room. George originally disagreed, but Mu Chung and the other man were worried about George's safety and were determined to live together. George had no choice but to agree and book the most expensive room. In the room, George ate some food and then took a rest. Of course, he sent a message to China before going to bed, and then turned off his phone. Olivia and Johnson about his coming to Mianbei, because they would definitely not agree. How can he still sleep? Lu Rue Hao and Mu Chung were on guard on the other side. They felt very strange when they saw George fell asleep. This is facing north, not in China. They believed that George should have known the situation before he came. No normal person could sleep. He is the richest man. He must have seen many big scenes. His mentality is very stable. Mu Chung said with a smile, giving people a calm and reliable feeling. Lu Rue Hao snorted coldly. The so-called grand scene you mentioned is just the business world. Humph! Those who have been to the battlefield, killed people with their own hands, or watched hundreds of thousands of people die in front of them, can be considered to have seen the world. After a pause, she looked at Uncle Chin again. That uncle is not bad. His skills should be quite good, and I see calluses on his hands. He has played with guns a lot. Rue Hao, this is someone else's business. Don't forget that our duty is to protect Mr. George. As for what they do and what they want to do here, it has nothing to do with us. Moreover, after I got off the plane, my superiors sent me a secret order, repeatedly reminding me to protect Mr. George and keep in touch at all times. Mu Cheng reminded quietly. Even though Lu Rue Hao was dissatisfied, he had no choice but to nod. Obviously, she felt that it was disrespectful to ask the two of them to protect a young man and serve as lackeys for the rich. Moreover, she thought George was young and just a rich boy, and she hated people like him the most. If something happens later, or if he sees blood or something, this kind of young man will definitely be the first to faint, and then his nose and tears will flow wildly. He won't even have the strength to run away. He will be a real burden. That night, the two took turns on duty. The next morning, George woke up early, washed up, had breakfast, and then waited quietly for the call. At 9:15, a phone call came in. It was the child. The two parties agreed on a meeting place. Mr. George, be careful. The hospital they mentioned might have some traps. When Lu Rue Hao knew that the two parties were going to meet, he immediately reminded them. George smiled at her and said nothing, then took a few people to the meeting place. Not long after, a car drove up to the side of the road. When the door opened, a dark-skinned child, about 12 or 13 years old, appeared. The child could speak Chinese, but not fluently. He could barely understand what George said. He said to George, "Hello, Mr. George. I am from Mr. Chidon's village. I am calling you. Mr. Chidon is in trouble right now. Please come with me." Mu Chung immediately looked at the car warily, and Lu Rue Hao secretly pulled George and told him to be careful. After all, she noticed something was wrong and felt that the child was lying. However, George still ignored Lu Rue Hao and said to the child calmly, "Okay, stop talking nonsense and take me to your industrial park. The story about hospitalization and injury may be a lie to other people, but has no use on me." As soon as these words were spoken, not only the child, but even Lu Rue Hao and Mu Chung were stunned. This is normal. The current domestic perception is that Mianbei is a paradise for prostitution, gambling, and drugs. Murder and kidnapping are crazy, but criminal cases such as fraud have not spread yet. George, the kid, was still thinking about defrauding George and tricking him into going to the park. But George directly exposed his mask and told him, "You don't have to defraud me anymore. I'll go with you." So the child looked at the driver. The driver didn't react for a moment. He had picked up many people, most of whom had deceived others into getting on the bus. This was the first time he saw someone being deceived on his own initiative. Get in the car, the driver finally said to the child. The child quickly translated and invited George to get in the car. Then the car started and drove north. Mr. Chidon will be fine. You will be able to see him soon. In the car, the child was trying to calm George down and appease him. George rolled his eyes at him. In the previous life, the fraud had already been known throughout the country, so George had already guessed something. Moreover, many big bosses behind the scenes were arrested later. George watched the news at that time and still knows some of the big bosses behind the scenes. Of course, the fraud has not yet attracted public opinion, and the big guys behind the scenes are still very safe. An hour later, George and his team changed cars and got on a small truck. Lu Ruihao also winked at Mu Chung. They found that everyone in the van had guns. Mr. George, our mission is to protect your safety. The current situation is very wrong. If you don't want to continue, we will control them immediately. Lu Ruihao whispered to George. George looked at Lu Ruihao in surprise. Lu Ruihao thought George was questioning them and said calmly, although they have guns, we can easily deal with them. You can relax about this. George had no choice but to shake his head. My purpose is to save people. How can I save people if I control them? Okay, I understand that you are worried about my safety, but you just need to follow me. No need to make too many suggestions or anything like that. Lu Ruihao suddenly didn't know what to say for a moment. George looked at her just now. She thought George was questioning their ability, but now she knew that George was questioning their decision. However, if we let the car drive to its destination, it would be very difficult to escape. Ruihao, don't forget our mission, protect Mr. George. The purpose of Mr. George's actions is not decided by us. Mu Chung also reminded in a low voice at this time. I know, but he went there knowing that there was a tiger. As a bodyguard, I have the obligation to warn him of the danger. Lu Ruihao sighed and replied. Mu Chung shrugged helplessly. In this regard, he agreed with Lu Ruihao. Unfortunately, their mission was to protect, not to decide the entire mission on their own. After another 3 hours, a bustling street appeared, like a small town, and there were many people on the street. Such a scene shocked Lu Ruihao and Mu Chung secretly. The industrial park in their impression should be surrounded by deep mountains and old forests, and full of warlords, not what they see now. The so-called industrial park is similar to the domestic electronics factory area, but what is done inside is not as simple as screwing in screws at work. George knew that the kidnapping scams in the industrial park had just started, so these two soldiers naturally didn't know about it. Sure enough, after the car stopped at a magnificent industrial park, local armed forces armed with live ammunition came over, surrounded George and his companions, and pointed guns at George and his companions. Chapter 394. They will eventually lose this negotiation. Lu Ruihao and Mu Chung both behaved very calmly. They looked around coldly, taking note of the terrain, number of people, firepower equipment, etc. What surprised them was that this showed that the industrial park, which looked like an electronics factory, had very good security, with surveillance cameras in every corner, as well as patrols by wolfhounds and militia. Once locked up here, it is very difficult to escape secretly, and a fight with the enemy is inevitable. What they have to consider now is how to seize guns and other weapons as quickly as possible once a gunfight breaks out. Mr. George, right? You guys follow me. A man who looked like the leader sneered at George and his companions. When you come to a place like this, no matter who the other party is, what their status is, or even how much money they have, they're all pigs. I want to see your person in charge. George did not do what other people who were arrested usually did and obediently entered the dormitory and followed their procedures. The leader was a little surprised and pointed his gun at George. Are you unwilling to accept it? That's right. Everyone who comes here will be unwilling to accept it first, but they will behave after a severe lesson. George glanced at the leader and said calmly, My time is limited and I don't want to waste it here any longer. Tell your boss that I have assets worth 200 billion. If you want it, you'd better meet me right away. If possible, I will immediately hand over 200 billion in assets on the condition that I meet Chidon and his sister right away. You do all this just for money, don't you? Why do you have to do so many tricks? Do you want me to attend classes, study courses, and then call the country to commit fraud? George's question stunned the chief. He had arrested so many people before, but this was the first time he saw someone so rampant and proactive. He knew their procedures so well. Of course, the most important thing is to give money proactively. You have to know that most of the others would only pay the money after being beaten and tortured for a few days. Some people who are strong enough will have to torture for half a month. The most terrifying thing is that George even threatened to hand over 200 billion, not 10,000, but 100 million. How much commission do they get? Wait a minute. The leader immediately made a phone call and came back 5 minutes later, being much more polite to George. Our boss will be back tonight. Bossy, please wait a moment. I will arrange accommodation for you right away. After saying that, he took George and a few others into one of the buildings. This building was obviously for the manager to live in. The environment was much better, and the boss also instructed the leader to treat George with good food and drinks. By noon, Chi-dan and his sister were released and taken to their accommodation. Mr. Yi, seeing George, Chi-dan wanted to die. He really didn't expect George to come. You have to know that after he was captured here, he was severely tortured for several days and already knew how dark this place was. Even with his skills, he would be defeated in such a place. Of course, the other party also threatened him with his sister. Otherwise, Chi-dan would not be caught so easily. If you have anything to say, talk about it when you get back. George waved his hand to stop her and asked Uncle Chun to treat Chi-dan's injuries. He then looked at Chi-dan's sister. She was fine, but her face was full of panic. You and your brother will be fine. George smiled and comforted Chi-dan's sister. Mr. Yi, Chi-dan's sister cried and hugged George. She had met George several times and knew that George was the benefactor of her and her brother. George patted sister Chi-dan on the back and kept comforting her. Chi-dan is recovering from his injuries, which are very serious. A knife wound on his back has become festered, his finger is fractured, and a rib is also broken. When Uncle Chun was bandaging him, this tough guy didn't say a word and looked at George with bloodshot eyes. He was not good at speaking, but in his heart, George was the most important person in his life. For George, he would be obliged to die, and he knew that after he died, George would take good care of his sister. So he was relieved. Mr. George. 10 minutes later, Chi-dan looked at George with a fierce look on his face. What this means is that he has to fight his way out and protect George's safe return home. You don't need to get involved in this matter. I'll handle it. Just stay with me. George explained calmly. Chi-dan wanted to say something, but he always obeyed George's words, so he nodded immediately. Lu Ruihao and Mu Chung looked at this scene and were secretly surprised. Originally, they thought that George came to Mianbei for another purpose. After all, it was impossible for him to take risks for a bodyguard. Not to mention that George was a rich man who would give up countless assets to fight for his life. But the scene before them overturned their perception. This rich man seems very different. Mr. George, the boss will be back tonight to negotiate with you. Are you ready? Lu Rui thought about it and couldn't help but remind him. She knew that the reason she was being treated like a distinguished guest was because others were eyeing George's money. If George didn't hand over enough money, the other party's attitude would change immediately. Don't worry, they will lose this negotiation in the end. George crossed his legs, looking quite relaxed. Lu Ruihao and Mu Chung looked at each other and were not optimistic about the situation. Before we knew it, night had fallen. George and his friends rested for an afternoon. Someone finally took them away. Mr. George, the boss is back. The little boss was very polite to George. After all, he was the god of wealth. When everyone arrived at a hall, they saw that the hall was surrounded by armed militiamen with hostile looks on their faces. In the center, there were luxurious sofas and a gambling table. The carpets were all made of tiger skins, and there were many specimens of protected animals in the corners, etc., revealing a different kind of luxury everywhere. On the sofa, there was a 1.8-meter tall, round-faced man smoking a cigar. He was wearing a suit and looked like a successful man. Mr. George is here, the richest man in the South. You are my distinguished guest. Seeing George, the man stood up and said politely, "Come here, bring some good cigars and my collection of fine wine." After that, he looked at George and said, "Mr. George, are you used to living here? How is the food and drink? Do you want a beautiful woman to accompany you? There are so many beautiful women here." George looked at the other person deeply, with surprise in his eyes. It's him. He had seen this person in a short video in his previous life. He was wanted by the whole world at that time, and was even identified as the leader of an evil force. The news about this man was widely circulated. He was indeed an incredible tycoon. He rose from a street urchin to a casino tycoon. His gray business was getting bigger and bigger. It was extremely exaggerated. And now, the other party came to meet me in person, which meant that he had no intention of letting me go. Because the other party is one of the bosses behind the scenes, he is generally not exposed. Anyone who has seen his appearance will have only one outcome: death. I didn't expect Mr. Liu, who started out as a horse stacker, to have a business that's getting bigger and bigger. After George sat down, he crossed his legs, looked at the other person, and smiled. Chapter 395. Mr. George is the guest. You go first. Lu Bo was pouring wine for George. When he heard this, he stopped and looked at George in disbelief. He believed that this was the first time George met him. So he was shocked when George told him his last name was Liu and that he was a horse stacker. Mr. George is really well known. He actually knows me. Lu Bo was still very polite. Haha, let's get straight to the point. George glanced at the Patek Philippe watch and seemed not to want to waste time. I have more than 200 billion in high-quality assets, more than 100 billion US dollars in foreign countries, real estate, funds, etc. I think Mr. Liu wants them very much. What are you talking about? Lu Bo smiled politely, but he felt something was wrong in his heart because George was too calm, giving him the feeling that he was the host. However, this is his territory and a lawless area. He has several big bosses backing him up. Even the nearby warlords and officials are in partnership with him. Where does George get his confidence from? Of course I can give you money, but there is a prerequisite. George stretched. At this time, a small leader beside Lu Bo said fiercely, Mr. George, you seem to have forgotten where you are. Do you want to be locked up for a few days? Lu Bo waved his hand to stop him and scolded him. This man is the richest man in the South. Be polite to him. George said indifferently, yes, he is right. Lock me up, torture me with electric shock, water torture, etc. Maybe I will agree to hand over my assets after I can't bear it anymore. But who can guarantee that there will be no accidents in this process? If I get hurt by accident, you will lose everything. Think about it. That's 300 billion in assets. Don't you have to be careful in handling it? 300 billion is enough to buy all the industrial parks here. Therefore, they must handle the situation carefully. Unless it comes to the last moment, they would never dare to touch George easily, nor would they want to. Mr. George is really thoughtful. Lu Bo also understood George's reminder and said with a smile, then I wonder what Mr. George means. You guys used to run a casino here. Why don't we play 3 rounds, 100 billion per round? George played with his wine glass and said casually, how about betting on the size? As soon as these words were spoken, the thugs around seemed to be suffocating. 100 billion per game? Even though they have been playing in casinos for decades, this is the first time they have seen such a big bet. Lu Bo frowned, thought for a few seconds, then smiled and nodded. Mr. George is indeed a straightforward person. The winner is decided at the gambling table, which is exactly what I want. Come on, bring the cards. A beautiful dealer came over, opened a new hand of cards, and then signaled to both parties whether they wanted to cut the cards. Lu Bo looked at George and said, Mr. George, you are a guest from afar. You go first. No. George shook his head calmly. Lu Bo felt even more strange. Gambling with him in his own territory? You know, he made his fortune by opening a casino. What gambling techniques and cheating doesn't he know? Even knew exactly what cards he dealt to George. The rules are that the ace of spades is the biggest and the 2 of diamonds is the smallest. Deal. George looked at the dealer again and said. The dealer had no choice but to secretly glance at Lu Bo, and seeing that he didn't say anything, he immediately started dealing the cards. Soon, there was a card on the table in front of both of them. Lu Bo picked up the card and took a look. It was the 8 of hearts. George also picked up the card and took a look, then covered it. But in fact, Lu Bo already knew what card George had, which was the 5 of spades, which meant that he, Lu Bo, won the first round and earned 100 billion, which was 10 times what he had earned in business over the years. Of course, even though he was sure of winning, Lu Bo did not show it. He just felt it was very strange. Wasn't this the same as giving away money? George again. George had a faint smile on his face, staring casually at the cards on the table, and then he snapped his fingers. As soon as this move was made, Uncle Chun behind him immediately took action and rushed towards Lu Bo, but of course he was stopped by the thugs around him. Lu Ruihao and Mu Chung were unaware of this plan, but since Uncle Chun had taken action, they naturally seized the opportunity as well. They moved swiftly and ruthlessly, quickly controlling the people holding guns nearby. They fired in all directions, but because they were afraid of shooting at George, they didn't shoot at him. Although Lu Bo's men are not as good as the king of soldiers, they have more people, and this is his territory. After hearing the gunshots, Many people rushed in from all directions. Among these people, there are boxing champions, killing kings, and so on who were hired by Lu Bo with high salaries. The two sides suddenly started fighting each other. Of course, Uncle Chun and his two companions were indeed powerful. Even when surrounded by dozens of people, they were still as fierce as tigers. Especially Lu Ruihao and Mu Cheng. Their methods were ruthless, and every move was deadly, and the bodyguards and thug were knocked to the ground one by one. However, more and more people rushed in, pointing guns at Lu Rui and several others. As long as Lu Bo said a word, they would immediately shoot the three of them to death. However, Lu Bo did not say a word, but let them fight with bare hands, because Lu Bo gradually guessed George's intention. George is saving himself. He attempted to control the entire industrial park with the help of the three bodyguards around him. These three bodyguards were indeed very skilled, but they just couldn't defeat those with more people. Lu Bo did not let his men shoot, because that would tear their faces apart. Just like George said, if he tortured George to pay, it would be a bad idea. If George got into an accident, the 300 billion would be wasted. So he would accompany George. For the sake of his 300 billion assets, it is worth it for him to do so. George was still looking at Lu Bo, with his back to the battle behind him. He looked calm and composed, as if he was in control of his strategy. Bang, bang, bang. There were more and more sounds of people falling behind him, but more and more people rushed in as well. In the end, it was densely packed with Lu Bo's men. Because 90% of the people in the entire industrial park came, they used human wave tactics to overthrow Lu Ruihao and the other two. All the thugs who were maimed or killed were dragged out by them, and the next batch continued to come. Time passed by minute by minute. 3 hours later, the battle was not over yet, but the ground was covered with blood. Lu Bo bit the cigar and blew smoke into the sky, looking very patient. After all, it's a game of cards with 100 billion at stake. No matter how anxious he is, he will wait. Looking at George again, he also seemed relaxed, tapping his fingers on the table. Mr. George, you have a very good heart. George's look, Lu Bo couldn't help but exclaimed, I, Lu Bo, have been playing at the gambling table for many years, and this is the first time I played a game of 100 billion. Others would be trembling with nervousness at a game of 100 million, but Mr. George didn't care at all. He's amazing. He deserves to be the richest man in the South. He glanced behind George again and saw that Lu Ruihao and the others were injured, so he smiled and said, Mr. George, open the cards. George did not see what happened next. He could tell from the sound of the fight that Uncle Chun and the others could no longer hold on. They had consumed too much energy, and the sound of the collision of forces had weakened a lot. He sighed secretly. I originally wanted Lu Ruihao and his men to quickly control the situation, but I underestimated the people on Lu Bo's side. This bastard subordinates are not only militiamen, but also many professional thugs, fighters, killers, etc. If they continue now, Uncle Chun and the others will not only get injured, they will more likely be killed. Chapter 396. It's a calm and peaceful family. Open the cards. George picked up the cards on the table and gently turned them over. Ha ha. I'm lucky. You're the 5 of spades, and I'm the 8 of hearts. I win the first game. George's trump card. Lu Bo laughed happily and exhaled a puff of cigar. What a bad hand. George said something that sounded like he was complaining, and then looked at the dealer and said, Keep dealing the cards. As they spoke, Lu Ruihao and the others had already stopped, and they retreated while cautiously looking at the people around them, and walked towards George. Lu Bo winked and stopped his men from making any further moves. After all, he had just won 100 billion and was in a very good mood. Of course, he wanted more and wanted to take all of George's wealth.